heard a story about a guy who had to break up with his girlfriend because she used to bring a backpack full of stones to his house every time she stayed over and set them up everywhere around, everywhere in the place.
That's what I'm talking about.
Reminds me of the last Mr. Biggs song.
Well, aren't they
The best part
related
about
to, like,
those rocks,
cards?
dude. Yeah, and the best part about them is they're seasonal, so you can actually charge your customers every month because they change. The quality of the stones change with the season. So you have to come back to the store and buy autumn stones because your summer stones are old and your winter stones are useless.
Does Witsit sell these things?
Oh, God. Yes. And open-toed sandals.
With socks?
Whips it, vapes it.
Apparently no shirt.
Vape Kate.
Did somebody say Vape Gate?
Yep.
Yeah, that's too funny, man. Somebody said it the other day on my show. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And then I watched Eric Dubé's video, and I finally got it. I was sort of out of the loop when it first came out, I guess.
Kind of looked like he took a sip of a water bottle to me, like a clear water bottle, but I don't know.
Huh?
From that Eric Dubé video, where it shows him walking from the trailer to the camera, looks like he takes a drink of water.
There's smoke coming out of his mouth the whole way until he crouches.
Yeah, he's crouched down, and see him hit it like 2 or 3 times when he's crouched down also.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that part.
Did you see the video about McKeegan's left boot Freemasonry symbology?
No, I don't think I want to either.
What?
Left
People
boot.
are wild.
Yeah, apparently there's a Freemason symbology where when you go into some places, you take your left shoe off.
Okay.
Let me find that. It's in my history here.
It's wild.
Holy crap! This has been a long 5 minutes. I figured he'd be back in 2 minutes.
He'll be back. Be patient.
It sounded like he had the woman had some chores for him to do.
Pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. I can understand that. Of course, I wouldn't have responded that way. So what's everyone think of TFE? We'll go down the list. Anti-globalist. Get ready, Crit. You're in the hop. You're in the breach. Anti-globalist. You got... Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think a lot of the claims of fakery can be pretty easily explained, kind of like what Flatsy said with the water bottle. I mean, what do we got? The green screen chroma key thing, right? That was kind of shat on straight away. And then the footprints. I mean, surely there would be some compressed like bits of snow where there wouldn't be much footprints. What else is there? The fakery, the shadows. I've seen a few people recreate the shadows in car parks and things like that. It looks pretty similar to what we saw in the video. The egg-shaped, the football-shaped sun is interesting. I find that interesting. But yeah, sky doesn't prove the shape of the ground. But yeah, that's my take on it so far.
Yeah,
Still
no, that's
looking
cool.
into
That's
it.
cool. What about the breath part?
The breath part, to me, it looks like, right, I heard Witsit say in a different stream that you don't really get the fog coming out of your breath unless you have a sip of water first. And it did look to me like he had a chug of water. I didn't see the part that Radwin was talking about where he looked like he was taking a hit on a vape, kneeled down. I didn't see a vape. I did see it look like he took a drink of water and then breathed into the camera. But I did look up some other videos of people supposedly at the South Pole station, and when they were talking outside, they didn't really have much mist or whatever, fog coming out of their breath either. So I'm not sure. I'd love for it to be proven fake, but so far the evidence hasn't convinced me that it's been fake. And some of the claims are making us look bad, like that it was in like a big put together studio and things like that.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can understand. That's a pretty good summation. Thank you. Damn, that was measured. And Frank, I like it. I got my eye on you, anti-globalist. Crit.
That it was neither final nor an experiment. It was like some sort of cringe, like panic mode, shields up, red alert, freak out from what some flat earthers said 10 years ago. You had the massive power pout when the globalists couldn't follow the flat earthers around when they were in Chile. It's like even simple things like, hey, when you're in a foreign country, try to keep a low profile and blend in. Just basic streetwise. Show the globalists don't even have common sense. Any sense, really. And then they go to their room, the power pout, because McDuffie says, hey, you're not in the contract. You're not supposed to follow people around. Provide your own content. And then you had McToon flip the fuck out, asking where the guns are. Like, that was like, a big win for Oakley. I mean, it's like that. The analogy from the movie Die Hard. Only John can make someone crack that hard.
Those are two good takes. Are you done?
Yeah, I was going to say that this is a huge win for Flat Earth because they could have came out of this smelling like roses if they presented something ahead of time. But now they're just like it was just like a completely disjointed, goofball event that really had no form or function.
All right, whoa, credit. You can't get two takes, man.
Oh, that was my wrap up. My sort of. It was like some sort of cringe reality TV show that no one really cared to see anyway.
That's the third take.
Okay. Okay, I yield. The
All right. That's 68. That's just some good response. The first two responses, they're going to be hard to friggin' keep up with. Daz. Come off mute. You know you're there. I can hear you breathing.
Quantum. He can't understand you. You have to turn your microphone upside down.
That's all right. He's shy. I know Demok's not going to be shy. Go ahead, Demok. What? You're not saying anything? You're even off mute. All right. Dr. Amish, I presume. I don't. But, Oh, he's typing. Yeah, I seen it. Do you understand this is a VC? Okay, it can't VC right now, but TV was so bad they didn't consider creating a deductive syllogism ahead of time. Good point. Very good. Elijah. Get ready, Effie Warden. Effie. Oh, nope, he's there. Yeah, go ahead. Hello?
The only thing to know is if there was a 24-hour sun, there's a 24-hour sun, hooray. Now I don't have to, really worry about all of flat earth believers who believe in the AE map reification situation. And that just makes me sleep better at night. So, that's pretty much it. Everything else, I don't really care. I'm just more annoyed with Witsit because he's annoying. So, that's it.
All right. Effie Warden.
I was not impressed with Witsit. First question I've asked is, what is the actual experiment? Nobody can answer that question because there isn't one. I'm from Ohio, and you wouldn't see me running around in T-shirts and stuff down there. So that kind of threw me off. That was the first thing I noticed. Nothing to do with shadows. Like the lens is going to cause that effect anyway, the way they had that camera set up. I have a GoPro 9. What else? Oh, the football sun. That's kind of crazy. I don't know how to explain that. That's all I really got for that. I don't have much to say about it yet. Too many anomalies.
All right. Thanks. Flat Lloyd.
Yeah, I'm right there with definitely not an experiment. Doesn't really change anything. Earth still measures flat. But I do think it's been great in terms of kind of getting other people into the topic. It's been kind of a nice fire up of Globers thinking they have a win, and that's just been hilarious. But yeah, there's definitely some anomalies. I think with like the sun is kind of just the weirdest thing, how it turns into a football, how there's not really any crunching sound when like they're walking over snow. I mean, that is kind of weird. But then also like Witsit, he was asked about it last night on Earth Awakenings, and I was listening in on the live stream, and he's just super condescending. Instead of actually just addressing it, he just goes, "You know what, dude? You're gonna look really stupid when the data comes out." And I just thought that was a really poor way to address, hey, why did you have your vape, or why did you have to go 20 feet away to get snow? He didn't even answer it, so it was just kind of like, well, that's kind of strange. Anyway.
Okay.
Earth's flat.
Thanks, man. Flatsy?
I think that it was really funny that they did it, even though there was no reason for either side to do it because they were so sure either way. And it's pretty funny to sit back, sit pretty, and watch this all unfold. So there's my take.
Okay. Flick goo 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 the goony goo goo. Yeah, same thing as before. Jetty, you want to go on mute? Do I reach you? Thanks. Fluffy B, what's your take? Did he answer before? Can't remember.
No.
Okay. Heretic.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun. It's driving lots of activity to the VC. Lots of clueless Globers. You ask them what it proves, and that's where the fun really begins.
Go. See, that was short and concise. Jetty.
I think I agree with everything else that everybody else has said. I've got no problem with a 24-hour sun. The Earth still measures flat. I think what we have witnessed over the last 10 years, though, is the burning down of a straw man, which is what they did in Antarctica, which kind of was probably the whole game all along. So there's always nefarious things afoot, so we should always be aware of them, but it doesn't change anything.
Cool. Thanks. Kimbo Beats. All right, Miss Doves.
I also agree with everything that was said so far. I spoke about the air, the breath, actually last night in here with Flatsy and AI, I think. I was trying to figure out if it was true that no air was coming out, then because I'm from the north in Canada, so you definitely have what you see as like cold air, whatever, when you blow out because it's warm, right? So I figured I guess it's like the desert version of the cold area. There's no moisture, and yeah, they agreed with that. So I mean, I don't really know what else to say, but
okay.
I do think, yeah, it is unfortunately kind of hard these days to see who's who you can trust and who you cannot trust. So I think that's also a point. But I mean, I'm not saying it is or it isn't fake. It's just you kind of don't know, right?
Yep. Good answer. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Marvis? Okay. Must chain?
He's typing.
With the final experiment, I find it kind of weird that a lot of people are trying to like disprove it as fake, but then other people are saying it doesn't matter either way. Like they're trying to prove the 24-hour sun, they did it. So I don't know.
All right. Fair enough. Any 1L?
I agree with Morvis. He says it's more of a social experiment than anything. Yeah, it's kind of cool to see not cool, but interesting to see the people spiraling after, and can't come up with like a logical sentence, which is, yeah, I got more, but that's it for now. Thanks.
All right. AI?
Okay, so what I think is that the flaccid endeavor failed to rise to the occasion to prove it had the balls. I rest my case.
Goodness.
Have mercy.
Boys.
Boys will be boys. Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, you.
Yeah, I think it was a great opportunity to get that exposure out there for Flat Earth. So don't matter what they were doing there. It just probably raised more questions, I would say, than answers in the end. Yeah, great deal for us. More traffic, more flat smacking, I feel. So it was good overall.
Sorry to interrupt you that many times. I thought you were done each and every time. That's really good.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that was all.
All right. Raleigh.
Yeah, I'm confused about the sun, how it looked in the sky, and the shadows on the ground. I got a 360 camera. I'm gonna have to put it out here one of the sunny days and capture some footage and do a comparison.
Okay. Is that it?
So far, other than all the Globers who think that seeing 24-hour sun in Union Glacier means that all 14 million square kilometers of Antarctica all have 24-hour sun.
Okay. 7. All right. T-Dub.
I think it's inconsequential that there was a 24-hour sun or not. Therefore, it's inconsequential whether they did what they said they did or not and saw what they said they saw. I think that hyper-focus, I said this earlier today, hyper-focus on it from the Flat Earth community as to whether or not the footage is authentic and whether someone should be breathing vapor, whatever. Like, it just doesn't matter to me. So, and I think it makes it seem as though, hyper focus on that, it makes it seem to other people that might not generally be in this arena or just coming across it as if the flat earthers are so frantically trying to disprove this footage. Why? Because if it's true, there's an argument to be had. Like if there's no argument to be had in the beginning, then I don't see any reason why there's any focus on it at all.
I love the globe.
Thanks, Sistar. Well, we passed you by, but okay, heck with it. You're here now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on TFE?
What's that?
Sky?
Flat Earth?
No, Sky.
What's Sky?
Yeah.
What I think the sky is?
No. What is you said what's up, and I said the sky. The question is, the question's on the table. We'll just go back to you because you spoke up. What's your take on the TFE?
What does TFE stand for?
The final experiment.
I don't know about it, so I'm not going to speak on it.
Okay, fair enough. Vitaly Z. I don't think. Oh, there he is. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
I
up?
think overall,
Guys.
Sorry, I got a 20-month-old running around here. I think overall it was good for Flat Earth because it weeds out the weak arguments from the strong arguments and brought a lot of exposure.
Cool. Okay. 0.
I'll abstain. I don't have enough information for TFE.
Okay. Old dude.
It's pretty much YouTube flat earthers doing what YouTube flat earthers do to me, but it's brought new spotlight on possibly what's going on in Antarctica. It's fueled the argument a lot. It's brought new trade, and other than that, I would agree that with everyone else, what everyone else has said in the room, and add that I'm looking forward to the next final experiment.
Nicely done. Did I miss anyone?
Well, Dan rejoined. He might want to give his take.
All right, Dan, your thoughts on the final experiment?
It wasn't necessary if we were honest to begin with. So it's sad that we had to be dragged down there and point in the sky just to enter the conversation. That shows you how closed-minded we've been and how much we've been following this parroting behavior for so long. I'm just not looking forward to the next batch of parrots. It's not really going to help anything.
Huh. Really good. There are a lot of good takes in here, man. That's really cool.
All right, now that we've done that, what is your opinion on the final experiment?
They changed it, by the way. I heard today that Will Duffy's calling it the final experiments, plural.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what? What?
Yes, exactly.
I heard him say it.
Seems to me just by showing up, it kind of disproves this idea that there is no continent down there. You know, we ignored the race, we ignored the stars. It's just impossible to ignore it's really tough to try and think of us as being that gullible ever, really.
And Flat Lloyd, that was right on time and really quick, dude.
So Duffy is not intending to change the name to Social Experiment instead?
No, dude, he said that in the beginning.
Yeah, that's what AI was saying, that he was saying that from the beginning. Yep. But the current rhetoric is, I heard him say it today. Somebody had him. They said Will Duffy just went live, and he said, "Well, the results of the final experiments." What?
Oh, well. Yes, supposedly, if I remember my math correctly, I can't remember if it was 27 or 17, but there's like over a dozen experiments, quote unquote, that they did down there, and they're going to start unveiling them.
Huh.
So one of them allegedly is setting up a sundial. And another one is, oh, hey, by the way, interesting. This is an interesting point, which a lot of people don't realize because they don't watch, they didn't watch Bad Moon Shadow, is that supposedly there's 24-hour moonlight in Antarctica. And if they set up a moon dial, that would be interesting. But anyway, they supposedly set up a sundial. And then another one is they supposedly weighed some things on a scale.
Yeah, the fly did it. You know, the one that needed a high chair?
What?
The fly.
He is pretty small. He is pretty small.
Stretching across your path.
I mean, not to body shame people. When I first saw him, I'm like, holy crap, that's a big dude. He's got to be like 400, 450. I go, there's no way his fat ass fit in the airplane seat. And then when I saw him, like, oh, he's a munchkin. Okay, he's just like a round ball, but he's little. He's like, 5'2". I guess he could fit. You could put him in the baggage compartment.
You can put him in the baggage department.
Man, Kiwi, you missed it because I said stretching across your path just to you guys. I didn't sing anymore. And Booger said, "Are you singing Bad Moon Shadow?"
No way.
Yes way.
Too buddy. Yeah, this guy.
So listen to this groove that's going on. Witsit is someone compared the south to the south to the north, claiming that we have to double check to the north, and now he's looking to redo FE Core and collect money on behalf of a northern expedition. It's fucking ridiculous. And then Mark and fucking Patricia and what's his name, Weiss are fucking coddling to the religious ones that are coming around, and it's like there's just going to be a giant shift of like, whatever fits the boat. The crowd that's going to come around is going to be...
Yeah, bro.
That's insane. Those people never said shit about...
Dude, I also got a GoFundMe and a Patreon open. And if you contribute, I promise... Well, no, I'm not going to do... I promise not to do anything if you pay me.
That's good.
So I won't go there, and I won't do what they're doing, and I'll just be me for the low price of $250 each. And you could actually join me for a virtual do nothing powwow where we just get on the internet and do nothing for an hour. And you could do whatever you want, but I'm going to do nothing, and it just costs you the low price of $250.
I'm ahead of the game. I already have the Flat Earth Anonymous server, so I can relapse whenever I want, continue to be a flat earther, just complain about it the whole time. Hi, my name's Dan, and I'm a flat earther.
Wait. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I was just making fun of the $250 virtual dinners that is offered on certain people's web pages.
Who might that be?
Basically,
Who are those?
Jaron.
Is that the two?
Jaron, he also has... Yeah, they also have man coaching, where they teach you how to be manly for the low price of like $100 an hour.
Are you serious? That giving out man lessons?
You think I'm joking? You hold on now. My character's being impugned. You think I'm joking, dude? Go to the website right now.
Fucking hell, dude.
Do it, dude. You will trust me. You will laugh. You will cry. You will poop yourself.
Oh, God, no. I didn't know that. That's something else. That is.
Star Life has some good globalist takes on the final experiment. Says that it disproves flat Earth, and that if you disagree, it's some sort of mental health issue.
Really? Well, where's Star Life at? Go ahead. I asked everyone their take on the flat Earth, or the flat Earth, the final experiment. I didn't get Star Life. You must have come in here after that. We went through everyone in the entire hangout with without impunity. So whatever you think on the TFE, the floor is yours.
He can be a little skittish, so we might have to like. It's okay, Starlight. Like you can give your opinion. Words won't hurt you. The floor is yours. If you don't talk, it's your choice.
Yeah, I said pure. Listen, there was no judgment. There was nothing. Everyone gave their thoughts on what the final experiment was, and we went to the next person. So it was your time to talk. You weren't here. I'm giving you the chance right now. With like I said, without impunity, you can tell everyone what you thought of the final experiment. Floor is yours. Again. If you don't, we're going to give you a wedgie.
Yep. Now, for your benefit, the floor is entirely supported by OSHA-approved structures underpinning subfloor and joists with all proper fasteners and load-bearing equipment. Perfectly safe.
That's right.
There's no sharks. Water's warm.
That's a load of bullshit.
We're just a bunch of dumb flat earthers. Come on.
He says he won't unmute because he'll get muted.
He will not get muted. He will be. Is it a he? Yes,
I think so. I don't know for sure. I think so.
Okay, if it's you will not. No one will disagree or anything. You give your thoughts, and that's it. What are your thoughts on TFE? You will not get muted. I'll guarantee it. Who has muting powers in here?
Me, AI, Heretic, Radman. Like most of us.
Most of you in here got muting power? Holy shit.
All the mods from the other two servers.
I don't know the other two servers. The other one server I got banned from, so it has to be the other server for me.
There's a bot too that tracks any mob action, so you'll see who does it if anyone does.
I'm not looking that shit up. I just want to know who to start. Okay. I will guarantee you I will come down like a lead friggin' Thor's hammer on anyone who mutes you.
Oh man, what an opportunity. Better take advantage of it while you got it.
Yeah. No one will mute you. You say what you have to say, and that's it. What's your thoughts on TFE? Floor is yours. Third time.
Okay, right now he's typing what he wants me to say it for him. I'm not going to do it. You've got to say it. Be a man, open your mouth, and speak with your voice. I'm not going to read out the message you sent me. You talk.
It sounds like a wuss.
Don't scare the kitten now.
Did you say don't scare the kitten?
Yes, I did, yes.
No, brother.
All right, how about we change the deal a little? All right, you speak up and I will ban Quantum Eraser. How about that?
That's happened before, by the way.
All right, deal is over. You had your chance.
Mute him. Nah, just kidding. All right.
He's scared.
So, do you have any hope for Flat Earth? I mean, I don't really see a lot of positive action coming.
Dan, you just heard this dude who was shit scared to open his mic, have a full platform to talk with no mute. You think that that's who we're up against? You think Flat Earth is in any danger?
Yeah,
These guys
brother.
are pathetic losers who are shit scared to talk about the topic. They pose
Well, hey, to be fair, Crit, to be fair, there's a lot of flat earthers who are scared as well because they don't understand how to deal with certain arguments because they're not grounded in the
thrashing on each other.
fundamentals.
They're thrashing on each other and grasping and like a ship that's rolled over and the guys are grabbing on the guy that's holding on and they're just pulling each other off. It's disgusting. It's awful.
Are they actual flat earthers though?
No, well, that's no, because the real good flat earthers left a long time ago. You're right.
They left. I didn't leave.
Where'd they go?
Which bus
Yeah,
did they
Dan,
take?
what are you saying? Were you saying we're not good flat earthers?
Where did that bus go?
So, Dan, in the past 30 seconds, I witnessed you project your insecurities onto other flat earthers and then accuse the flat earthers present that they're not good flat earthers. What's going on here, brother?
I'm probably not capable of, seeing myself well enough to protect what I say. So I apologize if you take me wrong. But I mean, it's at this point, like, okay, it's hard to blame Eric DeBay, even though a lot of things were put forth by him, and then he hid behind the wall of everyone's a shill while he was the one selling product. So was he victimized or whatever? At some point, I can't look Mark Sargent in the eye now because he had a lot of time to sort through this shit and didn't give a fuck.
Well, hold on, dude. Wait a minute, dude. Are you judging whether someone's a good flat earther or not about how well they maintain their celebrity
Well, I'm trying
status?
to figure out
relative
what
to
a flat
Earth
earther,
proposition?
what a flat earther is in public. See, I meet with real people. I know what flat earth meant to us. It was definitely intended as a platform for a side of the truth movement that we were cute little agitators. People hated, they got triggered. So it was a lot.
Well, that's the wrong attitude. The flat earth isn't about being an agitator in a segment of a truth movement. It's about whether the earth is flat or not. It's really that simple.
Well, I took care of that too by doing observations we did over 35 observations over land, water, and ice. So, I mean,
Yeah, but I think you answered your question. I think you answered your question, dude.
We did our job as flat earthers, but we were let down by the people who do call themselves flat earth and the people that are.
Well, how so? How is other people doing things stop you from being you?
Stop me. Well, I've been cock blocked and shadow banned everywhere. And look, I just got muted here for doing math.
Badly.
Not badly. If you were willing to talk about it, you have to understand the claim. QE's the only one that had it right. He's the only one in all of Flat Earth that put it in print.
Really? Sure about that?
You disagreed with him when you jumped in. You were disagreeing
Because
with
he
him.
said it wrong. He said it wrong now. But what he has in writing is correct.
And I've got to say, you got muted for shouting, bro. You were getting a little bit over talky. You were getting loud.
Yeah, it's a bad habit of mine. You're right.
Yeah, nobody's funny muting you here, mate.
No, but when you get used to me, you'll get used to that shit. I pull that shit all the time.
Yeah, same goes with the mutes, bro. Don't worry about it.
It's just that I actually have stuff to say. And most people are projecting concepts and ideas, not real stuff that's happened, not real stuff, not real encounters with people in the real world.
Okay, now you're the real one, and everybody else has nothing to say. Cool story, bro.
Well, let me tell you what happened. It's just that I brought a dude in off the street to a party, and that dude ended up being this Matthew Learns guy. And he's like, "Hey, you guys are a lot of fun, but you got to fix your math." And I'm all, "Whatever, dude." He doesn't understand, 8 inches per mile squared. And I ignored him until he cornered me some months later when I met him again. And he's like, "Dude, I told you guys to fix this shit."
Yeah,
And
I see the problem again. You're one of those people that judge the flat earth community by your personal experience and your myopic vision of what's going on. I get it.
You're an asshole anyway. So what do you want to listen or not? I mean, like, you could get rid of me at any point.
Well,
I don't need to share with you.
We got 2 identified assholes so far.
Yeah, but I don't need to share.
Me and AI.
Hey, what about me? Fuck.
It's just
no, he didn't call you an asshole yet.
Yeah.
No, I jumped the gun. I mean, it's like the idea of the name and the idea is I'm
No, Dan, you've already basically passive aggressively impugned everybody in this VC, dude. You think that's just going to fly?
Well, if you're honest, yeah, we can talk.
Oh, if you're honest, then we agree with you that you're the real one and we're the fake ones.
Well, I'm just telling you what happened.
No,
How the math was brought to my attention, how much it took to get me to pay.
Okay, that's great. That's
upon
great. I
my
agree.
investigation, and the only man who admitted it was wrong was Eric himself, and the rest of them all gave me that math.
How do you know that?
Well, because he DM'd.
So what you mean? Yeah. So you mean the people you spoke to about it specifically? The only one was Eric Dubay. Not that he's the only one in the whole flat Earth community, right?
Well, I have in writing the other assholes like Weissmark.
You have in writing. You have in writing every single flat earther.
Dude, I argued with Nodell about it for 3 years straight.
Okay, so dude, you're talking about essentially pseudo celebrities, not the flat earthers generally.
Okay, so here's what I was
talking about here.
Actually,
I could care less what pseudo celebrities say, bro.
Give me 1 sec. I begged the show called Globebusters to go over Eric's shit many years ago, and I got shit canned for it. And it turns out, had we honestly gone through Eric's shit, we would have figured out that the AE doesn't work. But we didn't honestly go through Eric's shit. We continued. Sorry if I say we. Many continued to repeat stuff for many years, including myself.
Yeah, that's a fair point, brother. But you see, the problem is that anybody with 2 brain cells in their head understands that map projections aren't reality, for goodness sakes. So you look up the definition of reification. Check this out. Everyone do this homework assignment. Go to the dictionary, look up reification fallacy, and it will literally give you the example under that term in probably section 1 in most dictionaries. The map is not the territory, or the map is not the terrain, as an example of a reification fallacy.
I agree with you, but poor Chris Pontius is mortified because he made these models and now he feels like he misled people.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm trying to put out there, dude, is that there's not this myopic vision of certain elites who understood these things and the rest of the flat earthers were ignorant.
Well, we're still saying the wrong thing on this basic math that I'm trying to get.
What do you mean we, dude? What do you mean we? You mean wait? Who's we? Who's we, brother? Who's we?
Well, most of the people I talk to in the chat here on the right.
They're saying something about math that you're talking about.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah, what math is wrong, dude? What math is wrong?
This whole thing that turns out to be Dubé's number 15 and Nathan Thompson's number 2 suggests that an airplane flying at a 500 mile an hour speed would end up at possibly 31 miles in the air at the end of an hour's journey. But in fact, if you're going to be measuring per minute, which is what it says, it divides and it comes up with a number of 2,775 feet per minute drop. But in fact, that can't be possible. That would be more than free fall. That would be a dive. So if you really look at miles per hour, if you're going to work in miles per hour, work in miles per hour. But if you're going to work in miles per minute, understand that 500 miles an hour isn't a distance. It's a speed. Your distance is established by that per minute. So it's 8.33 miles per minute. So that's what your formula goes into. The squared part, 8.33 times 8.33 times 8 inches divided by 12 equals 46 feet per minute. That's why there's no pilot.
Okay, cool.
It's only 46
All
feet.
right. What? No, dude. Only 46 doesn't change anything. That's quantitative versus qualitative. Okay, let me break it down for you. If a plane is maintaining altitude over a curved path, parallel with that curved path, so they're both following the same curved path, and it's maintaining altitude, the plane must, of a necessity, constantly rotate around its own reference frame, period. End of story. Cannot be otherwise.
To the tune of 46.25 feet per minute at 500 miles an hour. Yes. But that's not what flat earthers have been claiming. They've been claiming 2,775 feet.
What's the total amount of drop?
There is...
what's the total amount of drop?
46.25 feet per minute.
No. What's the total? Listen to my question. What is the total amount of vertical drop that must be negotiated over 500 miles.
That's not your speed and your destination do not determine the radius.
I didn't ask you that.
Well, then fucking figure it out.
I already did. What's
your
the total
speed and your destination
don't fucking overtalk me.
Don't fucking matter.
Overtalk me.
Well, then get real.
Don't overtalk me, dumbass.
Bring up your site. Your site is right. Your site has it right.
I know it's right.
So then why are you letting these guys say shit?
What guys say shit?
Fuck is he talking about?
40. It's clearly, if you're going to say per minute, you have to calculate per minute.
Yes,
if you're going to divide at the end, it's an average.
I know. That's what I said.
All right. That is what you said. That is why you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, whatever, man.
We're not talking about an average. We're talking about an actual radius of the Earth.
No, I'm talking about an average feet per drop per minute.
Well, that average is based on your destination distance. You do it at a different destination, and you come up with different numbers. Wake up.
No shit.
Wake up.
Amazing.
That's why it's not accurate.
Amazing. That's why I did it twice.
I'm done.
That's why I did it. You were done before you started.
Well, let me put it to this way: you can't not curve, and then all of a sudden, at the last 5 inches of the travel, just dive bomb.
Dive.
Yeah, like, oh, we're up in space. Quick, dive bomb to get to the target.
Oh boy.
You know how many Globers don't understand that a plane, if it's traveling in an arced path, maintaining altitude, necessarily must rotate constantly? They don't even understand that.
It has to drop its nose.
Yeah, the nose has to drop and the tail has to go up.
That's
around the center of the plane. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem though. You know why? Oh, somebody already posted it, the pitch data. Good job, Effie Warren. He's all over this, man.
Is it possible I could post anything over there? I mean, I'm not able to put any references.
Did you see that?
Do you guys need that much protection?
Have you seen?
Oh no! What are you talking?
Have you seen the pitch data, Dan?
No.
No, he's too busy bitching about he doesn't have rank perms to post images and trying to pretend like we're protecting ourselves from his genius or something, rather than just ask for the perms to post.
Why would somebody have to ask? That's what
because let me tell you why, dummy. Because people come into servers and they troll, so they don't just give out perms to every Joe Schmuck that shows up, dude. Good grief.
You're good.
You think we're 100% aware? Hold on, Dan. I'm sick of your crap. You think we're 100% aware of everyone that comes in here and we preemptively strike to give them perms? No, you just ask. When you need something, you ask. That's how it's done. You don't play a beta victim. I mean, good grief, just ask, dude. You wonder why people don't like you, dude.
Victim complex.
It's like globalist logic again, all over again. Just basic manhood. Hey, I need this from you. No problem. Instead of this gamma victim status. That's what globalists do.
Gamma? I just heard beta victim status.
Okay, yeah, maybe gamma's a little rough. Beta then.
All I know is that all the flat earthers told me different numbers. They kept calculating 500 times 500 times 8 inches. Well, that's based on the destination. It's not based on the shape of the Earth. So if you're going to judge it by the destination, then divide backwards by time, you're going to get an average, and it's going to be exclusive to that distance and that speed.
Oh, so mine's right. Thanks.
So just for fun entertainment, 10-mile drop is, we know, 66 feet, right?
From what?
A standing point.
Where?
Off in the distance, man. Wake up. 66 feet away.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to drop.
Oh, you mean a circle? You mean a circle with a certain radius, and you have a point on the actual circle, and then you draw a perpendicular line from a radial.
No, just global.
And then you from the radial at a range, you have a 90-degree drop leg that intersects the circle. Is that what you're trying to say?
Dude, who do you think you're impressing with this?
Me?
I don't know, dude. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying because I want you to actually be specific instead of just general and vague.
It's something that we know at a 10-mile span, the drop should be 66 feet. Right?
Okay, then what?
So imagine if you're in a plane and you're going 500 miles an hour, that's 8.33 miles per minute. So that's what you're calculating per minute is the mileage, because that's what we use, mileage. So it's going to be less than 66. As a matter of fact, it's 46. So that's what you have to realize. If you count going forward instead of dividing from the end, you'll realize that it doesn't matter your destination or your speed. We're calculating mileage.
What the fuck?
So as soon as you say per minute, you're stuck with 8.33 miles as your distance.
Right, but just say, look, just say you're in a plane and you're on the top of the globe, right? And you take off in a straight line and you fly 500 miles, right? The drop down to the surface is like 166,000 foot after 500
Yeah,
miles.
it would be 31 miles if you never adjusted, but the claim is that you adjusted every minute. That's why the number comes up. That's how you come up with the number. We got the claim.
Yeah, dude, but guess what? Guess what, dude? In reality, you'd have to adjust every nanosecond, for goodness sakes. Otherwise, you'd be doing zigzag jerks.
Right.
And then all your passengers would be throwing up.
The whole point is there is no pilot input because it's not as dramatic as we claim. That's the whole point.
Hey, dude, guess what, dude? If it's necessary that the control surfaces are required to alter the orientation of the plane, then regardless of the amount, you would have to do it, right? You can't just say it's a small amount, therefore they don't have to do it, or the plane doesn't have to change its attitude in free space relative to its initial orientation.
There's just no
you can't make that
pilot
claim.
input. We're not going to catch.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Because it's
dude?
called trim. It's called trim. It's not complicated to lose 46 feet. When you got 2,700 feet, you do. But 46.
Yeah, but everyone would know it.
Not at 46 feet. No way.
Yeah, I know if that plane drops 20 feet, I know it.
If it's sudden, you might.
Yeah,
20 feet's
I know
pretty
it.
good.
It has to be sudden because any other way it would have to dip its nose. That's why the actual aviation pitch data is the cure all. Yes?
Maybe. I mean, the landing pattern thing, that where you have a certain.
Not the landing pattern. I'm talking about the pitch data, in-flight pitch data.
Well, in fact, if you don't stay nose up, the wings won't work. I mean, you can't nose down. The wings won't work.
They'll work. That's what planes do.
You're going to have excessive drag. You're going to have excessive drag.
That's what they do when that. You ever been in a plane and they all of a sudden say, well, they don't really say anything. The fasten seatbelt side comes on.
Ding,
ding, ping, 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 right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, guess what happens?
You put your tray to your upright position and prepare for landing.
Guess what happens to the nose of the plane?
It's going down. It's causing the same drag that you wouldn't have in level flight. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
All right. So that you can't have that pitch without causing excessive drag. So they'd never fly with a downward pitch.
Exactly.
They can drop without a downward.
All right. Are you in the
They can
text
trim
chat?
it. They can trim it.
Are you in text chat?
Oh no! What are you doing to me?
Yeah. This is National Transportation Safety Board data from a flight, United Airlines flight.
All
70.
right.
Yeah.
I'm behind.
All right.
Not,
You see
I'm not as smart as you.
You see it's down at the bottom.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
go
even
slow.
comprehend. I don't even comprehend it. I don't know.
No, I'm going to go through it with you.
All right.
So on the x-axis, that's the horizontal axis on below. That's the time. So I blocked out a 2-hour time frame. So from 0805 to 1005. Yes? You with us so far?
I think so. This is one single flight we're looking at, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It's from the flight data recorder. This plane had some problems.
Oh,
and had
okay.
to-
Okay. Gotcha. I thought it was assembled data for a different.
No.
Okay,
This
good.
is from the
So
flight
this is
data.
real assessment. Okay, good.
Oh yeah, this is from the flight data recorder of a plane that was having problems, had the emergency land in Hawaii. I think it took off from San Francisco. Regardless,
Okay,
yeah. Just wait. Just relax. I blocked out in the blue part the 2-hour time frame. Now, if you go up to where it says pitch, see pitch. It's in the light brown.
Yeah.
If you go over to the units of measure, it's all the way on the right hand side. It has pitch in degrees. You see that?
Yes.
Not on the blue, all the way to the white.
All the way over. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see it's in increments on the graph paper they use to get up to 10 degrees. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So every small blue line is 2 degrees. Got it?
Okay.
So this is a 2-hour flight, and just ironically, this flight is moving at 500 miles an hour. You see the pitch data? It has 2 degrees from 805, and it doesn't.
That means it was nose up. You mean pitched up? Okay.
Yeah, it was pitched up 2 degrees the whole time for this 2 hours. Yeah. Now go down near the bottom. It has altitude pressure.
See it?
Doesn't move a smegging inch over 2 hours.
Altitude pressure.
Yeah.
Yet the pitch. Buzz, just because the craft is pitched upward, that doesn't show any change in trajectory. That's why the altitude pressure didn't change.
Yeah.
Because the pitch of the airplane is just the pitch of the airplane.
Yeah. It's maintaining flat and level flight, right?
Even, yeah. Whatever they call it. Yeah. Even, yeah. Consistent
but
altitude.
there's a problem though, because over that amount of distance, it would have to drop. That means vertical drop 128.3 miles.
But their pitch doesn't have a reflection on their drop. Now I understand the other reading does.
Yeah. It doesn't have a reflection on their drop because they didn't drop.
Yeah, I see that. But your speed, you could drop. What about speed adjustment? Where's that?
There is no speed adjustment.
Sure there is. There is the entire flight.
No, there isn't. It's 500 miles an hour. We averaged that.
What is this ground speed shit?
Yeah, don't worry about that.
It's dropping in the pattern you're looking for.
That'll be a bit confusing. So don't
Well,
worry.
it is
about
dropping in the pattern you're looking for, so I'm not sure.
that. Yeah. Well, the speed's not dropping. It's 500
It
miles
says
an
it
hour.
is. The blue line says it is.
That's the ground speed. Is the plane flying on the ground?
To be honest, the whole thing is such a glober thing, assuming we're flying at 0 feet altitude and everything. It just sucks. It's just a crappy proof, you know?
No, this is outstanding proof. You're just not up to speed.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Dan?
Well, it assumes out of laziness that we're flying on the ground. And then it doesn't stop at the 31-mile height like it should. It pretends that dividing gets anything but an average, and that average is different on different distances, so it can't be accurate.
Are you smoking crack?
No, it's weed.
Laced with crack. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's all over.
Sometimes I look up and I go like,
I bet
I
you
don't
did.
know if I bonged or forgot to bong.
You forgot.
Like I don't know, like I don't know if I should bong or if I forgot to bong or if
I'll tell you what. Let's keep it easy for you, Dan. I know you're a flat earther. I'll give you the absolute best proof, not argument. It's just a standalone proof. You ready?
Okay, yeah.
How do you have a horizon on a globe-tard?
I'm with you.
Yeah. You want me to go on?
No, what I'd like you to do is help me with the trap. If I can get them to admit to optical illusions and such like delayed sunsets and all the refraction, how do
Holy
I get them to commit?
You opened up a whole hornet's
Right,
nest.
but how do I get them to commit to a geometric horizon?
Refraction. What's refraction, Dan?
No, you don't understand. Once they go through all that, I need them to ask them, what's our base? I need them to get to commit to a geometric horizon as the base, because that's really where I need to work. And I need your opinion on something, because the Nat Geo stuff with the flag, it shows that.
Are you stuck in 2015?
It shows that it needs to be replicated, or someone needs to talk about it more, because the 1 foot observer and the 6 foot observer have to see something different on a globe. Forget all your numbers. We need to re-demonstrate
what are you
that.
talking about, Dan? I said, how do you have a horizon on a globe-tard? Stay focused now.
Well, what horizon are you talking about?
Any horizon. How do you have a horizon on a globe-tard?
It would be totally predictable on a globe based on the geometry of the 24901 shit.
No, well, I'm going to tell you why. Absolutely right. I'll tell you why that's fucking horseshit.
It's known as obstruction. It's not known as a horizon bias.
Oh my God. You know what?
What?
You just go off on your own. I'll just leave you out there.
All right. I'll leave.
That's fine. We're good.
I think that's best.
Dude, what the heck is it's not known as the horizon by us? What does that even mean, dude?
Well, as I was trying to explain, I really needed help trapping them into committing
the Earth
to
is
the
a
fact
kingdom.
that there's 2 horizons. One is optical and one is predictable and measurable.
Holy shit, he sounds like a ball-tard.
Probably is at this point.
Good luck with that.
Just wait for the shoreline done.
So we got 2 horizons. Dan, we
Yeah.
got 2 horizons? Really? Can you show that?
Yeah, the one that they talk about.
No, not yeah. Yeah, show in chat. I
Yeah,
wanna
Nat
see a
Geo.
picture.
Nat Geo.
All right,
How
let's see it.
hard is that?
Let's see.
Nat Geo claims that it
Nat
takes
Geo's
place
not a
on a
picture.
flag.
Nat Geo's not a picture. Nat Geo's not a picture. That's a phrase. I want to see a picture of it right here.
All right.
2 horizons.
You're the man.
Yeah, dude, you can't say we have 2 horizons and then say they say there's this other horizon. It's either we have them or we don't.
Now, the premise, God forbid the premise you didn't allow and you won't listen to. I need your help trapping them into stating the difference between the apparent horizon that they refer to and the predictable, measurable, geometric horizon we need to hold them to. Now, I'm fucking clear about this.
What predictable geometric horizon we need to hold them to? What are you even talking about?
8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared.
That's not the horizon, dude. That's holy crap.
You're missing it. It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is what you wanted to see.
Oh yeah, and it's 4 arc seconds, and it's 6.7 inches overall each mile. Again, yeah, I fucking.
No, let's keep your personal life out of this. Your personal issues.
Oh my God, that was brutal.
Well, let's think about it this way, guys. Dan, you have a bad habit of saying you understand something after you're told, when the first time you say it, it makes 0 sense.
Well, it made total sense. If you weren't playing games with me, you'd understand why I need to trap, who I need to trap, and I would get input from you. Because the trap is the horizon is completely predictable until you get into their stories of different types of refraction and other obstacles. So you have to understand it's predictable. In this case, what I was trying to describe. And the replicatable thing for anyone is that the 1 foot observer and the 6 foot observer, in the case of Nat Geo, saw the same thing. That's not possible on their globe. So this is a decent, close thing. Then when they moved from 1 to 3 miles, the flag continued to show the same thing. Now, Nat Geo claimed that the horizon was blocking the flag by what they said 1 1/2 stripes, which never happened. You can see the bottom of the first stripe the whole time, but yet you can see the shoreline behind. So the apparent horizon, they can't decide what it is. But we know that the expected predictable horizon wasn't there either, because the 1 foot observer didn't encounter anything different than the 5 foot observer. Or the 18 foot, the news camera there, 18 feet. They all saw the same shit. I think we need to make a bigger deal about this somehow. Even because it's real, it's replicatable, it's inexpensive to redo with a toy boat or anything. Just go show it. It's a demand we can still make. Is say, hey, demonstrate this 8-inch drop. Stop talking about it. They keep telling me they can't work low because of all kinds of factors. It doesn't matter. Well, neither did Antarctica.
The 8-inch drop isn't the same as the horizon, dude.
The horizon is an optical illusion. It's always somewhere different, like a rainbow. It's not a physical object.
I think your problem is focusing.
Whatever. I'm done. You anyone here that listened knows I was making sense.
No, I think
It's all over the map, bro.
Yeah, you weren't focused. You didn't address specifically what anybody said to you. You just decided to carry on rambling when the other person stopped speaking.
Really? Because you haven't even talked to me yet. So give me a shot, dipshit. Don't do that. Because you didn't even talk to me. So don't pretend I fucking ducked any of your questions. Just don't pretend I ducked you in any way.
Shut up.
Dan,
you're also being too emotional.
I'm just tired of pussies. Come on.
I've spoken to you a few times. You just don't remember.
God, doesn't matter. Hey, Dan.
What?
Good evening. The point is, you know when you said the horizon is here, it's there, it's everywhere. Yeah, that's the case. The problem with that is they said it's in one particular location based on the size of the Earth. That's the part you're missing.
Right. Well, we asked for predictions or demonstrations. It would be based on that.
No, it's not supposed to be here. The point is, you already have the answer.
The point is what?
It's I don't know.
You're saying you already answered the question in your thing that there's numerous observations that defeat the geometry that they claim. So you've already proven that their claim of a geometric horizon doesn't exist. So what more do you need after that?
Don't need us.
Well, the narrative on this documentary says something different than what we observed.
No, duh, dude.
Yeah, we know.
What more do you need to do? You've just pointed out that there's a discrepancy.
I just
based
said
on their geometry.
I just said
you were there in Nat Geo, right? You were there with Nat Geo. That was you, right?
I wasn't there. No, my friends were.
Okay, your friends were there.
I have
so here's the thing that I point out all the time. I don't think any of them pointed it out in the. Granted, it was probably, but I heard our good friend, and he played my music. He said something about Fata Morgana, and I didn't hear him say anything about bloody hell. Where's the horizon? The guy on the camera just said that it's going to be at 1.22 miles away, and that the flag is disappearing because of the horizon at 1.22 miles away. There was no. Everything after that was bullshit. That's it. They already did all there was to do.
Right. So if anyone ever wants to try and replicate anything showing the difference between the 1 foot and 5 foot observer, in other words, the belly versus the tripod, it on the globe, it makes a difference of some 20 inches. It makes, I don't know, it's 20 inches, but it's well over a foot. And it should be visible observations at close distances where you don't have all these refractive properties.
Nothing you're saying right now gives me, just so you know.
I missed that. Gives you what? Am I losing my connection?
No, you're loud and clear.
What do you say? It said it gives him something. I missed it twice. If anyone's in Reno, Tahoe area, McToon's going to be there on the. It would be fun to drag a boat out in front of him and try and shoot it from different elevations to see if you see anything different.
McToon's not done with the topic? Did he just do some final experiment that settled the debate once and for all?
He's going after some guy that challenged him to a $5,000 bet, and he's going to go there, and the guy's a no-show, so he's going to claim a victory.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, I don't think it can be done. It's 17 miles dock to dock.
Yeah, I'll
The challenge is, can they see each other standing on the docks across the way? And
hot mic. I am hot micing.
Plutonium, you're hot micing.
bam. But I don't think you could see an object lit well enough at 17 miles. So I suggest, staying till night, and McToon says he won't. So it's a setup, really, unfortunately, by the flat earther that challenged him, because there's not enough reflective light at 17 miles to pick up a dude on a dock. Maybe an infrared.
What about using a mirror?
Yeah, exactly. But I think they're like pushing.
All right. So what you're, so maybe they're gonna not show up, or they do show up, but they don't pay him the money. Either way, he makes flat earthers look like a bunch of bitches, right?
He's claiming, the dude is claiming, now he wants to do it on his timeline. Fuck him. So the dude's not going to show, because the dude wrote me. But I can't get anyone else to show it either.
Yeah, so here, let me put this out to all the flat earthers listening. Don't be making bets about stuff you have no intention of following through on. It makes the whole community look bad, and you're basically a douchebag. There you go.
That's true. And so McToon's killing two birds with one stone. He's going on a vacation to the same spot so he can further his ridicule thing.
Is this guy even known? This could be just one of his fans. Hey, slap
the guy got back to me. His name's Jack Cushman Herrera, like is the name he uses.
Yeah,
and he got back
of him.
He got back.
Never heard of him.
Yeah,
I understand that, but the dude got back to me.
He played you too.
Exactly. They needed a patsy that was gullible.
He's
Dan sounds like the guy. Dan sounds like the guy who calls back the Indian scammer when he gets the McAfee screen.
Get out of my mom and pop operation.
Dan, how come that we all have the sentiment that you just getting back to this guy isn't really proof of any sincerity or veracity? Did you not notice we all had that same sentiment? Isn't that weird?
First of all, I forget what dude we were talking about. Here it is. here's the dude. It's not me. It's not my challenge. It's just when I went to try and solidify something, saying, what the fuck? Do you need help? Should we get anyone out there? He turned out to be a real person. He responded. What can I say?
He responded. What does that mean?
It means that he already told me he ain't going, and Toon already told me it's a win for him. That's what I just conveyed to you. Where's your confusion?
Okay, but but we're trying to see the legitimacy of this person in the first place. So I thought you were
he asked if I had a boat. I don't. So I'm asking you or anyone else if they have a boat. I think you could get Nathan Thompson's ass out there too and catch McToon on the water. End of story.
I don't know. I thought you were posting something with the veracity of this story here.
Yeah, we got show the pics, portraits, or it didn't happen.
Dude, will you share my fucking screen? You guys are weak. Share.
So hold on. The dude made a bet.
I have a boat, but I'm not going
The
to.
dude made a bet for 5,000 about some kind of thing over, and he don't got a boat. What the fuck?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Maybe some flat earthers need to stop making bets and talking trash out their mouth that their ass can't catch.
Maybe
the flat earther.
friends.
Yeah, that flat
McToon's
earther ain't in
friend,
here.
decided he's going to be a flat earther that day while McToon's on vacation.
Holy crap, dude! Can you blow that up so it's not so tiny? For goodness sakes.
Maybe. What do I press to do that?
Okay.
Even if you show this little dialogue back and forth, what does that prove? That the guy's sincere?
Dude, just doing what you're asking. Do you want to know about it? Or do you want to fucking pretend that you can't get to a fucking lake on the 11th? Dude, the point...
no, dude, that's not what you were asked, dude.
How can you miss the point so badly? Is it... we can catch McToon on the fucking water.
Bro,
That's
control your emotions, man. Relax.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Cash me? What are we doing here? Cash me outside? How about that?
I don't know. It's like you're just denying anything you...
I'm not denying anything. I'm asking what's the veracity of this guy as a legitimate flat earther. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Oh,
what's his bona fides? You got to demonstrate.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're right.
That's a very... Exactly.
I think you're right. Look at the dude's profile. You're right. The dude has a rabbit hole thing, maybe, but nothing else related to flat earth on here. No flat earth friends that I see. So yeah, he could be a fake flat earther for sure.
Yeah, it's a McToon fan who said, hey,
Oh, go ahead. To get guys like you, Dan, to come to guys like us, to get us to take our boat out there so that McToon can laugh at us. Yeah, cool story.
Well, why not prove that there's no 8-inch drop instead of laughing at you?
We did all right.
In other words, the test as this guy set up is loaded.
You already defined. You already defined that McToon isn't going to show up where the conditions are actually going to be satisfactory to the task. So it's pointless.
Well, no,
What you get about that?
mile is pointless. Replicating.
Okay, cool.
Replicating any observation from multiple heights within the 1 to 3 mile range, like Nat Geo, is totally valid.
So what are we supposed to do? Negotiate with McToon so that he'll show up and give his seal of approval on it?
No, I said you could catch him on the water. Yes. What do you mean?
What does catching on the water mean, dude?
He's not afraid.
We got to chase him on the water.
What? I know. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Like in Lionheart, where we get on our skivvies and we fight in the water to the death?
No, it's nothing of the sort. It's exactly what I was just talking about. The observation.
Board the ship.
The observation.
Yes, you're gonna show up. You're gonna show up, dude.
You don't give a fuck what the experiment or test proves.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Right.
No, dude. What I'm saying is, we're not just going to show up and catch McToon by surprise, and then he's going to be amenable to just do what we want to do. Holy crap, dude!
Well, I could set it up.
If I was McToon and somebody just showed up, I'd probably race him.
Set it up, right? Like
Dan,
I don't know what's wrong. What's wrong with you? What's wrong?
I'll tell you what, Dan, what you just put forward doesn't reek of confidence. So none of us trust you to be involved. I'm pretty sure I speak for the other people here.
I don't want to be involved What I want is someone that gives a fuck about proving something to be in fucking Reno or Tahoe on the 11th. That's the person I need to talk to. Everything you fucking think doesn't fucking matter.
That person's McToon you need to be talking to.
I've already spoken to him.
Then try again.
What does McToon have to do with opposing McToon?
Because, dude, if McToon doesn't agree to what's going to happen when we all arrive, we're going to be wasting our freaking time relying on you to set something up that's never going to materialize.
Incredible naysayer and a pussy for considering that.
Whatever, dude. Yeah,
well,
whatever.
Why consider that? Why lay that on me? Why? Why not just say, yeah, I'll keep my ears open for someone that can whip a boat out there to replicate what you were talking about Nat Geo, because we have something to prove. That's what you should be saying.
But okay, fine. Let's say that's true. What does that have to do with McToon then?
That happens to be we could catch the other side, like they did at TFE, where you have an opposition on site, so they don't say later that you were faking something.
Okay, and he has to be amenable to participate in an equitable fashion, dude.
You keep suggesting that that's a problem, but you don't have evidence of that. Particularly, you're not measuring the fact that he just went out of his way to do it time and time again over the past couple of weeks, and he's doing it anyway.
He screamed, "Where's the guns?" He said, "Flat earthers are scum." Where are the guns? Yeah, that's what
Dan, hold on, friends. Hold on, let's help Dan out. Dan, Mark Sargent has an open invitation to advertise for local meetups, right? Why don't you try that, right?
Mark Sargent has what? To do what?
He has an open invitation. If you tell him, he will advertise any local meetups on his radio show and his channel.
So do you?
A lot of people are tuning into that.
Do you know anyone in the Reno Tahoe area? Because there's a Facebook group that hasn't responded with that name. There's a Facebook group that hasn't responded with that name. Guess what Nathan Thompson told me? Just the same shit you did. Fuck off. Don't mention McToon. Instead of taking advantage of the guy being there and showing him up in any way you can, you're all taking an attitude like, I'm afraid of McToon. I'm afraid. Well, I'm not.
Who said that, dude? No, I'm not, dude. I'm afraid of your ability to be the middleman. That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, then I'm asking you. I came here to ask you to handle it. So don't think I'm the middleman. You know, I am tired.
I mean, you did offer to set it up.
Flat Earth on flat Earth behavior is perpetual and retarded. I'm sorry.
I mean, you the one that's calling our ego as saying we afraid of Matone.
Well, it was expressed to me more than once in the same moment. It really was.
You believe anything he says?
I'll tell you what, dude. Nothing you've said exudes any confidence, okay? That's what we're trying to tell you, bro.
No, but it actually does. What I started with was what's right about Nat Geo, what's replicatable and inexpensive, and then I said where to go do it, and now you're pretending that I didn't say anything positive. I gots to go.
That's not what we said, dude. Yeah.
Overlord, thank you for your time. Quantum Eraser, Heretic, whatever it is. Thank you all. I know I don't fit in. I'm just trying to communicate. You're gonna twist this shit around any way you want. It's really distressing.
We're not twisting. Okay. All right.
Now, what I'm trying to tell you, Dan, is you're talking about this meetup that's going to happen.
There is
You've
no
already
meetup.
been talking with somebody who.
There is no meetup.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, dude!
It's McToon standing there alone when we can corner him.
What do you mean corner him, dude? How is that going to work? You just going to show up randomly?
He is planning on it on the 11th. Dude, what is wrong with you hearing what I say?
Dude, we get it. He's planning to meet somebody who's nebulous at best, who doesn't even seem to be a legitimate flat earther, who has a specious conversation with you, and then we're just supposed to show up and do something. How's that going to work out?
Well, with your confidence level and your overlordship, it isn't going to work out, is it? So I obviously asked the wrong person to have a positive attitude towards something we could prove.
Yeah, listen, get in touch with McToon. Get in touch with McToon and ask him, dude. And then maybe you got something.
It's right here. I already have. You're just behind and fucking sad. You don't think I've talked to the dude, to Nathan Thompson, to McToon, and to the fucking Tahoe fucking group, and now to this group? You don't think I'm doing everything I can to find out who can jump out there?
So,
this dude says, you got a boat. I go, no, I don't have a boat. So now I'm wondering maybe someone does. That's the extent of it. And for you to fucking pretend that this isn't positive or this doesn't fit your fucking standards of fucking somebody trying to get something done, fuck. The dude is standing there on the 11th at your disposal. Do nothing if you want.
What is we trying to prove again?
Dude, I've got zero confidence that he's going to be at my disposal. You haven't even said that how it's going to happen, that he's at our disposal. It doesn't even make sense.
Well, he
Is
told
there a
me.
boat rental?
He told
Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. He's about to say he told me. And
Yes,
so maybe
he
that's
told
relevant.
me.
Go ahead.
And he also told me he would not wait till the evening. He was going to do the observation as it was laid out for him. He's going to try and
Right,
see
as it was- okay,
the other
perfect, yeah.
dock 17 miles away, as he was told he'd be able to do. And he won't be able to.
Perfect. Okay, so then he's amenable to the terms that he already agreed to. So now how are we going to get him to agree to different terms? That's the question.
Yeah.
Well, I believe he'd be a pussy if I asked him to do it and he didn't.
Okay, so you need him to agree to it.
One of the cameras. All I need him to do is be one of the cameras, and we need someone else to be on their belly. We need to show two elevations with
Okay,
the same
perfect. So
operation.
Ask McToon if he's amenable to that alteration, and then you have something to offer. Until then, you really don't.
So pretending I don't isn't your job.
Go lay on your belly, you goofy motherfucker.
Fucking, it's bullshit. You're naysaying a perfect opportunity.
I'm not, dude. I'm asking you.
Out there.
Holy crap,
in his
dude.
fucking face.
Yada, 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 dude.
You're sad.
We saying you should do it
Yeah, we're
yourself.
all sad.
No, I was told that I wasn't a good liaison, that I shouldn't be in charge. So now you're both talking different shit. This is what happens when I talk to flat earthers. They're like,
Well, I mean,
no,
Exhibit A, dude.
What
it's
is
like
going
this.
on,
Back up
bro?
the truck. Beep, beep, beep.
Oh,
No.
God.
You're kind of proving the point. That's what he said.
Bro, I'm getting headaches
I
for
don't
real.
know.
Listening to this guy.
I don't know if you want to
shouting.
go or not. I don't know.
I think he's
This guy's shouting.
bipolar, you guys.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the problem here. The problem here is that Dan's coming to us, telling us that he's already in contact with these people. He's then asked to parse out with them whether they would be amenable to an alteration. And rather than say, yes, I'll contact them and see if they're amenable, which would be the logical thing to do, he just wants to accuse us of not wanting to participate. I said if McToon is not preordinately agreed to be amenable to an alteration, which McToon has already, by Dan's own claims, said he doesn't want to change anything. So that means essentially to try to interact with McToon otherwise is essentially a hostile interaction already. It's confrontational.
Yeah.
NDO.
Why you need Mattoon to do an observation anyway?
We don't.
Yeah, would you trust
NDO.
that? I wouldn't. What's up?
What the sky, motherfucker?
I'm sitting down. That too.
Yeah.
What's up?
I just sat down. You snuck in here while I was doing my nightly chores.
I was listening on the live stream to the. Well, I was listening to the live stream, and then I heard this retard, so I had to jump in there.
Who?
And the waterman.
Who might that be? AI?
No, the other retard. No, he's not a retard. So what's up?
Number one, I already told you the sky. Number two, why are you been an absentee landlord over at your own fucking server, dude?
I'm over there. What are you talking about?
No, you're not.
Check the text chat.
Hey, I'm not talking about the text chat. There is DED dead in there.
Well, we're reviving it for 2025.
Is that the plan?
That is the plan.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you how dead it ain't in there. Okay, from there over the past few weeks, we had new forums that we went to. We had thousands of views. We had a special broadcast with Nathan Oakley as a guest. We had 5 powwows where we beta tested impromptu shows that are going to be rebroadcast via an extra button machine that we're purchasing.
The beta
We've been
test
busy, homie.
couldn't be a better guy than you.
Exactly. I'm the beta test supremer.
Beta.
Fucking guys.
So
it takes an AI to resurrect something anyway.
Go ahead, Indio.
yeah, I just wanted to know. I didn't hear all of what Dan was saying. What was his test proposition? Not that I would trust McToon to do anything. Literally, I'm trusting to do nothing.
All right, I'll break it down for you quick.
Maybe when I'm wearing high heels, I trust him to do that. But other than that,
His shoes. He doesn't know what hyperbole is, and he calls it hyperbole. And just the other day, I heard this. Just the other day, I heard this numpty dipshit say dilapidated. I said, "Wait a fucking second. Did let me rewind." And he goes, "Yes, this is old dilapidated pier." I'm there, dilapidated. Is it a fucking potato?
That's what I thought you was.
Caters.
That is potato.
Go on.
Dilapidated.
They did.
Let me look that up.
I'll give you the rundown, quick, fast, and in a hurry. So supposedly McToon was challenged by an alleged flat earther to come to a specific location to do a specific observation for the wager of $5,000. The flat earther in question backed out, supposedly, and then contacted Dan personally to let him know he's not going to show for whatever reason. Therefore, McToon intends to show up under a specific set of circumstances that he agreed to and win his $5,000. Of which Dan says, why don't we show up and catch him outside and make him do a different observation that he didn't already agree to? That pretty much sums it up.
Make him do a different observation. I'd make him do a different observation.
Dude, I don't even know what to say about all that. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Yeah, to which one of the guys in our chat said, wait a minute, dude, how do you know this guy's even a real flat earther? He could just be something McToon set up so that he could show up and then dunk on flat earthers and be like, oh, look at these bitches, didn't even show up. Where's my 5K, you bunch of losers?
He couldn't dunk on Little Miss Muppet.
So supposedly Dan had communication with the parties that are involved. And so I said, well, if you have communication, why don't you contact McToon and see if he's amenable to alter the terms? Because he already said he's not amenable to alter the terms. Because the alleged supposed flat earther, who may or may not be even a real person, supposedly said, let's do it at night. And to which McToon said, no, I ain't staying around till nighttime. We're going to do what we originally agreed, or you can suck my balls.
He doesn't have any balls.
Mattoon can't slam dunk neither.
Balls?
I thought he said suck a mole.
So why didn't he want to do it at night?
Because then you'd actually be able to see the person on the other side, because you'd be able to use a light that's visible rather than just, have the ambient atmosphere in between you and it, and then say, oh, I can't see you, give me my $5,000.
Yeah. I mean, how big would a person even be from 17 miles away? Because I heard him say that number. He's fucking infinitesimal.
It's dumb as shit, too, because McToon lives in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities. I'm not doxing. It's well known. He talks about it all the time. Lake Mille Lacs is like 6-7 miles across. There's 10 Mile Lake that isn't that far away either. So he's got to go. I gotta go all the way to Lake Tahoe for vacation, and then show up. Where's the flurfer at? No flurfer showed up. Okay, I wins again. Okay, well, why'd you leave Minnesota? If you want to do this experiment, or whatever you want to call it, you're in the land of 10,000 lakes.
On a connected topic, another retard. I heard Indio on a live stream that was recorded. Go figure. Little argument you had with, I don't know about an argument, but you were highlighted on the Peckerless, Peckerheaded, Peckerwooded show.
Oh, Peterson?
Yeah.
Dude. The title, his first title was, oh, hold on, let me read it. He actually changed the title. Even though I like the title now, it's pretty hilarious. Hold on, let me see here. Here we go. The first title was The Most Insufferable Porker in the World. That's the title I prefer. And the second one he changed to was The Most Dishonest Crybaby Flat Earther Ever. So
You asked him for a syllogism. His whole chat just blew up. They're like, syllogism? Most couldn't spell it.
Oh, so in the comments, they're doing the same. In the comments under the video, they're doing the same thing. It's freaking. They're literally retarded. It's like ABC 5th grade level shit, dude. And I actually made a comment, and they said, "Give me a syllogism for that," and I did, and they just vanished.
Did anyone call him the peckerless, pecker-headed Peckerwood in there?
I don't know. I mean,
when he arrives in the VC, that should be his greeting.
The Pecker Peterson of Peckerless Peckerwood.
Yeah, the pecker-headed, peckerless Peckerwood. Or
Pecker-headed, Peckerless Peckerwood. Okay, I got it.
You could switch them up.
No, I like that. I like that one. So it's like the third time I talked to him, but the first 2 times he didn't record it. He decided he was going to record this one, and I can't believe he posted it. I'm like, there's no way this dude is going to keep that up there. But he did, dude. He likes being embarrassed.
Yeah, he's you talking about McToon stupid. He's well beyond McBooger Eater stupid. This dude is an actual friggin' butt muncher. I mean, I can't believe he's.
Oh my gosh.
He's a bum sniffer, guaranteed.
You know, his evil villain origin story is that some parents at some PTA outed him as an atheist and got him fired from his public school teaching job. So now he's got to fight for atheism until the day he dies or some shit.
Can you ask him to define it and then get your popcorn?
Yeah, so I actually looked into that crit, and he was fired for that shit. He was being an activist atheist. It was way beyond just I don't believe in that or I'm an atheist. He was trying to turn the kids atheist. Fucking weirdo.
That's what happened.
Did somebody mute Alpha Veritas? What the hell is up with the red mute button up here?
Oh, wow. He's at work and sometimes he hot mics.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, carry on.
He can unmute himself when he wants to.
Okay. Yeah, can everyone do me a favor when he does come into a hangout? Can everyone properly greet him? Planet Peckerwood? The peckerless, pecker-headed Peckerwood. Or the peckerwooded, peckerless Peckerhead. Either one. Either way.
Yeah, I've heard him debate other topics, and I said something to him. I actually got the 2 people wrong. It wasn't Jay Dyer, and it was he debated this dude Jim Bob about it was an atheism versus God debate, and he got fucking wrecked, dude. He doesn't actually understand anybody else's argument. That's why he spirals, because he's he has to do something, right? Because he doesn't want everybody to know that he's a retard. And it's saying, I don't understand what you're saying. He can't say that. So he has to
He debated Kent too, didn't he? Didn't he debate Kent?
Yeah, he did. I did a
Ken
treatment
Holden?
on it. Yeah.
Oh my God, did he? Shit,
I
dude.
did a treatment on it. You ain't watching my show.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Dude, your shows are 4 hours fucking long, man.
Yeah. Well, take a breather and just relax and hit play.
Relax. I'm too busy over at my server.
Yeah, I know. I could tell.
Yeah. No. I have it over there in the text chat, though. I smack around in there. But, I mean, the VC's kind of dead.
Yeah, duh. We don't need no chat skanks over there. We need a fucking landlord that's not absentee.
Man,
yeah,
you guys just come in and check the live stream, and you don't see that there's other VC rooms.
I check all of them. I scroll all the way down. Even I take
all the way.
Yeah, all the way down to your sister's house. I go all the way down. And friggin', I even go down and make a special remembrance to the arena that's still there.
I see you padding around now and again, mate. Yeah. Hey, Indio, what's the join rate over the past month or so been like? I'm just curious, man.
I don't know.
I tell you, man. Since TFE, we got like I think 200.
Yeah.
But that was just when I checked.
Yep.
You need to stop affording your courtesies to these satellites and get back home, because I'm sick and tired of going there and no one's fucking in there. And somebody go up that motherfucker Thelotus is up in the other Hangout Christian chat. You tell him to get his dumb ass back down here for the rest of my proof that I spent time educating his dumb ass on. The fuck? EHELETOS. That motherfucker is up in the Christian chat. And he said he was going to come back here. I just looked up and I seen his name. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's kind of a bitch move. He's like, I want perms to post in this Kex channel. Okay, here you go. All right, bye.
Would it be cool if I went up there and said, listen, you bitch?
Yeah, it'd be really cool. Don't do that.
Go. How about
just go up there and be like, hey, your girl needs you back down in the FE chat.
The what?
Your girl needs you back down in FE chat.
Your girl? Is that
yeah, because remember, that's why he left, because his girl said, I need you. Remember? That was an excuse.
What was his name?
Exactly.
I'm just messing. Don't go up there and mess with him. That's all right.
Yeah, so anyway, guys, I got a GoFundMe going to get me out to Reno. Okay, so now I'm a very special case, and I have to drive location to location only in Lamborghini, so please start raising the funds now. So I also need a boat. I only drive yachts, so we need a Lamborghini that can tow a yacht. And then, I'll go out there and catch McToon outside and tell him, get on my boat, yacht.
Well, I'm not sending you money unless, you send feet pics.
Oh, dude, you don't want, oh, man, dude. You don't want feet pics from me, dude. I was in Iraq. I was in the Iraq, and
don't even try it, you fucking pogue. Send them feet pics. It'll be all right.
No, do not. That was a joke. Please don't do that.
Hey, QE, did you get any shoes?
Shoes? What? Yeah, I did, but I wore them out walking to your sister's house.
I thought you got new shoes at his sister's house. You said you were scrolling down.
Yeah, you know what you missed? This guy was saying, I haven't seen QE in like 10 months. Like, really? Where's he been? And I was like, ooh, ask me again. And he said, where's he been? And I said, your sister's. He said, oh.
Did you tell him I was at his sister's house?
My girl thought that was hilarious too. She's like, he walked into.
Thanks for that, man. I appreciate that. Standing in that is fucking. If you were here, I'd decorate your ass.
They'll never even guess like the context of that. They just don't have a fucking clue.
No, they won't fucking get it, man. Nope. Because they don't have any context. They don't know the background story. They don't know the ideology. They don't know shit. All they could say is dumb fucker saying, oh, well, I don't even have a sister.
Oh, my God. Crayon munching.
Yep. I'd have to say that. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, dude, we've been stuck at under 30,000, dude, for like a year and a half. Like right under 30,000 members. So when you hit 30,000 members, they give you like however they run it internally, they give you a different server. They migrate your server to like some larger piece of software, but 30,000 is the threshold. So we were getting like 1,100. Well, it was going up like 100 a month, right? So we were getting went from like 800 a month to 900 a month to 1,000 a month to like 1,100 a month to 1,200 a month, and then it just fucking stopped. Like instantly, right when we got to like 30,000, it just fucking stopped. I swear to God, we're being like throttled or something, dude.
Yeah.
So we had 327 joins last month, which is, considered, I don't know if that's good or bad, quite honestly. But all I know is what it was at one point in time. We were growing exponentially, and it literally just stopped, it just shut off.
That's hyperbole.
And now,
that's hyperbole. You weren't growing exponentially. That's bullshit. Yeah, you don't know what 350 mean. Yeah, I know, because you're not there.
But my point. Well, I mean, if the rate of increase we're going up 100 a month, it's not technically exponential, right? So it's we're increasing 100 a month, basically, from 8 to 9 to 1,000 to 1,100 to 1,200, and I think it peaked to something like 1,380, and then this is like 2 years ago, and then it just stopped, like literally just stopped, and it started. We ended up getting it went down to about half that, but now. However many people join the server, the same number of people leave. So I actually made a channel in the Discord that shows me all the people that leave. We just have random accounts leave for no reason. Right? It's just it's just weird. I think we're being fucked with. And I've thought that for a long time. Because we had a Discord safety team dude come into the fucking server one time, and then they dissed him, and then they were abusing him, and that might have something to do with it.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised. The same thing happened on YouTube. So,
yeah, the YouTube thing with Helio, yeah, that's still fucked up. Yeah, did you ever hear about that, Huey? What Helio's channel? What happened with that?
Mm-mm.
So Helio's live stream was so we had all those episodes. Someone, Bob, the science nerd, whatever the fuck he's calling himself these days, he copyright struck a video, and then it was because someone shared a fucking screenshot in one of the chats. It was so bogus. But anyway, copyright struck the channel. Channel gets taken down for 30 days, whatever it was. While it was taken down and you couldn't see any videos, Helio made all the videos private. So no one could see a video. The channel was still getting copyright struck. Even though people couldn't freaking see any of the videos. Helio was getting 3 copyright strikes per day on videos that nobody could even watch. Dude, yeah, the channel is still private now because Helio's afraid to put it back up because, because whatever, but needless to say, we're being targeted in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how.
Did Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, did he copyright it when I asked him, what's the second law of thermodynamics? Give an example and give us the equation. And then 5 minutes later, after I asked him 25 times the same damn question, he said, refrigerator.
He said refrigerator?
Is that the one he copyright struck?
Probably.
So his actual claim, one of them that he struck was a clip and a screenshot from a commercial that he did when he was running for office. So he was a public figure during that time, which means you don't get copyright protection. You have a completely different standard.
Hold on. Plus, there's another layer to this. He didn't even own the video because the video was up on YouTube because he didn't pay his fucking bill. So the person that produced the video that aired as a commercial and where he lives put the video up on YouTube as like I don't know, like here's my work or something. I don't know what the guy's motive was exactly. And Bob was in his comments like, take this down. And he started something like, fuck you, Bob, pay your bill or something like that. So he didn't even own the copyright rights to the video in the first place because he didn't pay his fucking bill. So it was a false copyright strike. But YouTube don't care. They're not going to go investigate all that crap. They just like, we're just going to take down the whole channel. But I mean, that's fine. But like, first of all, it would be fair use anyway, because like AI said, he was a public figure, right? You don't have the copyright shit's totally different. Once you got your face out there in the public and you're a public figure, you don't get to make like you can't use my likeness claims. You threw your likeness out there. But the thing is, the copyright strikes when the channel was hidden. That was fucking nuts, dude. Like, how did they even know what video to copyright strike? Like, because you got to have the ID, the video ID. Like, how did they even get that? Like, I don't know. It's still, like, mysterious. And Keela went back and forth with YouTube, and they didn't have any idea what the hell was going on. And then, automatically, the channel just came back. So, yeah, first world problems. You talked to Brenda lately, Kiwi? No, I'm serious. Brenda's like gone off the fucking rails, dude. Like, you thought Brenda was crazy before? She has gone off the fucking rails, dude. Like, can't even make intelligible sentences anymore.
It's like
That's not true. She wasn't making them back in 2015.
You can understand the craziness, right? Yes, time is a chair or something stupid. See, that's like a complete sentence. Like, that's all wrong.
Right now, her thing is that you must apologize. I'm like, Brenda, what do I need to apologize for?
Yeah, she said that to me. So
for lying to her. I go, what did I lie about? You lied about the sun. I go, I've never talked to you about the sun. Not once. In the whole time I've known you, I've never once talked to you about the sun. What are you talking about?
Well, so before this event happened, Brenda was coming in saying, okay, what's going to happen when they go there and see the sun, yada, yada, yada. And I was telling Brenda about other Globers who were like, if this event doesn't go the way we want it to go, we're going to check ourselves into insane asylums because we wouldn't trust our faculties. Because Brenda was saying, I'd have to become a flat earth. And I go, well, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just say I was wrong about cosmology? And then Brenda was like, because I was talking about Scott Mackey, specifically said, I would check myself in an insane asylum because I wouldn't be able to trust my faculties. Because my faculties and all the evidence told me it was a globe. And if it wasn't a globe, I would have to doubt myself. And so Brenda was like, you know what? That's actually a very well-reasoned point. I think I would have to check myself that I was crazy too.
How do you check yourself into an insane asylum when you're already in one? In her mind.
Well, it's just weird. It's like rather than admit that they were wrong about cosmology in relationship to the Earth, they would say, no, I can't be wrong. I'm clearly insane. Like, what the heck?
Well, trust me, Brenda's mind is not an asylum.
Yeah, that's true. That would be a place where people get help for their problems. So that's not it.
Speaking of old videos, I gotta dig up some arena debates. I gotta find some that we did that were recorded. Most of them got lost because Miggy's channel got struck and deleted completely. His old channel where he kept all the episodes. Oh, Kiwi, what if Britnett and you in the arena? What about that? You down?
Objection, Your Honor.
Refrigerator.
Oh, man. Any new people joined? See what their take on the final experiment was? Or is? Or ongoing? Well, I thought it was interesting. We went through it that no one had a take that there was some sort of like throwing people under the bus or whatever.
Well, hi everyone. I popped in because I was texting Crit and he invited me into this room. I believe in the globe, but I'm not here to debate globe versus flat earth. I just wanted to tell you from an outsider looking in, a perspective that kind of just breaks my heart as a human being. And that is that I've watched, at least because I've been interested in the subject, some drama is unfolding and where people were friends with you for a real long time. They relied on you. That it was part of a support system and part of a community. And because whether it's because they do or don't believe that the sun, because I'm not going to debate you whether or not it did or didn't happen, the sun happened in the South Pole or what it means. You guys are like, I'm not saying everyone in here, I'm just saying that I've seen cannibalism within your community, this ostracizing of happening where you guys are throwing friends away because they believe differently than you. And I just wanted to say, I think it's sad, and I hope that when all of this calms down, you didn't burn too many bridges with people that actually genuinely loved you and cared about you and gave you their time just because they came up with a different conclusion than you. I guess that's all I really wanted to say to y'all. And I'm sorry for jumping in and saying that. I know it's not my space to do so. I just wanted to let you know that. From an outsider looking in. I really hope you guys...
Can you give us an example? Because I don't agree with your conclusion, your generalization. I don't agree with any of that.
You're right. It is overgeneralizing. I'll say I'm watching YouTube videos, right? And I don't know much about
this ain't YouTube, man. This ain't YouTube.
I know, but you have YouTubers in here, don't you?
I guess, kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I got a YouTube channel. I'm not really a YouTuber, though. I mean, in that sense.
I understand. And you guys often discuss things within the community. Understand, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. That's literally not my point. So I don't want to point at a YouTube channel. So I am generalizing, and I'm sorry. And my point isn't to point fingers. My point is actually to be like, if you guys were genuinely making friends here, and you were genuinely part of each other's life, all I'm saying is don't throw that away so easily over something as simple as sunlight. I'm sorry.
I would agree with that. But still, even your friends, you got to keep them in check, right? Your friends doing something fucking... I'm just saying, I'm not like... listen, I haven't been keeping up on the whole 24-hour sun thing. So, because it don't prove anything either way. Don't fucking... I mean, I have an open challenge if they could even put it into a logical proposition on how it proves the globe or disproves flat Earth. So far, I just get a bunch of nonsense at this point from all the globalists. They just basically, they try, they fail, and then they start calling names. And like, so it doesn't matter to me about it, but if people are making outrageous claims like the 24-hour sun disproves flat Earth.
Okay.
It don't. Like it can't. It's not even possible logically.
Okay.
Because I'll tell you why. It's an inductive inference, right? So
Okay.
inductive inferences can't actually prove anything, right? Because you're not looking at the thing that you're talking about. You're looking at something else, right? It's like you can look out your peephole, your door, and you can see every house in the neighborhood's made of brick. And you can make the inductive inference that your house is made of brick, right? That would be logical, but it would inductively logical. But you can't prove that your house is made of brick by looking at all the neighbors' houses. You can only prove your house is made of brick by looking at your house, right? So you can look at the sun and you can draw all sorts of conclusions about the Earth, but you can't prove anything about the Earth using the sun. It's logically impossible.
Okay, Indio, did you hear the part where I said I wasn't here to even argue globe Earth versus flat Earth? I was I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about Goldberg. I'm talking about logic.
Okay.
Okay,
That
so
means- okay.
I'm just talking about logic, right? So if anybody, flat earther, Gold earther, they proves anything about the Earth, they're wrong. It's not like my opinion that they're wrong. They're wrong. It's not an opinion. Logic isn't an opinion. We have rules of logic. And if you don't follow the rules of logic, you're fucking wrong. It's literally that simple. That's why we invented it, right? Just like math, the 1 + 1 = 2, because it's an identity. 1 + 1 = 2 is the identity, right? So something called the law of identity. We have these rules of logic so that we can figure out what the truth is in the first place. And if you don't follow those rules, you can't say you prove something or something is true. You can say it might be true or could be true or probably true or consistent with or any other one of these weasel words. But the point is,
you are literally straw manning because that wasn't
I'm
what I
not
was.
straw manning. I'm just, it's an example. It's an example. Like,
Well, that has nothing to do with what my point was, Indio.
Yeah, he's not saying you saying it.
It does. It does have to do with your point. Because
Okay.
what I said, we need to keep each other in check. It's not about, like, you think it's some community kumbaya friendship. No, from my viewpoint, it's not that. It's never not that, and it never was that. I didn't come here to make friends.
I'm wrong
Come
then.
here to
Maybe.
count corpses.
No, you're not wrong. Starfire, you're not wrong. You're not wrong that some people are doing what you said, and the reason they're doing it is because they've adopted an illogical position in which the presence of the sun, even though it was seen by somebody they esteem, for example, lots of Witsit's followers, Witsit was a man who went to the event. A lot of Witsit's followers are calling him a shill or a liar because he claims he saw the sun, because they were invested in a logical fallacy that what the sun is doing in Antarctica proves or disproves the proposition they hold to be true. And so when they see Witsit say, hey, there's something here that's a 24-hour sun, and they're like, no, because that would disprove flat Earth, and then they take it out on him rather than take it out on themselves for being illogical. So yes, this has happened. It is true that it's happened, but the reason it's happened is because those people have had an illogical position, and rather than condemn themselves for their own stupidity, they're taking it out on Witsit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
and
well
and
said.
understand when I'm discussing this, I'm not pointing to any specific person in the room or any specific person at all, because I don't even know your community like that. And I am an outsider looking in, and this is obviously an inside issue, like an in-house issue.
Fair, but generalities cannot exist without an aggregate of specifics, correct?
Yeah, but so I'm sorry, hold on. I'm trying not to get back into my stutters.
Look, we understand what you're saying, but it's like the people. It's like this is a two-sided problem. It's not just the people that There's people say, "Hey, what's a shill?" and he's lying about what happened or where he went. There's one side of it, and the reasons are what AI said to just say ridiculous things. But it's a multifaceted problem. It's not just, but we should keep each other in check regardless. That's the problem with, like, I know you're not familiar with this topic or whatever, right? But we need to police ourselves, right? We need to police ourselves so that we have like logically consistent, well-grounded arguments. And if our buddy says something stupid, we need to keep our buddy in check. It's just the way it is. It's not personal. If they take it personal, that's on them.
Okay, are you guys, is anyone using personal attacks?
No. Not. Like I said, I haven't even been following this, quite honestly,
No.
the 24 hours.
No. No.
Okay.
But Witsit is a demonstrated double-speaking liar.
Well,
Long before TFE.
I will say I don't know him that much, and I'm still trying to form my opinion of him. My opinion of him isn't very high. It's not. Just from the little I've seen, and I haven't seen enough, and I don't know him like you guys know him. But from what I've seen, personally, I don't think he has as high as an IQ as he claims to have.
Oh, no, his IQ is next to zero. I call him Boy Zero Skygrifter. He's an abject moron. He doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs, for fuck's sake.
And my understanding is I really shouldn't be that sympathetic towards him because I feel kind of bad for the dude. But I was told, don't let me finish. I was told not to be that sympathetic to him because he's literally what's being done to him, he had done to multiple people before him. And so it's a taste of his own medicine. And I get that. And I also think that I don't have, it's not my circus, not my monkeys. I don't have enough in the fight. I'm just observing from the outside. But that being said, I do want to point out this. Yes, you guys are truth seeking, right? You're trying to find the truth, and what is the truth?
Found it. Nope, we already found it.
Okay, you already found it. But at the same time, if your friends who have been friends, and I understand there's a difference between, okay, these are people I hang around with online, and these are people I formed bonds with. I'm just saying, if they end up on the other side of the fence, don't forget that was your friend. That's all.
No,
That's all.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
I
thanks a lot.
Thanks for that.
I have over 125 hours on my channel
Mhm.
demonstrating each 125 hours, add that up, each double speak and lie that he's told over the past 3.5 years.
Okay.
He ain't kidding. He's asking me why I don't watch his videos. That's why, dude. 135 bucks. It's too meticulous. It's too meticulous even for my attention span.
So I only watched 3 videos about him, and one of them was Audit the Audit, where how he confronted the cops and how he behaved there. And then I saw another video in which he was claiming to have all this intelligence and all this model.
Yeah, how many hours?
And I saw some of these things. I was like, oh, this guy's ridiculous.
How many hours is that?
I don't know him well enough to know, is this low IQ? Is this special needs?
Yes.
Or is he intentionally, because intentions matter, I think it should matter to you too, the intentions behind a person. Or is he intentionally a malicious person who's plotting and planning and intending to harm?
Yes, to all the above. Yes.
Okay. The last one is the one that matters.
I'll give you the link in case you want to go through it all. Okay.
Yeah, you got 124 hours to go.
Well,
you know what? I still have another 3 or 4 hours to go.
The who, what, when, wheres, and whys, and when we're figuring stuff out, the humanity is in the why, right? And so the intentions matter. It's not what people do sometimes, it's why they did it. And so if his why was malicious, then I understand your guys' upsetness. And I have no judgment to make on it because I don't have the right to be there. I know very little on the subject. But what I'm saying is that he has followers, right? Or there's other people in his community, or there's other people in general that you guys were friends with that aren't him. That's all.
Well, I don't know about friends.
Okay.
We've been exposing the Globe. He's part of the Globe Busters, what I affectionately call Globe Dumpsters crew.
Okay.
And what he did was he sucked all the subscribers off of Bob, Globe Dumpsters Bob, Bob Nodell. After Bob died, he sucked all the subscribers off Bob's teat. That's how he got all his subscribers. I put in 48 minutes after the hour, What's a Clown? It's a playlist of over 125 hours of double speaking lies.
I understand. I don't want to get pulled into the drama.
It's not drama. They're double speaking lies. It's no drama. Double speaking lies.
I understand. That's all I wanted to come in and say is because it was heartbreaking me looking in because I thought some of you guys were forming bonds and friendships. And I just didn't want a son in the South Pole, whether it did or did not happen, because I'm not going to argue or fight you guys about that because whatever. I obviously have
We
my
don't
opinions
care.
as
But
an
this is
over.
what you don't understand. People in this Discord,
They don't care about
we
each
don't
other.
give a shit. It doesn't. We don't give a shit about the 24-hour sun.
Okay.
You know why?
I just explained why. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just sat down. I had to go take care of something.
Oh, you didn't hear all that? I mean, I gave her the logical breakdown, but you can give her.
No. If you did, like I said, I left for a few minutes and came back. That's fine.
I just laid out there just as a matter of logic. You can't prove anything about the Earth. Period. Just can't. It's just basic inductive inference.
The people that's having a shit show is on the other side.
So the best that TFE's done, the final experiment, number one, it's not an experiment. The best they've done, the best case scenario is they disproved the globe projection.
Okay.
Because the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, that's part of the Gleasons also, that is a globe projection.
Oh, no, I understand. It's a globe projection when you go and flatten it out. I got that.
So what would they falsify then? What would they be falsifying then? The globe projection? Like,
all right.
That we don't believe in anyway?
Okay.
Yeah, it was debunked. This is the funny part. You know, Jaron, we call him Hanoi Jaron for years because he's a fucking traitor.
Where is he getting all these names?
Hanoi Jaron. I got a show about him tomorrow. Just hold on a second. I'll post it in here. I'll post the clip. It's the second part.
She probably don't get that reference. She sounds young.
No, but the other guy that was talking about Reg Joe.
He gets it.
Yeah, I get it.
Jaron, check this out. In 2016, there was a group of 4 or 5 people that debunked the AE map. It was Nathan Oakley, Antonio Subrats, Adam Meakin, Globe Dumpsters Bob, and Jaron. He was in the group that debunked the AE map in 2016. Hello?
So I'm here. I'm listening. I'm sorry. I'm walking through the house and I'm trying to be quiet, so I muted my mic. I'm listening to you.
No, I'm not saying hello to you. Hello to everyone. I was using it as the royal you. Then how could he say finally that he can't teach his kid? This is what he said the other day. That he can't teach his kid or promote the Gleasons map as of now. What happened to 2016?
Oh, I got a better one. Miggy sent me one. Alpha sent me one, dude.
No, you don't.
He said it's a flat globe. I got a video with him saying it's a flat globe now.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm
it's
gonna be doing it
retarded.
tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to be doing it tomorrow. It's the second part of that video. I already did the first part. Here we go.
Now, so think about this, Starfire. These guys are so irrational, right? They don't even know how logic works so bad. And these guys are flat earthers, Jaron.
No.
Well, whatever he is.
He's never a flat earther, but go on.
Well, I know he was a general manager at a CVS. Does that count? I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, not to disparage someone's failed occupation. He's more comfortable with saying a contradiction, a flat globe, than he is admitting that the 24-hour sun can't prove anything. He'd go with that. He'd literally go with a contradiction, which shows us that, like, you must be right, Dewey. He can't. There's no way he could be a flat earther.
Yeah,
because no flat earther could think like that.
I have a quote for that. I can't believe I have to employ contradictions to prove my point.
Shout out to Whitson.
Also, shout out to Indio's bag feed.
Oh yeah, sorry.
These guys are just idiots.
Okay, well, I don't know your community well. If it's just debate and you guys don't mind tearing into each other and stuff, cool. My understanding was you guys were more.
Oh my goodness!
You know
Save the
our
children!
community, Allison.
Hey,
You know our
save the children! Save the children!
Is that Allison?
They're saying
Allison.
individually.
It is Allison, Huey. It is Allison.
It is?
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Yeah,
And good evening.
pretender. With change the
Look, check
name.
this out. Check
That's
this out.
Allison?
I think that the problem is, like, for a lot of us, like, we're all just individuals that in here. Yeah, there are a lot of people that have, built community and friendship or whatever. There are a lot of cool people who have cool conversations and stuff. The thing is, though, everything that you talked about has nothing to do with me. And I think majority of the people in the room currently that have been speaking anyway, they feel the same, because the 24-hour sun thing had nothing to do with anything we were concerned about, anything we ever talked about. That whole community that's fighting each other has nothing to do with us. So it's like, we get your sentiment, but it's like you walked into a room full of people that really didn't have anything to do with. When you say your community, just because we know that the earth measures flat has nothing to do with their belief of the flat earth because of the sun that might not have been 24 hours or whatever have you. That's why we're like, we get what you're saying, but
yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know you guys all personally. I don't know your community that well. I jumped
There is
in.
no community. That's what we're trying to tell you, dude. There is no community.
There is no community.
I jumped in because Crit invited me in after I had messaged him. Basically, don't be afraid if. Anyways, I was having a private message with him, and so
Well, check
he
this
invited
out.
me in here. So I said it to you too. That's all. And I'm just coming from a human perspective of these are human beings, and I don't want to see people.
You're on a humanitarian mission to save the children.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I'm doing.
So
Hey, let me put it this way. Then I'll let Indio go. Cry me a river.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Who sung that anyway?
Okay, well, I'll pop out, but before I went, all I wanted to say is,
a lot of people like chocolate chip cookies. Does that mean they're a community?
okay.
Okay,
All right.
so there's flat earthers, and there's so-called flat earthers, and there's fake flat earthers, and there's esoteric flat earthers, and there's the flat earthers that base what they view based upon biblical cosmology, and Muslims that the same thing, and Jews the same thing, right? There's no flat earth community. Like that idea, it isn't a big kumbaya party. And actually, to be honest, I can't stand that shit.
Okay, then I'm sorry if I misunderstood the social dynamic. I guess my whole side.
There is no social dynamic, dude. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Okay,
There isn't one.
I'm trying not to argue.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get you to understand, okay, that you looked at, hey, flat Earth is some community from your viewpoint, from outside, and that take is erroneous.
Well, you interrupted. Hold on, you interrupted her, Indio. She said my hole, and then you interrupted her. Can you please let her finish?
My whole reason for popping in here.
Oh, dang, he was hoping something else.
You dirty boy.
Oh my goodness! What would we ever do? What would we ever do without Globers coming in here and teaching us how to behave ourselves and treat other humans? How we possibly survive?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was concerned about people's mental health.
Oh yeah. Take your passive aggressive condescension and go look in the mirror.
Trying to be condescending. I was just popping in to, I don't know. Yes, kumbaya, love, hugs, and harmony, and then pop out. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, we ain't feeling that. Sorry.
All right.
We don't understand where you're coming from, dude.
Brother, we forgive you. Rupak?
All right, group hug and good luck, guys, with your model making or whatever you were doing before I interrupted it all.
Yeah. Bye, Allison.
Bye,
Allison. When you leave here, go to a church you've never attended and tell them how to give sermons.
Okay, I understand. It wasn't that. It was more of seeing people get ostracized and feeling bad. But maybe you're right. Maybe it was the
We
wrong
don't have
group.
any specific examples.
Yeah, that's because I don't like throwing people under the bus.
Is there someone you know that got made to feel bad personally?
Okay.
I'm asking you. You don't have to name them. Do you know someone personally that this has happened to? Or is it conjecture?
I've seen them pop in from time to time on other Discords and then get torn a new hole for changing their.
Is this Dan?
There's the hole again.
Are you talking about Dan? Did Dan go to Gems and start crying?
Okay. That being okay. That being said, I can
think
be an
that's what
ass
happened.
too. I can be a horrible person too. I just care. Like, I don't want to see someone like, I don't know, take a toaster bath or something because all their friends turned on.
Oh my goodness, dude.
You guys have a nice day.
Dude. Dude, you need to go get a latte and drink some orange juice and take a vitamin D or get some sunlight or something.
Thank you for your advice, and God bless and good luck.
Starship, let me say something real quick.
Go
Are
ahead.
you under the impression that and don't take this the wrong way, nobody's friends like you're thinking, but are you under the impression that friends don't go through ups and downs?
I'm not under the impression that friends go through or don't go through their ups and downs. Of course we do.
Real friends, real friends are tested. That's how you know they're real
I
friends.
just, I my concern is shunning or ostracizing, and it's a group and individuals getting targeted. That's all.
Dan wasn't targeted. He just came in here
I'm
and
not
he was
talking about
upset.
Dan.
Okay. I thought maybe.
Okay, so check this
I'm
out.
just
Maybe
looking
they're
at
not
it.
being targeted for who they are, but for what they say. Ever consider that?
Okay, well, I'm a Glober, so I definitely don't think the same way you guys do about stuff, but I would still
Really?
think
So
at
you're
the end of the
incoherent.
day, yeah,
So you're
but at
incoherent.
the end of the day, I see each one of you guys as a human being that deserves human dignity.
And I see you as a human being, but you're incoherent.
Okay.
So Starshine, let me give you a little background of like maybe the history of this quote unquote community. There were some people, flat earthers, that tried to make a quote unquote community. They had conventions, they had their little kumbaya parties, they had their live streams, right? Like Globebusters, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that group of people, okay, flat earthers, that literally tried to, Jaron being one of them, right? And they tried to like monetize a flat earth community, right? Like literally monetize it. But then there's the other actual flat earthers that are in it for social reasons, right? I'm not in this because I need friends or want to make friends. That isn't the point of any of this.
Okay.
And the people that is their point, they can go fuck themselves.
And Indio, just out of curiosity, I understand your motivations aren't to make friends, but do you think some people's motivations were to make friends?
I wouldn't doubt it. People are
Okay.
fucking weird.
Yeah, people are fucking weird. But that being said, if they went and formed bonds and stuff and then all of a sudden everyone hated them, and I'm not saying it's, I don't know. Anyways, I'm just saying.
You should have picked better friends.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not good with words.
You should have picked better friends, dude.
Yeah.
As James Richard ever said that was intelligent. Hold on, Joe. The only thing that James Richard ever said that I think consider intelligent is the last thing he just said. Is that you know true friendship by it being tested. Okay? If their friendship is tested and it falls apart, they should have picked better friends. Period.
All right.
Is she trying to say that we are Witsit friends and we betrayed
no,
him?
I literally don't. I'm sorry. I was talking to Crit and he popped me in here and told me, well, come and say it to the group or whatever. So I did. That's all. And I'll pop back out. All I was saying is at the end of the day, we're all human beings and we need to remember that and not be so quick to turn on each other once someone has a different perspective. But I'm not even saying it was any of you. I don't know who it is, honestly.
Sound like Globy.
Go ahead, pop back in.
No, it's a good take, Star, or Allison. It's been really nice to hear it because it is important. It does cross any sort of divide between, all different range of topics where people, you see this at, politics and whatnot, or veganism or atheism and theism. You start seeing groups of people that talk past each other instead of like with. So yeah, it's definitely good advice. I just think that your approach required a little cowbell, and you didn't really have any cowbell, which is okay because you gave a reason for why you didn't have any cowbell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you need to go over there and talk to Whitson and them. I mean, they're the ones that's calling people scammers still.
Nah, dude, hold on, man. Yeah, are you doing this over the Glober service? That's what I want to know. So Shoma's got a good point. She said, Brenda needs to come talking to Star Sapphire. You ever talk to Brenda? Go talk to Brenda. Why aren't you late nighting for the people that tell us to drink bleach and we should kill ourselves? And why don't you go tell them
Believe
to
it or
cut their
not,
shit?
if you can ask Crit, I sure in the fuck do.
Oh, you talked to Brenda? I never heard you had that speech
I
with
haven't
Brenda.
spoken to Brenda, but whatever the case is, when they go too damn far and they stop treating humans like humans, I get ostracized by them anytime I stand up and say, hey, you guys are fucking taking shit too far. Okay, I sure in the hell do, because I do practice what I preach, which means yes, I can be an ass. I can be I can be the shittiest human, but I do believe there's a certain amount of human dignity that people deserve just because they're made in God's image. Okay, and that's just my perspective on stuff. And yes, I do. I literally am not talking to people in Jim's Discord for the last hour or so because I had to white knight an autistic person that was being ostracized too much. And I said, hey, I know he's a shithead, and he is a shithead. And I know he goes and hot mics for hours on end and acts like a dumbass. But at the same time, you guys are taking shit too far. You know he's autistic. Cut it out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, man, Star. I got a job for you.
Over the Gem server, I have to question your integrity altogether, dude. Like, seriously. They're the worst people in the world over there.
Okay.
Go type anal in the search bar.
Mm.
Yeah, go try it. I did it years ago, but I think I got was 130 hits. Dude, they're degenerates, dude. Like, seriously.
I call them degenerate.
Yeah,
I call
I didn't hear you call her that. I mean, when she was threatening to call social services on my kids because we was talking about the horizon, and I didn't hear you disagreeing when you was in that room.
Okay.
Oh, dang.
Well, I wasn't there when someone was threatening to call social services on you. But whatever the case is,
your kids and
okay, whatever the case is, right is right and wrong is wrong. Okay, and yes, you guys, everyone fights and argues and debates and takes shit too far quite fucking often. And yes, I have been of anything. I have the reputation in there of being a fucking Karen because I will try to shut down bullying.
But you always screaming at us.
Okay, I'm not trying to scream at you. I wasn't even trying to criticize you. I was literally not even coming in here to argue Globe. All I wanted to say was from an outsider, I was just giving an outsider's perspective of saying, I'm seeing something, it's alarming, and it makes my heart bleed. That's all. It was my bleeding heart shit. But I can pop out now, and I'm sorry if I upset any of you. It was just some food for thought. If it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you.
Hold on, don't pop out yet. I want to say something real quick. Now, I appreciate what you said, but I hope, like Indio, what he's explained has given you a little bit of perspective about where we're coming from. Because if you talk about a group of bullies, they are all over there on that side. Now, I'm not saying there might be bullies on this side as well,
Speak for
but I would
yourself.
say they're far less than what we have over there, and they're vehement. They're vehement about like badgering and bludgeoning flat earthers all day long behind the scenes, calling people's employers, calling people's schools where people's children are going to school. But here's the other thing. When you talk about flat earthers, and Indio talked about this briefly, you have flat earthers that have been in this for the money from the very beginning, and those people play on people's heartstrings that they're their friends and these kind of things like you're discussing. Those people are just not right. I mean, if they're making profit and they're telling people, you know, like, we're not going to be your friends or whatever they're doing, like, we're your friends here, they're lying through their teeth about it because there's a profit.
Okay.
Dude, flat Earth powered. Hold on, dude. Flat Earth powered Morgell's meth addiction for like 3 years.
Okay. Well, I'm not. I hate us versus them.
Like, you don't think I'm kidding? Oh my God! I gotta do another fundraiser. Oh, I got convicted again. My car tire popped, and I'm at a hotel. You can tell he's just jonesing for fucking meth or whatever the hell he's on. I'm gonna do a live stream begging for money like every 2 or 3 days. Some other weird mishap happened to him. You know, and like this lasted for a couple of years. We actually joked about it for years. Like, it's sad that he has an addiction, but there's people in this for not good reasons, dude. They like Flat Earth was taken off. They saw the algorithm go boom. They said, "Oh, I'll make some Flat Earth videos, talk some fucking nonsense, and just because the algorithm is promoting me, I'll make some money."
Well, she's a relative newcomer, right? She's taken look from the outside in, and her look from the outside in as a newcomer would probably be that. But you got to understand, we've been exposing these pretender clown fraud flat earthers for at least 5 years now.
Okay. And like I said, it's not my circus, not my monkeys.
started,
So my 2 cents
the way.
worth is very little. And but I still felt like I needed to say it.
When you're
That's
looking
all.
from the outside in as a newcomer, it's not a bad, it's unsound, but it's not a bad take. You just don't know the history. That's all.
You're right. And I think I acknowledged that. I am trying to acknowledge that this is my 2 cents worth. It's not very valuable because I don't know the history. I don't know all of the nuances. I was just saying it was breaking my heart. That's all.
Okay. Fair enough.
You could go back and look at the videos and, you know. And see
Well,
what
I
happened.
gave her a whole playlist for
Yeah,
over 135 hours.
I haven't watched it.
It's at 48 minutes after the hour. I didn't address it to you, but it's in the text chat. 48 minutes after the hour.
Okay.
Just scroll up a little bit.
I have plenty to still look at, and I'm still, because I don't agree with your guys' perspective, but I don't mind hearing it out. I like knowing where people come from. I don't have to agree with them in order to want to know where they're coming from.
What's our
That's just
perspective?
how I'm made. But that being said,
what's our perspective, by the way?
that's hard because there's so many different groups of you. If that makes sense, it's hard for me to, but I think I can say you guys don't believe in gravity, most of you.
Now, why would we need to believe in it? What
Okay.
isn't it a scientific theory? Why would we need to believe in something?
Well, I'm not trying to argue with you about it.
I'm not arguing with you. Why would we need to believe in something that it should be scientifically validated? Why would I need to believe that?
Okay.
Is
For
it
me to answer
scientifically
you,
validated? Let's
for
leave
me
this.
to
No.
answer you, I would have to debate you and start pulling out the receipts what you've heard before.
There's no debate.
I want to please sign out really quick, Starfire. You came in here generalizing flat earthers, and now it's nuanced, and there's a whole bunch of different groups that believe a bunch of different things.
Well, I was trying to say
during the chat. That makes no sense, Starfire. You don't even believe your own bullshit. Star Sapphire, whatever your name is.
Oh my God! I don't need to be attacked by you.
You don't believe your own bullshit. Try to come in here and blow smoke up our ass. Now you're
I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass.
You contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
You generalized and said
You're doing this for the views. You're intentionally trying to rile me up, aren't you?
No, what?
I'm
For
not
the
going to fall
views?
for it.
What?
I'm sorry. I tried to
No,
be a
you're
human
caught.
being.
No,
I
you're
won't
caught.
come in.
Oh,
No,
here you go. She
No,
do
you're
get out of
caught.
hand.
all
No,
right,
you're
all
caught.
right.
You're
I
caught.
literally, my moral
Flat
compass
earthers believe a lot of different things or
around what
not.
you think. I don't even know you.
She will
Yeah,
cry.
Allison, you do know
Does
me.
your moral compass point to gravity?
You're joking.
Don't.
Yeah,
Well,
Seth,
have a nice
you
day. I
flat
can
earthers
see why they
believe a
felt
lot of
about you
different
guys.
things.
I like you guys are being antagonistic towards me,
Keep
and I
it,
can.
you answer my
Oh,
question.
God. Oh, no,
Start.
she didn't.
Do flat earthers believe a lot of different things? Yes or no?
All right. Well, I'm going to leave because this has become antagonistic,
Do
and I was
flat
just.
earthers believe a lot of different things? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
From my perspective, some of you guys believe in some kind of goo in the
Okay,
sky. Other
fine.
ones believe in
Then
an
why did
ice
you?
dome.
Then
Some
why
believe
did you?
that you're going up
Then,
really high, really fast. Some believe that the Earth is standing still. Some believe it's concave. Others believe it's convex. There's a lot of stuff, and yes, I've been looking into it, and yes, I am new to it, and no, I don't understand it all.
Great. So you
Okay.
shouldn't have no problem with looking at the
Many of you guys don't believe
$125.
you can measure the Earth by looking up at the stars. I'm
You know
looking
what?
into what
You know what?
believe,
For
but at the
somebody
same
that
fucking
just
time-
believes in shit, for somebody that just believes in shit and just started out, you're doing most of the talking. What is wrong
Okay.
with that?
Well, you asked me what you. I
that
thought
wasn't.
you
You
guys
missed the
believed.
point. You missed the point. You totally missed the point I was making.
The point.
The point
I am missing the point.
is that when you came in, you
You're
tried to make out.
antagonizing me, and I just got here, so no.
No, are you going to stop talking and let me speak so I can hammer the point?
Sorry, I tried to treat you as
Look
human
at her.
beings.
She's spiraling right now. Bye.
Dude, she got caught, dude. All flat earth is this, and then all flat earth is that, and then when you ask her a specific question, well, now you guys believe a bunch of different things. But when we came in, we didn't. Everybody believed the same thing, and then fucking all of a sudden that changed during the chat.
Hey, let's get some facts straight here. Okay, she's not new. She's been around for like a year.
Yeah, she ain't no.
It's not really that new, and she's been doing the same moralizing stick the entire time we've all known her.
I'll tell you what. Why would you post those waffles in here right now? Why would you do that?
Exactly. Because she was waffling, so I had to pour some sugar on it.
It's not sugar. That's syrup and butter, and it looks damn fine to me.
I know, I'm hungry too now. I kind of regret it.
Fuck, man.
What a
gotta
double
give her-
standard. What a double
gotta give her
standard.
some credit.
She's a typical Glover with a
Syrup.
double
Look,
standard.
Look how the syrup's pouring, Sonny. That shit's hot. Right? Because that ain't, what is that? Fucking syrup doused with water or some shit?
What the?
Pure, that better be pure. That better be pure Vermont maple syrup, bro. $50 a gallon, bro.
Send that bitch to Canada. Get some real maple syrup.
Well, you guys stopped her right in her tracks. She said, my whole, and then everyone over talked her. I was into it.
We all know you want to be into the whole.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be into it.
You should do an interview with Duffy.
Why?
Why, so they can figure out how to heal the flat Earth community from all our ailments.
Oh boy. That's going to be the line. That's going to be the line because that's going to be, posted everywhere. It is because Buckwood Hanoi Jaron and Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball out there and Lisbeth. They don't even know her name. They call her Lisbeth. Her name's fucking Lisbeth. You spent 4 days with her. That everyone from the outside looking in is like saying, oh, flat Earth is dead because of the morons, right? What the fuck is going on?
Well, I believe I believe. Well, at least you, QE, have been calling this out for a while, but definitely seems to me that the 24-hour sun thing separates the tares from the wheat. Like, finalizes it.
You think I've been pointing this out for a while? Like fucking 5 years?
You have.
Yeah.
I said that.
Yeah, no one's fucking now. All of a sudden, Jaron and Whitsett are compromised. What? Where were you 5 and 7 fucking years ago when I was telling you the same thing? What the fuck? Now? It's now? Really?
Yeah,
Can I
it
collectively say,
definitely.
fuck you? Yeah.
That's kind of what he's saying back to everybody, right? With the whole 24-hour trip thing.
No. What? So what should I say? After
I'm agreeing with you.
After I've been demonstrating this to everyone for so many years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, right? So what do you think I should say to everyone? What do you think I should say?
Get in line behind your sister.
Just like Indio said, I'm not the sharpest tool in the box, but I definitely held to your side on it. But there was always, because Jaron got me into it with his clear back in the way back in the day.
Sure.
Right. So he had this little credibility spot, I guess. you would
Little
say, for me.
allegiance problem.
Yeah. I would agree. Absolutely.
It definitely
but this
was it.
absolutely.
When Jerry started calling people scammers, that was it for me.
But this absolutely separates the tares from the wheat, in my opinion.
So when everyone says, "Well, Jaron, we just found out," and they're telling it to me, what do you think I should say?
I think you should just keep doing what you're doing.
All right. Duh. Not
How could you have just figured out Jaron is full of shit? How could you have just figured that out?
Yeah, 2017. I told
you just
everyone.
figured
Yeah. So
Well,
you
I'm
say-
not as active as everybody, so
So what you're saying, I should just
I used to
blow
be.
that off and not send ICBMs in everyone's direction?
Look, just watch one of Jaron's streams. You can see he's a fucking numpty. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out he's a dumbass.
Dude,
Nobody has to call him a shill or anything like that. He's just plain
Indio called me
Dumbass,
out, man.
yeah, you can
I'm
say
not
that,
the
though.
sharpest tool in the box, so I'm telling you, for me, this is it. And I'm starting to see he might be doing the exact thing he's been claiming everybody or the Globe Earthers did to begin with.
Look, all you have to do is go watch Jaronism. Just go watch Jaronism debate Aaron Ra. And right there, that is all you have to see.
Oh, God.
No, please.
Rare and blah.
Rare and
I've been on
my
Q's
name,
side the whole time. It's just this does it for me. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, Aaron had the weakest arguments I've ever heard. Ever.
You ever heard Whitsitt?
And he kicked Jaron's
The
ass. Like,
argument?
how is that even possible?
You ever heard Whitsitt's arguments?
They can't be worse than Aaron Ra.
Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are.
Hold on, Quantum. Hold on. I take umbrage. With that. Can you name an argument that he actually has? That's actually his argument.
Who?
Yeah.
Rarin or Ping Pong Golf Ball?
What's it? Like all his dumb arguments, are they actually his arguments?
No.
Yeah, they're actually other people's.
They're just memes, right? Memetics.
Yeah, I don't know about Whitsitt. That guy's
Like I can wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Light travels or light the speed of light, but it doesn't travel. Whatever. I don't know.
Light is already there. You don't see the light. You just see the rate of illumination. Like these are literally quotes that verbatim from Ken Wheeler's book.
But I remember.
Holy fuck! No way.
I remember.
Imagine your citation is Ken Wheeler. Jesus Christ!
Have to be something, not nothing. There's no such
Yeah, well,
thing.
dude,
as
we used to
nothing,
have
nothing
we
exists.
used to have a guy that hung around that used to quote unquote get involved in the debate or whatever. And one day I asked him, dude, are you just straight up reading straight out of a book when you're answering questions? He's like, yeah, so? And it was Ken Wheeler's book.
That was Die Slow or Die Slow.
Yeah.
Die Slow, yeah.
So Aaron Ra's argument was the same argument that Alex Jones used. So that's the category that he's in, Alex Jones.
Yeah.
He said, I looked through a telescope and saw the moons of Jupiter, therefore the Earth isn't flat. That was his argument. Alex Jones was drunk at least when he did it with his dad. But I mean, That was Jeranism couldn't defeat that. Like, how can you not defeat that, dude? That's crazy.
You reminded me of my favorite Glober argument of all time. My absolute favorite. This is what it was. Is when I was with my dad in the backyard, we saw the American flag on the moon. Therefore, the moon landing was real. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
No, that's not.
Christ almighty.
That's just my. Hey, listen. That's my favorite. So I can't be wrong about what my favorite is. All right.
Well, no, you can't be. Fair point.
You guys don't get me wrong, man. And I hate sounding like a brown noser too, but QE is the motherfucking king here, and that's all there is to it. But the thing I was saying,
he is not. He's General Patton.
You got, yeah, he is.
Well, at least now we know. Now we know who the suck up is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we all think you're brown.
Oh.
I don't know. He just seems to be the one that,
what
proved everything. The elevation angles.
Oh shit.
There's just so much that he's brought to the table that. The Black Swan.
No, don't give everyone short dick syndrome, James. Just leave it there.
I'm just saying, like, you got. I don't know, man. I've been around for a long time. I'm not the sharpest tool in the box, Indio. You call me out, whatever.
No, what I said is I don't agree with a lot of the shit you say. Though I did agree with that. I mean, you're like you're outside your wheelhouse. I'll put it nicely.
Not
like
now.
This is your expertise. This subject.
Not
I'm
now.
just saying, man. Where
James been out here since I've been out here.
Yeah, it's been a. Huey has done the whole. Everybody's argument comes from him, no matter what the topic
Not
is.
everyone's. Nah, that's a little crazy.
Just about.
Nah,
I would say
not
90%.
everyone's argument, but okay, James. Thanks, man. I'll send you 25 tomorrow.
I'll just send it right back in super chats.
Super chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Super chat.
Super paterfamilias.
Hello?
No, but it's crazy because Jaron a long time ago did a video on this 24-hour sun being faked, where the shadow kept glitching in the video and shit. And it would just be odd, be very weird that he goes and does the same thing. Because, I mean, I'm not taking sides on whether they really went there or not. I mean, if they did, just show a plane ticket. That's all you get. With your name on it.
Here you go, James. Here you go, James. James, you ever heard of Curious Life?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter if they win or not because the 24-hour sun has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. My point is, it would be weird if he did exactly what he's been calling out for years and faked it.
What the heck was hilarious?
Elijah, you're hot micing?
No, my mic sounds like it's hot mic.
All right. Hey, fine. Hey, you're fine, folks. I got to go, man. So have a good one.
Peace.
See you tomorrow live. We're going to do Hanoi Jaron. I don't believe in proof, and you can prove it to yourself. Tomorrow, part 2, 1 p.m. U.S. Central.
You can't go yet. Sorry, you're not allowed to go yet.
Why the hell not?
Give us a
you didn't see my bike yet.
Give us a
I saw your fucking yellow jacket bike. You damn pogue. You damn pogue. I seen it before. Anything else?
Still pulling strings on the bow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be pulling those strings coming up here in about 3 weeks, unless it's 5 degrees below zero. Sonny, what the hell is your problem, dude?
Right. I guess we'll let you go.
All right. Thanks, man. We'll catch you on the flip side. See you guys tomorrow. Out.
Thanks for your time, man.
Yeah, don't hurt any of your friends on the way out the door.
What a double standard that shit was.
Oh, man, that was laughy. Anyway, so for James Rich's benefit, if you've never heard of Curious Life of a Flat Earther, he had a whole bunch of videos way before some people that were talking about arguments that they're just now talking about. Like, there's all kinds of people way back in the day that had arguments, right, dude?
It's possible, but I don't know that name. Maybe he went by a different name in the very beginning, but if
Yeah, he
he's
was
always-
doing all the kind of stuff like Life is Short was doing that Nathan did like 5 years later. Things like Angular
Oh, really?
Resolution, the Horizon, all these types of things, perspective, all this
never
stuff.
heard
It
of
was already all out there, dude.
Not by that name, no. I'll be honest, I did not hear
In
it.
fact, some of that stuff, because I was into that guy stuff, I brought over to the Nathan show in the Hangouts days. Back
Did you
when we
say
used to have it's like
Curious by
James
Life?
Johnson and all that.
What was the name? Curious by Life? Is that what you said?
No, Curious Life of a Flat Earther.
Oh, Curious Life of a Flat
His
Earth.
original
Wow.
channel, his original channel is gone, but a lot of people have mirrored his stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, his stuff was legendary back then.
So I couldn't even check it out because it's gone, huh? Is that what you mean by that?
No, you just gotta find the mirrored stuff. We got it somewhere on 24/7, somewhere on there.
And he still has that same name? Is he still around?
I don't know. His channel's gone, so I don't know where he went after that.
Oh, so he never like came into the community and talked clear back.
No, he
when it
just
was,
made a
like,
bunch of videos. He just made a bunch of
Google
videos.
Hangouts. Was you guys around during the Google Hangouts? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
did
I
videos
just
with
told
it?
you like,
Okay.
yeah, I just told you like 30 seconds ago.
Well, I was under the impression when you said that he was also came in and like to the Google Hangouts.
Oh, what I said was I watched his content, and then I brought some of those concepts to the shows, like Nathan's show on the Google Hangouts. That's what I was saying.
Okay. No, I'll be honest. I didn't hear it. I haven't caught everything.
Now, some of that reason, it might have been because of the algorithms on YouTube gave me those things in the early
Right.
days, because I also had a lot of art background and optics stuff that I was researching at the time, because that's also what I'm interested in.
Like
So-
without even dealing with flat Earth, just optics.
Yeah, so like
Yeah, that's cool.
what happened was I was studying like 3 different veins of research that kind of had cross currents of certain things that ended up resulting in the algorithm giving me a flat Earth video one day that had to do with optics and the nature of how we see the world. Okay, and after I watched that, it really resonated with me because of my art background and graphics background and other stuff that I'm into. And so I was like, oh, wow. And then I took out my software and I started graphing some things and drawing some things. And I'm like, dang, this guy's right. And then that was the beginning of me looking into flat Earth.
I would definitely love to see him for sure, or whatever he presented. I'd love to see the videos, especially if it goes back that far. You said they was here. I can find him here somewhere, or on the.
Yeah, I'll probably look for him again because I need to save them because they were so good.
If it goes back that far, they're definitely worth saving, man. That's
He was one of the first guys that talked about angular resolution being the reason why you lose the bottoms of things in the distance.
yeah. That just always
Even losing
In the very
things in
beginning.
the sky relative to your position.
That's one of my main arguments from the very beginning. I used the chessboard even way back. Well, of course, things are going to disappear bottom up. They're on the ground. Or
And now, dude, now we got even greater. Yeah, now we got even greater advancements in that chessboard concept, which is if you have a chessboard and you turn it to an acute angle, right, and the boards disappear, but then you move accordingly, and you see the parallax in the different squares, you can actually measure the distance that the amount of physical distance that's in that acute angle.
All right.
Supposedly, Jay Tolan did it with a machine vision algorithm from his high altitude images. You know, Jay Tolan, he does those high altitude infrared.
Yeah.
So he
Those are
applied that parallaxical stereography or stereoscopy or whatever they call it to that, and he got some very, very interesting results.
Yeah, I think he claimed
thousands upon thousands of miles of flatness.
Thousands upon thousands, because I know I seen a video he claimed 1,000 miles, and he kind of broke it down in the video.
Yes, but listen, those are just what he's cueing in visually. I'm talking about when he applies the parallax machine vision algorithm, which uses parallax
right
to determine the distances to what's between you and the horizon.
Yeah, he's got that accent.
Yep.
Wow.
Now, for Indio's benefit, that thing about going to the horizon has a lot to do with that one video you posted about the quaternions. The parallels between those two videos are uncanny.
I think I might be a little dumb on the acute angle thing with the chessboard. What do you mean by that? Like, I'm trying to visualize it in my head.
Okay, if you have a chessboard that's 18 inches by 18 inches, and you're looking at it perpendicular to your line of sight, you're going to see the entire board, correct?
Yes.
All the squares perfectly resolved. And as you start to rotate it, the same 18 inches is going to be in less of an angle, right? And the more you rotate it, the same 18 inches is less of an angle and less of an angle.
Right. Okay.
But the foreground, the board that's closest to you, is going to take up a larger angle than the portion of the board that's furthest from you.
Right. Yeah.
So the more and more you go down, the further squares very rapidly fall below the critical angle to where they can't be resolved, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's
Okay, I got a diagram. We're going to chat.
I mean, you could even do that. Like, you could utilize that as representation of the horizon when you can no longer resolve the squares. That's pretty much how the horizon works. The higher you go up in elevation, the more squares you reveal. I mean, it's different than your acute angle, but to me, it's just that's been my argument from day one. Why things disappear bottom up. If you put telephone poles on the chessboard, they're going to appear to go down as they go down the chessboard. I mean that.
Yeah, and once the angles of propagation fall below the angles of reception that are available within your angular resolution, you won't be able to see that portion of the object. Correct.
Right. Correct.
Yeah. So how hard was that to explain?
No, I use more. Yeah, when you say resolution, I just say angle of sight, but I guess that would be the same thing. But yeah, I would agree.
I mean, the only way for this to be otherwise is if you have infinite resolution, which you don't. No optic has infinite resolution. I mean, that's just...
No, because the angle's going to get in the way.
Yeah, plus the light interferes with itself at a certain angle anyway. So the light itself is going to...
Yeah. There's so many variables.
No, guess who was the first flat earther to mention that the wavelengths of light will interfere with themselves below the critical angle, to which you cannot have a greater resolvability. Guess who was that?
Either Curious or you.
Was it me?
No, it was Curious. Well, you know what? You might have done it concurrently, but the first one I was aware of was Curious Life.
Yeah, I brought it up before because the limit is actually spatial. Because you have to say you have 550 nanometer waves, that means the peaks of the waves are 550 nanometers apart, right? if the angle is smaller than whatever that would be, like on after, like it'll come in your eye, so it's off in the distance, right? And then it'll come in your eye, and that will subtend a certain angle. If the resulting angle that's projected onto your eye is smaller than that spacing, you can't see it because it interferes with it. So it's impossible. It's literally impossible. It's not even like it's not like a theoretical limit. It's like it's literally physically too small to ever work. It's not possible. You can't form an image.
Yeah, it's beyond the ability of light to have a resultant differential from which you can gain any information.
Yeah, you can't differentiate any photons from any other photons, or if you want to call them rays or waves or whatever. They become undifferentiated. It's just a smear. There's nothing there to see. Because you got to remember what seeing is, right? We're differentiating brightness, contrast, color, right? So there's a whole bunch of different features we're trying to differentiate. So you can say, yes, this building is not a part of that ground, and this ground is not a part of that tree. Right? They're all separate things. Why? Because this is brighter than that, and that's got a different color than that. And but if you can't see the differences of these characteristics, it's just a blur.
Well, tell me.
The other problem, James, I want to go on. The other problem is that Globers don't seem to understand this because they imagine where they see things going off into the distance. They seem to have a linear rate, and so they assume linear perspective, which, by the way, is an artist tool, not reality. Even though it appears to be linear perspective, it's actually not truly linear because the angular loss rate is actually hyperbolic. So as it approaches the critical angle, it starts to take off faster and faster and faster, and then it just blinks out instantaneously. You can watch MIT lectures where they'll show you how these things happen, and you'll see when they chart it that it's like a hyperbolic function. If I remember correctly, it might even be exponential and hyperbolic simultaneously, which means it approaches the critical angle, it appears to be linear, and then immediately it just takes off.
Yeah, I guess I got a little lost there at the end. I'm gonna lie.
Think of a pair of scissors.
Well, before you go on with that, I'm going to try to help James. James, so that you see an object, it shrinks, and so rationally you'll think, well, I'm just going to see it shrink at that same rate until it just finally disappears into a dot. But that's not true. It blinks out of existence long before it comes into a dot when it's approaching.
Oh yeah. I'll agree with that. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to include atmosphere with that. But if you take out atmosphere,
so James, this is a good analogy, right? So say you got a pair. James, say you got a pair of scissors, and right where the scissors touch each other, right, that gap. As you close the scissors, that gap spacing, like how far it climbs up to the tip, that increases in speed as the scissors get closer and closer to closing, right?
Right.
So this is how it is because you got to think of, instead of being a scissor blade, it's the peak of a wave, right? So as these two things get closer and closer together, they're like scissors that are coming together. So they come together very rapidly at the end, like instantaneously, as AI was saying. They just snap together.
Yeah. It's when he said that as things get further and further away, they shrink, but I think it goes without saying, but I also think it's important to say that.
Yeah, but when they hit the limit, when they approach the limit of what you can see, they don't just like shrink linearly anymore. They rapidly just disappear.
Right.
Every time unresolvable, they're still there. You just can't see it.
Yeah, but it happens symmetrically with the object. So
show me in a diagram. Oh, you want me to show me in a diagram something too small to resolve? How the fuck am I supposed to do that?
I didn't say that. Did somebody else say that?
I've had Globers do that. They show them a diagram of how. Show me an angle I can't see. I can't show you an angle you can't see. You won't be able to see it.
Well, I mean, I even argued on their behalf, and I took out all variables such as gas, the shit we look through, the medium that we're in, like gas. If you take out all the variables and just use a normal chessboard, you're still gonna, optics wise, the things that you see through. That's all optics are based for the eyeball, because if you can't see through it, it's not an optic. But even then, if you take out all variables, the squares are going to start to disappear the further they get away from you, and it's the angle. It's only the angle that's doing that. Right?
That might be you made me think of some interesting experimentation that probably anyone might be able to do, is actually do tests inside of a vacuum chamber without any gas, and then compare it to tests controlled the same way, but with air in it, right? So nobody here knows what the world looks like in a vacuum. Nobody. I don't. You don't. Exactly. But when we say X should happen or Y should happen, you should see this or you should see that. That's based upon a geometric claim, which is a vacuum, right? Which there's no air in. When we start making diagrams of rays, like the light's doing this and the light's doing that, that assumes a vacuum. But that's not how we see the world.
No, yeah. Well, as you look through optics, the main thing that starts to interfere with them is the gas, the medium that you're in. You could do it in water. You can do it in air. There's as many mediums you can do it in. The medium you're in will affect it more or less depending on the medium. But my claim was from the beginning, you could take away all those variables, just nothing. So you could see whatever you're looking through, you could still see. It's clear, right? And the chessboard is still going to have the same effect. You're going to get to the point where you can't see any more squares. You could call that the horizon. And as you rise in elevation, more and more squares will be revealed. They didn't go over a curve. It's just your angle of sight to the squares. That's
yeah.
just...
Yeah. The thing is, we all intuitively already know this. It's like to argue against this, to me, has always been, even from the beginning, like way back in 2017, people arguing against this. It's like, dude, you're sitting in front of a screen right now. Why aren't you looking at it from the side? Because you wouldn't be able to read the text, right? You wouldn't be able to see it. Why? Right. Because your angle to the screen would be too small for you to resolve the text. So instead, you sit in front of it at a 90-degree angle, so that, like, you could literally look up LCD TVs. They have viewing angles. Like, if you go outside this viewing angle by this much, you won't be able to see the screen anymore. Like
that's actually a better, for the youth in the technological age we live in. For the youth, that's probably a better example than the chessboard.
They actually don't understand it.
They can understand the screen and what it looks like from the side.
It literally takes them like 15 minutes of explaining to them to even understand what you're talking about, because it's so intuitive. It's too simple for them. It's like it's oversimplified.
That's a good punishment, though. So when your kids are misbehaving, you just say, "Okay, I'll just turn the screen to 70 degrees."
Yeah, you gotta look at the screen. There's a 0.02 degree angle. Let's see if you can see anything.
Yeah, so when they're about to win a match on Fortnite, you'd be like, "Oh, here, I'll just turn the screen. You could still play, right?"
Is that 70 degrees to horizontal or just vertical?
No. So 90 degrees would be if you're dead in front of the screen with your eye level at the center. But if you turned it 100, if you turned it 90 degrees, you'd be looking at it from the side. So I'm talking about 89.98 degrees rotation. Right, you wouldn't be able to see any of the screen, no matter what, because it's beyond the resolving power of the eye. There's a minimum angle we can see. Period.
Yeah, that's all the angle of sight. That's perspective.
You can draw a line like from your eye to a surface, right? And if that angle, if that surface, say it's flat, if that intersection angle if you took the angle, like where my line of sight intersects that plane, if that angle is greater or smaller than the resolving power of the eye, then to you, what it'll look like is that you're looking at it parallel. You won't be able to see the screen at all, even though technically you do have an angle to see it, but you won't be able to see it because you can't resolve that angle.
Yeah.
To you, it'll look like you can just see, you'll just see the edge of the screen, and that's it.
Well, no, you'll get to a point. You'll see it disappear. Is his point? You'll see things go from where you can see them, contextualize them in your brain or whatever, and then as the screen keeps turning, you won't be able to.
I don't know why I ever haven't thought of making a video of this already. Shit, dude. I mean, you already did this. I should have made a video of me like rotating my screen until you can't see the screen anymore.
We're saying the exact same thing, but I've been saying it from day one. Like, it's the unsharpened tool in the box. That's been what I've said from day one. I always use the chessboard.
And the thing is, it's in my video that I did, Optics on a Flat Earth. The thing is, you think, like, kind of like intuitively, people go, well, if the angle to 3 miles away is 0.02, if I include more of the surface of the Earth, right, from 3 miles away out to 1,000 miles away, surely the angle between that 3 miles and 1,000 miles is greater than 0.02. Nope, it ain't. Smaller. That's the thing. Once you reach the limit, all of the surface area, no matter how far it goes, it can go to infinity. Okay, it doesn't matter how far it goes, because angles and the distances we use, like what I call absolute distances, they're not equivalent. People think this, right? That I see. Look, why can't I see 100-foot tower? The tower is 100 feet, or you can't compare that boat to a 50-foot boat. The absolute sizes of objects don't mean anything. The only thing that matters is the visual angle that you see it, the subtended visual angle. You look out at something, you see, hey, there's the sun. It's 0.5 degrees. It don't look 800,000 miles across. You can't see 800,000 miles across. You can't see 50 miles across. You don't see 5 feet across. It doesn't matter. We don't see in feet and inches. We don't see in miles. We don't see. Those are not the units we see in, right? So they try to make this equivalence that, oh, it's 1,000 miles, so I should be able to see it. Like, no, dude, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's sunny here, it's rainy there, it's snowing there, and you're gonna see through all that.
Well, like, oh, why can't I see Europe from North America? Europe's huge. Well, first of all, Europe's huge, but from your point of view, horizontally it's huge. But vertically, it's not huge. Right? Visually not huge. If I was 3,000 miles away trying to look at the tallest mountain in Europe, visually, it would be a fucking molecule, right? It would be infinitesimal from 3,000 miles away. Now, the land itself, even though it's huge horizontally, I wouldn't be able to differentiate it from the horizon, from the water horizon. So, like, it's like these are just dumb arguments that I'm bringing up that I've heard over time, right? These just, I shouldn't call them dumb, but it's like, to me, when I hear like when people make these arguments, I go, this person didn't really think about their argument before they talked. They just was like, oh, I got to throw something out there to disprove flat Earth, so I'm going to just say any old nonsense.
But we see how we see, regardless of the shape of the Earth. We see how we see. That's you know what I mean. It's like, why would they even say, well, if the Earth was flat, why can't we see to China? No, if the Earth is flat, you'll see how you see. Just like you see right now.
Yeah,
That's how you'll see.
I understand. I agree 100%. And like,
I don't get how they don't see that.
They think that they should see like a normie glober that enters this topic the way they've been presented, right? A space disc. Like, why can't I see the ice wall? Had someone say it today on X. I should be able to get in a plane and see the edge of the earth and the ice wall. Had someone say that today.
Well,
Now,
they're
do you know how
claiming that
stupid
the
that
ice
is?
wall. The reason is because they think the ice wall circles the Earth, but you can most
Yeah, but
assuredly there is
the
an ice
idea
wall.
that you can
There's
see
many of
fucking
them.
10,000 miles away, dude, is retarded.
Yes, it is. Yes, but the whole claim of the
And that would
I don't
be
know.
with a vacuum, right? They think the horizon on a flat Earth would be the edge. That's what they
Oh,
think.
they think
The
if
edge
the
of
Earth
the
is flat,
they
their
think the
vision would
horizon
change.
would be the edge of the disc. That's what they think. I shit you not.
They think if the Earth is flat, their vision would instantly change. But how they see right now is how they see on the Earth. That's not going to change. And we know the Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. But so it's not has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with the argument. How you see on the Earth is how you see on the Earth. What you see, everything. The trees, the bird, the sun, the sky, the stars, whatever. How you see on the Earth is how you see. Has nothing to do with shape. I mean, it does in a sense. You're at a like on water. You know that it's level. So now you can use
The
a
best way to
reference.
say it. The best way to say it is
Now you can
at sea
use a
level.
reference.
The best
That's
way.
why you see the way you see, because it is flat.
Yeah, the best way to say it is that you resolve the surface at sea level flat against the sky. That's the best way to say it.
Yeah, at the horizon. I mean, if you ever been to the beach and looked at the horizon, that is the flattest you've ever seen the Earth, right there.
Well, you resolve the ground first. So that's why I say the best way to say it is that at sea level, you resolve the surface flat against the sky.
I mean, if you want to get like super technical, how we actually see stuff, we only like your eyes will focus on something only for like a millisecond. Our eyes actually jump around when we look at things. So if you say, "Hey, I'm going to look at the horizon," what your eye will physically do is you'll focus on a point on the horizon, and then you have this thing that's called a saccadic. There's a name for it, but your eye will actually shift off of it and move back and shift off and move back and shift off and move back. It never stays like actually to you. It seems to your perception that you're focused on one spot, but it's actually bouncing around. It would be like, so what would happen is your eye would look at the water, look at the air, look at the water, look at the air, look at the water, look at the air, look at the water, and it will construct an image, right? And say, this is water, this is air. What's separating them is the horizon. Now, if you're trying to like, I want to see, how far does the horizon go because that's the edge of the Earth or flat Earth or whatever. As you focus on that, where it appears to be, it's going to be where you can differentiate the limit of where you can differentiate the water from the sky. But we know already that you can only see the water for so far, the water's surface, because eventually your angle to the surface is too shallow. It's at that point where you're not going to be able to, where your ability to differentiate stops, because we're just differentiating one thing from the other. And the thing about the horizon, people don't. Hold on, this is very important. It's a very important point. If people don't, people in this chat fine, but they don't get that blue. The color blue is so we can see a bunch of colors, and we have rods and cones. And the colors that we can see the most variations of color is red. Blue is the worst. So if you had a billion shades of blue, you'd only be able to see a small amount of them. But if you have a billion shades of red, you'd be able to see more different colors. So when we look at the ocean, what is that? Blue sky, blue water. So we're trying to figure out what the difference is, right? We're looking at a blue sky and blue water, and we might say, hey, there's the horizon. But most likely, that's not actually the horizon. That's just where you can't differentiate the colors beyond that spot.
Well, a lot of them will like I mean, I don't want to change the subject,
Because
but a lot of them.
this is how I know, James. But what I was going to tell you, this is how I know. I can take pictures of the horizon. Right? I can put them in a negative color filter that turns all the blues to red, and the horizon looks like it's in a different spot.
No, there's something about the color red, even with other animals. And I shouldn't say other animals because humans aren't animals. We act like it sometimes, but we're not. We're the ones that define animals. But I'll digress from that. What a lot of the problem is when they, you hear it all the time. When they come in, they'll say, "Is the Earth flat?" And then, what about the mountains? What about? And then you'll have to say, "Yeah, there are hills and valleys and all this other stuff." I think the best way, whenever that happens, is to just tell them to fucking pour dirt, rocks on their fucking table, right? Make mountains, make hills, make valleys. It's still on a horizontal plane of reference. It's still flat. You can have all this shit and still be flat. The foundation that it's sitting on is flat. Right?
Certainly.
Like that would be the best way for them to visualize how that could happen.
But I mean, I mean, let's keep it real though. Sometimes no amount of like, because Glover's always like, explain this, explain that. Sometimes no amount of explanations are ever going to do anything for these people.
And sometimes the minor ones do it for one or two people, So you got to look out for the two people. You're not looking for a handful of them, just looking for the one or two. Almost like
I've got a question for you, India.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, what's up?
I'll probably asked before, but okay. So the critical angle, is that reducing? Like, is that a limit of distance as well as like resolvability, or are you still seeing the same distance once you go up higher? It's just that you can make more sense of what you could see before.
So when you go up higher, right? If you drew so if I was like 6 feet and then 12 feet, and I drew like a line to a flat surface, right, from my line of sight, the angle would be increased, right? So where the horizon would appear to be would be further away.
Yeah, it's kind of
So
like
say from 6 feet, the angle to the surface is 0.02 degrees at 3 miles. If I go up 12 feet, at 3 miles away, it isn't going to be 0.02. It's going to be a number greater than that, right? It isn't going to reach 0.02 until it's much further away. But there's a caveat. Obviously, in reality, it's not a purely mathematical fucking thing, right? The mathematical part is a generalization. Huh?
Like, couldn't you technically like draw a straight line that extends out like 1,000 miles and then touches the surface? From any height?
You could, but then like if you measure that angle of intersection, like what would that be? It would be so fucking small.
Right. Okay.
Because you're a triangle, right? But you're basically making a right-handed triangle. There's the guy. There's the hypotenuse, which is his line of sight, and then there's the base, which is the ground. So the angle that's the opposite of the guy, that's the angle of intersection. Right? Yeah, so vertex A is the head, the feet is B, and C is way off in the distance 1,000 miles. And you draw a line from the eye to the 1,000 mile away, back to the feet, right? So that's a right angle triangle. And then you can measure the angle.
Limitations on the optics, it can't make any sense of that distance, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that angle, your line of intersection would be like that line would be almost parallel to the ground. You got to think about that. It would be nearly parallel. If you draw the lines together, like if you went in GeoGebra, right, and drew this up like a 6-foot person, and then you freaking drew a right-handed triangle where the fucking hypotenuse or the base was 1,000 miles away, and you measured that angle, it would be like in the freaking 9th decimal point or something. It would be fucking small.
Yeah,
if you actually looked at it in GeoGebra, it would actually look like one line. It wouldn't even look like two separate lines.
Are our eyes struggling to try and make sense of that sort of thing? Like, but it just can't, or is no? I don't know what I'm saying. Don't worry.
Can I try to explain what you're saying?
Hold on. Yeah.
In simple
I'll get
terms?
I'll get it done.
Okay. So a lot of Globers will claim they see the boat disappear from the bottom up, and it's because it's going over a curve. But if you could just, right when that boat starts to disappear bottom up, if you could just raise an elevation 100 feet, let's say it's 200 feet, raise an elevation 200 feet, you bring the boat back into view, and everything's still flat. What's in front of it's still flat. You never see the curve that it went behind, right? So as you lower back down and that boat disappears again, that's just optics. It's not a curve. Like, is that in layman's terms? Is that what you're saying, Indio? Simple terms?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. So
Yeah, that's an angle site, right?
T-Dub, look at the diagram in the chat.
This was just a lighthearted ARG. Those thought to be puppeteered by the devil.
You see that?
That was up until Facebook page started posting very
Still here?
Because that's what happens.
video titled
Yeah, I'll take a look.
a few shots that were left in separate.
Okay, so if you look at the angle beta there, right? On the ground, like that little, like the line of sight in the ground, that angle that's in between those, if it's smaller than the critical angle, then the surface is invisible beyond that point.
Yes.
Now,
yes,
if this point was 1,000 miles away, right? Think about how small that fucking angle would be. It would be almost parallel.
Yeah, but if you raise the elevation, you increase the angle, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if you took this little frickin' stick figure dude that my abortion of a drawing that I did in paint, if you pick this guy up, right, that angle is going to increase. It's going to go from 0.02 to some greater angle. So so that the angle of intersection to reach 0.20 degrees, you have to move that line of sight down the flat surface farther.
Yeah, but
like I said, the caveat is it's not purely geometric because of the air. We know that because we've seen it. Plenty of videos of the horizon moving around. So
I can picture what you're saying, and it makes sense. But I would flip it. I'd have the horizontal line at the feet, and then the angle line, because the horizontal line's underneath your feet, and then the angle from your eyes, as you go further out, that reduces. The angle reduces the further out you go. It's like when you look at your floor in the garage, and to see the end of the floor, you got to tilt your head up, like you're looking at your toes, right? To see the end of it, you got to look up. That's increasing the angle. I think you need to flip it. The horizontal line should be at his feet.
I mean, this is all academic, but quite honestly, this is just an academic exercise, like a fucking math problem. Because in reality,
I could be
wrong. None of this shit is actually true in reality. None of this geometry is actually true.
Yeah.
Because I can go out tomorrow, go to the sea, look at where the horizon is, go out the next day, and it'll be in a different place. And it might even be in a different place. I've seen it move in the same day. So it doesn't even, the horizon is completely optical, has nothing to fucking, the geometric part is like, I would say, I wouldn't even, kind of a rule of thumb, but not really. Because there's so many, there's a lot of different factors, man. But the one thing I have noticed about every, ships over the horizon video, I challenge everybody else. Anytime the Glober shows you a ship over the horizon video, look at the water. Look at the water and what it's doing. What are the wave heights? Does it look like it's in motion? Every time I've ever seen one, it looks like the water is flowing like a river, and you have about I would call it a medium wave height. It's not super high waves, but they're not low. It's just something I've noticed over time, and like in every single video. I've never seen a ship over the horizon on calm water, ever.
Yeah, well, every time I've been to the beach, look out at the horizon, I could see the waves coming into the shore, but at the horizon, it's flat. There, you can't see no waves. It's just flat, 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 flat.
Oh, there's waves there. Believe me, you just can't see
There's
them.
waves there. That's what I'm saying. There's waves there, but that shit is flat as flat can be. Like that's the flattest you'll ever see the earth is at the beach, looking out at the horizon. There's definitely waves there. Like you said, you can't see them, but you can definitely see that horizontal. That you can see.
But here's another thing that you can think of is like, say you had you made a scooter or a skateboard with a stick on it, and at the bottom of the stick you put a light, and at the top you put a light, and then you're on a flat surface, and you sent the skateboard off into the distance, and you can see one light above each other. Well, what's going to happen? Those two lights are going to appear to get closer and closer together, right? The top one will go up toward the horizon, the other one will lower toward the horizon. But once it reaches the horizon, right, what you see is the horizon, that light is going to stay at the same level. It's not going to rise anymore, but the top one is going to lower into it.
Yeah, that's another one of my arguments.
And what does that look like? Think about it. What would that look like, right? It would look like something is sinking into the light, right? Sinking into the horizon.
Yes.
And from your mental state, right, to think, oh, that whole thing is sinking. But the thing is, we know it's not because we put a light on the bottom, and that light on the bottom isn't going under the horizon.
Yeah, I use that from day one as well, dude. So I also use the chessboard. Your clothesline. I don't know how old you are. I'm sure you're familiar with the old clothes. Some people have never heard of a clothesline, but a clothesline, if you stretched it super tight across this infinite chessboard, just a visual experiment, and you had hung a light on that line, right? You have a friend walk the light down the line, that light's going to appear to go down, even though it's staying the same distance above the chessboard. No matter what, that's what's going to happen. That's what it's going to look like. No matter what, and once that light gets to the horizon, that's your angle of sight, and it's going to appear to go below it. Well, it's still the same distance above the chessboard.
Yeah, eventually you're not going to be able to differentiate the light from the horizon.
Well, optics work in convergence not just horizontally, but vertically as well. Convergence works vertically, or I shouldn't even say horizontally or vertically. Symmetrically, it converges. Optics converge. All optics, whether it's binoculars, because we have to see through them with our own eyeball. So if you can't see through it, then it's not optics. They're all trying to mimic the human eye. That's what they're there for. Like it's symmetrically. Once things disappear at a distance, they symmetrically shrink in all directions. That object shrinks.
They're supposed to. They're supposed to. I don't know if this is always true, but I mean, not with the air. Geometrically.
You're right, especially on salt flats. Salt flats, you can literally watch almost. They'll start to get squiggly, but you can almost watch a full human body just disappear. It does shrink at the distance, but from that distance, it doesn't get any smaller. It just vanishes.
And then they can walk right back into it, and they just disappear, right? They just disappear like into a mirage or something like that.
Yeah, and then they used walkie-talkies, and they fucking said, "Okay, stop right there. Now take one step forward." And sometimes they took them one more time, take another step forward, and you would see their whole body just out of just going in and out. They did it with a dog. They did it with a human on the salt flats. So it's all dependent on the medium. Salt flats are obviously giving you more refraction, so you can get that. But that my whole point was, if you took all those variables away and you could just see clearly, things will disappear bottom up on a flat plane. Period. Period. No matter what. Because it's the angle of sight that's causing the reduction. The distance symmetrically, the whole object gets smaller and smaller, left to right, top to bottom, diagonally, whatever, however, symmetrically the entire object's shrinking. And because there's ground underneath it, of course that angle's going to get in the way before the top of it. Of course. There's nothing above it. I don't know. I try to use layman's terms instead of math, and just it's easier to me for that. That's how I first got it, was layman's terms. AI brought up the artist earlier, and I would agree that it's not reality, but the one thing they do is they use a horizontal plane of reference in order to get okay, this tree's up close and this tree clear back here is miles away, right? So this you won't even see the top of this tree that's close, but you'll see the entire tree miles away. That's all done from the first thing artists are taught, when I was taught anyways, is to draw a horizontal line, depending on where you could do it at the lower half of the page, middle page, or higher page. That was just the introduction to artistry. After that, you could do it anywhere on the page. As long as you had a horizontal, you could gather perspective. But you can't have perspective without that horizontal point of reference for the viewer. It's not reality, but there are some damn good painters that it is hard to tell, did somebody paint this or is it a photo? And the optics are done off the horizontal. That's how I've always seen it, man. Optics are based off the horizontal plane of reference. Did I run my mouth too long?
Oh, man. James, you want to apologize to Brenda on behalf of the Flat Earth community for the fact that a 24-hour sun doesn't change anything about whether the Earth is flat or not? And we're sorry if it hurt anyone's fifis.
Do I want to apologize? No.
Well, yeah. Okay.
I don't want to apologize. The 24/7 sun just separates the tares from the wheat. That's all that does. That's all it does.
All right, so now's the chance for anyone to speak up. Otherwise, I'm unleashing the Brenda.
Man,
Just
I'll
remember,
talk to Brenda.
silence is acquiescence.
I'll talk to her.
All right.
Unleash
All
the
right, but
beast.
for the love of God, don't be talking straight through each other. Holy crap.
You got it.
Brenda, James would like to apologize to you for being so handsome.
Well, actually, what I said was I think flat earthers should apologize to the world for lying to them.
About what?
Take a guess.
For claiming that our wieners are generally bigger than everyone else's. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you have no clue, right? You no clue.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, spherical Earth, pear-shaped Earth, oblate spheroid. I'd pick and choose. I don't know.
No, I think after the 24-hour sun, flat Earth is done, right?
Really?
And I think then that the people that have been talking about this owe everybody an apology for lying about the shape of the Earth.
Brenda, do you realize that before these clowns went to witness or observe the 24-hour sun, do you realize that that's been in the argument well before then?
Realize that's been in the art. I don't know what that's supposed
The
to mean.
24-hour sun has been brought up numerous times since, I don't know, 15 years working on 20.
Oh, yeah, I know about that. Yeah, you've all said that there can't be.
It's nothing new, Brenda. It's
yeah,
nothing
you've all
new.
said it can't. You said it
That's
can't
not
be
true.
there.
That's not true.
Go ahead.
It is not true that all flat earthers said there can't be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's not true.
The vast majority.
No.
Based on what sample set? Jaron?
Yeah, give an example.
Dave Weiss, Jaron, Oakley, dozens of other people.
Really, dozens. So it went
Yeah,
from 3
yeah.
to dozens pretty quick.
Yeah, I bet
but keep in mind, Oakley advanced his position, but he said he was just basing it on somebody's testimony. So whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, so I bet.
Okay.
If I went back
Hold on,
in
Brenda.
time-
Hold on, Brenda. Let's say that there was a flat earther that said there was no 24-hour sun. Let's just say this for sake of the argument. There was no 24-hour sun. He finds out that he was wrong. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, it's predicted by the flat Earth
how is he? How is he?
No,
lying?
hold on. What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth? Go ahead.
Oh, because the sun can't be simultaneously in front and behind you.
What are the variables?
Bigger sun would help.
What yeah, like what is the sun? What
On
are
the
the
Gleason
variables?
map, on the Gleason map, the sun
The globe projection?
on the Gleason map on December 21st, the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn, right? And that's behind you.
It's a globe map.
That's
a globe
behind
map.
you.
So that's a globe
So the
map.
globe
then.
projection doesn't work. Okay.
The Gleason map has never been a globe map. It's always been claimed by flat earthers.
It's a globe.
It's always been a globe map, regardless of what
I think even you yourself, Brenda, said it was a.
What does he talk about all day? It's not a trick question.
It is a projection. It is a projection from the globe. Nevertheless, flat earthers claimed that this was the shape of the Earth.
Well, too bad for them, and sorry for your globe map.
Bad. Too bad.
Why don't you go talk to them?
Can you give me an example of
I
what
am.
flat earther said that? What flat earther claimed
If I went back in time to a year ago, every one of you,
Oh, you could go talk to them now.
every one of you would say the opposite of what you're saying right now.
Every one of us would say it.
Oh my goodness, that is not true. That is not
So
true.
if you could go back in time,
we could pull up plenty
if
of
you could
videos.
go back in time. Hold on. If you could go back in time, every one of us would have claimed that. But you can't go back in time.
Oh, but we have video.
Okay, so where's the video?
Okay, before we go on, Brenda, James, if you want to take point, eventually you got to yield to some other people too. So you got to intentionally yield and let them talk, and then take it back a little later. Make sense?
Yeah, I was just gonna go like maybe another minute, and that's it.
All right. Go ahead.
I would just would like to say that maybe you didn't hear AI when he said that some of those people have advanced their claims, which means that they had pretty much said that they already debunked the globe projection in the first place. They recognize that it is a globe projection. So you mean they owe you an apology as well? It's not like they went to Antarctica and then they came back and said there's no 24-hour sun when they witnessed a 24-hour sun. That would be lying.
They literally said that a 24-hour sun
Are you
in
listening?
Antarctica would refute flat Earth.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
It's a little bit
I
much.
hear you. I
Yes.
know.
Okay, so some people have advanced that position, right?
Yes.
To what you are hearing right now before they even went to Antarctica. That's why they
No,
didn't go.
I know that there are outliers, like Awake Souls has a very different map.
No, there's
right?
some of the people that you named didn't go. They was claimed to be invited to go, but they have advanced their claim saying that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything or whether or not the Earth is flat. It's inductive reasoning, which means it's affirming the consequence. Hold on. It's affirming the consequence. You can't just say that it's wrong because you're talking about what other people is saying. We're not talking about whether you believe is right or wrong, Brenda. You saying that these people owe an apology and the flat Earth is
Yes,
done. They're
yes.
saying that they're not.
Yes.
Is that you're accusing them of lying, but they're really not lying because they already changed that very claim that you're trying to hold them to.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Number one, it's not affirming the consequence.
It is.
That's not what it.
Yeah, that's great. So Brenda's here. That's great. But Brenda never brings an argument anyway. Just complains about why people can't see the 24-hour sun. What's up, guys?
No.
You guys having a New Year's party already without me? What the hell?
Yeah. I ain't going.
I thought you were in here earlier. I just want to give AI a shout out. I don't know if he's here or not. Is he here?
What up?
Dude, hey, I gotta thank you for all that work you've been putting in the background. It's effective. It's got a lot of people to get eyeballs on the channel. So I got like a pump of maybe 20 or 30 people joining because of that link. I don't know where it went or what video was that you were like showing people, but they were actually all starting to come into the subscribe to the channel. So I just want to give you mad props for that. That's pretty awesome of you, man. You're doing that in the background. That's like I don't know, people aren't mentioning what others do in the background. I've been noticing that you've been putting a lot of work in, doing that, putting links and stuff. Just want to give you a mention on that.
Cool.
So anyway, shout out to Indio. What's up, man? You guys are gonna do something with 24/7. It sounds. I was listening to you guys earlier. Sounds like you guys were gonna prepare to get an influx of people. Something about the server migrated to a giant, room kind of thing, or I don't know what you said. It's on a different server or something.
Oh, no, that was because when you hit 30,000 members, you get migrated to a special server. But once we approached 30,000, we were throttled, and we never been able to clear it because, we get 100 new people, we lose 100 old people, and it's like clockwork. So we've been approaching 30,000 without being able to get there.
Hmm.
So India was basically saying maybe we're being toyed with.
So how do we want to fix that?
Hire a bunch of homeless people to just log in real quick.
get a bunch of faceless no names to log in. There's services for that actually.
We're only right now we're 390 away, 30,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know whatever Nathan, that video that somebody posted. Did you post it? Somebody was mentioning Nathan, or a lot of people are talking about him or something. He's getting mentioned. Dude, he didn't even know he was. What's on my timeline on X?
Oh yeah. We were cross linking. So whenever your shows are running, I just chase the hashtags backwards through. I click the hashtag, click it on the next person's page, click it on the next person's page, and I work my way through, and I see people who are relevant to the topic, and even people that hadn't been active in Flat Earth postings for a while, since before, that downtime, and I relink them to them. So some of those people are going to become active again because there's that resurgence on X where it's more free now to be able to talk about certain topics. So I'm every time we're running, I do those hashtags so they know it's live. Everyone who's attached to that comment can see it.
Yeah, dude, that's not going unnoticed, though. That's what I'm saying. I see what you're doing in the background, man. It's effective. It's drawing in numbers, and they're not just clicking on the videos to watch it. They're actually following. So
yeah, and I'm picking people who have relevant tags, but also something interesting to say. And then I have. So what I usually will do is I'll have maybe six to eight different pre-copied things, and depending on the context of who I'm going to send it to, I'll post it into their page or into their thread where they have the threaded thing like TFE, Flat Earth, whatever it is. And so if they're a Glober who's talking smack about it, I'll give them the one that's soliciting them to come to give their syllogism or whatever. And the other one I'll say, hey, we're doing this over here. Why don't you come and join us because you're a Flat Earther. And so it'll be tailored. It won't just be a cut and paste blurb that everybody gets.
yeah, dude, dude, you'd have to pay somebody to actually do what you're doing. I'm being serious with you. Some people get paid for what you do, keep on somebody's page or just that's marketing, bro. You're basically marketing everybody that like QE or me and it's I'm appreciative of it because I'm seeing people following me because of what you're doing. So yeah, man, I mean, if this becomes something, it's not going to go unnoticed. Trust me. I don't forget stuff like that. Especially, I make note of it so people can see that it, maybe some people are on the fence. Are I don't know if clicking a link or putting a hashtag is going to matter. Everything that you try to do, it's effective. It's effective. So
let me tell you one segue that I've got a lot on my list, but one that I'm going to pursue is on the last episode that we did prior to 2 episodes ago, the hashtag links directly went to Andrew Wilson. And Andrew Wilson chimed in saying, I haven't really looked at flat earth arguments, okay? So he's a noob, but that might mean he might be interested to look at one. But then he said, however, doesn't the 24-hour sun debunk any model? It seems like it wouldn't work on any flat earth model that I've seen. But keep in mind, he prefaced it at the beginning, I haven't really looked into flat earth arguments. And so now there's a segue link to him that talks about the final proposition. And keep in mind, Andrew's a logician, and he's also a Christian apologist, and ideas about the cosmos and the creation are very palpable to him, especially in the form of logical argument. So if he gets enticed, especially if there's other people who are in his circle, kind of like Candace Owens is kind of in his circle of creators and cultural effectors that are similar.
Candace Owens, really? Wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. So Candace Owens is kind of has a little bit of culture warrior style to her, and so that's like 1 degree of separation. So he might be interested in if she gets, let's say she has Whitsitt as a guest, and maybe Wilson watches it or comes across it because of the differences. He might then be interested to find out more about it, and he's already going to have some segue links on some of his messages. And then you also have got Tim Pool, that's also on X, that's kind of relevant. And so just by putting those seeds in those arenas, there's a chance that we could get some of that influx to us.
I really want to kind of move a little bit outward. Like your thinking is in line with what I'm thinking for 2025, man. I don't know what you touched base with Sergeant or not, but I was thinking maybe having him on for a show or two, just kind of like, and see how he feels about it, just to have a conversation with him.
So a lot of these guys too, that are on the Mark Sargent side and the Dave Weiss side and all that side, like they realized that because of the TFE, they've had to recalculate their rhetoric and even rethink some of their positions and rethink the way they argue if they want to be a flat Earth arguer and not an esoteric arguer. So they're in a
vulnerable position.
In a teachable, yes, but also teachable and also useful position.
Yeah. Well, and to that effect, I mean, we could have. This is a great segue for us because we've always been there for that. Whenever that was getting ready, because they were really high on a hog when it came to the whole AE map and stuff, and we couldn't get to them. Now that they're vulnerable, it seems like they're okay. Let's try to rethink this. We've always been there, and we have already laid like the foundation for this for them to actually be like, okay, I see what you guys are saying now. Maybe I didn't at first because I really thought this other thing had better modeling or whatever. But now I know that there's really no way to do that, and so I think it could be correct that we can have the audience now. I'm just saying it's a possibility. We could, and that's where 24/7 is really going to shine, and the fact that we never had that argument, we never held that position.
Yeah. So it would be a good crossover to do it. So Mark likes interview style interactions, and so that would be a good crossover point. Like maybe to have him interview. I mean, I'm definitely going to I'm definitely going to direct contact him, maybe even call into his show and talk about it. And then hopefully it'll yield a thing. But we also got one. So Flatsy did some interactions with the Brain and Beyond chick that we did review over on Nathan's show. And then me and her kind of had a conversation with the girl, positing the idea that she should do an interview with a quote unquote good flat earther. She had said, I've logged in some Facebooks and everybody was basically crapping on me when I was asking them for an interview. But because she had that rapport with Flatsy in the chat, and now post TFE, she might be more interested to be like, okay, now I want to go back and I want to cash in on that and see if Brain and Beyond will do a interview with Flatsy. And I got a couple other things on my notes that I got to catch up on. Now that it's post TFE, and people are interested now, and a lot of people are getting into this TFE thing who really don't even know what they're talking about at all. They're just posting it like, it's a meme. So, for example, some Christian apologists posted on their channels in their shorts, like 2-minute little clips. They just have a title: Flat Earther admits he was wrong and Earth is a globe, or something like that. But then when you watch his video, he presents Jaron just saying, I was wrong about the 24-hour sun. And then I posted in the comments, dude, you're supposed to be like a high standard Christian apologist, and you're basically presenting something in your title that's not even supported by what you post in the video. He just says he's wrong about the sun. He didn't say that the globe is proven. And then even if he did, his opinion doesn't speak for the proposition in total. Like there's a whole community of flat earthers that maybe you actually want to speak to that don't agree that this thing was what you think it is. And there's all these different kinds of ways. And part of how it's going to be done is with upswelling in their for lack of a better term, their commenter ranks. For example, the reason why Tim Pool had Witsit on was because of, one, the TFE, two, Witsit's relationship with Alex Stein, and three, that Alex Stein thought Witsit was a good debater based on his debates that he's seen. So a confluence of all of those factors, plus, here's the other factor. Certain guys won't have these topics on their shows unless they think it's relevant enough to them, because they actually do have reputations that they consider flat Earth might tarnish if they even countenance it. In the past, many people have talked about flat Earth, and their customer base said, "Why are you even talking about this? This is beneath you. I can't even stand it. I'm sick of you." So these big content producers, they have a vested interest in protecting their persona, right? But here's what happened. The idea was posited in regards to the TFE and maybe Mark Stein going, and so he did a poll, should I send Mark Stein to Antarctica? And like he said, greater than 95 or 99%, I can't remember the exact number, but well into the high 90s, responded, yes, you should send Mark Stein to Antarctica. So he's like, hey, my customers want it, so I'm going to send you to Antarctica. I'm going to pay the $30,000. And then Mark Stein was like, don't worry about it. We'll send Whitsitt. But the moral of that, what was the moral of that story right there? 90%.
Getting promotion. Yeah.
90% of the people out of the 3 million subscribers that were commenting, whichever percentage of the 3 million that is, 90% of those were directly interested in the topic.
Of course.
That's the key.
So, I mean, moving forward, I think as you aggregate some of these listeners, I think what's going to be important is that we foster that type of environment for these guys. Which what I mean is, we're going to have like an arena where they come in and have like the interview style. But what I think I value from our group is that we can have like for lack of better words, elders of the community. And I know community is kind of like one of those words that we don't like to really throw around, but like having us on the panel and interacting with them so they get to know who we are, what our position is, that sort of thing, propositions that we talk about. And what it's going to do is just like, it's going to show that we're not just like this, one-sided, not willing to talk to anybody. Like, we're like, look, hey, we just want to have the conversation if you guys want to. At the same time, let's talk about it. Like it's not.
Yeah, and at the same time, there is this ethos right now within certain flat Earth groups that to even countenance certain people is going to cause like a little bit of a divisive whispers and all of this. And it's like, no, dude, having these people on and telling them our position and informing them of a facet of the community that may or may not contradict their positions, but coming to at least some terms in that regard and exposing the way we operate to their listeners, okay? Some people would argue, oh, no, you're going to be tainted by association. But it's not necessarily the case, right? So part of it is for us to cross-pollinate our ideas into their viewership, right? And that may or may not yield results. However, addressing these topics openly, in my opinion, is a good thing.
100%. What I think is, like you said, the whispers are going to happen because they're going to be like, I can't believe I seen, Alpha Veritas over there. Isn't he like staunchly against these types of forums? But what they don't understand is that those listeners from those groups will never see your group at all until you appear on one of their forums. And then when they see like, who is this guy? Like, why are they, what are they talking about? And then, yeah, it starts bringing up more. It starts shaking the cage a little bit, right, in their minds, and they're like, "Well, I kind of like what this guy is saying." So then they're gonna leech over to us, and it's I don't know. It's good marketing.
So not just that. So a lot of the issues that I think between kind of like groups of flat earthers, at least what we have beef with other flat earthers, are foundational issues. You know what I mean? I think like because we were all brought up a certain way, I think they've like tried to replace, and I've mentioned this before, I'm sure. They try to replace like the globe model using the same methods that they believe the globe, right? They want to appeal to some authority, or they want to outsource everything to like, I'm going to outsource it to Whitsitt, or I'm going to outsource it to Eric Dubay or Mark Sargent, or so they have all these followers, right? That are appealing to like what those guys said and parroting what those guys say. But those guys, like the foundation of what they're saying is just as shitty as what the Globers say. It's like no better. It's just the flat earth version of made up Glober bullshit. Right? So We should siphoning flat earthers away from those people is a good idea. Or we don't even have to siphon away. They can stay with those people, but getting those people to kind of like, yo, man, Mark, your house is built on sand, Mark Sargent. You need to firm up your foundation. Like that's what you need to do. Like you need to firm up.
It's think about it, Indio. Like we have, and I don't want to toot our own horn, but I think we have the best arguments on the internet for flat Earth. Bar none. Like all the people that we associate with, like we have the best arguments. Like I sound like Trump right now. No, we do. Like we have the best arguments for flat Earth, but we can't tell anybody that if we're not out there speaking to people in rooms where we would never be, like or in forums we would never be. Like, if we have the opportunity to have like a Mark Sargent on our podcast, like why not? Like maybe once his viewers will hear who we are, they're gonna be like, well, I've never heard of this argument. It's something to think about. But because they'll never leave his videos, his platform, because they like it. It's what they've been used to. Now that when they get used to like what we got, maybe they'll have a taste for something better. I mean, that's all my hope is for is. Like, I guess we can't just be in a small, tiny group saying we're the best of the best, never showing anybody else.
Yeah. I think,
I don't know.
I would say as far as like out there, other groups is like, obviously Nathan and his crew, not all of them, just Nathan and Kiwi really.
Hey, way to throw Elijah under the bus.
And Flatsy and you and, but anyway, you know what I'm talking about. There's some exceptions in that group. Flatzoid and the dude he hangs out with. I don't know if you ever seen any of Flatzoid streams. He's fucking logical. He's logically tight, dude. He's just as good as we are. Well, you know what I mean. As far as his argumentation is logical, it's like it's based upon sound arguments, right? His argumentation is sound. Yeah. So it's not like
he did great. He did great, by the way, in that Duffy debate. He was spanking.
So hey, there's maybe two things that I was going to ask real quick on the Flatzoid content and maybe on the Sargent content. Is there maybe just like are you putting the bug in Sargent's ear, AI, or like is it Flatzoid's ear? How about like? Because I'm off for like a couple days coming up, and I was thinking maybe we can do a kind of like a interview style with these guys, or I don't know, have an open forum.
Make sure to tell me what the dates are so I have something to work with. Sargent's usually available at the drop of the hat if he's not already busy.
That dude was giving out his home phone number, dude. That dude's whacked.
Yeah, I called him plenty times. Back in the day, I used to watch his show and call him quite often.
Dude, can you imagine the cranks that called him?
Hey, you guys, it's real quick. I'm gonna put my good buddy on the spot, but he's in here, Dr. K. This guy, I've been when I first found out about Flat Earth, like that many years ago, in 2015, he was the first guy that I told. He's in Dr. K. He pretty much came in there a long time ago. You guys probably met him, but he just got reconnected back to the group again.
Yeah, I met him. I remember you bringing him in here.
Yeah, dude. Like I haven't seen him in a minute. So,
what's up?
What's up, dude? Yeah, no, I was just and I was just kind of interested in like what 2025 is going to bring. I was talking to these guys, and I told you all about it, so you know that like my content is on X and. But
I've been paying attention to some of your content, Avi.
Yeah, it just depends on which episode it is. It's different.
We knew 3 points, man, but like not the same. Like they need to be. Not 3 questions. You know what I mean? Like the 3 points were good, but we need to like a second level of the 3 points. Right. So one, I like what you've been doing for a long time, which I've actually copied is how do you know the earth is a globe? I like that question is awesome to me. That's fucking a great question. How did they know personally? And we know what they come up with. Nothing.
Have we ever done like an investigation into the incidence of like schizophrenia and other mental illness with flat Earth theory?
Beliefs are not associated with mental disorders.
Would you have a study to prove that?
Yeah, the whole DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychiatric Disorders.
But you're
The
describing flat Earth as
the entire thing, dude. They're not
You're describing it as a
correlated.
belief, though.
No, they're not correlated at all.
Okay, so if you have a belief in some idea or something like, it's not correlated to mental illness.
It has to be something that negatively impacts your life or the life of others.
Yeah, that was just a backhanded snide comment.
Yeah, we know what it is.
Backhanded snide comment.
Miserably because he's such a fucking idiot. He doesn't even know what psychiatric disorders are.
No, I have most
of them don't even know their own model.
Well, that's true. Also,
I have most of the psychiatric disorders, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, we know. Dunning-Kruger is the main one.
I only get a few minutes. They'll probably shellac you here after they're done with what we're just talking about. But yeah, just to kind of wrap it up because I'm gonna probably have to take off. I got to get back to work. But what are you? Are you gonna be off this weekend? Or this weekend?
Who, me?
These next few days? Yeah.
No, me.
You.
Dude, not you. No one cares about you. Yeah, dude. This weekend? Yeah, I'm game for whatever, dude. I make time. I'll make time.
You know, I'm on nocturnal hours, so.
Hey, I'll call Mark Sargent tomorrow. Get something rolling.
That sounds great. That sounds great.
So is it the weekend?
Flatoid, you're a punk bitch for not showing up last time, but we forgive you. Better show up this time.
Yeah, dude, man, we had him like, oh, well.
He had something to do, legit, so we let him slide.
Nobody, Tia.
Right.
I have a question.
I think he was wasn't he on vacation or something? He was on vacation.
He's upside down. He saw the blood rush to his head. That's what the problem was.
Yeah, I really do have to dip. So I'll talk to you later, Dr. K, and everybody else, homies.
All right, peace. Hey, DM me your schedule, man.
Right, yeah, I will do that.
Nobody.
Yo, what's up?
Why do you sit in flat Earth discussions in groups like this? If you detest it so much, if you think people are mentally ill, why do you sit here?
I just honestly, I just hopped back on Discord for the first time in a few years, and just this is the first politics server that I was able to find that appears active, and I saw that
Why
there's
this
a flat
channel?
Earth chat, and I fucking
Why this channel? You obviously accept the world to be a globe, so explain.
I don't know how you come to that assumption. I find that's rather presumptuous for somebody who presumably has a sort of a scientific mindset of the world.
Yes, I do, but I'm still asking you the question.
Your question is based on a false premise.
Okay, then do you accept the world to be a sphere or no?
I like invented flat Earth on Discord in like 2014. Okay, like chill the fuck out. I just fuck around. Okay?
Did you?
Pretty much, yeah.
I see. And do you want to explain that?
Yes, there were in some politics servers we would talk flat Earth a lot, and actually I wasn't the smartest at it. I totally respect it. I think it's the coolest thing in the world. And
Then why did you make the snide comment about mental illness?
Because mental illness is fucking awesome.
You would know.
Yeah, that's the joke. It's called self-deprecation. But we need somebody to argue against, and I'll do it, okay? I'll be the fucking globe head, okay?
No.
So let's hear it, okay?
No,
you know what?
No, we don't argue. This is an interrogation, man.
Yeah, fucking interrogate me, okay? I think.
Okay, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I don't know for sure.
Okay, then this is over. It's already done. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, fine. Well, I don't think that. Well, I think.
Well, why did I say that? Like, think about why I would say that, right? Because
I know why you say that.
Do you know what qualia is? So qualia is like like qualities that you can actually sense or perceive in your life, right, outside in the outside world. The globe Earth claim has no quality to it. There's nothing that you'll ever experience in your life where you're like, yeah, I perceive Earth as a globe. That'll never happen. But you can perceive the Earth as flat and motionless, but you can't perceive it as a sphere that's rotating. You'll never perceive it that way, ever. So it has no quality to it. So if you say, I don't know the Earth's a globe, well, what you do know is that you've perceived already that the Earth is flat and motionless. So it's a flat Earth by default. So if you don't know the Earth's a globe, it's welcome to flat Earth.
I can't see it. I can't see the Earth like in the grand scheme. I'm too small. The Earth is too big. I can't see the shape of it.
But that's your rationalization.
Yes, but curvature is something that you can actually calculate.
Yeah, that's like an post facto rationalization. I can't see it's a giant pretzel, so it could be a giant pretzel.
I don't know. Maybe it is.
If there's a way to
but we're not going to live in our imagination, right?
Okay, okay. Let's talk curvature.
We can't live in all possibilities of reality, right? And say we know things, right? But what you actually do know is what you experience, and what you've experienced is a flat and motionless Earth. That's what you actually do know.
I don't know.
You experiencing a flat and motionless Earth is not evidence of a ball rotating Earth. It's not evidence of that. It's also not evidence of a pretzel. It's not evidence of a pineapple. It's not evidence. So the evidence you do have so far indicates the Earth is flat and motionless.
Your curvature calculations on a 4,000-mile radius, you should be thinking about that. If that is broken and you can't explain that away, what does that tell you?
Sorry, hold on. Okay, I heard 4,000-mile radius. Okay, I don't believe in radius. No, wait, no. I do believe in radius. But back to that argument. I actually
Radius is only something on a circle or a square. Or sorry, a circle or a sphere.
I think you could generalize it to odd shapes, but ignore me. Like an egg shape or an oval. The radius wouldn't be constant.
Yes, that would have a radius as well.
Yeah. In fact, if it was a
oblate spheroid would have a radius as well. Yes.
Actually, oval has a semi-major and minor axis. They don't have radius.
Really?
Yeah. So if you have an ellipse, they'll call the long axis the major axis and the short axis the minor axis.
But it's related to radius. Okay, if the long axis is equal to the short axis,
semi-analogous.
Radius.
Semi-analogous, but the radius is uniform.
Okay, but no one's saying the Earth is an egg. You know what your people are saying. So you have a radius. That radius is approximately 4,000 miles. That's what you use in your curvature calculation. We're seeing further and measuring further than that permits.
So, just keep going. I will. I'm going to I do have a math degree. I'm not a physicist. I'm like an econ and stats guy. So I do have a math degree. But I don't know. I'd be interested in trying to follow your logic. Okay. So what's the issue here?
You have a 4,000 roughly mile radius.
Yeah.
Let's say you're 8 feet elevation, right? Eye level.
Yep.
And you look across the ocean and you see something that should be hidden by 32 feet of curvature. What do? How do you explain it?
So, I mean, like I'm not playing around. Actually, I do want to like help bolster and strengthen arguments because I think it's fun. But there's going to be a margin of error when it comes to what we can see, because the Earth is not a
32 feet, sphere. 32 feet, 64 feet. Give me an answer. 112 feet.
It might be rather wide due to the irregular shape of the Earth, and we know that like the tide in the ocean can go up pretty drastically, can it not? So I'm sure we could actually do probably just a little kind of baby calculus question to say if the tide goes up this much in a day, you know, if you look when the tide is low versus if you look when the tide is high, how much does your does the distance in which you can see differ? So I haven't done that, but
yeah, it's like 0.02 inches per mile squared, dude. It's infinitesimal. It's irrelevant.
0.02 inches is not infinitesimal.
Okay, so you have a polar and equatorial radius, and the difference between those is like 11 miles. And if you do the drop per distance, which is 7.98 miles per squared for the equatorial radius, if you use the polar radius, which would be more curvature, it's a difference of 0.02 of an inch.
I'm
per mile squared.
So
yeah, dude, it's not an argument. You move on. It's not an argument. It's not even close to an argument.
Okay. Yes, me saying one single word, you're right, is not an argument. Okay, but that doesn't mean that everything else is or whatever you're trying to argue
about what you said before.
No, the imperfect. It's not a perfect sphere. Is actually not an argument because the imperfection, according to them, is so small that it's within measurement error.
Okay,
right?
okay,
You
yeah,
can't even measure 0.02. Like we're not making observations that are that precise and saying, "Hey, it's off by 2 inches. It must be flat." We're talking about off by two orders of magnitude. Okay,
I got you.
Okay, so we're talking. Okay, so you do understand when I say, "Hold on, no, I'm not going to shut the fuck up."
Hey, I'm actually on your
you're
fucking
spiraling,
side.
bro.
I'm on your fucking side, you fucking
This
moron.
isn't about sides. This is
Holy
about,
shit, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's a great argument. That doesn't support your point.
I'm literally on your side, trying to help bolster your fucking argument, you stupid fuck.
No, you're trying to deflect. You're trying to distract away from the fact you can't do fucking math.
We're talking about the tide. Okay, so this is my fucking thing. We were on the tide problem. Okay, so we're talking about low tide versus high tide, and that's when you fucking jumped in to go on about how that's not an argument, talking about how the point that you're a fucking moron, dude. As if that's not the interesting part of the argument. The interesting part of the argument is if you're looking at low tide versus looking at high tide, how much is your field of vision going to change? It actually would be quite a bit. Just by the way, we can work it out. But you jumped back. You didn't even specify until I asked you what you were talking about. When I mentioned that the Earth is imperfect, I wasn't making a big deal about that. I was talking about the math problem. Okay. But you fucking autistically went on about an argument.
Do we have 11 mile tides?
Raise your fucking voice and shout over me when I'm totally in good faith, saying I'm not in opposition. I'm just saying let's actually work this out. I have a math degree. It sounds like that girl sounds mathematically educated as well. And I was going to suggest we sort of work it out and try to figure out what it should be, so we can help bolster the fucking argument. But you're fucking autistically and yelling over me.
Yeah, more meta bullshit, dude. Nobody cares. Okay.
Are you calling this meta? This isn't meta. This is pragmatic.
You're talking about talking, right?
There's nothing abstract about what I'm doing. You don't
understand what that means, dude. Meta means you're having a meta conversation. You're having a conversation about the conversation. We don't want to have that conversation. We want to talk about the topic matter. Okay. Now, you said tides matter. Well, what are tides? Say we have 50-foot tides. I just told you the equatorial radius and polar radius have a difference of 11 fucking miles. Okay? 50 feet compared to 11 miles is nothing.
This is where your mathematical illiteracy might be coming out here, because the tide being small, like a 50-foot tide change, we're not talking about that number. We're seeing how the tide change will affect the distance in which you can see, which is not equal to the fucking tide. It's not.
Brother. Where the heck is but fair point. Where the heck? Hold on, brother.
50 feet. It increases by more than 50 feet, and it would be not that hard to figure out.
Higher than 50-foot tides. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Where's the 50-foot tides, brother?
Holy! I used his fucking example.
So
You the one that
Right.
brought up
What are the actual tides, dude? Like, just pick an
I'm
area
not
and tell me what the tide differential is.
Let him answer her
You
question.
guys should know. What are the tides? Give me the real number.
Nobody.
Oh my
what you're
goodness,
saying,
dude. Richard,
is that
Richard. Shut up. Thanks.
the water level itself is what is rising, correct?
Correct. In
Is it
a
rising
specific
irregularly or as a uniform entity?
Well, we'll just call it uniform.
Okay, so it's a uniform rise, which meets at the shore, and it comes forward on the shore, which is what we see at beaches. And you're saying when we look across that tide is higher some days or some hours of the days, and then lower, actually physically lower other days. So you would see further during low tide, and you would see less far during high tide. Is that what you're saying?
From the same position, I would think so. Yes, wouldn't it?
I'm going to check that. Hold on, I'll fact check it for you.
Yeah, it's a genuinely interesting math question. I mean, certainly.
What's the math? Tell us the equation.
The person who gave us I didn't catch her name, but if we are an 8-foot tall person standing on the shoreline, yeah, it's kind of interesting. You have to work out the curvature first here.
Yeah,
Look,
I haven't heard an equation yet. You're the math guy, right?
I'm not sure what I'm actually here's the thing that you're not getting. I'm actually on your side and trying to work this out with you guys. And I don't know why you started
kicking people out of the conversation and calling them idiots.
There are no sides when
Okay, we have an answer.
Because he's yelling over me.
We have an answer. So the lighthouse and tide effects, the height of the tide doesn't significantly change your view of the lighthouse because the water level primarily affects the area near the shoreline. It does not drastically alter your line of sight to the lighthouse, which is located, let's say, 12 miles away. Even at high tide, the curvature of the earth would limit how much you could see, but the tides themselves won't hide the lighthouse unless it's close to the shore. The curvature calculation, you would see that the horizon sea is curved, and even without the effect of tides, there would be a point where the curvature blocks your view of the objects far away. At 12 miles, the Earth's curvature would be slightly obscuring the bottom of the lighthouse if it's tall. The drop due to curvature at 12 miles is about 35 feet or 10.7 meters. And if the lighthouse is taller than this, you'd still be able to see the upper part. The tide's local effect, high tide will raise the water level near the shoreline, but the distance between you and the lighthouse, which is 12 miles, means this change in water height would be too small to noticeably affect how the lighthouse is visible. There's your answer.
We got a bit of an issue there, though, because even though the effect was not significant, according to that, like that's a very whatever it meant by not significant, that was very subjective. And the problem is we are, having curvature, whereas I believe the flat Earth position is that the curvature is equal to 0, and
Yeah,
so
what
even though it's saying, yeah, exactly, right. So if we're seeing any sort of, whether it's not significant. Okay, so it's saying not significant, but
No, but you are seeing obstruction as a result of perspective. I believe they say angular. Oh goodness, what is that word?
Resolution.
Angular resolution. Thank you. So angular resolution explains why objects disappear bottom up. You also have various atmo effects like superior mirages, Fata Morgana, looming, etc. Water miraging in front of water, and so on. So, no, you're incorrect.
Yeah, water levels out doesn't stack up,
Not sufficiently, no.
Indigo was trying to explain it to you, what you called him an idiot. So I guess
Oh no, that
He
guy.
had to
No,
explain it to you.
Indigo was not arguing in good faith. He just wanted to shout over me. He doesn't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
Oh, he does.
He does. He pretty much
Really,
explained
really
that
does.
very point. Kind of the point he was making earlier with another Glober.
Yeah, water can't stack. The only time that you would notice it, even according to what I read you, is if you're looking at land across sea. You would see a slight variation if you're looking at land during high tide.
So what did she say about tides? Nobody?
Tides don't sufficiently affect your field of view to account for enough missing drop distance of supposed curvature, and therefore we can't use the tides to explain why something is 35 feet hidden, or should be 35 feet hidden, is visible.
Depends what that object is. For example, if you have an oil rig that is in the water, the tide is going to affect how much of the bottom of the object you can see at any one time.
Yes, that's different though.
I know.
Okay, to tie this into a Glober question.
Not actually that.
So when I see a horizon, anywhere, over water or not over water, in a flat field or whatever in the prairies, what is the explanation for the horizon where seeing the Earth sort of stops? Is that that's not the edge of the Earth?
It's perspective. No, it's perspective.
It's
You
your
can't
angle
see
of
forever.
sight. Angle of resolution. It's your angle of sight.
It's why when you look up, it looks like there's a dome of sky. Everyone has their very own personal dome. Doesn't mean there's a dome over the Earth.
Even on the prairie, like you was saying, not necessarily water. What the cause of that is, if you raised an elevation, more and more would be filled. So it's your angle of sight.
Earth be flat, right?
When you change your angle of sight, you change the resolution. So the angle
if I just look up a little bit. No, but my angle of sight is determined by my eyes, like sort of looking at the horizon. So I could change my angle of sight by just raising my eyes up a little bit, but that doesn't change what I can see.
You can't change
That doesn't. Wrong. That doesn't change the propagation angles from the object, dude. That's not how that works, dude.
No, but if you rose in elevation, yes.
That would, yes. That's the only way to change the angular relationships. Tilting your head doesn't do it. Because the angles of propagation remain the same. Okay, that's the facts. I don't want to hear nothing about it. What I want to talk about is history lesson. So, there's a specific observation that's very famous that has to do with tide height that you may or may not know. So, I'm going to teach you. So, you know the black swan? You know the black swan. Everybody knows the black swan. However, there's a famous one called the white swan, which they like to put right next to the black swan. And back in the day when Ranty was still a flat earther, he had Dr. Bob on. Dr. Bob brought that image and said, hey, look, this image shows the water line, and then it shows like half of the oil rig. So this is proof that this is the Earth curve. Now, what Ranty did live, while everybody was watching, he went to the tide charts for that day, which the alleged picture was taken, that Dr. Bob was presenting, and he found out that there was a 4-foot tidal shelf that day. So the ambient tide height was altered by an additional 4 feet. And it just so happens that that 4 feet of water was in between the shore and the oil rig. And after he showed that to Bob, proving that it was a tidal swell, so the ambient tidal shelf was now an additional 4 feet relative to the normal tide variation, right? Proving that the water he was looking at was a tide and not the curve of the Earth at all. Guess what Dr. Bob said? Oh, that's still the horizon. Yeah, this is the kind of intelligence we're dealing with here, friends. All right, now that history lesson's wrapped up, and you know the significance of the tidal shelf differential height, that it can indeed obstruct objects in the distance, and it can be used by Globers as supposed evidence of Earth curve, update your lexicons. All right, I rest my case, and I yield the floor.
That's fascinating.
That's why I
So
brought it
it's
up.
it's essentially a bulge of water, right?
Yeah, like a tidal shelf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tidal bore. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. Tidal
Well,
bulge.
if you got more water on one shoreline, there's more water on all the shorelines. It doesn't just raise on one side.
No, that's not how it works, James. Holy
Well, hold
crap.
on. There's a name for it. It's called shoaling. SHOALING.
Oh, I
So
agree with
shoaling. It
that.
happens in
Yeah.
shallow, different places. It happens all over the place.
Not disagreeing with your premise there, AI, at all. But if you
Yeah,
do
so
have,
it's not true. No, it's not true. Don't even finish that sentence. I'm not going to allow it. It's stupid.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, what happens is there's ambient conditions that may be a storm, seismic activity, general wind shifts, okay? And it causes a pileup of water to occur in one location of the earth, just in that little area. It doesn't rise the entire ocean.
See what you're saying, yeah.
Now, this usually happens, hold on now. This usually happens where you have a shallow slope that comes off of the beach. So you have the shallow slope, and it goes out for a while, and then you have a very steep cliff off. Right? So as the water's coming in, it's hitting this steep cliff, being forced upwards, and then onto this shallow slope, which is where the tide would normally be, and it increases the shelf of the tides. So that's what happens. There you go.
Yeah, I see where I need to shut up. Yeah, makes perfect sense. I could absolutely picture that. How one area could have overwhelming water and not the other.
Right. So the specific moral of the story, friends, is that Dr. Bob presented this as proof that it's the horizon causing you to not be able to see the oil rig. And these were the same oil rigs that were the Black Swan oil rigs. And Ranty live looked up the tidal conditions that day and found out that there was a 4-foot increase in the tidal shelf, which would obstruct the oil rigs at distance from the observer height at the beach. So he debunked Dr. Bob live on the spot.
Right.
And then what did Dr. Bob say? Oh, you're right. It actually was just a tide. He said, no, that's the horizon.
Which is just an apparent location.
Now, if you wouldn't mind explaining the Black Swan to me, because I don't fully understand it.
I'll see if I can find the image for you and I'll post it in the live chat.
I've seen the image, I've seen the video, but I don't fully understand the claim.
The
I'm trying
horizon
to-
is beyond
the image.
The horizon is beyond the measurements of the Earth curve.
Okay, so if the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance, when measured, must be 1.225 times by the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is where we get our 3-mile horizon for the 6-foot observer standing at the beach. Now, if we've all seen the Black Swan, we all understand that the oil rigs are in the observations as distance markers, 6 and 9 miles. And the question is relevant to where the horizon appears to the two distance markers. Is the horizon in front of, between, or beyond the two distance markers? If the Earth was a sphere, then the horizon should be at 1.225 miles away from the 1-foot observer, so well in front of the oil rigs. The Black Swan observation shows the horizon well beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles away, demonstrating the horizon is an Earth curvature.
How many horizons are in the image?
One.
There's only one horizon. That's where the
No, I meant, I've heard that question asked for the GE people. Where would their horizon be?
it should be, like he said, 1.22, 1.25 at the miles from the observer.
Right.
But it's well. So a lot of globe earthers will say, well, look at the water. It's making the oil rigs disappear bottom up. But the oil rigs are just a a distance marker for the horizon.
Well, let
which
me
is
explain what the really
over
the
the
point
earth.
of the argument is. So the point is that the horizon is supposed to be a set distance. Now, their typical response to the black swan is refraction or something like that. Well, that's basically throwing all their shit under the bus, right? So if you're saying that the horizon's not physical and it's an apparent place, then what do boats go behind? What does the sun set behind? It's setting behind an apparent position. You see what I'm saying? The horizon, they've been claiming for 2,000 years that the horizon is the physical edge of a ball. If they now are going to say, oh, it's actually not the physical edge of a ball, it's just an apparent place, it's just where it looks like. Well, then when they say the sun sets behind it, it's an optical illusion. If a boat goes behind it, then that's also an optical illusion.
So how do they save their ball?
Well, other things, but they can't use the horizon, that's for sure.
So a moment ago, somebody said there's only one horizon, and everybody seemed to like nod and agree. I am not. I've never really heard that before, actually, and I've actually even been in sort of flat Earth circles. Like I said, I'm not lying about that. I've never heard there's just one horizon and that it's a physical place. In fact, I think the classical belief is that the horizon the horizon is just what any individual sees as the edge of the earth at any given time. So it's constantly changing, and everyone's perspective, whatever that is, their horizon's changing all the time.
Well, let me ask you a question. What if, from your perspective, the horizon changes?
Yes, it does. It does change. So when I go outside,
so it's not a place.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. To us, we go by the definition of horizon. The apparent line where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. That's our horizon.
Okay,
appears. Yes. But what does ships hide behind then?
Okay, dude.
What does the sun set behind?
If you're in Egypt, can you see the horizon if you're in Egypt?
What is the sun set behind? It can't be apparent and physical at the same time, right?
It certainly could be. Okay, so the sun sets behind.
Well, how can we tell the difference?
Not on your ball.
Yeah, from one person's perspective, the sun sets behind their horizon,
and they only see one.
Well, if someone's in Egypt and if someone's in North America, they're both going to see what appears to be the horizon.
Only see one.
Yes, who is one not seeing the horizon?
No. Hold on, dude. There's a huge miscommunication going on here, and it's painful to listen to. I want to stab myself in the ears.
Please do.
Okay, when we say there's only one horizon, we're not saying that the horizon I see is the only one, and nobody else can see a horizon. That's not what we mean. So just take that, throw it right in the garbage can. What we mean by that is that if you have a circle or a sphere, and you have an observer on it, there's only going to be one location from that observer's standpoint where a line from their eye intersects the surface. That's called a tangent. That's only going to exist in one point. In fact, the definition of a tangent is it passes through a circle on the surface at one point only. That means that from any singular observation point, whether you be 5 feet tall or 100 foot up in the air, there's only going to be one intersection point from that observer's standpoint to the sphere. That's what we mean by that. Hopefully that helped.
Math guy, not necessarily true. There are special cases. A tangent point certainly can have many points of intersection, not just one. I know what you mean. In two dimensions, yes, it'd typically be one point. But if you have, like, say, I'm just trying to think of the name of the shape. If you take like a cylinder.
Holy fuck, dude! We're talking about a sphere, dude, not a cylinder. So take that, throw it in the garbage. Right. Thank you. Okay, try to stay on the point that we're actually talking about.
You're talking about
Yeah, we're talking about a sphere, which is a circle. A sphere is a circle rotated 360
to talk about a sphere, dude.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, you can just go on mute. Dumbass that you are, dude.
That's
dude. That's
a sphere. We've been told, I've been told my whole life that you see something when you look at a boat. It's going beyond the curve. But that's not
Horizon
true.
actually means bounding. Well, hold on, dude. Let me say one thing here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Horizon means in the etymology, its root means bounding circle. Okay, it's a circle around you. That's the limit of your vision. That's equidistant in every direction. It's really not mysterious.
Yeah, it's a tangent. Hold on. We want to introduce nobody back into the convo, so we need to set our terms so we don't have to go down this rabbit hole any further. Okay? You have a sphere. A sphere is basically a circle rotated 360 degrees. It's not that hard to comprehend. So if you're on top of a sphere, you could represent that as 360 circles around you. Now, if you turn every time, your intersection point is going to be the same drop angle, the same distance. The tangent's going to be identical, and it's going to pull an arc all the way around you, which would be a circle. Okay, so that's what we mean by there's only one horizon. Now, there's no arguing about that. That's literally the definition of the thing. So, Mr. Nobody, for the love of God, please concede so we can move forward. Okay, if you just want to be argumentative, it's not going to go well. Let's hope you concede. Here we go. Go ahead.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty chill. I'm pretty much on most of your sides, but dude, I'm not going to stand for that. You know, I won't be here very long with the unnecessary muting, dude. Like,
Yeah, go cry somewhere else. All right, let's go on without him.
It makes a lot of sense to me. What you're saying.
Yeah, he just wanted to argue.
They all do.
Anyway, I owe Jetty a conversion now because he was about to convert that guy to Flat Earth and I interrupted his flow.
You're all right, man. He was already pissing me off, so you're fine.
Yeah, I was going to cut some things with my knife and I was thinking of cutting my eardrums, so I thought I should interject. Oh my goodness! So I don't think I've ever encountered. Hold on a second. I don't think I've ever encountered a person that thought when we say there's only one horizon, we literally mean one instance of a horizon for all observers on the entire world. I mean, good grief.
Yeah. No, I've never heard that type of argumentation either.
Now, what about their claim of refraction for the black swan? That's what I always hear.
Begging the question.
The only person who's ever attempted to model it is Walter Bislin, who's world famous for the advanced Earth curve calculator. In order to model it, he had to create a ray tracing methodology in which the rays intersected each other and crossed over before they hit the observer. Now, if you know anything about the way vision works, that means that the image would be upside down, right?
That makes no sense.
Correct. So he clearly is full of crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he hit it in his little sim by making like a visibility limit so that it fades out. So you can like set the visibility like 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. So basically it makes like a fog. So you can't see off in the distance that basically the ocean is up in the air higher than the oil rigs. CJ made a graphic with like 3 people surfing down them. It was kind of funny.
That's just disingenuous, though. That's wrong.
That's what they gotta do.
Ian, the problem is that if the light's coming in from a higher angle and it's inverting in your vision, then the image will be higher in your field of view. Okay, so in other words, the horizon would be lifted up in your field of view, so it would be as equivalent of tilting your camera downwards. Now, we never see that happen. Never.
Because it doesn't.
Nobody's looking straight ahead, and it looks like you're looking downwards. That doesn't happen. You ever experienced that? I never have. Who has? Anybody here? The answer is nobody. Never. Not once.
So what are the limits of refraction? What can it do and what can't it do?
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. I have a clip for that. So while you guys talk about it, I'll get the clip.
Atmospheric magnification.
It can't make a curve that isn't there to begin with appear flat.
I posted CJ's graphic in the chat. See, if you get rid of the fog in the distance, you can see the water is like elevated up because this top of this is actually the bottom of this, which is fucking retarded. But I'll show the ray trace on.
Now I understand the black swan argument and why you make it. It's a good argument.
Yeah, they like it boxes them in where they can't, because I'm sure you've heard it. Why do ships go over the horizon? A sunset proves the Earth's not flat. Shit like that. Well, what's the sunset behind? Oh, the horizon. But 5 minutes ago, you were just disavowing that the horizon was physical. So now what is the sun setting behind? See, they try to have it both ways. They try to say, hey, the horizon looks farther because of refraction. The horizon's not physical. The horizon's apparent position. Yeah, fine, that's our position. We agree with you.
Yeah, they do the same thing with gravity. They say it's two things at once, which is not right. You can't have a sunset behind a geometric horizon and then not have a geometric horizon. It's absurd.
And you can't draw a tangent.
I posted in the chat. Oh, sorry. Go say that again.
No, you're right. I was going to say you can't draw a tangent to a refracted position. So if Earth was actually a globe with a geometric edge, then you could use a tangent, like in math. But there's no refraction in math. You can't use it.
So refraction.
So, Anna, if you look in the chat, so this is from a ray trace simulation to show that refraction can demonstrate the black swan as possible. But if you look at this, this is a trace of the actual rays all the way on the right. You can see that these rays, they cross over. If you saw this image, the bottom ray would appear on top and the top ray would appear on the bottom, and the whole thing would be inverted. And the resulting image is the image above it. But he blurs out the top, he blurs out this background so that you can't see that there's water back here. It's completely dishonest. He also tilts the camera like so you can tilt the camera angle in this little ray trace thing. So he tilts that too to make it so the rays are like displaced. So he has to do all this fudging to even demonstrate that the black swan would even be possible with any sort of refraction. With any sort of refraction that he can conjure up with sliders, right? That will alter it in any possible way. That's how damning the black swan is.
I can see that now. I understand what you're saying. That does make sense. So it's an unfalsifiable model that they've built.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you said that. I just posted my clip. Check it out. I wish we could play it so we could all hear it. I can't do it. If anybody else can, that'd be cool.
Where'd you post it?
In the chitty chat. Slippity slat.
Oh, I'm looking in the wrong chat. Yeah.
The attached chat.
Yeah, I'm like in the regular Discord. Oh. Now, keep in mind, this isn't like an outlier. Dogs Are Gods is not an outlier. Brenda said this on X Spaces, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago.
Yep, and famous Grovers have said in the past that refraction will let you see your own ass.
Brenda said, if you could, even if you saw 1,000 miles, it could be explained away by refraction.
But how can refraction bring into view what the supposed curve has hidden? I don't understand. I thought it was a negative. I thought it was a deductional thing.
No, what they say is, right, the ray from the object is curving at the exact same radius as the Earth, so it makes it look flat.
That's absurd.
Yep.
Yeah,
you know what's even more absurd? You know what's even more absurd? What's more absurd is how they model it in their orthographic projection Earth curve calculators. What they actually do is they apply the circle segment formula, and they decrease the sagitta, which is the hump in between point A and point B, by increasing the radius of the Earth. So the actual functional math that's in the formula that's applied to the Earth curve calculators is an increase of the radius of the Earth to lower the hump. Because, the bigger the Earth, the less curve rate. Mm-hmm. So they're lowering the hump in between point A and point B and expecting you to fall for it.
But you can't change the radius of the physical.
I can. So I can put it in my computer, and I can slide the refraction slider up to a 60 billion mile radius Earth. So yes, I can, sucker.
Now I know they want a bigger ball. They've wanted a bigger ball for a while, haven't they?
Exactly. Yeah, they're in love with balls, and that's why they want them bigger and bigger. But here's the problem. Here's the problem, Ian. If math is reality, and I make a little math simulator, and then I increase the radius of the Earth to match my globe presupposition, then I win, right?
Mm.
Any chance we can play that clip? Kiwi Buzz, play the clip, or you're fired.
That's so dishonest.
Yeah. I want to play this clip. Dang. Ian, go listen to the clip, man.
I am listening to it.
Is it good?
How do I play the clip?
Dude, we don't allow mumble rap in here. Man. I wish I was on my computer. I'd play it so you guys could all hear it. So basically, the way the clip goes is Dog Are God saying refraction is basically a model that can explain any observation away. So basically, and then he said, we say, oh, so basically you're admitting that refraction makes the globe unfalsifiable. And he goes, oh, yeah. And then we're like, oh, you're comfortable with that? And he's like, yeah, that's cool.
He's a different type of idiot. He really is.
So you can't make it unfalsified. Ooh. Oh, that's so desperately dishonest.
Yeah, so here's how it works. I already know the Earth's a globe. I see the Earth present itself as something that's not geometrically possible if the Earth is a globe. So that I already know the Earth is a globe, therefore the light must be curved, therefore the light is curved, therefore the Earth is a globe. See how it works?
Yeah, that's dishonest.
It's worse than dishonest. I mean, I guess delusional wasn't worse than dishonest because that's kind of a mental disorder. But either way, the thing is, what they're saying is I know the Earth's a globe, so if it looks flat, that's an optical illusion. And no matter what that optical illusion shows me, it's still a globe, right? If I see 1,000 miles, 500 miles, 200 miles, horizon's 2 times too far, 10 times too far, 30 times too far, I have an ad hoc hypothesis from which I can explain away the observation and say that that observation does not represent the true geometry of the Earth, that all of it's being displaced by bending rays of light. Even though they have no evidence for that, they'll just say it.
I've heard them say, oh, because the thing looks like it's slightly curvy, like the metal part looks like it's, bendy,
Oh, the
then
cranes.
therefore it's a mirage. But that's not what that is. That's simply you're looking through Atmo.
What does the crane say about the distance to the horizon?
Well, I brought this up to McToon. I'm like, okay, so the cranes are displaced horizontally, not vertically, horizontally. Well, why isn't the horizon's being refracted? Why ain't the water displaced like the cranes, right? Why aren't they like pushed sideways to each other? Why don't they look all fucked up? Why is it just the cranes? Of course, they have no explanation for that, no excuse for that.
So some cranes look kind of fuzzy, so therefore all that water I'm looking at isn't really there.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
In my opinion, this is falsification of the globe. I understand what you're saying when you say this proves something. Yeah, there's not much I can do about it.
It proves primarily that no matter how you slice it, they can't make the claim the horizon's physical. No matter how you slice it, because the Black Swan horizon distance only fits a ball of like 300,000 mile radius. So if you went out and you did an observation, right, from 1 feet, and you took the Black Swan picture, and you're like, I'm going to calculate the radius of the Earth from this. Oh, the horizon's 10 miles away. I'm 1 feet above sea level. What radius does that fit? Oh, 300,000 miles. That's the radius that fits.
And the sky would be all screwed up if you did have a ball that big, wouldn't it?
We'd be touching the moon.
A lot of things would be screwed up.
The shape of this planet is equal to my head.
What planet?
What the fuck?
My head.
Are you okay, Sunshine? Are you in the right room?
This reminds me of that Cheech and Chong movie. I have headpiece. I have headpiece on my head.
That's why they call it.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, if you made the
Do you
ball
have a
bigger,
headpiece on your head?
just in theory, if you had if you had a big ball, what would it all change?
Well, if the radius was 300,000 miles, and that means the circumference would be 1.6 million miles, and the distance between like here in New York City from Boston would be about 4,000 miles. You couldn't walk there, that's for sure.
The mass
I think you should found the portals how to go to the another dimension from this dimension.
You gotta travel
But if you
inward,
made the
man.
ball bigger and you put the lands in the same place they are, what would it all change in the sky?
That'd be further apart.
Well, let's say they weren't. Let's say they were the same.
Okay.
We don't know what the rest of it is, right?
Yeah, okay. So you wouldn't have antipodal positioning for a start. That'd be a North Pole and a South Pole in the opposite ends, because we've already decided we're going to keep the distances the same. So we don't have that then. We also don't have the size of the Earth to figure out the mass of the Earth to give us our gravitational constant. We also don't have the first run of the cosmic distance ladder, so we don't know the size or distances to anything in the sky.
That's fascinating, actually.
Everything is based upon the radius they never measured. Everything. Literally everything. Their entire cosmology. So if the Earth is 10 times bigger...
They can't get rid of it. They can't get rid of it.
Yeah. So if the Earth is 10 times bigger, then the Moon is 10 times bigger and 10 times farther away. The Sun is 10 times bigger and 10 times farther away. All the stars are 10 times bigger and 10 times farther away. And 10 times as bright and 10 times as energetic. And like everything has to increase by a factor of 10. Like whatever they change the radius by, everything else has to be changed by the same amount. But that should tell you something. That they don't actually know any of that shit. It's really just they use their radius value as a metric, right? It's basically like their ruler, right? And their unit. You could say Earth is 1 unit. And they like like 1 Earths, we'll call it a unit, like inches or feet or something. 1 Earths, and everything would be compared to that unit. And what all they're getting is like ratios within a certain cosmological paradigm, right? Parallax, orbit, size of orbits, distance to the sun, size of the sun. Because if the sun, say the sun is 10 times farther away and 10 times bigger. Well, because of the inverse square law, now it has to emit twice as much, or 10 times more energy, right? Or 10 times more energy squared, because inverse square, to get the same amount of light energy intensity on the surface of the Earth, you would need more energy emitted from the sun, right? So then we have all sorts of other problems. It just all falls apart.
Breaks their gravity as well.
There's an even worse problem, sucker. You ready? I'll drop it. I'm going to draw you a picture. I drew it already. Went back in time, got it finished. It's awesome. Here it is. Dropping it in the chat. Look at that picture, and then I'll explain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that picture. Sweet. Check it out. You like it? Yeah. So the green would be an increased radius. Now, if you increase the radius of the Earth, scalar, but keep the path of the sun on the equator, then you've essentially done nothing. You've just altered the units. However, if you increase the radius of the Earth, but you keep all the continents congruent with their same scale size presently, that shrinks all of the continents into that little red circle. The path of the sun is traced on the tropics and the equator, right? So imagine that the sun is now being traced on that portion of the entire Earth. So that means that all the angular relationships from the observer's standpoint are between those 2 blue arrows. So that means the entire observable universe is between those 2 arrows. That means that all the squiggly brown lines are now dark zones that we have no idea about. That means that all their claims about the universe are a pile of turd.
Wow.
I was going to say something sort of like that. Changing the radius would screw up their latitudes, right? No more 60 nautical miles per latitude per degree, unless you do something like I just said.
Yeah, you can't just scale the Earth up to a 1,000,000-mile radius and think that the sun is just going to go around the equator of a 1,000,000-mile ball. It doesn't work that way. The sun is traced around the continents, right? So this is what would happen if you did that. You would completely shrink the observable universe into this narrow conical spread. So you would be living in an entirely different universe, and all their claims would become a big steaming pile of turd, doused in diesel fuel and lit on fire.
They already are.
No, he's back.
Yes. Their claims already are garbage.
Now, as an officially licensed art teacher, I'm going to give myself an A+ for that. That artwork. A+. Done.
So that's it. There's the known world and everything else is unknown. That's breaks everything.
You know, AI, you want to know what's funny? I thought you drew an eyeball, and those were photons coming into the eye.
It also is. Listen, it also is an olive being dropped into a martini glass.
Oh, where'd the bubbles come from?
So you're saying we can give them their ball?
What is gin and vermouth, man? Vermouth don't have bubbles.
Oh.
So if they wanted to keep their ball, that's how they could keep their ball. But now everything, goodbye.
Well, we're just taking one measurement to one horizon of the black swan. If we're going to take all measurements to all horizons, then the Earth is going to keep changing size depending on the observation of the horizon. So we can't use the horizon for anything because it moves around.
Mm-hmm. There's no way for us to estimate the size of this place, is there? The plane that we live on.
No.
I don't think so.
I mean, you can estimate it, get a ballpark. Like, listen, we know the size for all practical purposes, right? It doesn't have to be excruciatingly accurate, right? So, say
We
you're
know
flying
the
an
known
airplane.
lands.
You can, like, say you're flying an airplane. You can see New York City when you're like 50 miles away, right? Like, you don't need to know exactly where New York City is down to the mile, right? Same with a boat, right? You know, like, oh shit, there's San Diego. We're like 30 miles away. I see San Diego. You don't like looking at the nautical chart going, I don't know where San Diego is because it's not on the chart. You see it, right? You're like, it's good enough for practical purposes, right? It gets us close enough where we can use our senses to do the rest of the work.
But is there any way that we could actually get an idea of how big this plane is?
Yeah, with a shit ton of money.
Yeah, I'll tell you one. That's completely in the developmental stages at the moment. But supposedly it was a machine vision algorithm from the 1970s that you can use to analyze parallaxial stereoscopy. Sound cool? Of course it does. How it works is, you take some imagerizers and you put them in the computerizers, and then they pop out the parallaxizers. And so Jay Toland is famous for going up in airplanes and taking infrared photography out across the Earth, out to the horizon, and seeing objects that you couldn't see. However, he applied this machine vision algorithm, and he got results on his infrared out to 1 million miles.
Fuck off. What? 1 million miles?
Yeah, you need to watch that, dude. You need to watch it, bro.
I definitely need to. Okay.
Now he's working on making it into an app that is sourceable and able to be downloaded, and you could start doing it on your own photographs. Now, of course, like I said, the algorithm's been around since the 70s. As far as I know, it's open source. He just wants to package it to where other people can use it. So, of course, it's open for scrutiny. But the principle is sound, and that principle is parallax, which is essentially an image, between your left eye and your right eye, creates depth because it infers distance between the two. And you can do that same thing with differential images from a camera and apply parallax measurements and get distances.
1 million miles.
There's other factors to consider, but he's getting
obviously wrong. Brenda's a crackhead, bro. Brenda, it's a computer program, Brenda. It wouldn't work if this math was wrong. You dumb fucking idiot. Yeah, I programmed the wrong math in the computer, and it worked, but it fucking didn't work. Yeah, the computer adds fucking 1 + 1 = 3.
It's not even his math.
I know it isn't. It isn't even his program at all.
It's basically a machine vision algorithm for parallaxial stereography. That's what it is, which essentially takes the differential and parallax and computes it and to get a distance. So maybe Brenda's admitting that parallax is wrong and that all the stupid globe claims to the celestials is false.
No one's on mute and you ask it stupid. Brenda, no one's on mute when you ask a stupid question. Any evidence of flat Earth yet? Now, evidence is a very broad term. Okay? You know there's evidence. So if you're going to be disingenuous, we don't want to talk to you. Okay? Just the Earth looking flat is evidence is flat. Okay? It's not proof, but it's evidence.
Interesting.
How big did this computer algorithm say the world is?
Unknown. Because what happens is after a certain distance, parallax becomes irrelevant and everything becomes essentially infinite visually.
Yeah, the lines of sight become parallel, and it's just you just get it infinite.
So essentially, might as well say it's infinite plane, but not.
Well, according to his the algorithm, I mean, it spat out a couple different things, but the radius it came up with was 1 million miles.
Yeah, so a point in your vision that's a sufficient distance away, and the available areas that you can move relative to it, if they're less than a certain angular relationship, that point will appear to you to be always in your center of vision, and essentially respond as if it's an infinite distance because you can't get any parallax to it because the angular relationship can't change enough relative to your field of view to be able to give you any angular differentiation. So they become essentially floating infinite points of information. Same as if a render on a video game or something.
But what we need is free exploration then. Wow.
Now, interestingly enough, when I was talking about parallaxial stereoscopy, Brenda was saying, what nonsense is he spewing? I'm like, I don't know. This is your daydreams about how far the stars are away with your stupid parallax nonsense. I mean, if it's nonsense, then I guess your star distances are nonsense.
Yep. Yeah.
And they take the measurements at 6 months apart. Why? Do you know why that is?
I do. Different side of the sun.
They assume the Earth is on the other side of the sun, and therefore there's a greater distance between the original measurement and the new measurement, and that they actually have a different position relative to the star, and they include that distance as part of their calculation. No, that's cheating. Whereas Mr. Tolan is taking the measurements from a singular pass with direct line of sight to the target. And so the distance that the plane travels is known. 100%. It's not an assumption. So the math is more accurate than the apparent stellar parallax, but they're going to swear. See, they're going to tell you 100% the stellar parallax of things that are a trillion bajillion miles away is 100% accurate. But the parallax that you can do on the Earth, that's baloney sandwich nonsense. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, no, I see the issues. So how come Effie isn't bigger then? If you have so much evidence.
Yeah. Let me give you another example. So they'll tell you that they can use theodolites to measure angles with light coming from a source through the reticle of the theodolite, and they can get accurate measurements of the Earth. But if you use a laser, it's not accurate. Woo! Oh my goodness.
Yeah, unfalsifiable again.
But you asked the key question. Why aren't more people hip to flat Earth? Well, you need to read Ed Bernay's Propaganda, his book Propaganda. Go read that or listen to it in the audiobook. And you'll find out that people, it's part of their identity. The globe is part of their identity. And to reject it means they would have to change everything about themselves.
It was part of my identity. I got off of it.
It's part of the identity of Western civilization in general.
That's true.
It is our claim to fame. Think about it. It's our claim. Who's the smartest people that ever lived? Copernicus, Newton, Galileo. Now, what are they known for? Oh, they all proved the Earth is a globe, right? They proved the heliocentric model. They gave us our ideas of planets and orbits and all this shit, gravity and all this crap. Those were invented by the Western, discovered by the Western civilization. And then we're so smart, we sailed around the world and then told everybody else, and they're like, wow, you're so smart. That's our story, but that's a bunch of bullshit. We all know it. What actually happened was we came up with this idea. We sailed around the world with fucking cannons and guns and gunpowder, and we were like, Where are the knowledge keepers? Oh, we're going to kill those fuckers first. And now we're going to give you a new narrative to tell everybody.
And also, as bad as it sucks, most people are dum-dums.
That's true.
That is true. Would you say that FE is a position for intelligent people then, by majority?
No,
No.
because a lot of flat earthers are dum-dums too.
That's true. I'm glad you said that. So it's because people are attached to it and they can't release it. They live in the matrix. They want to stay there. They don't want to wake up.
Well, I mean, they founded their. So they have a worldview, right? Like, so one of the fundamental questions that everybody asks themselves, right? Why am I here? What's this about, right? But where am I, right? Where am I is a key component of that why am I here question, right? If you don't know where you are, how are you ever going to figure out why you are? That's impossible. So you have to fix on something, right? Okay, where am I? Oh, I'm on a planet in space in a big cold universe. So it's hard to let go of that foundation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Now check this out. Those are part of the alleged fundamental psyche development stages of early childhood development, which is imprinted upon you by a tribal source of like whatever the heck, familial trust, whatever they call it, which is usually your parents. They tell you like who your family is, where you are, your place in the world, how to protect yourself, all of these things. It just so happens that during that time, usually kids are indoctrinated with the globe, and the parents basically sign off on it. In fact, it's well known in psychological circles that children actually perceive the world as flat and stationary. They operate and talk about it and draw it as if that is the case. But then they're told that it's the opposite of that, which is contrary to their primary experience, by a trusted source. And so they have this little conflict for a while, and they eventually develop a two-body system in their mind, which is the world they clearly inhabit, and then this imaginary world that they draw themselves out of their head and look around from a top-down view, or an outside view looking back, which they don't have any primary knowledge of. It's entirely imagined, right? And then eventually they drop their primary knowledge of how they interact with the world to concede that the Earth is a globe, but they've never experienced it, is the point. They've only experienced it by fiat of people telling them this is the case, and then their imagination being reinforced by imagery.
You remember what I told you that my grandfather did with me?
No.
He was a naval, a person in the Navy. He used to do navigation, be on the big ships. And he took me to a beach and told me how you could tell that the world was a sphere. Not only did he mention the ships, but he said something else. He said at the edges of your peripherals, the edge of your vision, you can see it drop. And I saw that for years until I couldn't see it anymore. So by convincing a person to see a specific thing, you can convince them that they see that specific thing. It's like when we look at the moon. It's very hard not to see it as a solid piece of rock, because that's what we've been taught it is. Or like when we watch the sun. It's very difficult to say it doesn't set or rise. So you're correct. We're taught that. We're taught the ball. Even some kids have like solar system mobiles above their cribs.
It's everywhere.
I have seen it in some weird places in film that it doesn't even belong there.
Yeah. In
Little
some
street
music
globes.
as well.
Mm-hmm. Everywhere. Balls everywhere. Testicular fascination.
I'm glad you said that.
It is.
Why am I glad? Let me tell you why. Because the conception of a globe was philosophy in the first order. They said that God is perfect, and the perfect shape is clearly the egg or the testicle, because those are the personification of progeneration, which by God's creation must insist upon the elasticfication of the pontification. Therefore, the earth surely is a globule of shape because it's the most perfect shape there could be.
So here I'm going to blow your mind. I just found this out like 4 days ago. So there's a dude, Jay Dyer. He's a debater. He debates frickin' religious topics anyway. But he does do like esoteric pop culture and stuff. So what he said was Jack Parsons from JPL, he had his little sex magic rituals, and making rockets was part of it. He saw rockets as they were sperm that were going to inseminate the rest of the universe. So you have the Earth as the balls, right? And then he's shooting rockets. The rockets are the sperm. Shooting off into
that's
the
as bad
mother
as
of the universe.
that woman that said she's a rock, a very complicated rock.
But yeah, so this is Jack Parsons, who was a JPL. He worked in Jet Propulsion Labs. It's originally Jack Parsons Labs. He has a whole backstory, which is fucking insane, dude. Like we wouldn't even believe it. Like how crazy this. Hung out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard and Walt Disney. They did sex magic rituals in the Nevada desert, and like how he even got his JPL is crazy in the first place. He was 17 years old, dropout. He read someone's book on rocketry, a Caltech professor. He just walks in to his lab, to the dude's office, and starts talking to him about it. And the guy he gives him like a teaching job there as associate professor at like 17 years old. And then within 2 years, they had given him a lab.
That's
so
absurd.
Caltech is paying. Yeah, I know it's absurd. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's crazy.
Dude, he probably also gave him flowers, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the weirdest thing about there's a saying, it's not rocket science, right? You remember that saying?
Yeah.
Well, then, does that mean that rocket science is therefore bullshit?
It's engineering.
That it's complicated gobbledygook just to be complicated gobbledygook?
Well, we use rockets all the time, right, to go up in the sky. It's the idea that they go into this place called space, which is the
right.
problem. We use rockets like for missiles and stuff, same type of stuff. The V2 rocket, for example, Second World War. But it's the claim
it goes up and then it hits its destination.
Yeah, but it's the claim that there are these special type of rockets that go to this special place called space and do a special thing called orbits. That's the bullshit.
Honestly, how the hell does rocketry work in a vacuum? It's just weird to think of combustion in a... Fascinating.
Hang on, listen. When you get a chance, listen to the clip I just posted. It's like 4 minutes long, so if you don't want to listen to it now, that's fine. But it goes over Jack Parsons' little backstory, dude. It's nuts. It's so nuts. It's almost unbelievable.
How the...
I'll post you just Jack Parsons guy. Dude, like if you just read his Wikipedia entry, that is so crazy, and that's the public information. Who only you can only imagine what the private information is. Put it that way. His public information is horrible.
Why are all these people involved deeply in the occult?
Good question.
Like, I'm noticing it in so many of them. They're just completely enamored with the occult.
Anyone who's famous, basically.
Because astronomy is really comes from astrology. Really.
Yes, it does.
There's a lot of people involved with technology that have deep roots and claims about weirdo stuff. Like the one guy, I can't remember if it was the radio guy or whatever. He basically said he wanted to like map human consciousness or create a machine that could understand human consciousness. And then the other guy was like, he wanted to tap into otherworldly entities.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wanted to get like a conscious machine that could communicate with greater dimensional entities and stuff, and like tap on their power and all this weird stuff.
There is so much to these people. Like,
well, think about it. Try to just compare like the things that they say, so-called scientists. So if you read the Revelation of John, right? John's telling us, hey, what's going to happen in the future? There's going to be an Armageddon, blah, 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 right? Well, I can flip on Brian Cox, and I watched it today. Brian Cox is sitting there telling people, like, how's everybody going to die? Oh, the sun's going to run out of fuel. It's going to go supernova, and we're all going to blow up. What's the difference between what he said in the Revelation of John? Absolutely nothing. He has zero evidence for the crap he said. Zero. Right? But it's the same stuff, right? They're telling the same stories, but they say, no, this is science, so it's a better story, or it's supposed to be more believable for some reason, because they sprinkled the word science on it.
Indio. It just generates fear in people.
It's the same tool. Well, it's the same tool, man. It's the same tool they used 1,000 years ago. They're still using the same tool and beating people over the head with it. Why would you reinvent the wheel? Like, it works, right? They haven't made a better mousetrap. It's the same mousetrap.
Mm-hmm.
They just changed the names of the characters in the stories, man.
Like, I've learned so much, so much about this stuff from the other side, like the whole occult thing. It's all fictitious. So much of it is just garbage. It's crap. It's so much garbage. And the Hermeticists, they think that and they have the theory of mind. They think that what they believe, they get everybody to believe in this, and it makes it real. So if the whole world believed the world was a ball, it would become a ball. This is the shit these people actually believe. Like, genuinely what they believe. The most absurd.
They might not be wrong. I mean, no, they might not be wrong. I mean, what's the difference, right? You know what I mean? As a practical matter, what's the difference? If everybody just delusionally thought the same thing, it kind of becomes true in a way.
No, but they literally mean that it would become, like, the shape would actually change. Physically.
Yeah, but my point is, you couldn't tell the difference anyway, even if it didn't happen. You'd be the person that you'd be in. If they had that 100%, you'd already believe it anyway, and it wouldn't even matter if it did or if it didn't, because you're already locked in.
Mm-hmm. So many lies. And now we're going into what? The fake stuff in the sky, the fake aliens. It's like, ugh.
In the 50s and that, when they started testing nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons became a reality, and it became this reality that the Russians could destroy America in a nanosecond. We wouldn't even know it.
Was even real?
So, and it created this enormous, it gave everyone a little mental disorder. You know, everyone had this fear-based paranoia kind of thing. It was very, and now it's just here, and now they're telling us about meteors from space. We can get blown up by a meteor from space at any time. It's sort of, it has an effect on people's psychology, but we're so used to it by now. But I think it started with that nuclear threat, and now, and yeah, it just gave everyone a little bit of
prove those things are real. It's troubling.
Exactly. It's just kind of a rational fear.
Yeah, it's like asteroids. Can't prove that either. They're not real. If the globe model was true, we would have been hit many times already. Just so stupid.
I know.
It's all right. We're
And
lucky
isn't
to
the ISS supposed to come out of the sky and burn up and go into the ocean soon? Thing I've never seen. Thing you've never seen.
What are you going to say, Jedi?
I completely forgot what I just said 30 seconds ago, mate. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're talking about orbital decay. So a few years back, people were mentioning, hey, this is the rate of orbital decay of the ISS. It's been in that space for 20 years. Should be like 200 miles under the ground by now. So they fixed that by writing a news story. Now, the Russians flew a Soyuz spacecraft up there that's only docked just to boost it into a higher orbit when it decays too much. It wasn't there before, but it's there now. Trust me, man. I saw the headline.
How long do you think those actors up there? Well, they're not up there, but the actors. How do they
Did you see
even
their
do a job
Christmas
like
shit?
that?
Did you see their
Yeah, I
Christmas
did.
shit? Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
crazy, huh?
I want to know what kind of people would do that, for what reason they would do that. It's just, ugh.
What
Yeah,
we do,
money
you
and
want to
fame.
chime in and defend your you a Gober? I mean, that's okay. You are. We're not going to attack you.
Who?
Fluffy B.
No,
Don't
I know
they? Hey, don't they have like a replica of the ISS, like in?
I have a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
They have three. There's three. There's three. So
Yes.
there's one in the Neutral Buoyancy Center. There's one in Building 9 Space Vehicle Knockup Center, Houston, Texas. And if you actually like go on like Google Streets, they have a ISS thing. And then when you geolocate it, it geolocates the freaking Houston, Texas. Even though they're showing you pictures like outside the cupola, supposedly from space. Apparently space is in Houston. And then there's the one they film in and no one knows where that is.
Do you remember when the actors said something to the effect of, "Oh yeah, we're over here, just from here"? They said the city name and everything. It's just like, what?
Houston.
Yeah, so they're in Ohio or something, right?
No, and then someone tracked it to Hollywood, and you're just like, what?
I mean, if they have models of the ISS on Earth, it's not difficult to put, say, a green screen or something behind.
Yeah, and they would use the neutral buoyancy tank to fake the spacewalks.
Yeah, because it's
Well,
like
the environment they're in doesn't even have to be real, right? Like, so it might look like they're moving, but they can just move the environment digitally, right? They don't even have to like.
Yeah.
The person can be completely stationary. It's just a composited layer that they're on top of, moving around, appearing to move around. It doesn't even like we think of it like they have to be moving around in something because that's how we think of it. But no, the environment can be moving around and they're completely stationary.
And speaking of weird fake stuff, what do you think about the final experiment stuff now?
I mean, I haven't really been following it, but from what I've seen, there is some weird lighting. And I don't think that's because they faked it. I think that's just because of where they are. I think some of the lighting shit, some of the shadows are really weird. But like I said, it's not because they faked it. I mean, all I can go by is what people have written down. We know that they faked like 5 videos. We know that. Okay. Why would they do that? Okay. Who knows? Who cares? Right. But then there's like the notebook of Amundsen who was there. He was stuck there. And the other bullshit stories, the Shackleton story is just absolute horseshit. But that's so they said they didn't see the sun the entire time they were there except for one day. But it was brightly lit up, right? So it was daytime. Everything was bright. and he said it was driving his entire crew crazy. He was driving them mad because it was like the light. So they're in a ship, right, and they're trying to cover the portholes with stuff, right, so they could get sleep because it's light all the time, and it was driving people mad because they could never block the windows up enough because it's also bright out, and plus you have the snow or the ice, so that's reflective and that's bright. So like lights coming in from every possible direction. He said it was driving them mad. And then when they did see the sun, he said everyone became elated and happy and were like cheering and hugging and like because the sun came out because they hadn't seen it for like 6 months.
Wow.
So there's weird stuff like that, and I think the lighting down there in the shadows is just weird. I like if you compare it to Arctic videos, right? 24-hour time lapses of Arctic or any video of like the far north, it just don't look the same. To my eye, it don't look the same. Like the lighting, it just looks different. Even though it's all on snow, it's all on ice. Like go watch some videos of like Greenland. Greenland's a big fucking ice shelf. Go watch some videos they've taken there. 24-hour sun. Watch what they see. It don't look like the video that that they took down there.
Yeah, that's my issue, and I see other issues. I mean, you could look at him like you could talk about the vape, or you could talk about just strange effects in general. It doesn't make any sense.
I haven't followed it to that level of like the vape and stuff. I noticed
would
like
post it in the
just some
chat
of the
when I
lighting
don't
looks
have image perms.
I mean, I don't even really care, quite honestly. Like, I'll just assume it's happened and whatever, because it doesn't really even matter, quite honestly.
I just don't trust these people. I don't know why anyone would.
Yeah, exactly. You would have to be careful about who you're trusting.
I already didn't trust.
Yeah, well, would you?
So it's like,
yeah, no, we already know that they're full of it.
They didn't need to do anything. I already didn't.
You've got to know that if they go there, they're going to come back with something. It's going to be something dodgy because they're just dodgy people.
Well, Duffy said it's not intrinsically bad to lie or deceive, dude. Like,
yeah,
based upon his studying of the Bible. Like, dude, like I can't believe what words he's saying for that.
Exactly. So how could you believe anything this dude says?
You can't. It's unfortunate because it would have been such a fascinating thing to have learned about what was going on up there or over there.
This is why I guess most of us don't mind taking it at face value. So what? There's a 24-hour sun in within the Antarctic. So what? It doesn't change anything. We've kind of known this for a long time anyway. All we have to do is look up at the sky and witness that there's 2 rotation points in the sky, which obviously have some kind of corresponding ground position, because that's how we navigate anyway using the stars. So I think for a lot of people, it's time to realise what has actually been going on anyway. And I think it's been brilliant for Flat Earth. The last 2 weeks have been the most entertaining for ages. I think it's awesome.
Dude, this is the best thing that ever happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, get some more people talking about it, which is really good.
That's what I was thinking. Like, why would the sun do something different than the rest of the celestial sphere? I was pretty much expecting it to be a 24-hour sun.
Well, it also illuminates their mindset, right? If I can't construct some model in my head, right, or have some explanation, some story about what's possible, then it's impossible, which is it's basically an argument from incredulity. That's all it is. Like, I can't think of how it could happen, so therefore it can't happen.
Yeah.
That's what Britnat tried doing.
Tried to get you to show how it could work.
He was that guy you were talking to, Million or whatever he called himself on politics that time. He was just like, if there's no way to lay it out geometrically and have a 24-hour sun, I don't know, he's talking about like preserving daylight hours in all these different places or whatever, then Earth cannot be flat.
I remember.
Yeah.
The sun just does weird things. I don't understand the idea of looking at the sky to understand the ground. It's very odd.
What I've always noticed is that when globe people try to prove that the Earth shape, then they always look up to the stars or the sun, the moon, etc. But they never look at the ground they're actually stood on. You know, the amount of times I've heard people who are globe earthers and they say like, "Well, if you look at the sun, the 24-hour sun," it's like, well, that doesn't prove anything. You know,
if we looked at the sky and we calculated based on parallax, like you're doing for the Earth, and you said that the very last star that you could see would be the edge of the world, maybe you could get the size? But you'd have to put them both together, north and south.
Yeah, but the thing that I don't get is like, how do they know how big the sun is? You know,
not the sun. I'm talking about the stars.
Oh, stars. Well, you mean the little sparkles of light in the sky?
Yeah. Could you use those to determine the size of it? And I know it's weird, but if we're saying the sky terminates at the end of the world, then the furthest star that we could see away would tell you the size of the world.
But there was one thing someone said yesterday about stars that really confused me, because he was mentioning like the Doppler effect and all that, and he said that like light should turn red over a great distance, and I'm thinking, well, stars are very far away apparently, and they're not red. You know, they're apparently billions of light years away. So how much distance do you want for the Doppler effect to happen? Obviously, the Doppler effect isn't real when it comes to stars and their light, because when you look up in the night sky, you're not seeing a bunch of red dots, are you?
No.
Exactly. There's no Doppler effect when it comes to the light of a star. I just wanted to point that out there. Just gonna make.
If you were following my thought with the stars, could you say that is the case? Like, could you use that to get an estimate?
Potentially, yeah. Because every star more or less is a ground position on the Earth, so you could figure out between those ground positions. But
how big would that be?
I have no idea. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I guess it would be practically infinite.
Yeah.
It's just guesstimations, as it's called.
That's fascinating to me. That means all that. How much would they hide? There's no scarcity. In my opinion, that's the reason they would hide the shape of the Earth. That's the reason. More land.
That's
interesting.
Any reason.
Pardon? Right? Next time somebody asks you that question, why would they lie? Good enough answer.
It's one answer, and I'll grant you that. Yeah, that's possibly one of the reasons why they're lying. I wouldn't say it's the only reason, though.
No, there's always many, but
Yeah, but yeah,
Sorry, I've said many times that like the government is lying to you, not just on the shape of the Earth, but they lie to you about a lot of other things. You know, where your tax dollars or pounds or wherever you're from goes. You know, but globe earthers, if they find out their tax money is going somewhere they don't like, they'll happily protest and go up in arms about it. But when it comes to the shape of the Earth, they feel like it's concrete rule set in stone, can't be changed for some reason, and I don't understand why.
it should be falsifiable. Oh, AI, explain your picture. Oh, not Star Life again. He's weird.
Star Life.
Mm. Ah, you can't see that part.
Dude, that Star Life guy's dishonest fuck, huh?
Oh, I can't stand him.
Oh, really? That bad? If you're saying you can't stand him, then he must be real bad.
No, he's really bad. He's been in my DMs before going on about how Critical's going to be a mass shooter. Like, it's bad.
Really?
Just block him.
Never actually speaks in any VC, though. It's just
No, he messages people, and he threatened to send me to prison if I didn't accept the globe. It's very odd.
Wait, since when is it against the law to not believe in the globe?
Hey, we're not there yet. We'll get there.
How is it even a moral question in the first place?
Ugh.
I don't know. Saying stuff like that just says to me he's probably mentally ill.
Very much so. Well, look at his avatar. Come on.
Yeah. Or he's just
Male
dumb.
version of Earth-chan with a mask on.
Yeah. I don't know why.
With a fucking mask on? Jesus Christ, dude! Like, are you serious? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like he's always muted, just like Peter the Globe Prover as well. But I don't think Peter's as bad. You know, we have people who are like perma-muted in this room because of just who and how they are.
That GIF never made sense. I've seen it a couple times. He DM'd it to me too. I was like, what? Yeah.
And we get a 90-degree angle on this surface. I mean, on that line, no, but flat Earth isn't just a line, you know. It's basically the horizon, you know. It's flat.
It's still surreal being, part of all this and realizing this is true. It's head trip.
Okay, so you guys want to hear the latest? Well, I was just going to bring up, you guys are talking about stars and like their distance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I heard a new cosmological model because the Lambda CDM Big Bang dark matter model don't actually work. So they're trying to abandon it. So they're trying to abandon it without anybody looking. So one of the new proposals is, so space has these voids, according to them. They have these big, huge dark voids with nothing in them. But we also got like galaxies pumped together, like a spider web. So what they're saying now is the universe only appears to be expanding faster because time in these voids is running at a normal speed, and there's an expansion at one speed there, where all the matter is clumped together because of relativity. Like in the Milky Way galaxy, time is running 30% slower, so the expansion is 30% slower, and it only appears to be expanding at an accelerating rate because
time exists.
Because we're in a frickin' time well where time goes slower.
Yeah, but
that's their new bullshit.
There's no time in space.
Oh my god.
Well, people call it space time, which is.
I think I actually lost IQ points hearing that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, time is a human invention, and it's like, it's only for literally like us. If humans didn't exist, there'd be no time at all. In space, there's no time because we can't measure things accurately in space. Because we don't know what space is. Starlight being an idiot inside chat, as usual.
This is ridiculous. Yeah. I used to believe this crap. I used to be so proud of knowing this crap.
Yeah, it's like everyone did, because they feed it to you as a child. Like everybody, it's like they always have a globe in the classroom for some weird reason. Sometimes they have it just as like a decoration. I don't know why. They have a plant or something. But it's just like you taught it at an early age. But of course, the curriculum of education is funded by the government. But why aren't they teaching you things that are going to be relevant to you later on in life, like how to do your taxes, like when things like this, how to save money, how to get a job, things that are actually needed.
How about just teaching people what money is? Start
exactly.
There.
Yeah, because no one tells you what money is.
Come on, it's because balls. They like balls.
Yeah, they're heliosexuals. They like balls.
They do. They like balls.
Yeah.
When you mentioned that there's a globe in every schoolroom and on every teacher's desk, that's because a globe is it's a thing that you'd associate with learning, like glasses, for example, spectacles, like a library, like a book, like a globe.
Or a chalkboard with shitloads of equations on it.
There you go.
But they don't need to have that for learning either. Like, depending, what the best thing to use would just be have some of the letters of the alphabet and a few numbers, because every single subject uses the letters and numbers that we use. Like 1, 2, 3, ABC. We all use that in every subject. We don't use a globe in every subject.
No, but this is how they've shoehorned this idea in. So Injo just pointed out numbers on the blackboard. like you're pointing out with ABC 1, 2, 3. If we stick a globe in there as well, just like we use the word science, then all of a sudden we're proving stuff, we're learning stuff, we're intelligent. It's all subliminal bloody wordplay and symbology, dude.
Yeah. It's all to get everyone to believe in the globe model, you know, and unfortunately...
Sorry to interrupt, it's all to get people to trust authority, which was the reason why I jumped in with your analogy of the globe. In the teacher's room where we're doing learning, you will respect this authority. The authority comes from the globe.
Yeah, I never respected any teachers when I was in school, but that's me. And I mean, I still believed in the globe because I didn't know any better. I mean, you're a kid, you know, you don't look at these things as a kid. But when you get older, you know, it's like you look at things differently, and it's like, could the earth be flat? I'm scared the government lied to us about lots of things. Why, you know, they could be lying to us about the shape of the earth, which they are. You know, there's plenty of evidence showing a flat earth, but not showing a curved earth. And it's as I've discussed earlier, and that, like, if you have, like, a plane, yeah, they operate, they literally operate using a flat earth. You know, everything navigation-wise is based upon a flat earth.
Yes, that's correct. My best friend who's an aerospace engineer will confirm that with yes, 100%.
Yeah, but why is that though? When they say when a lot of people say it's a globe, why would navigation people like pilots, etc., use a flat Earth? You know,
because Earth is flat.
Exactly. You know.
In the absurdly large NASA chalkboards, pretty funny, dude.
Oh my god.
Dude, you need ladders, dude. It's fucking funny. I post in your chat.
I'll show you something funny. This is the funniest video I've ever seen. I think Aeon will probably know what I'm looking at. Let me find it. Okay. You've probably seen this before, but it's hilarious.
No. Stop posting that.
It's funny. It's New Year's Eve. We should have some fun.
Like when I watch this, I wait for it to explode like Space Invaders, like, but it never does.
Yeah.
I genuinely want to know if they're claiming that's real footage.
Well, the way they're celebrating, it looks like they are. You know.
Ugh.
But I can't hear the sound effects from Space Invaders, like do 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 do. You know. I mean, it's hilariously bad. I mean, look at it. Doesn't even look real. What's that? Like cooking a curry on the moon or something.
Oh, I got another one I just got today, but this was hilarious. Oh, let's find it.
So they're all fake in space just because, hey, why not? Hey, they did it. Just like they all have nuclear weapons.
Wait, who has nuclear weapons?
I was making a joke about how they all have space programs and they all have nukes. And, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the UK has nukes, but I don't think we have a space program. But that could just be the government lying to me. You know, they could be launching rockets from other nations. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we do have British territories outside of the UK, so who knows?
Part of T Space Agency. So we're part of the British Space Agency in ESA. We have got our own space agency, some shed in some bloke's back garden somewhere, probably in Northampton. But yeah, we do have our own, but it's just telescopes.
I kind of want to know where Elon's going to send the million people.
What? What do you mean? What the people are you deporting when Trump gets into power?
No, the Mars bulls crap.
Yeah, Musk said he's sending 1 million people to Mars or something.
Well, I mean, better going that way than the other way into the sun, you know.
That's a good way to get rid of some people, isn't it? Yeah, we're just going to take these 1 million people to Mars. All right, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they just show some fake footage, and there you go.
Yeah, well, when India do it, we'll see like a toy train on a sandpit, you know. That's basically.
Well, who's going to be the government? Well, who's going to be the government? Who's going to run shit on Mars, dude? Like, who's the boss up there?
Elon.
First one gets there.
I said Jared will be the first one. They're doing a Netflix documentary on it.
Yes.
Yeah, please point out the curved line, Star Life. If you're in here. He's not even in here. Why is he talking inside chat?
He's a troll.
Because he's weak.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he can't. Well, he's server muted anyway, so he couldn't even debate even if he wanted to. So.
Well, I'll mute him.
Oh yeah, we'd definitely unmute him. Never heard his voice
guys.
before, so
I've heard him speak before. But that's in other channels because like it'd only be muted in here, not other rooms. So. That's if a room operator muted him though. But yeah. But I mean, sending people to Mars. How long will SpaceX take to do that? Who knows? I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk anyway, so.
That dude's like a complete fucking fraud, dude. Like, even worse than I thought. Like, a complete fraud. Every business he ever started is a fraud. It never happened the way he says it happened.
He just hangs around Donald Trump like, you know, like, I don't know, like a fly round like rotten meat, you know. It's like it's just weird the way he's acting and stuff like that. I mean, it would be impossible to live on Mars anyway, you know. Don't know how far it is away from the Earth, for one. Because all we've got is what telescopes telling us, and they write this stuff down. But it's like, what does that mean?
No one's going to Mars.
No, of course not. No one's ever been to Mars. Never will be. I mean, no one's been to the moon either. It's all fake, you know.
Good. Just as long as we're
places on Earth no one's been.
That's true.
You don't have to even think about the shit in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like the Earth is flat. Don't look at the stars, moon, or whatever else is twinkling up there. You know, look at the ground. Look at where you're walking.
Well, I know someone that he fought in Vietnam, and like he was like, I went through parts of the jungle that no human being has ever seen before. You know what I mean? Like there's places on Earth no human beings ever seen still. We haven't been everywhere. You know what I mean? Some places it's like there's no reason to go there. He said he saw like all sorts of like. He saw some carved wooden shit. So like there's parts of Vietnam that are like semi-mountainous, and there's like a tribe that lives there called the Hmongs, and like he was in that part, and like it's very rural. There's nobody there, and right, we're talking about freaking rainforest. So like if you walk off a trail like 3 feet, dude, it's like you can't even walk anymore. There's so much vegetation. So it's like there's parts of the world that no human being's ever been.
Yeah.
There's still tops of mountains that people haven't conquered. Loads of them.
Oh yeah, certainly. Like there's parts of the Sahara Desert that like no one's ever been. Certainly.
Biggest mountains like underwater. But I don't know where it is. Like,
I just read an article. They found 300,000-year-old human footprints in Saudi Arabia.
300,000-year-old footprint.
I think it was either 150 or 3. I think it was 300,000. It's in that range.
Wait. How do you preserve footprints? Unless it was like
they stepped in the mud at a watering hole and it got covered up, and then the footprint got preserved.
Oh right, yeah, that makes sense. Because I was thinking Saudi Arabia, sandy country, sand moves, and it wouldn't preserve nothing, So.
Well, according to them guys, it was thousands of fucking years ago, or 100,000 years ago. Saudi Arabia wasn't a desert.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, England probably wasn't as green as it is now. It's probably under ice or something. Who knows?
Nobody talking?
Not just at the moment, mate. Got lots of new people in chat if you want to start calling them out.
Yeah. Any globe earthers here?
Was that Demog talking?
I think so.
Yeah, so some dudes on the other server, they're thinking about starting a new country, and we're going to call it democracy, and you're going to roll with.
Okay.
Yeah, I said it would be a utopia until the State of the Union address, where you get to rant for like 10 hours. Then that day would suck. We have to watch that shit in shifts. Telling everybody how water don't stick to a ball. That'd be fucking great.
Oh my god.
Democracy. That's a good one. Democracy.
I don't know who said. I think it was Adam or something. It's pretty funny though. Is it you who said you can't eat fucking soup off of a ball? Is it you who said that?
No, I mean, no liquid would ever stick to a ball unless it's like, unless it's glue, maybe.
Holy shit. Poop off of a ball. Why? Where? How? What?
Yeah, you can't eat soup off of a ball. That's for sure.
Where the fuck?
Can't really eat anything off of a ball.
That's an odd original thought. Soup off of a ball.
That's why I thought I heard it from some. I thought it came from you, man, but I guess not.
Well, I made up soup sandwich. I thought you could make soup sandwiches and stuff, because people said it's funny. Right, and actually sell them and make them, actually. Toast the bread, pour a little beef stew in there, but like, just do it to where it's not too runny. Anyway, yeah. It just sounded like that. Yeah, some might say, yeah, 100%.
Dude, a Glover would try to make a soup sandwich if he saw an equation for it. He'd actually try it.
Oh man, I already made the different ones for the ones I've came up with so far on how to do it to where they actually wouldn't like be, too soupy. A little bit of brown gravy, just thin it out just to, you have the beef, a little season in there like au jus, and then you put that on the bread and it's like you can have the potatoes, the carrots, whatever, you could actually have like a soup, whatever kind of soup you want, but you just make it kind of thick and you toast the bread real good. Toast it, slice it open, boom. Pour the bread, pour your soup.
Eating like chunky soup, with the veg and the meat in it. I can't eat liquid soup, Well,
that's what it'd be kind of like, soups like that, like a chili, ham and beans, it's, any kind of soup that has a little bit of gurk to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, and then pizzas, crazy pizzas, spaghetti pizza, ham and bean pizza. But just the actual idea of, have a cornbread crust or the ham and beans on there.
Is that where the globe earthers got the idea of like what a flat earth is like? Because they looked at a pizza and said, "Oh, it's flat." But there's like lots of things that are flat, isn't there? You can have a massive table like 50 foot long that's flat.
The FE, whatever the hell. I've never met anybody from it, but whatever, the flat earth, whatever, like the supposedly society or whatever. I think that's where the little circle pizza disc thing came from, I think. Not sure.
No, in my honest opinion, I think it's just the flat pizza disc thing is something globe earthers projected onto what flat earthers think the earth is, but it's not. I don't think it's a disc. Not really. I don't know what shape the earth is, but I know it's not a ball. Because we can prove it's not a ball. There's many people in here who can prove it's not a ball with experiments and things like this. But when we ask globe earthers for certain experiments, they can't do it.
Like heat, you can't keep it down.
No, you can make light down.
Yep, you can make light with the speed of sound. It's just something I say.
The only way you can keep heat down is like, if you like, for example, boiled a kettle, and the hot water vapor rose, and you just put like a glass upside down above the hole where it's coming out of, that'll stop it rising, but only because there's a solid object in the way.
Wouldn't it eventually all evaporate?
Yes, it would. It would all evaporate. Yeah, it'll disappear
Isn't
eventually.
it weird that heat rises and the air doesn't?
Yeah, because that's how you get the weird sort of refraction in hot places. It looks like the air is sort of like wavy. When you see like extreme heat in extreme, well, it doesn't even have to be extreme heat. You can see it with, like, if you turn your radiator on, like you put a heater in the middle of your room and turned it to max, you'd see the heat coming from it rising. And if you look
I mean,
through
that's
it,
just something. That's just something someone said, I guess, a while back, and it just stuck with me. I'm like, I don't know if that's 100%, but you know, it's what they
no,
said.
but
They
it's
were
what
like,
can cause like I've got some videos of temperature based heat experiments. I can link in chat. Where is it? So it's a
wasn't it
home
funny that
refraction test. Refraction might be an inaccurate term for it, but it's a heat temperature test all the same. So I just posted the video in YouTube, in side chat, sorry. And they've got a temperature monitor there, and there's some things there that you can see, but when the heat gets so hot, it disappears. And that's done at home, you know, so the distance isn't very far. So
what about the speed of light idea? But you can make light with sound. So what happened to the speed of light there if it was produced with sound?
I mean, I don't know. The scientists have said that it's like the fastest thing, but it's like scientists always do. They change their mind on certain things, just like gravity, right? They said gravity was a force for the longest time, and then literally
because they didn't want to put it to magnetism and tell you that's like basically the inner workings of everything.
I mean,
like a magnetic reaction in a way.
I mean, I don't trust these scientists or anything, because it's like they're always changing their mind on certain things. It's like, I mean, if something is like, you know, if you believe in something so solidly, but then like, I don't know, 100 something years later, it's like, oh, it wasn't this that we thought. It's like, well, you know, it to me, it's they're sort of playing like the boy who cried wolf, you know, kept saying that this, kept saying that there was a wolf, and then when there was actually a wolf, people didn't believe him, you know. It's the same goes with the scientists, right? They say all this stuff, it's like, and they want you to believe, and it's like, well, why should we believe? You lied last time about this, so why should we believe you? You know. You just have to be a bit more skeptical of this, of science, you know, because it's not really a, you know, I don't know. It's really early in the morning. My brain's still waking up. I only woke up like 30 minutes ago. Are there any globe earthers in here? Feel free to ask your question. Seems like all the globe earthers they're inside chat, but they're not in the actual room. Like Starlife and Nectar, you know, they're not actually in here. I'll ask Nectar to come to VC if he wants to debate. Yes. I love how Starlife says that that flat Earth is a cult, but a cult is something when you believe it so blindly with no questions asked. I.e., the globe Earth. No one questions the globe Earth if you're on that side. They just accept it as fact, and it's a cult. Whereas, I
was just gonna say, he's probably a fucking atheist anyway, and he can't even say why a cult would be bad in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just say flat Earth is a cult, and that's bad. Why? He would just stutter.
Yeah, well, he can't say anything now because he got server text suppressed for 3 hours by Kembo. Kembo.
Well, he's just sitting there chanting, right? He's just making these assertions and claims, and we're like, okay, back it up. Where's your evidence for that? And he just repeats it, repeating the same thing over and over again is evidence for the thing you said. But then when you say, "Oh, you're in a cult," motherfucker, you're the one doing the chanting. You're the one chanting the same thing over and over again. Oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, prove it. It's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, prove it. It's impossible on a flat. Okay, dude, that's cultish chanting.
Yeah, it's literally it's literally a lot of globe earthers. They just say it's not possible without backing it up with any sort of evidence or proof or anything like this. And a lot of times when we have globe earthers in here, well, as long as I've been in here, they tend to struggle when it comes to demonstrate when we ask them for demonstrations of their so-called experiments that we can demonstrate it, but when we turn it on them, they can't.
Yeah, ain't that funny? Ain't that funny, dude? Especially when you consider that science is supposed to be empirically based, right? Supposed to be based upon demonstrations, experiments, observations. But all they just give us is stories, and you say, "Hey, give us the physical evidence of that," and you get nothing. You get more stories.
Yeah, they think they get a win because it's like, oh look, I posted this table from this guy about 150 years ago. I mean, yeah, that's great and all. You posted something, but guess what? I could write down any sort of equation or whatever, and stick it in a time capsule. Someone could dig it up in 150 years and think, what the hell is this? And then demonstrate it and then completely fail, because I just wrote down a load of nonsense, and that's what a lot of these things are that they always link. It's just written down on tables and text. And it's like, we're always asking for real life demonstrations, because if you can't demonstrate it, none of us are going to believe you.
Yeah, and I know Dallas probably in the doghouse because of his upward accelerating Earth, but he said something that's pretty profound and true. He said, "How do we prove things to each other? Practical demonstration, right?
Yeah.
There's no denying it, right? I can literally prove something to you if I can practically demonstrate it. Telling somebody a story about how it would happen or could happen or should happen, that's not proof of anything. That's proof you told me a story. If you could actually demonstrate it, then there's no issue."
Exactly. But that's the thing. That's the problem, is whenever we ask them to demonstrate their side, they always fall flat. Pardon the pun there.
They try to run to? They try to run, "Oh, you don't believe anything unless you see it yourself? How do you know Australia exists? How do you know your brain's there? You've never seen your brain." Stupid shit like that. They just resort to these fallacies, right? No, dude, you're saying there's some phenomenon happening in the natural world. Science is empirical, so you have to have some empirical evidence, experiment, observation, test, measurement, something in the physical world that demonstrates this is nature, right? So let's see it. Well, Copernicus said, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up, dude. I want to see a demonstration.
Yeah. It's just they can never prove anything on a globe Earth.
Dude, it's hard to get them to even tell you what a proof even is. Like, they don't even know what that even is, what it is to prove something. They're clueless.
Yeah, because every time a globe Earther comes in, I asked them to, because I asked one guy, his name was Conrad, and he was in here yesterday, and the original question I asked to him was, because he mentioned gravity, right? And I asked him, what is gravity on the globe Earth model? Yeah, and he couldn't answer it. And he went on to, like, as they always do, like talking about stars and space and the sun and things like this. And it's like, the space sun has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. You know, why are you looking up in the sky? You should be looking at your feet. You know, you can see across, you look at a horizon, it's flat. You know, there's no curvature on the horizon. And you can see past the horizon because, you know, there's the black swan, isn't there? You know, and there's also laser tests which have been done for over like 10 times the distance of what the Earth curve should be seen at, which is about, I think someone told me it's about 3 to 5 miles.
Depending on the eye height of the observer.
Yeah, that's what they also said as well. Yeah. I mean, of course, you go higher, you see longer, don't you? You know, if you're on top of a mountain, you can see further than you are on the ground. You know, so makes sense, really.
Yeah. So I mean, I was listening to a debate. It was an atheist versus low tier fucking atheist versus theist debate. But he said something to the other person, like, because he approaches it from the epistemological question, like, how do you know anything? How is knowledge even possible within the atheist worldview? How does knowledge even exist? Because it's like it's an abstract concept. It's what would they call a transcendental. It doesn't exist in nature, right? There's nowhere in nature I can find knowledge. There's no like scientific test I can do to find like knowledge out there in the world. So it's what they call a transcendental category. But he brought up a good question, like, from what method are you using to determine what is possible and what is not possible? Right? What is your criteria? How do you find truth? Like, how do you even know what's possible or not, like, in your worldview? So, and I think, like, a lot of these Globers, they have this fundamental worldview of, like, these things are possible, these things are not possible. So, a 24-hour sun, the world has to behave this way, according to my ideas about what light does, what the relationship of the sun is to the earth, all these things. And so it's not possible on a flat earth. Well, how did you reach the conclusion it's not possible or not? How do you know that the foundation of you saying it's not possible is actually true? And if you ask them this, you're going to get nothing. You're just going to get some scientist said, or it works, or some other gibberish, right? You're never going to get any actual evidence that what you're claiming is impossible.
Right. That's why I ask them different too sometimes. I'll be like, well, if all supposedly prove this is a globe to you, or all these things you say, but in fact, this is flat Earth, and we know it. You're just not sure of that yet. But in fact, it is. What would that mean for all of your globe tests thus far? It would mean they're all fucking bunk and jank. All of them.
Well, they'll say things like 24-hour sun's not possible on a flat Earth. But think about the things they do accept. They accept quantum physics. They think something can be in two places at the same time or have the same opposite properties at the same time, violating the law of non-contradiction. They have no problem thinking that. They have no problem thinking that there's fucking black holes in outer space, trillions of light years away. They have no problem thinking that something came from nothing, right? So we know that the limits of what they think possible is pretty far out there. So I don't know why they don't think a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth is that absurd. Like, I don't get it, dude. It's like you already believe absurdities. This is way down the line of things that are absurd.
What about the twin paradox? When you leave this ball, if the ball spins and you leave it, you're going through time. So every ball that spins is a fucking time machine now, right?
Oh, dude, dude. That astronaut twin, that one's older than the other because he was on the ISS longer.
Oh, I got him with that today, dude. Dude was like, no, you're talking about the speed of light. I said, no, au contraire, mon frere. I understand what you're saying about looking through the past with the speed of light. That's bunk shit too, in a certain aspect. But I'm talking about the twin paradox, where one gentleman supposedly aged faster or slower than another gentleman that was his twin. One was on Earth and one was in the ISS. Now, if all you got to do is move back from certain sizes of fucking balls to go through time or space, to have a time machine, that's some weird shit. That's weird.
Yeah, the twin that was born second is older than the one that was born first.
Right. I figured that would be the dumb shit. Yeah, and there's no way to prove that other than
Yeah, look at this equation. That's their proof. Go get this chalkboard full of numbers and symbols.
I can put something or two things just like they did, one on a spinning ball and one on not, and they're both going to age the same. Like what? And being far away from a ball of gas doesn't make you look 93 million years into the past. Light years. What the fuck?
Dude, like I said, dude, like they'll already believe, right? What they think is possible is already fucking absurd. That's why, like when they say things to me, like that's impossible. Like, dude, you believe ridiculous things. How can you say anything is impossible?
That's why I bring out the piece of paper. I'm like, every artwork we've ever done, and when you make a model of a mountain and blow up the little stuff in the little fake lab when you're young, or do any stuff like, you have a flat source of reference that you put it to. So like, I don't understand how they could say anything's not possible on a flat plane when everything's been done on a flat surface. I really don't understand their point with any of that. To me, they're just, I don't know, they're just clearly doing that on purpose. I mean, if you say the apple should be red, right? And I'm like, I don't know what you mean. You're just talking gibberish right now. You're just saying words. That's fucking ridiculous. That means there's something wrong with their brain. Flat or horizontal just breaks their whole life of reality. Something's wrong with them.
Well, I mean, they're not in reality. Saying it's flat and horizontal, that brings them back to reality, and that's definitely not where they want to be. Correct. They'd rather live in their fucking dream world.
That's what I always tell them. I'm like, oh, you guys are the ones allergic to a lab, allergic to the physics of balls, allergic to ball elevation. And every time all I get is, what the hell are ball physics? I'm like, welcome to Flat Earth.
That's what we want to know. What the hell are ball physics, and where do I find them in the real world?
Exactly. I said, you got the same question as I
you would tell about ball physics.
So, dude, dude, like, you serious, dude?
That's funny, bro.
Yeah, like in 2017, it was funny when it, first appeared. on our Discord server way back in 2017.
Wow, I haven't seen that in
Yeah, we've been looking at that for like fucking, I don't know, like 8 years now, dude. Yeah, welcome to fucking 2025.
It's still funny. It never dies.
You ever seen the one where there's a dome and the meteor bounces off?
No. Is there a new one?
Is there a new one?
Fucking word. That one's like 5 years old.
That's being kind.
Is this like the new one?
No, those are old, dude.
Well, what is the new version?
See, Demlock, there is time. Dude, listen, there is a time warp, man. This dude just fucking, he just came here from 2017, and he's posting flat Earth memes.
Okay, look at the last one, bro. You have to admit it's funny.
The funniest flat Earth thing is when you see the disc Earth and a meteor hits it and the dinosaurs flip off of it. It's so silly.
Is that what flat earthers think, or is that
No,
just
it's
a meme?
not what flat earthers think at all. It's literally a meme created by globe earthers.
Okay, let's say something hit the Earth, then what happened to the dinosaurs according to the flat earthers?
What dinosaurs?
There is no dinosaur.
Which dinosaurs are you talking about, bro?
Oh, so there isn't.
Well, is there?
Name one.
No, it's just a big conspiracy, bro. They're lying to you. The countries, they're getting paid to lie to you.
You're goddamn right they are.
Yup.
You're goddamn right they are. So go look up a documentary called. So go look up a documentary on YouTube called The Bone Wars. So back in the late 1800s.
Yeah, bro. I know. I've read the documents. I read it. Yeah. Dinosaurs are fake as shit, bro. Yeah, bro.
So you read the documents. So you know about the Bone Wars from back in the 1800s.
Yup.
So you know about the feathered dinosaur that turned out to be chicken bones, right?
Yup.
You know about that. It was in the news, dude. You know about that?
Yeah, bro. They make up a lot of shit. Fake news every day, bro. Welcome to Earth.
Yeah, of course. No, it's a grift, really. That's all it is.
Do you think there's any truth they say on the news? Or is it most propaganda, fake bullshit? Like what sometimes? What is specifically? Is it only when they say the flat Earth that's the truth? Or is like specific
Are
things
you a retard? Okay, dude. Stop spurging. Settle down. Okay? There's things they say on the news.
Yo. You called me a retard for no reason.
I said, don't be a retard. I asked, first of all, I asked you to be a retard.
Pay respect to me, I'll pay respect to you, brother.
Maybe you should
don't call me names,
then stop. Yeah, then don't fucking be sarcastic and don't be a fucking wise ass. How about that?
Listen, you see?
Yeah, don't be a fucking wise ass. You came in here spamming memes. Don't be a wise ass.
It's funny, bro.
It's not respectful.
Dude, it was funny 5 years ago.
It's not funny now. How?
It's a dead meme. I'm sorry that you just got hit.
You get offended by a meme, bro. You gotta.
No one's offended. I'm bored by it, dude.
Look,
it's low tier.
You're screaming. You're offending me. You're calling me a retard.
It's low tier, dude.
You're getting all defensive because of a meme, bro.
It's low tier. Are you not listening? It's low tier. It's low tier. It's low IQ shit.
Okay, I accept, bro.
Dude, there's literally
don't fucking get offensive.
He literally joined the server like yesterday.
Don't
get
offensive,
I could go find like this meme posted in our Discord like 1,000 times. I've seen this image 1,000 times.
I understand.
It's not offensive. It's boring.
Yeah, but why are you screaming?
It's low tier. Because you're not listening.
Screaming because it's low tier.
Because you're talking over me.
Yeah,
each one gets to one turn, right? You talk for 1 minute.
So you're going to ignore me and then talk over me somewhat.
No, because
and then say, "Why are you screaming?"
Yeah. Let's.
I bet you if we did a word count.
Let's make it a respectful conversation, okay, brother?
How about you mod your own fucking Discord?
Let's make it 1 minute turns. You speak for a minute. I'll speak for a minute. What about that?
I mean, you're literally posting the stupid meme of the dinosaur thing. We've seen it all before. It's not funny. You know, never was funny. You know,
it is funny.
Well, kind of yeah, that's because you're probably like 10 years old.
It's
and
funny
you just
to me.
discovered memes or something.
Let's try and move on from the meme. Let's try.
Bro, they can't, bro. They
so
can't.
you're obviously a globe earther. So prove how the Earth is a globe to us with evidence and demonstrations.
You got 1 minute.
I have a better idea. Em, how do you yourself?
Yeah.
Now somebody else. Now, because somebody told you they know. You yourself. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
It's not a globe. It's shit shaped.
Okay, bye. Just fucking shut you off, dude.
Just waste of fucking 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's obvious troll. He'll leave in a minute.
Yeah, I don't know why you're laughing, Em. You're the one who can't tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. Yeah, tell us how the Earth's a globe. Em, tell us how the Earth's a globe. How you know the Earth's a globe? You, personally, how do you know?
Yeah. Kembo, can you like?
Okay, I'll give you. Hold on, I'm gonna undo him. You're gonna get one chance. You're gonna tell us how you know the Earth's the globe, and then you're gonna present the evidence of this knowledge.
First of all, I can't give it to you in 1 minute. Second of all, I can't give you concrete evidence that you will accept because I know whatever I give you, you will not accept. Even if God.
You don't know that. I asked you how you know. It's not about the evidence that I will accept. I want the evidence that you know the Earth is a globe. How do you know? So now that you tried to straw me in my position, okay, and that's over with.
What is your
how
position?
Do you know the Earth's a globe? How do you know? You.
What do you mean? How do I know? Do you not know?
How do you know the Earth's a globe? You personally.
I can't.
I mean, you can't. I mean, you mock us for thinking the Earth is flat, but when we ask you for evidence, your own personal evidence of a globe, you can't bring it to the table.
No, I can't bring my own theory, right? I can bring my own evidence.
We don't want your theory. We want
my evidence wouldn't change your mind.
We want your knowledge.
It doesn't matter.
We don't want your theory. We want your knowledge. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
There's hundreds of shit I can show you, but you're unwilling.
Okay, we want the shit that you know.
Yeah, we want your.
And you think I can show it in a minute?
Well okay, not a minute.
We'll give you 2.
Let me share my screen.
Not a minute,
I can't even share my screen.
5 minutes. Just
no, we don't need you to share the screen. You can tell us.
With words? No, I can't. I'm too stupid for words.
You can't tell us what you did with words.
At least you're right about that.
Yeah.
I can't tell you in 1 minute with words, no.
We'll give you 2.
Yeah, you can't tell us. You can just tell us the truth. You actually don't know.
I can show you with images, maybe, to help you understand. Make it simple.
Images that you
don't have to spend 1 hour.
Images that you took
something out, right? So
hold on, Fluffy B. I want to get something straight with him. Images that you took, Em?
Yes.
That you took yourself?
Yes, myself with my own camera.
From where?
From many places.
Yeah, go give us one.
Well, I can't give you. I can't share my screen.
No. Give us one of the places you were when you took the picture.
In a plane, in different places. I could show you, but I can't.
So you have evidence the Earth is a globe, that you know the Earth's a globe, that you took from a plane.
No, I don't have evidence to prove the Earth is globe. I have evidence to prove the Earth is not flat.
That wasn't the question, though.
The question was, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
Many ways, brother.
Then
many ways. Be specific. Tell us one.
First, do you like?
Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question.
we've asked you for evidence and everything, and like you probably came in here as a troll, thinking, "Oh, these dumb flat earthers."
Brother, shut the fuck up. Let me speak. Stop talking. Let him talk.
No, you can't. No, you don't have any authority over me, dude.
Bro.
No, all we are asking for is evidence.
Respectfully, let me speak before I forget.
But you just
First of all,
concede that you don't know
how the Earth's process, right? Like rotation, orbit, ecosystem work, right? That just proves
those are concepts.
Yeah, but you're not
those are
proving anything.
concepts.
You're just saying words.
Hold on. Yeah, those are concepts, right?
Yeah.
You don't have any evidence. You don't know that Earth is spinning. You've never observed the Earth to be spinning, right?
Oh, so you believe that NASA, everything they say is fake?
No,
hold on. Whether or not that's fake is irrelevant. That would be their knowledge, not your knowledge. We want to know how you know the Earth is a globe.
Because how am I gonna show it you?
Exactly, you don't. Just admit it. Just admit it. Just admit it, dude. Just admit it. You don't know.
Admit what? No, I know.
It's okay to say that you don't know,
dude. Like, it's really
I know it for a certain. I know it 100%.
Okay, so give us the evidence for this. Give us this. So if you have this knowledge, how did you get this knowledge, and what is it?
First of all, I went to school, right? What do they teach us?
Okay, that would be somebody else's knowledge again. Okay, we want your knowledge.
Wait. Who taught you English?
Okay, my mom.
Okay, that's someone else's knowledge. Who taught you that the Earth is flat?
She imparted her knowledge on me.
Okay, wait. Let's use the same logic that you used on me. Who told you that Earth is flat?
No, it's not analogous because we're talking about the natural world. Okay, we're not talking about human social interaction.
You're asking me to give you evidence that the Earth is globe, right?
No.
No.
Are you down?
Why?
I'm going to ask you again. How do you know the Earth is a globe? You.
Well, let me ask you this then. How do you know the Earth is flat?
Okay, I can go outside and go to the ocean and it looks flat. That's how I know it's flat.
No, the ocean is not flat. It's curved.
It's not curved.
Okay, from where is it curved? I've never seen a curved ocean.
If you go in the middle of the sea and you bring two boats and one of the boats go farther away from the other one, you would see that it would slightly, slowly.
And you know this will happen.
Disappear from the bottom up. I've seen it with my own eyes because I've traveled in the sea. I've seen it with my own eyes.
I literally live 1 mile from the ocean. I have never seen that.
What?
Yeah, what? Because you're making bullshit that you read on the internet.
No, I've seen it with my own eyes. With my own eyes.
Oh yeah, where were you?
Traveling with Denmark.
Yeah, don't remember where you were.
I said it, but you're refusing to accept it.
Where were you?
I said it. I just said it.
Where? Say it again.
No, I won't say it again because you overtalked me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're a fucking liar, dude. Why? And now you're funny.
Okay, wait.
You would say, "Oh, why would they lie?" And you just lied.
Tell me
this. So it's really funny.
So you're telling me
the boat go 30 miles out to sea, dude, and never go under the horizon.
Listen. You're telling me to say everything is a lie and I should trust you.
No, no one said that. I didn't tell you to trust me.
Because you said the flat is Earth, I should believe you.
No,
without evidence.
He never said that.
Yes, but this is your logic. This is how stupid
No, that is not my logic. No, because I asked you, I said, how do you know the Earth is a globe? No, this isn't my logic.
I just told you, but you refused to accept.
No, but no, you didn't. You didn't tell me any fucking thing. I said, how do you know the Earth is a globe? You couldn't tell me how you know that. And then you asked me, how do I know the Earth is flat? And I told you how I know that. And you could go do what I did to gain knowledge. Right? I didn't say believe me. You can go test it yourself. I'll never tell you to believe me. I'll say go test it yourself.
Say the truth right now, okay?
Dude.
I am saying the truth.
Not 2026.
So I'm going to ask you for the 7th or 8th time. How do you know the Earth is a globe?
The water curve. That's the most simple explanation I can give you.
Okay, the water's not curving. Okay.
It is, yes.
Okay, so then
According
how
to
can
the
we
science.
see? According to the science, but not according to experience.
According to experience and the science, yes.
No, actually not. The water's
Okay,
not
tell me,
curving.
according to whom does the water not curve?
According to observations, many
Whose
people have
observation?
made.
Have any science?
Mine.
Okay, yours. Should I trust yours or your observation?
No, you can go test it yourself. So if you're
I've
6
seen it
feet
with
tall,
my own eyes.
Sure you
that
have.
the boat, as it goes far away,
Yeah, you can't tell me where that even
the bottom of it starts to disappear. Right?
Yes.
And why?
I told you, but you refused to listen. I said it's.
I'm going to ask you for the 5th time. Where? Where were you?
Do you know where Denmark is? Denmark, brother.
And now you're screaming in the microphone, accusing what the other guy just did.
Because he asked like 10 times the same thing. I told you where, bro.
Dude, I'm speaking now.
I'm having a discussion with him, bro. Don't bring yourself into it.
There's other people
No.
here.
It's not productive to have a discussion.
I do think
it's
that
not
he did have the right
have a
to sort of
discussion,
go
brother.
loud there.
Sorry. If you want to talk, then I'll mute myself, and then you can talk, right? Let him talk, then you talk.
Really simple. What location on Earth were you when you made this?
Did you not hear me? I literally ate the
No,
mic.
I did not hear you because you're eating your fucking mic.
Denmark. Do you know what Denmark, where it is?
Denmark?
Yes.
Where in Denmark?
Copenhagen.
Where in Yeah, where?
The boat, brother, the boat. I was traveling by
where
the
in
boat.
Copenhagen
There.
were you, dude? Were you on the beach? Were you on a fucking tower? Where the
No,
fuck
I was
were
traveling by the boat, brother. Boat.
What kind of boat were you observing, dude?
It's like what do you call it? Hold on. What is it called? It's like big ass boat, brother. It's like
big ass boat?
Ferry?
Did it have big ass sails or big ass steam stacks or big ass containers or big ass fucking fishing nets or big you can't remember your observation.
Okay, so I
can tell you my observation.
The boat
exactly.
is called.
I can tell you the ship it was, how far away it was, how long it took, what beach I was at, everything. No problem off the top of my head without any issue.
Bro, you want me to remember the company name and where I traveled exactly?
I want you to tell me what you describe your observation.
Okay, this is how the boat looked. It's very close to how it was. You can click the link on the chat. It should bring you to the.
This is how the boat looked. A ferry.
Okay, so
you were
this
on
is
the
like
ferry, or you were looking at the ferry.
I was like on the top, right, and looking and seeing other boats how they disappear, right? Yes.
How far away were those boats, dude?
Should I count it or what? I've seen it how it disappears. It doesn't matter to me. It's proof that
does
the water
matter.
has curved to me.
No, it doesn't prove the water has curved because that observation happens on a flat surface too.
How does that happen on a flat surface?
Okay, how does it happen? Because angle resolution, perspective, your angle of view, waves, we can demonstrate it. We don't have
I didn't say it started to disappear or go out of view at, like, let's say, at a certain distance, it just disappeared, right?
We can demonstrate it on a flat surface, not talk about it.
You can't.
Not make. Oh, we can't? Hold on, I'll show you in the chat. Yeah, we can.
Bring me a document, bro. Whoever is like
I'm going to bring you.
him, let
no,
him
I'm not
talk.
going to bring you a document. I'm going to show you a demonstration.
Sure, take your time.
Word of advice, dude. Calm down.
Jedi, please don't talk. He's talking.
No, I will, and I'm just offering you some
No. Sorry, no, I can't. It's like
Stop
one
being-
at a time. I can't. I can't talk on 10 ends, brother.
I'm just asking you not to overtalk. I'm asking you just to calm down a little bit. Not
I'm
to
calm.
engage in the conversation.
I'm calm.
I want to give you some advice.
Maybe
Stop
my
talking
mic
through
volume
people.
is high to you, but I'm very calm.
Stop talking through people.
I'm not.
Dude, several times I've had to mute you. I don't want to have to do it again. Just engage in the conversation. Stop being so defensive, and please stop.
I'm not defensive. He is defensive. He's the one screaming. He's the one who's screaming.
Just stop it.
Okay, so I get called retard and many other things by yet you mute me instead of muting him. But it's okay. It's okay. I see your point of view. Defend him and mute me whenever you feel like it. Just shut the fuck up, bro. Let him.
Crying, you little kid.
Fucking victim.
Look, you see?
Yeah.
You're a perpetual victim, dude.
Yeah.
The Victim Olympics, dude. It's hilarious.
Fucking beta feminine energy in here, man.
Totally.
Just point of clarity.
What the fuck is this?
Shut up. Just for point of clarity. Go on, Injo. Carry on. Go on.
Okay. So, I posted on the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, you see this lake? This is our videos taken out of lake. This lake is 1,000 feet long.
Okay.
Okay. Now keep that in mind. It's 1,000 feet long.
Yes.
The horizon, the thing that blocks the boats, the curve of the earth, the edge of the ball that you think blocks boats, is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So how is it possible that you can't? How's there a horizon at all? How's there a horizon at all to block boats when?
That's not the question, right? We're asking the water.
No, because okay, the water's not curving. We know this surface is flat. We know the surface of this lake is flat because it's only 1,000 feet long. So we know it's flat.
Okay.
Okay. So your premise. Let me finish. Your premise that this visual can't happen on a flat surface is incorrect. We've shown it's incorrect by demonstration. We don't need a theory of why it's incorrect. We don't need a hypothesis. We don't need any physics. We can show by demonstration that it's incorrect. And I myself, I watched a boat, and it was measured by marinetraffic.com. I watched a boat sail 30 miles away. The horizon from my elevation, which is 15 feet, is supposed to start at 6 miles. Well, how come I can see the boat 30 miles away if it's supposed to be blocked at 6 miles? See, the horizon is not a physical edge of the ball.
Can I talk now or what?
The horizon is not a physical.
And then I get to talk.
Yeah. So fine. Are you actually going to listen? And I would like you to respond to what I said, and not just
said so many things. I would like you to make it into smaller things. So you talk for a minute, and I'll talk for a minute. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So the point is that the horizon, the thing that you think blocks boats, is not the edge of a ball. It is an apparent position. It's not a real physical fucking location that blocks shit. It moves around. One day the horizon could appear 4 miles away. One day it could be 10 miles away. One day it could be 2 miles away. Because it's not the edge of a ball that blocks shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get to speak now or what? So, according to this image you've just sent, based on this image, right, you can prove that the water has curve because the boat started to disappear from the bottom up, right? It started to disappear from... No, don't say anything. Just listen, because I listened to you. So, if you bring a boat and it goes farther away, the bottom of it will start to disappear and slowly should the upper parts, which is higher than the ground of the boat, right? And slowly it will disappear because of curve, right? You bring it back, you can see only the engine. You bring it further back, you can see the half of it. You bring it further back, you might see the whole thing. And that's proven by the water curve. That's based on the image you have just sent. I can prove that the Earth is a globe based on this specific image. Now you get to talk.
So, cool. Everything you said is wrong. Okay? Because this lake, like I told you, is 1,000 feet long. It can't be Earth curve. The horizon, the thing that's blocking the boat, should be 2,600 feet away. According to your globe, there should be no horizon at all to block a boat. It can't be Earth curve. Or you're on a ball that's fucking 3 times too small. Yeah, dude. Like I said, a known flat surface. This experiment was done because we want to eliminate a variable to see if we can replicate the effect by eliminating the variable of curvature. So we do it
by trying to eliminate the variable. You've just proven it, right? The flat Earth.
By trying to eliminate the variable, we've just proven it.
By this.
No, we use a distance where the variable can't possibly exist.
The curve is always there. No matter how much or what the distance is, right? It's like sliding.
That's fine.
And if you add it together, you're gonna see a curve which you can explain based on this image of sand. I don't know what's difficult about that to understand.
Well, I don't know what's difficult for you to understand that there should be that this horizon should be beyond the boat.
Water curve. That's how you explain
this horizon where you think the Earth curve starts should be beyond the boat.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, dude. It's supposed to be beyond the boat.
So
when you go to the ocean, right, and you see the horizon, and there's water that leads up to the horizon, right? You're saying that water is curved. But you can still see everything on the surface of the water before the horizon, right? Correct? Is that correct?
No. Can you repeat?
You can't see everything on the water before the horizon. That's not... What?
Oh, what?
You're on one side of the ball, and then there's water that goes up to the horizon, and you think the other side of the horizon's the other side of the ball. But all that water leading up to the horizon, you might think it's curved, but you're still seeing everything that's on that water.
No.
This RC boat should be on your side of the ball. But it's on the... This can't be Earth curve because this lake isn't big enough.
You've talked for like 3 minutes now. 4 minutes.
Yeah, but you need to recognize what's being said to you.
You need to recognize that each one gets to talk for a minute.
Yeah, according to your globe mathematics of a radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon should be 2,600 feet from this camera.
No.
So you understand the math. He doesn't get the math.
You go and read a book or something.
Go read a book. Look at this guy.
You take what you want out of it, and
you want me to post the equations?
You say the other things that are inside the same book. Oh no, I don't believe in those.
This is a little bit above your pay grade because you didn't get the math he was trying to explain to you.
I got it, bro.
It can't work on the globe math, so maybe it's above your pay grade a little bit. Maybe you don't get it.
No, I understand it completely.
You understand
you don't have to get
Okay, tell us how you understand it.
But he's using it out of context, right? He's not using it the way it is.
What the fuck?
He's just slanging around all these terms, thinking because of him saying them proves anything, right? He's not.
It's your model, dude. If you don't like it, then abandon it.
Tell me this. Should I, like a genuine person, right, with a human working brain and average IQ, right, believe?
No.
You don't have to believe.
Okay, listen. You didn't need to talk. He talked
this
for
isn't a believe, not
minutes.
believe thing,
Listen,
dude.
bro, you talked for a while. Let me talk. So.
Yeah, but you're gonna fucking make philosophical, fucking sociological arguments, and we don't.
No. You talked, I talk. That's the truth.
Yeah, dude, but we don't give a fuck. Listen. We want you, but you're not addressing the problem. You're deflecting.
I will.
No, you're deflecting to bullshit, and I'm not letting you.
He will after he waffles for 5 minutes too.
Yeah, he will. Like you're gonna try and deflect to like, who should I believe or not? Those are sociological questions. We don't give a fuck who you believe.
So what are you trying to do here? Are you trying
giving you information that I'm not trying to prove anything. I am proving it.
So So who do you think is hiding?
So I just posted in the chat, right? So this is the mathematics that the globe relies on, and as you can see, this little thing which represents the boat, this little vertical item, is in front of the horizon. That's what your globe predicts, but that's not what's observed. Why is that?
Hold on, let me see.
A Glober made this calculator. Want me to give you the website? This isn't a flat Earth calculator. This isn't a flat Earth app. This is a Glober's app. This is what a Globe Earther, the Globe math predicts. Not my math, your math. But that's not what's observed. Why is that?
Hold on, brother. Just hold. I just gotta do something real quick.
Yeah, sure.
So you were saying?
Posted two. These are from a curve calculator made by a Glober of what you should see. You can punch in the numbers. You know, it tells you what the globe predicts you should see. So you can see in this the boat represented by the vertical tower here, right? It's the same height, object height. You put it in, right? It should be in front of the horizon on a globe.
The diagram calculates the bulger, showing a curvature, right? Of how much is this?
It's a globe prediction. It's what the globe predicts you should see.
Over
globe Earth prediction. It's a globe Earth prediction.
And over.
Were you playing video games or something? Something about getting bored with your bullshit.
No, I was typing to a friend. He was texting. Let me see.
Yeah, what's this 0.00293 feet over 700 foot distance? What's that?
Based on the image you sent, I'm just trying to analyze what this image means. So, left, right drop is.
Dude, all we need to know is the horizon distance.
Again, reflecting curvature across the target within this.
All we need to know is the horizon distance.
Within. Oh, I see. Look. Left, right drop. You see it?
Who gives a fuck about the left, right drop?
Tough. Bro, I'm. Okay.
We're only talking about the horizon distance and whether it fucking blocks boats, bro.
And.
Okay, we're just fucking muting you since you're not paying attention.
I'm gone, bro. This guy is retarded. Fucking.
What is this dude doing? Dude, do you realize you're hot mic?
He probably doesn't understand or remember his own fucking premise.
How the fuck do you guys believe that Earth is flat in this?
Me, my friends. You understand? You asked us why boats disappear from the bottom up. We're trying to get you on the same.
I told you how they disappear and how exactly they
hadn't finished. So India is very patiently trying to go through this with you. Your claim is the horizon, the curve of the Earth, is blocking the boat. India is pointing out the horizon's well in excess of where the boat is, but the boat is disappearing from the bottom up. So mathematically, that can't be the curvature of the Earth that is causing this to happen. Now, do you get it yet? Dish.
You guys are just on a different level.
Yeah, quite an
It's your way
educated
of
level.
conceding.
On a different level.
Yeah. Again, you haven't answered any questions.
Yeah, we're on algebra. Yeah, we're on a different level.
The right level.
What is your education, right?
Better than you.
Higher than fucking algebra 1.
You'd be surprised how well educated some flat earthers actually are. Some people are actually aerospace engineers as well.
What the fact is, this there's a website, Flat Earth Dave, right? He makes a lot of money, and I respect him if he can fool some.
He was already rich, dude. He was already rich.
No.
He was already rich before he ever made his app. He was already a multi-millionaire before he ever made that app.
He wasn't.
No, he sold an IT company. He sold an IT company in the 2000s and took home something like $120 million. So you don't know what you're talking about. So before you talk shit about Dave being a grifter, he didn't need the money.
Yeah, true, sure. That's why he sells.
He lives in South Beach, fucking Florida. He lives in the most expensive county in the fucking America.
Hey, are you subscribed to his website?
No.
You should support him.
No, we always go. So you've just reverted to gossip, right? Because you can't defeat the argument. So now you're turned into a bitch, and you're going to gossip about a grown man. Fuck off.
Who did he mention? I didn't hear the name.
Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah.
They always resort to gossip like women, dude. It's so womanly. How the hell you talk about another man?
It's because he has no argument for what you posted in the side chat. So people tend to resort to just gossip or trolling or bringing someone else into it who's not here. That's how it works. The more intelligent thing to do and professional thing to do is say, I don't know, I concede. Not go on this bitch rant about someone else.
He could have ended it by just saying the truth that he doesn't know that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
He just believes it because somebody told him that. That's the truth. He knows it. We all know it, but he wants to fight, for whatever reason.
So, I just want to point this out to you, okay? No one's going to think any less of you as a person. Oh, he deafened himself. But anyway, no one, for any Glober in here who isn't deafened, no one's going to think any less of you if you don't know anything. Flat earthers don't know everything. No human knows everything. And there's no shame in saying you don't know.
Yeah, he deafened himself.
Yeah, M's deafened himself now, so yeah, it's like he can't hear us.
Well, at least we'll give it a try.
Just kick him out.
Yeah. Now he's undeafened himself.
M. If only you present an argument that you could back up, would have been a more interesting and. Yeah.
Fuck that. As long as he could be honest, and for the whole.
Or honest with themselves. Yeah.
Being honest.
Bare minimum requirement, I would say. Yeah. But he can't even be that.
Jedi. How can you be honest when you're a globe earther? Because everything's based upon a lie that you believed in the first place.
No, there have been Globers being honest with themselves. They say, yes, I only have a belief. But this guy went on about, I have proof. I have.
But you didn't provide anything.
And it was an observation. He had only an observation. And he says that's the proof of the globe, basically. That's it. No data, no numbers, no math, no nothing.
Yeah.
And has this smug attitude.
Yeah, but when we call him out for stuff, it's like he suddenly turned because it's like he didn't seem to realise that flat earthers can be well educated. Not all of us are, but I didn't go to university or anything, but it's like I had an okay education.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He didn't engage in good faith, so that was it. So it ended quickly.
But still, lots of fun. 1 day left of 2024. So I want to get some flats.
Yeah, today is the day.
Only, 14 hours till 2025. For me, anyway.
Awesome stuff. It's going to be a good new year, so to say.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's going to be better than this year. Yeah.
I think it gets more interesting every year, I think.
Interesting in a good way or a bad way?
Well, the first 3 days start off as WTF.
Yeah, well, I've been hearing fireworks going off, so it's going to sound like a war zone tonight.
Isn't tomorrow the 5th anniversary of the Black Swan?
I always love October to December time. It's my favorite time of year. I don't know why. It just is.
Because it's the season of the Black Swan. Beautiful.
That and also decent video games tend to come out. You know.
Somebody needs to create like a video just explaining what the Black Swan did, how it changed things, what other observations that led to. Should be like an overview of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Do it, Jedi. Make the video.
I might bring it up to Quantum Rose when I speak to him next. He released the Black Swan video on January the 1st, 2020. So it will be the 5-year anniversary of that tomorrow. It's a nice little idea how the Black Swan has changed the flat Earth over the last 5 years. Might be a good conversation piece.
Yeah, I think it would make sense if it was QE, wouldn't it? Because he pretty much broke the story, didn't he, for everyone?
Yep.
Well, it's New Year's Eve, Jedi. You going out to the town to club with all the kids tonight?
Fuck no. I stopped doing that about 30 years ago, man. What the fuck?
I was being sarcastic, mate. I couldn't think of anything worse.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
To a club, no. I'd never go to. I don't like crowded places, so a nightclub to me is like a nightmare.
Yeah, they're very different to what they used to be, aren't they?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like, I can't be bothered with all this dress code stuff. I just want to enjoy a drink with people. So I go to a pub, it's less busy. Or I'll just stay at home and drink with my girlfriend, which is probably the better option.
I might get a VR headset, get all the flat earthers to do a VR party.
I don't have a VR headset, can't afford one. So they're too expensive, man.
Nor me, but the thought just come in my head that could actually be a fun experience.
Yeah.
Get some poker on the go. Kembo in the house? You stood up, bro?
The sound of light.
Yeah. The sound of light? What?
Yes, sir.
The sound of light.
Well, it's like it's like the saying, isn't it? Does a tree make a sound if no one's around to hear it fall?
Well, it's like compressed sound or focused sound into itself. It becomes light. or compressed light would probably become sound electromagnetically, like a speaker. So a speaker can put off the spark, which is the light, and the sound.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That little arc is all the above. It's all the colors of the rainbow. It's an arc. It's electricity. It's sound. It's light. It's all the above.
And you can make light bend as well.
That's what an arc is.
Yeah.
A bending arc of light. Electricity. Yeah.
Yeah, or fiber optic.
Well, even when you touch a doorknob, there's an exchange.
Depends what it's made of.
Electricity.
No, I mean, but it's like that's only if it's metal, right?
No, that's only depends on how it grounds or not, or how it resists.
Yeah, but my point is that like if you have a doorknob made of wood, that would not conduct electricity.
Wood conducts electricity.
Oh, we went to grain. And really well if it's wet.
Skip that science lesson.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. Was that what you were talking about, Demok? When wood is wet?
Wet, dry, different amounts. Everything has the ability. Everything can transfer electricity or energy. So it can go in or out of everything.
I thought wood in its normal state was non-conductive. Am I wrong?
That doesn't mean anything for electromagnetism or static kinetic energy, right? When you rub stuff, yeah.
Static
like a piece of paper will fly. It's just a thin piece of wood, right?
And here we go.
Same as a leaf.
We got seed in the house.
A leaf is just a really light designed piece of wood, right? Aerodynamically designed light piece of wood. A leaf.
So who are we cooking right now?
We're looking at him, but he freaking bounced because he couldn't tell us how he knows the Earth's a globe.
Wait, Indio's here?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
for a little while.
shit,
Like
man.
5 a.m. Dude, you check on my ping and admin mods, dude. You fucking, it's hilarious. The post on X I made.
Oh, really? Let me peep it. So I've been busy.
Yeah, dude. You seen that dude? He was like the NFL player that proposed to that freaking girl. Have you seen that?
Oh, Lord.
Like after a game, and someone posted, why is all the NFL players married to white chicks? And I was like, because they don't want to sleep with linebackers, right? And people that are big as the linebackers in the game. And I posted, then I posted like the stats, like the average weight of African American women. It's like 187 fucking pounds.
Yeah, bro. Like, what
That's
the
fucking
fuck?
crazy, but that's a linebacker.
Yo, straight up, bro. They're literally, the average weight is almost 190. Who, bro? That's not me, man. We're not messing around with that. Sorry. That's crazy. W Snow Bunny's in the chat. Sorry to, man.
Hey, fat girls need love too, CB. Don't
No,
forget.
they don't. They need the gym, bruh. They need a treadmill. They need to love
Girls
workout.
need to stop eating so much goddamn food.
Yeah.
And then to the gym.
They need to
Yeah.
gobble
Yeah, they
some something else, but not some food. But
Speaking of fat people, would they have their own gravitational pull?
listen, man, this is why we don't dabble in the dark. Sorry.
That was fucking cold.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, I mean, winter time. Yeah.
No,
Like, bro, 190? Like, bro, no, that's a linebacker. That's a whole linebacker, bro. Hit the A pocket. Like, no, dude. Fuck no.
That sounds like a weekend mountaineering trip.
Oh my god. Like, what?
It's a strategic decision for some men. You get more out of them girls.
Nah, that's all they can get, though. Well, I mean, shit. Let me not go full misogyny, guys. Let's get
No,
back
that's
to
more
focus.
woman. You like
No, ew.
Yeah, crit. Yeah, man. More
Chris.
pushing.
No. Oh man, did I start the misogyny already? All right, let's just get back to
I'm just saying, like,
oh
hey,
shit.
some guys like that. Some guys like, hey, do you want a woman? I want more woman. I want just.
I mean,
I want two women
That's
smushed
like
bro, there's a
temperament.
coyote right here, bro. There's some coyotes in the street. Oh shit.
Here, I posted in the chat here.
So some men will only deal with double D breast cut by any means necessary. So,
I mean,
to move the couch to the other side of the room. Do you want to be over there struggling by yourself, or?
Come on, Crit. That is just, bro. That is crazy.
It can help you with the heavy lifting.
Your typo there in the text because Ray.
Yeah, I know, fucking dude.
He said the size of linebackers. That's fucking crazy.
Dude, I got premium too. I don't know how to edit after the fact either. I still haven't figured this shit out.
God damn, bro. All right. So you guys already cooked someone just before I got here, or?
Yeah, the dude came in posting memes and shit, the dinosaur memes, and basically.
Oh, classic, bro.
And then I asked him how he knows the Earth's a globe, and he fucking
spiral.
Wouldn't admit he don't know it. Yeah, and then end up spiraling. Start talking about fucking deep, Dave's app and shit. Like, fucking shut up.
Classic. Wait, so what are you Eastern time guys doing up right now? Like, for real?
I don't know. I gotta go to bed soon, so I gotta get up in 4 hours.
God damn, bro. It's like my bedtime. You Eastern boys are still up, man. What the fuck? All right, well, let's cook though. I guess we can cook. So, who is Top Cat?
That's a
Top Cat.
He just got real quiet.
He's been in here a few times.
Okay.
I think he's a Glober.
Oh, Top Cat. What's going on, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, we're chilling, man. Are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
It's definitely talking from inside that alley can.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah. Officer Dibble.
Top
He's
Cat, you
got
still
very
there?
quiet, hasn't he?
Yeah, it just got awkward there a little bit, but
Yeah.
don't worry, man. I'll lead the dance here. So, Top Cat, are you glober or flat earther? What's the vibes, man?
Currently, it seems like the globe model seems to work better.
Okay, all right. So, in terms of the globe, is it something you know a lot about, a little, or are you still learning about the globe Earth?
Oh, I guess you could say I'm still learning. I haven't paid attention to it much.
Okay. What are some things you already know about the globe Earth?
It's a globe.
I mean,
yeah.
Apart from the obvious, at least.
Anything else?
Top Cat, are you in a lavatory?
No.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Just give some stuff that you know about the globe, so we can go from there. Or what are some things you've learned recently, maybe?
The latest thing I saw was that final experiment video.
Oh, here we go. All right, let me just pivot here. What about the flat Earth? Do you know a lot, a little, or are you still learning about what the flat Earth is?
A little.
Okay. What are some things you know about flat Earth?
I've just seen the model of the flat Earth with the sun going around the North Pole.
Oh, the model. Do you think you could put it in the chat so we can take a look?
I'm sure somebody else could.
I don't know if they could actually. I mean, but if you have one, we'll take a look. If I ask the flat earthers, I think that they would probably say there is no flat Earth model. So I'm curious what model you're talking about. But if you want to put it in the chat, we can take a look. Anything else about the flat Earth while you grab that? Is there anything else you know about flat Earth?
No.
So when did you first get involved in this discussion? Was it a couple weeks, couple months, couple years? How long is this you've been involved in the discussion?
Oh, I've probably only been coming in here for a couple of months.
Couple months. Okay.
That's like once a week or twice a week or something.
And then, so did someone put you on? How did you hear about this whole globe Earth flat Earth stuff?
Oh, I just saw the channel on the server.
Oh, okay. So you were already on the server, and then you saw the channel and decided to join.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Why don't you just give us like a quick reaction, as if you were like a YouTube channel or something? Give us a reaction to flat Earth. What's your first impression, or how would you react to what you've learned so far about the flat earthers or the flat Earth? Go ahead and give us a reaction.
It seems just to be like a lack of understanding of how physics works.
Oh, classic, bro. Oh, here we go. Now we got something to cook on, huh? All right. Jedi, you wanna take this one, or should we keep cooking with questions?
I like your approach. I mean, the guy said some things, especially the last one about not understanding physics when we're just trying to understand the surface description.
Wait, is Indio still here? He probably went to bed.
So which bit of physics does he have a problem with? Or
yeah, let's talk about physics.
But which bit do the flat earthers get wrong, in your opinion?
Well, if there isn't really a flat Earth model, I was thinking of how the flat Earth model doesn't work.
Wait, models are not physics. Physics is very specific. You said physics, not models. Physics. Which bit of physics do flat earthers get wrong?
How the southern stars can be seen by everyone outside the equator who's facing away from the North Star. They can all see the same star, but it can't be in the circle around everybody.
So again, not physics, but I think Jedi, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, Jedi, I can tell Jedi's ready to cook, bro.
That is fine. Again, that wasn't physics. That's something else, dude. I mean, if you don't want to go to the physics thing, then don't feel that you have to. But yeah, you were asked specifically about the claim that you made about us not understanding physics.
Yeah,
he didn't understand physics himself.
Ooh.
And Top Cat, we're not trying to bust your balls here. We're trying to actually get to the root of what you've said. So we're just trying to hold you to what you've said here. That's all.
Wait, root? I see what you did there.
I did as well. That was very smart.
Oh, that was nice. Okay.
So Top Cat, let's go again. If it's not physics, you can change your answer and say, okay, observation or philosophy, whatever. But do you want to change what you said, or do you still want to try and find some physics that we get wrong?
Yeah, how about the pressure in the ocean, to where if there was no gravity, you would have the same pressure at the surface as you would down at the bottom of the ocean.
What? That.
Sorry, what's gravity?
It's either the attraction of the mass, or it's the warping of space-time.
Oh.
Okay. So which one is it?
Because it can't be both. Can't be both.
Yeah, can't be.
I think it could be a combination of both, that the mass warps the space-time.
So, just so you understand, right? Mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space-time are two completely different physical mechanisms about how things attract. Mass is said to attract mass instantaneously over distance. The substance in a space that is resistant to acceleration is attracting over space and time another body of mass. That's completely different to Einstein's body of mass that sits in a four-dimensional coordinate system and distorts and warps it. Two complete different mathematics and mechanics. So
in physics, facts.
Yeah. So I don't think that we have a misunderstanding about this when you say that they're the same thing.
I think you just have a misunderstanding, Jedi.
Nah, really, dude.
Does that sound like a misunderstanding to you, dude?
I don't know if it's the actual mass or if that's the effect of the space-time warping that actually does the gravity. But it's the mass. But it's the mass that does.
Get him, Tito.
The mass is affecting.
So if you don't know, then how can you gauge whether somebody misunderstands physics or not?
Oh,
this is theoretical physics, not practical. Yeah, sorry. Continue. Go on.
Oh.
No, that's part of physics, to where it would be the same pressure at the bottom of the ocean at the top as at the top.
No, dude. No.
If there's no force to actually.
Sorry. What's the pressure vector of water?
What is the pressure factor of water?
Yeah. When you put it in a container, which way is it pressing?
It's pressing down.
What?
And outwards.
And? Yeah.
Outwards. So you understand that the water at the top is pressing downwards on the water at the bottom. That's why there's more pressure. It's got nothing.
But why does it go down instead of sideways or up?
It does go sideways.
It does. That's why that when you crack the side of your glass, or when you want to get wine out of your barrel, you'll cork it somewhere up the side of it, and because of the pressure, it will come out the side.
And then it goes down.
Yes, we already answered that one. Yes, it goes down and outwards. That's the pressure vector. That's why there's more pressure at the bottom of the container than there is at the top.
Why is there more pressure again?
That's
just the weight of the water.
It's not gravity.
Yeah. It's like outside of my place, I've got a rain collector, right? And the hole to water my plants is right at the bottom. Because water goes down and the weight of the water pushes it down.
And why does it have weight pushing it down?
Not gravity.
It's the weight of the water itself.
Yeah,
it's like if you can't. It's like if you went into the ocean, you can't swim so far down because of the water pressure. It would literally kill you.
And that's not because of gravity, by the way.
No, that's just the weight of the water on top of you.
Well, just to be clear, that's the pressure in all directions, pressing into that space that you occupy. It's not just downwards pressure, it's inwards pressure.
And that's not due to gravity, by the way.
What's it due to?
Not the thing you think.
Weight. We've already said it, weight.
Weight. Like, you try carrying, like, a large bucket of water. It's very heavy. You know?
So what's the difference between mass and weight?
I don't know. You define mass for us and we'll tell you.
I got a large mass of gasoline in a bucket. It's liquid, and I'm about to pour it in my car. My car's not moving right now. As soon as I pour this really big mass into my car of liquid, now it's going to move. Go ahead.
What's mass?
Mass is like the specific density of something.
The amount of matter.
Yeah.
The specific density.
That's an interesting one.
The specific density will be density. It won't be mass, it will be density.
Isn't it specific gravity, which is like density, basically?
No, I'm gonna try and lead our friend down a logical path. See if he understands what mass is. So mass isn't density. Do you want to try again?
Yeah, mass is the amount of the material that you should be measuring or whatever.
You mean it's matter?
So the amount of substance in a space.
It's matter.
I can't hear you. Somebody else keeps talking, dude. What?
And what is weight?
No, I'm asking you what mass is. Weight at the moment is a pressure vector downwards. I'm asking you what mass is. Okay.
This is painful. You need a flat earther to answer for you, or?
Oh shit, bro! We're talking mad shit tonight.
AJ, I was just about to say that we're all sitting here with the answer on our tongues, and the one guy who says flat earthers don't know physics doesn't know. Ironic that.
Yeah, bro.
It's
That's
okay to say you don't know. You know, if you don't know Top Cat, it's fine.
We already said it's the amount of matter in an object.
No, I wanted you to agree to that so I could then go on to my next point, because that's not the correct definition. And in actual fact, I can bring up several citations that prove that experimentally, no, that's not true. It's not the amount of substance in a space. You have to understand that there's another definition, the resistance to acceleration. By now, you should understand that these are just concepts. You should also understand that in physics, the word mass has no meaning apart from its appearance in mathematical formulas. So it's just conceptual. If you want to bring the physics into it, mass has no meaning. Could provide you citation for that if you want from Nobel-winning physicists.
Damn.
Well said. It's a measurement.
It's a concept.
Yeah, just a concept. Yes.
Bro, happy New Year, guys. What the like 2024? We're in the last counting hours. Some of you guys are close to this new year, aren't you?
12 hours away.
I'll let you know what's happening next year
14,
in a
actually.
few hours.
That's
future boy.
Fucking crazy. Dude, I think 2025 is going to be a big year for Flat Earth. Do you guys feel that too, or what? Just seems like we're like bursting with energy, bro.
To the Australians here.
Something big's going to happen.
To the Australians here, I want to just say, if you're a globe, if anyone's a globe earther here and you're Australian, to me, you'll be getting a head rush because you'll be upside down.
I mean, that's kind of 2016 right there.
I've been trying to work out why.
I know.
I've been trying to work out why I dribble on my forehead. Maybe you've answered it for me.
Yeah, man.
Why are you muted?
This was a good year. I think we can say we've wrapped up a really good year. We've made this like 24/7 mobile thing. We're in different servers now. I mean, politics has been popping. Look, tonight we're in politics and religion. Taking over.
There's no politics in this server, bro.
It's another server, bro.
No, I mean this server.
I'm really proud. I'm actually really proud of this server because I don't know if you guys know, me and Kembo got us in here. And we were worried that we couldn't get the room started or go in, and now everybody's here, and it's like a proud moment for me and Kembo.
This is the most people I've ever seen in a Flat Earth Discord thing. There's like 30 odd people here.
You haven't hung around with us lot, have you? We usually have about...
I've not been in this server long. I've only joined this server like literally this month, like early this month.
Interesting. How long have you been a Flat Earther, dude?
Well, Flat Earther about a couple of weeks. Skeptical many years.
What changed from skepticism to what happened over the last few weeks? What changed?
Well, just coming in Discord servers and listening to other people's opinions on Flat Earth and things like that, because it to me it makes sense, you know, because people are providing evidence and you look at it and it's like, yeah, you know, it can't be debunked. I hate using that word because it's such a buzzword for this type of topic, you know. But I'm learning more from the Flat Earth side than I ever did when I was a kid and in school learning about the globe Earth, you know. They basically say Earth's a globe, here's the continents, blah blah blah. That's about it. They don't really teach you much else unless you go to uni.
Interesting. Well, good to meet you, mate.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, I've been in here all night. I fell asleep and the room was still the same size, you know. Woke up at 8 o'clock this morning.
I think you're right, CB, yeah. And I think that this so-called final experiment or trip to Antarctica is actually been a good thing. Yes. It's It was even on the news in Australia, yeah. So flat earthers, at the moment, it's out there everywhere, whether they believe it or not, or they believe this final experiment. It seems to be getting a few more people in, a chance to speak to people and tell them the truth.
Yep.
AJ, it was on the news in Australia. How was it reported? What was the tone?
That a flat earther basically debunked himself, that he discovered the earth was round.
We keep doing that, don't we? It's always up to us flat earthers to prove the fucking globe.
No, it's Jaren.
Yeah. Did you guys see the new Eric Dubay video? It was all on set.
The new shit? Nah.
Yeah, what do you guys think of that? That's a pretty strong video that I wasn't expecting him. It's a video of him saying that the final experiment was faked and on a set, and I almost didn't watch it because I was like, come on, Eric. But because it was Eric, I thought I'll give it a try. And I watched it, and I was like, fair play. Like, you know, I can understand why he's questioning these things, although I don't agree necessarily. What do you guys think?
Well, I think it's... go on, mate. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just want to say this. Like, nowadays, you know, you can't distinguish... Like, it could be an AI-generated video, you know.
I mean...
Because we don't know. Because, like, you look at deepfake stuff, it looks realistic. So, same could be said for this.
I get it. Technically, it's possible. I mean, the conspiracy with flat earthers involved. What do you guys think of all that shit?
Yeah, I mean, it's giving fishy.
Yeah, in the future, you won't be able to distinguish an AI video from a regular video. Like, even now, it's very difficult.
I think it's the whole 24-hour thing. It's become more interesting than it should have been because of what's happened in the last couple of weeks with regards to the things that have come out recently with regards to shadow lengths, whether the snow should be compressed underneath your feet, Whitsitt pouring out a vape or drinking from a bottle to produce breath so we can all see it, and then him wandering off to go and pick up some snow that is supposed to be underneath his feet. It all just seems a little bit slapdash and just like stupid little mistakes that people have made. Yeah, it makes it odd. Now, you can go with the idea that, because the way technology is today, that it's very possible that they could have been in some kind of hemispheric computerized movie studio like Eric Dubay described. Yeah, that's possible. But it doesn't change anything for me. Right. I still think that the last 10 years have been their attempt to bring us to the flat earth, which they have done, to give us an AE map, and then 10 years later burn it down in front of us like basically a straw man, and to see where the cards fall after that. I think it's been a psychological experiment, social experiment, as some people have pointed out, because flat earthers are arguing amongst flat earthers, globe earthers, as usual, don't know what to do with themselves, and it's going out on the news like in Australia, and it was in the United Kingdom as well. But yeah, I don't know what to make of the characters like Whitsitt and Jeranism, or Jeren, whatever he's called. I've never known how to take them. So I'm constantly, skeptical.
Bro, my gut never lies. I've been listening to my gut for many years, and it doesn't lead me astray too often. And it told me, Whitsitt, Jeren, weirdos, never was with their camp, never. And look at them now, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know what to think about that.
I mean, I think that's
maybe
the bit.
They just flew to the Sphere in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah. True.
No. We tracked the flights. Clay tracked the flight. We did track the flights down to at least south of Argentina, Chile.
See, but it doesn't. It's fine. It's clear to me that it's easy to just land on any patch of ice. It's not like Antarctica supposedly is a very large place. It's not like they've roamed around and they got dropped off on a place potentially that is, you know, like it's like a tourist spot basically. You know, it's not like they've just roamed around and explored the entirety of the freaking Antarctica, whatever that is. So there could be just a patch of ice they went to anywhere, really, if they actually went somewhere.
I don't have a problem though with all of this vape and whatever footprint gate or whatever you want to call it. I don't have a problem with it. I'm quite happy to accept a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and carry on my fucking day.
Yeah.
But because of these people like Whitsitt and Jeren that have gone down there and the things that they've said in the past, that just makes me think that are they in on the burning down of the straw man game, or are they just stupid?
Do they get paid off? Like, what's in it for them? You know, but I mean, a lot of us have spoken to Whitsitt like directly before too, so that's also kind of odd. And the last interaction I had with Whitsitt actually was discussing getting him on Fresh and Fit, which is absolutely crazy that how this happened. That this is like I mean, keep him away from Fresh and Fit, dude. Like, are you serious? Not him. Hell no. But. Well, I mean, whatever. Dude. This whole thing is just weird all in general. I haven't really been following it. I've just seen some clips. You know, I've seen the little chroma key thing on the bro's North Face jacket. That was weird. You guys have seen that? I've seen some other weird stuff.
That was... He had his camera on with his green screen in his camera at one stage, apparently, Mr. Duffy. But I don't know. I don't think you can prove... Either way, I think it's just speculation. I think you just got to accept it as at face value that, they've gone there and there's a sun and like Root said, just move on.
We don't care. Honestly, we don't care.
I think it's too risky. I think it's too risky to claim it's faked because it makes us look extremely ignorant. Yeah. But I do agree. There's some fishy shit going on with this. It is definitely the whole thing was a social experiment and Whitsitt and Jeren walked into a trap. I think we can all agree with that. I was following Whitsitt the day he went. Well, I wasn't following him, but I was in Earth Awakenings and Whitsitt was on a live stream and everybody was trying to find him compasses and a sextant, and he was in South America and he was running around unprepared, and it seemed legit. It just seemed like he was extremely unprepared, walked into a trap and basically slept walked into a social experiment. That's what I would like to think, and that's what it looked like from my point of view.
But that's what they wanted. The Glowers want to think of it that way too, kind of. But I don't know. Maybe if a lot of us, our tinfoil hats got a lot of wrinkles in them these days, and you know, so we can start jumping to like fake. And maybe you're right. We shouldn't do that. But it definitely is getting fishy. I'm not gonna lie.
We can't get away from what's actually happened though, right? We got given an AE map and then they burnt it down in Antarctica. That's basically what's happened over the last 10 years.
See, that's the scariest theory, bro. That's the one that scares me, because now I'm questioning all the people who've been pushing the AE map are either, you know, extremely gullible, or they're actually pushing it, you know, through an agenda. And that's scary, because Flat Earth Dave, is clearly the main culprit for that.
That's the two choices I've ended up with. They're either idiots or they're in on it. That's the only two choices I've got.
Something I think is worth mentioning. I was listening to Whitsitt talk about Duffy's expenses that he paid. Duffy paid some big expenses to Jeren and Whitsitt. And it just seems like he had endless money. Like he could just keep coming up with more and more money for them. So it wouldn't surprise me if they received some sort of kickback for this to be handled in a certain way, whether they're actually full shills or not. I think they were given and offered some money, by the sounds of it.
Yeah. Will Duff is a spurious character. We can't forget that. I mean, he's the money man, and if we have a little look into his past, he's been pulled up on all sorts of charges.
Yep. There's fraud cases and stuff that he's been involved in.
Yeah.
Well, one theme from an outsider who doesn't know much about the guys, people keep seeming to mention this weird smirk he always has. That's like one theme that I keep noticing. Just look at his face, this weird look on his face. Like he knows something you don't.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's giving me conspiracy vibes, man. It's weird.
It is, yeah, that's what I've heard. And yeah, I mean, I've seemed to have noticed it, but and then what's this deal about, Crit keeps talking about him being a super mega church, whatever. Like, dude, every time he says that, I start laughing.
Super mega church.
Bro,
Something like that.
It geeks me out.
Man, look, I said, like, before they went, this is desperation because of people like us, like Earthers like us, right? They've got nothing. They're backed into a corner. This was not their final experiment. This was their final draw. This was their last attempt to get something, to have something, and to steer the narrative back towards whole. Because if it's going to get mainstream, then they have to control that narrative, right? The narrative is going to be just like before, like you said with behind the curve.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like, and Jedi's pointed out, like the whole burning down the straw man fallacy. They want the public, like through the mainstream media, think that this is what flat Earth is all about, instead of hearing our arguments.
Yep.
But the more like just flat Earthers agreeing to go in the first instance lends the idea to the public, the rest of the public, that flat Earthers hold some sort of credence in some sort of model or ideology or concept, and that seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica will have some sort of significance to flat Earthers, right? I'm trying to point it out still. Like, the more the flat Earthers focus on whether this was faked or not, lends credence to the idea that this is still of significance to flat Earthers. Because why would they bother trying to prove that it's fake? It didn't have some sort of significance, right?
Well, it didn't to us, but everybody who believed that the Earth was an AE fucking map, yes, it did. And this is what's getting propagated on the news. You'll see flat Earthers proven wrong, or flat Earthers prove that the Earth is a globe by going to Antarctica, and then they'll show you the AE map, because this is what flat Earthers believe. So it's a very simple psychological propaganda trick that they're playing. This is what flat Earthers believe. Flat Earthers are stupid. They disproved our own model.
Which will lead to the on the public side, their idea is that flat Earth has been debunked.
Yep. That's it.
And the narrative will go, flat Earthers debunked themselves. It's genius, isn't it, really, what they've done?
Yeah. Oh, the whole thing for the last, since 2014-15, the whole thing's been a bloody game. I mean, we're the poor saps that have kind of been caught up in it because we've realised the truth. But the whole thing has been a game. These people were here when we got here. Flat Earth, in my opinion, I might be wrong, but was a controlled release. And it was to do whatever they wanted to do to whatever quote-unquote truth movement was out there. Divide and conquer, basically. Set people up against each other, set them into smaller and smaller and smaller groups, and just get them arguing amongst themselves. That's a good thing to do. It did that.
I agree, but it also sort of weeds out sort of the weirdos. And I do like the group that we've ended up with. Look who we are left with. We've got Indio, Quantum Eraser, Crit, and Jedi, and all these other people that I wouldn't mind rocking with for a little while. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a decent little group we've ended up with. Then you've got your Bevites. I don't want to be in one of them.
And Eli.
People like that.
Son. And Eli.
Elijah, man, I could go on and on, bro. Look, man, we got some W people who are still here that are from some of the OG days. You know what I mean? Elijah is definitely one of those people.
You bring up a good point, though, right? Because I've said this quite a lot over the last few weeks. This has been the best couple of weeks for Flat Earth for ages because of what you just said. It's going to remove the crap arguments and remove the crap people.
Right. Because, I've said for a while, it's like, just because you're a flat earther doesn't make you, it doesn't you can still be a weirdo. Like it doesn't give you a free pass or anything like that. You still have to say sound things, and you gotta be one of them. You gotta be cool, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I agree, man. I think the quality of flat earthers will go up, but the quantity will go down, and that isn't a bad thing because there's less people regurgitating Dave's shit. Do you know what I mean? Giving models, telling people about ice walls and lands beyond and stuff. That shit's gonna slow down, and that can't be a bad thing, right?
Well, that's why it's so easy to scope out a faker these days. You know what I mean? They come in, they say one wrong thing, and you're like, oh, yep, you're out. That's you're capping, bro. So,
but then again, there's a lot of, like you said, the OGs, right? They're still around. The new guys are more confused because the OGs, when I say OGs, like people who were introduced to Flat Earth before 2015, we had access to a lot more information than they do now. They're literally like, now, if you're waking up, you're getting all your info from Flat Earth Dave, a few YouTube shows. And if you're lucky, you'll speak to people in the comments who will send you databases and blah, blah, blah. Whereas back in the day, like we got raw data after video, after video, after video. It's completely different now. It's like a media TV show, YouTube, compared to what it used to be. So it's hard for these new guys to actually, you don't really come across these scientists on YouTube who would talk about scientific method and physics and strictly what it is. Like these guys have just kind of disappeared now. So I don't mean to ramble, but you get what I'm saying. It's so hard for them to wake up now.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it's funny when you were saying that, it made me think of Fluffy V low-key because you can tell Homeboy is new to the game, right? No offense to it, you still have to go through the motions, I guess. But he brings up stuff that we used to argue like back in the day, like new season 1 arguments and stuff like that. So a lot of us have been around for a while. That's season 9, right?
Soon to be season 10, dude.
No, we can't move on, bro. I don't got no
we're moving on, bro. It's a new season.
For season 10, bro.
But like, it's even more important now that we do look after our G's like Fluffy and the new guys that come in because like if they're learning from Dave and if they're learning from some of the more famous flat earthers, clearly with Jedi's theory on the table, which seems the most likely now, clearly we've got some misconceptions to address, and we've got some shit to address, basically.
Yeah, this is like I said before, this is a good core group that we have. I think we're the spearhead of this thing, basically. Who's doing it like us? Nobody. Especially, I mean, it becomes really apparent when we go live on X. If you guys have been in those like Twitter spaces that we go to, people are jumping in. Like this is like the first time they've heard this stuff. A lot of you guys have been around for a while. I'm sure someone hearing this for the first time is like, "Holy shit! They said outer space is not real. What the fuck?" But I love where we're at. This is going to be a great year moving forward as well.
Agreed. Season 10.
I guess so. We're going to have to make a new sound clip, I guess. We also need to, while I'm here, we need to dedicate at least like a day or two to 24/7. We got to spread the love. Relight the flame.
I was going to say, you need to be the leader on that, because I feel like when you put the call out, people come. And
True.
I think that should be you, bro. And if you want any help and ideas and stuff, you've got us. Like, we'll jump in and make sure we're there.
Man, the ideas are there. Is the time. I've been so busy, but you're right. I should dedicate some time and just go live, like Mikey does on X. I'll just go live in 24/7. We'll just cook there.
You're the right guy for the job, bro.
Sounds good.
Set it up and they will come.
Yeah, if you build it, they will come. All right, say less.
You're the people's champ, remember, bro?
That's facts, bro. Hey, let me just put my belt back on real quick. I got it.
I will say though, Steve, you're gonna have to think of something for season 10, yeah, because season 9 has a much better ring than season 10. Yeah.
I'm saying we should just ride out season 9 for a little bit, guys. They got a good sound clip, man. It's perfect.
Season X. Let's use a Roman numeral.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. That's good. Because then we can go live on X more. That's good.
Yeah, season X sounds cool.
Season X, I like that.
Let's just coin it. Let's just say, January 1st, it's season X. That's what it is.
There we go. All right, bro. I like this. All right, cool.
Rich got it. He squared it away. Awesome job.
Man,
24 hours, guys.
That Dana White clip, though, was so legendary. Season 9, motherfucker. Season 9.
Can't believe this, actually, sitting here just thinking about it. Been a flat earther for 10 years, more or less.
Wow.
It's a fucking long, that's a long time.
It's going to be 8 years for me.
Dude, the fact you guys have been going strong for so long on Discord, it's the Discord bit I find impressive, because this place can be toxic and so many people just they throw the towel in with Discord. So the fact you guys have found a way to be comfortable on Discord, that's something to take your hat off to, guys, because this place is toxic, man, and everybody needs a break from time to time for a reason.
For sure. And things have changed so much over the years. Like, the development is wild. Where we are now, I think back all the time to how things used to be. I get flashbacks, back to the old days when I was a silver member or gold or whatever, just joined. And those are the good old days, man. We can relive those if we want.
Helio ready drunk. Remember them days?
Yeah, Helio.
It's only 12 o'clock.
I think I've been a flat earther for more than 10 years, but I only found Discord 2 years ago, I think it was, because my kids said, hey, there'd be flat earth on Discord. And I'm like, what the hell is Discord, yeah? So I think I came in with some pretty shitty arguments when I first got here, and I joined 24/7, Earth Awakenings, a few others, and I sat back and listened, and this is where I stayed, yeah, with the logical arguments, people like yourself, Jedi, Creation Bear, Miggy. I wasn't going anywhere else, yeah, and this is where I am. So thanks to everyone.
Thanks to you too, bro. This has been a great community.
I feel like me and AJ earned our stripes together on the front lines of PNR 2 years ago, and we kind of went through quite a few debates where we learnt a lot, and I enjoyed that period. AJ, me and you sort of was on our own with Kembo and Flatman for a while, weren't we? A couple of years ago.
Yeah, we were, 100%. And I learned a lot off Miggy, off Alpha. I really like his style and how he deals with the subject. He's very good. And Jedi's knowledge is unbelievable.
See, Jedi and Miggy together, deadly combination, mate. As a team.
Yeah,
that's
100%.
That's one of the oldest partnerships, that is. Me and Alpha, Miggy, literally joined 24/7 within a couple of days from each other. I think it was early 2018 we joined the server. So we formed this type of double act. I used to be the bad cop and he used to be the good cop. That's really changed over the last few. I'm now the good cop and he's fucking.
Yeah, Miggy used to set him up and you used to knock him down. It's kind of changed a bit now, hasn't it?
Yes, definitely, yeah. But it's amazing how things have changed. I was privileged to listen to Indio over the last week or so, and every time that guy speaks, more information just comes out of his mouth.
Nice.
I appreciate all of the compliments you guys give me, but I'm nothing compared to that guy. Fucking hell. He knows his shit.
Bro. Facts. I always say, get your notepads out. When whoever's here, you never know when someone's going to drop a bomb or go back to the YouTube and listen to it or whatever. But yeah, Indio is a gem. I can't even imagine going against that guy or against a QE or a Miggy or something. I wouldn't want to do that. I feel like I'm on the right side of history here.
Has Indio ever done official debates before?
Well, like a modern debate. No, not that.
Yeah, something big and loads of attention on it.
No, not that I know of. Oh, we used to do.
I feel like if he did one, he'd just blow up if he did.
I think so. I think we should get on him about that, actually.
Well, I feel like, that's the problem is like the people they're going to put on such something major would be someone with a name that's been out there for a while and a face like Dave Weiss or Witze. We're a bunch of no names, no faces on Discord. It's kind of hard to put us on, but you are right. I do think that he's a gem and he could definitely blow up with a larger audience.
I think you guys are not no names. I think Nathan's show puts you guys on the map a little bit. Elijah, I feel like Elijah has a bit of a name for himself, especially in the US. And I think between you guys, you should leverage a bit more off Nathan and QE a bit.
That's true. I agree with that because people come in here and they're like, "Oh, Creation Bear, I've heard that name for Elijah," or like whatever. That's cool. It's very flattering as well. But you're right. I mean, I don't have to go into Oakley's show every day. When I pop in, he's like, "Oh shit, that's my boy." So yeah. Shout out to Elijah as well.
QE's been in this channel the last 2 nights.
Oh, what? I keep missing him.
Yeah, you keep missing him, dude.
Yeah, a ton of my time zone ain't lined up with his old sleep schedule.
That dude makes me nervous, man.
What, QE?
Right.
Yep.
You're on edge.
Just makes me a little bit nervous.
Good. Be on your toes, damn it. Pause. But yeah, that's Onk right there. I don't know where he gets his energy from either to do his show every week. Like I don't even have that much dedication. I have a lot of respect for that. He could just dip off anytime and take a break, but he doesn't. He just does his show with a lot of fervor.
Anyone know why Ale Lil is muted?
No.
Should we give him a go? Give him a second chance?
They've been in the chat. I was having a chat with him in the side chat.
Give us a lot.
Please follow the rules, Alil. What else we got? Soul Shrine in the house. Top Cat's decided he doesn't want to back the globe anymore, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. The only thing ball-like that should exist is football. That's it. Are there any other globe earthers in here? Are we all on the same page? It gets boring after a while.
I reckon Soul Shrine's a glober. Come on, Soul Shrine, give us a wave.
A few more
Very low.
margaritas to me, and I'm not going to be on any page.
Oh, mate, AJ Drunk is the best debate you'll ever witness.
Drunk. Oh, I want to see that.
He rips heads, mate. Rips heads.
And we are.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone remembers Chemo. I found Chemo on TikTok the other day. Caught him debating.
Yeah, I saw Chemo on.
Yep.
He's called Level Water on TikTok, I think. Yeah, I've seen him.
I thought he was dead.
No, he's still banging on. He's still the same.
Awesome. What's his name on TikTok?
I think it's Level Water or something.
I'll tell you.
It's the level or something.
Shout out to Chemo. He has one of the best verses in Flat Earth music.
Shit was crazy. He went straight off on one of those tracks with the "Why Would They Lie."
Yeah, he did,
bro.
Oh, he did. I thought he threw up some bars. He just wouldn't stop, would he? He just kept going, going.
Club abortion, all applauding, cheers, big heads, small enormous, them cradle to grave shall be there if not just. Not to tell lies, like bro, he just was going crazy on that song.
That's one person I miss. Does anybody remember MIDI HC?
Yeah, yeah.
MIDI, no.
So we all know the "Why Would They Lie" song.
Yep.
Yeah, he was the main contributor to that.
What, the American guy?
Yeah.
By the way, if you want to follow Chemo on TikTok, it's gas pressure PSI, all one word.
Gotcha. Okay, mate. I'll see if I can find him.
I don't sign up to social media. Discord's an exception, but I don't sign up to like Twitter, Facebook, or anything like that. You know, because they censor you and stuff on those websites. So you know, what's the point being what's the point being social on social media when you can't even say what you want?
TikTok's not too bad, mate. There's a lot of flat earthers on there. They do the lives, and you can jump into debates. There's a lot, you know. Nathan Thompson does a lot on there. Miggy's doing a lot on X.
You have to have an account to watch.
Yeah, make an account, mate. Put some basic info in there. You don't need to dox yourself on there. It's worth being on there.
I'll think about it because I'm very skeptical of websites as well. You know, when they want your info, it's like, "What's your phone number?" It's like, "Why do you need to know my frigging phone number?" You know.
I hear you. I stopped using Facebook about maybe 6 years ago.
I never used it. Never used it.
I only just got an X account over the last couple of months or so. That's because of the flat Earth stuff. The TikTok, God, I sound old. I think I've downloaded it and erased it a few times. I can't even remember if I've still got it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm the same way with social media and stuff. Don't necessarily trust it.
It's not just social media; it's like all websites. Like,
yeah.
I'm so paranoid of like the internet that like this PC doesn't even have a web browser on it. I primarily use it for gaming. You know, like of course I had to have a web browser to download everything. Yeah, of course. But then I got rid of it.
And Dubs has joined as well. Some people just popped in. Welcome.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Dubs? Dubs is a mod.
A mod.
You guys, I've been in here, but hey, what's up?
No, you just got here.
No.
She's been in here all night because when I woke up this morning, she was still in here. And that was at like what? That was like 4 hours ago. I woke up.
She belongs to the VC.
Dubs is always here, man. She's part of the furniture.
The weird thing is, this is the biggest room on the server right now. You look at Clubhouse, it's like 4-5 people in it. I mean,
we need to go in there and invite them across. See if anyone wants to put their globe.
Nah, because Whitney Davis is in there and she's a horrible person. That's all I need to say about that. But they'll never leave that room. Trust me, they'll never leave that room, even if you pay them. You know. But there's plenty of people in here. Any globe earthers want to share your?
Do it.
Yep. Any globe earthers here who want to share?
Share their pain, maybe.
Yeah.
Share your pain.
Share your pain.
Let it out. Share it with us.
We can help you. We really can.
Yeah, tell us the Earth's too big while we tell you the exact dimensions of it. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Maybe Top Cat has something else other than physics since they failed on that subject. Top Cat?
Yeah.
Come on, Top Cat. The heat's on you, buddy.
Come on, Top Cat.
You're supposed to be the leader of the gang.
Yeah, you're supposed to be the top cat. Yeah. Or has the policeman got you?
To be fair, we are dogpiling him a bit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit, not much. You know, maybe he might not even be there. He might have fell asleep. You know?
It's great.
You know, so
Well, we got someone new in the room. We got Hail Yeshua. His name is just a dot. Welcome to the room. What brings you to Flat Earth?
Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Hail Yeshua. Must be a Flat Earther, this guy, maybe.
Maybe.
There's only one flat earther with an anime display picture, and that's Creation Bear. The rest of them are Globers.
Facts, bro.
Yeah.
Not just trying to get into
And mine, to be honest, too, like their anime profile pictures are like the weird ones. At least mine's like something, you know. It's not like
cool
the
one.
other weird.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I disagree wholeheartedly. My profile picture is the best. Look at it.
No.
It's a fluffy bee because I'm a fluffy.
Creation Bear's profile pic is very deceiving. I'll say that.
Mine isn't.
Yeah,
Mine's just a bee.
Yeah.
It's a fluffy bee.
It's like my inner spirit. I don't even know how to. If you've seen the show, that moment where that character is at is like super iconic. You know, it's like before one of the. I'm not even going to go super deep into it, but it's just very important moment before he goes into one of the biggest battles of all time, and he's like in the most calm state. It's super cool. If you've seen the show, it's super deep. Pause.
No, I've never seen it. CB, sorry.
Damn, bro.
You're talking about anime? I've never watched anime or anything. It just does not interest me because when I think of anime, I just think of like, you know, the cringe type anime, you know, and it's like, it's just weird.
It's my
I know
by
there's
an
good
anime
mangas.
fluffy bee.
Huh?
I said by an anime fluffy bee.
It's not an animated fluffy bee. And plus, you can get them in real life as well. So, you know, I actually have that fluffy bee in real life on my desk. You know, so it's not animated.
Yeah, it does worry me. It feels like you're hiding something with that fluffy bee display picture.
Why?
You out here turning meme boys, baby.
What do you mean I'm hiding something?
Meme boys.
Who was that? Who was that?
That was funny.
I'm not hiding anything.
I'm just busting your balls, Fluffy. I know you're a top guy. You're a top man.
Yes.
Who was the meme coin guy who said that?
Yeah, that's me.
That's funny shit.
I'm up $20, baby.
Oh, that's my boy Xbox in the chat.
Why?
Oh no,
I don't know why
I'm down $20.
Kemba, why do you care about the World Cup? I thought Americans didn't like soccer/football. Yeah, 2026 is the World Cup where it's been held in Canada, United States, and Mexico.
They don't know what you're talking about, mate. It's all going over their head.
Yeah, football to them is using an egg shape, you know. So.
Oh shit!
The NFL.
Going down.
We're talking about soccer. We call it soccer over here.
Yeah, there's only who calls it soccer in the world? Probably Canada, America, and Australia area. That's it. The rest of the world.
Do you want to know where the word soccer comes from?
Yeah, it comes from England because we used to call it soccer very early on, and then we changed it.
Yeah, that's true.
We changed it to the name
That's
of
blown my
how
mind.
the sport is. Football. Kick a ball with your foot. Kind of simple, really, isn't it? Not every American dislike football. Okay, sure. Well, you'll. I mean, I'll watch the World Cup. Only the England games, of course. I mean, it's not the first time America's hosted it, because she hosted it in 1994, and I remember that well because I remember Diana Ross taking a penalty and completely missing it, and it was absolutely hilarious.
We also didn't qualify for that World Cup in '94.
Yeah, it's probably the one of the off times we didn't qualify. Yeah,
I remember
but nowadays you tend to qualify.
Yeah, nowadays, yeah.
I mean, you know, we're actually quite highly ranked in global team. You know, we're like 3rd or 4th best in the world.
Yeah.
For FIFA rankings, anyway.
Yeah.
It's okay if you're off topic. You know, we haven't got any globe earthers to debate, so basically we would all be agreeing with each other. You know.
Yeah, I know, but just when we're live streaming and stuff, we're trying at least talk flat earth amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Seen that flat earth football team? I'm trying to get one of their football jerseys.
Like the Spanish one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to buy a shirt. They've literally got the UN map as their football badge. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the chat so you can see. I might buy one.
I've never heard of this team until you just mentioned it, which is strange. Are they like a professional flat earth team or just like a, you know, like a amateur league team?
They're a lower league Spanish team. I've put a picture of the captain of the team in the chat. I think it's French, actually, not
yeah, it does
Spanish.
look French. Lance Le Flat Earth. Yeah, that sounds French to me.
But yeah, you can actually buy their jerseys. I might get one.
Yeah, looks cool.
We should all get behind this team, man.
Just needed one in England, though.
I don't know if has anybody visited or heard of the Flat Earth shop? The shop doesn't really sell much in Inverness in Scotland. Has anybody heard of that or visited it?
No, I've never heard of it.
No, I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's there. I went up there in, I think it was about 2018 or something like that. But yeah, it was only open like one day a week. And they'd like loads of posters about flat Earth and AE maps, and that's interesting. And chemtrails for some reason. But yeah, it was closed on the day I went on there. I don't know if it's still there anymore.
It probably won't be there anymore. You know,
probably.
It's probably like turned into something else. So if you're only open one day a week, you're not going to do anything really.
No, it's probably a hotel for asylum seekers now anyway.
Probably. Just, I don't know. The question again, any globe earthers want to debate from YouTube, from in here? I guess they're scared that they're going to have their logic blown away.
Yeah, they don't want the smoke, dude. We've cooked them in every way. Baked, fried,
they're scared.
Boiled, charred, grilled. We cooked them every single way. They cannot win. They cannot. Even someone new like yourself can beat them. They have nothing for us, dude. We know their arguments better than they do. They lose.
Yep. They lose. We always get the W.
The best case scenario is someone comes in here and mainstream hasn't quite got a grip on them yet, to the point where, you know, most normies come in with like a straw man. Oh, you're this, or they've heard about you know, from some other server, from, you know, I don't know what other channels have like anti-flat earthers, but maybe they've heard it from someone else and they come in with like preconceptions. That's not, I wouldn't say that's best case scenario. So if someone hasn't been tainted by that yet, that's probably the best thing that could happen, because then we could just like, work with a fresh person and then show them some things and they can just go on with their life. So
it's like
but that's rare these days, I would say. It's pretty rare.
It's like yesterday, there was this guy called Conrad, and I asked him a question. I just literally asked him, what is gravity to you on the globe model? And he couldn't answer it. And he went off on a tangent talking about something else, about planes, you know, like, you know. But it's like, even the globe people don't know what gravity is, but they'll say gravity affects the Earth and everything around it and things like this. But as soon as you ask them, what is it, you know, they don't know. As you know, no one knows what gravity is, if it's even real. You know, it's just.
See, be careful with that. Gravity is real. Gravity is just mislabeled. So gravity is just the weight. I mean, the original term for gravity was gravitas, which is the weight or seriousness of an object or thing. So I'm comfortable talking about gravity. It's just they want to claim it's a force when it's not. It's a description of weight.
All right.
So it's, yeah, I'll just say be careful when you say, oh, gravity doesn't exist. Well, you know, get them to define what gravity is, because if it's anything more than weight, they won't be able to demonstrate or, you know, prove that. So like this is where I'm a bit different as a flat earther. A lot of flat earthers don't like to use, you know, certain words. I like to reclaim these words. You know, I like to reclaim space-time as background medium. I like to reclaim gravity as weight. You know, so for me, it's like, yeah, these words, don't rule them out, because then people will say, oh, flat earthers don't believe in gravity, and what they're actually talking about is weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when they say that, they're usually trying to imply that because we don't believe in gravity, we don't believe that things go down, because that's their next argument. Well, what about the things that go down? So it's more about their claim of causation than gravity itself, the name.
It's like what we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? The water thing. You know, it's not gravity pushing it down. You know, like if you're under a lot of water, let's say you're 300 feet down in the water, which is very deep, you know, there'll be a water pressure on you, but that's the weight of the water, not the gravity.
That's what I'm saying. Gravity is just weight. Don't give them a special use of gravity that isn't provable. Do you know what I mean? So when they say gravity, say, yeah, I believe in gravity. Don't say that, but do you know what I mean? Like, don't act like, oh, gravity doesn't exist. Like, get them to explain what they mean by gravity, and then when they say mass attracting mass, well, they've got no evidence for mass attracting mass, and actually it's been superseded by warping and bending of two concepts. They just end up in a mess. They don't have a force, but we have weight.
So you just say to globe earther, prove gravity.
No, it's more along the lines of gravity doesn't prove a ball.
Right.
You know what I mean? Weight doesn't prove the shape of the floor.
Yeah.
It also doesn't prove we live in a vacuum orbiting giant masses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, to me, it's like whenever I've always heard this argument from the other side, saying that like we're spinning or going through space at like 60,000 miles an hour, but yet we don't feel it, you know. But the other thing is, okay, so if I stick my head out of a car window, yeah, and I've got long hair, I'm going to feel resistance, aren't I? I don't have long hair at all, but let's say I did. You know, you stick your head out of a window of a car going 50 miles an hour, you're going to feel resistance. But if and that's even if it's not a windy day. But if I'm just stood outside, stood still on not windy day, I'm not feeling anything. You know what I mean? It's really odd.
Yeah, you'll hear a whole heap of excuses and obfuscations around that. Yeah. They use words like lockstep and all this stuff. Atmospheres in lockstep with the rotation of the Earth, etc., etc. You know, they really try and get creative with it, but it goes back to this whole relativity thing where they use relativity as a shield to block actual real physics, real science. Actual knowledge we have of the world is blocked by the relativity shield. So it's like you gotta call out the relativity bias and bullshit and explain that actually you don't have any you don't have any way to prove or confirm any of this. You just believe like a religion.
Well, yeah, because it was Einstein, wasn't it, who said with the relativity. And if you just believe in what other people say, that's not really evidence, isn't it? Like, I could write anything down on a piece of paper and say this is true. If I was a famous scientist, I could write anything they wanted down. And if historians and other people look at this, okay, this really intelligent man said this. Doesn't mean it's true. That's why we ask for demonstrations of things so we can prove it, right?
Yeah, once you're in relativity, you're in metaphysics. You're no longer in science.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think relativity is science. It's not. It's philosophy, basically. So it's a belief system like a religion. You've got to believe that the Earth is too big to be able to use science or physics or just the natural world to be able to use your senses to be able to prove anything. So now we've gone from an empirical, practical world to a world of just mystery and story, and you have to believe or don't believe. That's relativity in a nutshell.
Yeah.
They're trying to get you to believe in things like time dilation and single orbit, single mass elliptical orbits, and not enough mass in the whole solar system. Yet they want to tell you that this model works, and you know what I mean. They just have this way of just constantly moving the goalposts, avoiding the actual real questions by just saying relativity.
Yeah.
Oh, it's observer dependent. Yeah.
They don't want to address the actual points, do they?
Yeah, they'll say you can't get out the reference frame of the Earth, so none of this can be demonstrated, proven. It's just a religion.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's more like a cult, the globe side, because they blindly follow it without disregarding anything. And isn't that what a cult is? You blindly follow a leader without disregarding anything.
Yeah, the leaders have secret knowledge or special knowledge that normal people don't have access to. Yeah, that's pretty much relativity. That's heliocentrism.
Yeah, because scientists are government workers, so they probably have classified stuff that no one knows about, apart from, maybe not even them. Like, how far does it go? It's like, yes, America has a president, but it's like, who are the faceless people above him with all the classified stuff? The president's just a figurehead. He's just there for the public show, but he's not the true leader of a country. There's people pulling the strings, but we don't know who. And they're probably the same people who try and teach everyone that the Earth is a globe, things like that. You know, that's what I think. It's very conspiracy-esque, but you know, I mean, I'm fairly new to this. So
Welcome to reality, mate. Welcome to reality. Reality is very conspiratorial, you know, and it's all game. You know, it's human nature, mate. You know, game theory. That's the way we work, and one secret leads to another, and then you need to, you know, brush a whole heap of other shit under the rug, and before you know it, it seems ridiculous, but actually, you know, that's just how the world works. Once you start a lie, more lies need to be hidden. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I've always my entire life, pretty much, from when I was like a young adult, of course, not a child, because. But from about 16 years old, it was like I was always skeptical of the government. Had paranoia thing. I have bad paranoia, but you know that makes me even more skeptical. You know, it's like I've never trusted the government in what they say. I'm anti-government, basically. You know, because I mean, you're from the UK like me, right? So. I mean, like I said, I've never trusted the Conservatives or Labour or any party for that matter, you know, and I never will, because the people in power who fund NASA and other space programs and the education system where you're taught that the Earth is a globe at like a really young age when you don't know any better until you're like a lot older, you know. That's the problem. That they are brainwashing you at such a young age, because as a kid you don't know things. You're basically relying on adults to teach you things, because you can't really think for yourself properly like when you're 7 years old, you know. But once you get older, it's like you do research and look into these things, and you think, is the Earth really a globe? And then you look into it deeper, and then you realize that it's like, no, it's not a globe, you know, because we have evidence for this, you know. And with that, are there any globe Earth? Can't talk. And are any globe Earthers here who want to debate anyone in this room about how you think the Earth is a globe?
Oh, I see we got Kane back in the house playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, so I'll give him an unmute. Welcome back, Kane. Please behave.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know what I did to deserve a mute, but that's fine.
Are you a globe earther or flat earther, Kane?
No, I'm a globe earther, obviously. I've already spoken on here quite a few times. I think I made it pretty clear.
Well, I haven't heard you speak. I can't even talk properly. I've not heard you speak before.
Pretty sure you did, but that's fine.
Yeah, but I, like I say, the conversation is, you know, I'd like to know why you think the Earth is a globe. You know.
Well, it's very simple, because it's observable that it is, right?
It's observable that it is.
It's not observable.
I was talking about. Well, that's wrong. Like I was talking the other day. Like I talked about this the other day, and I don't want to discuss this much. I just joined to listen, honestly. But
I mean, that's fine. We're not forcing you to say anything. We're just asking.
No. I just kind of want to tell you, because like I talked about this the other day. It doesn't seem like most people actually listen. Well, that's fine. So the thing is, I feel like we kind of agree that, like, by just looking at the, like, without using any science or like any math or whatever, right? Like you look at the like at your feet, and you're like, oh well, this looks like a plane. That's fine. But that doesn't really tell you much about the shape of the entire object, right?
Sorry to interrupt. You said observable it was. Now you're telling me that it's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how it is.
Oh, okay.
So that way, clearly, it doesn't work, because we can't really tell much about the shape of the object by just looking at our feet, right? What we have to do is observe something that we can observe, right, directly, and then make observations based on that, right? So what I was talking about the other day is how you can see basically the sky rotating in different directions based on where you are on the planet, right? So because that is something that happens, right? Because we see the sky rotate in different what's the word? Not direction, but orientations, right? So clockwise and counterclockwise from different parts of the planet, then it means that it cannot be plane. Because if it was, it would either mean, I'll explain why. It would either mean that either there's more skies, there's more than one sky, which is observably false. That rotate in different. It's observably false because there would be a split at some point.
Called the tropical gap.
So either that, or it would mean that which is more likely that the Earth is a round object.
I get you. So more likely then, based on a presupposition of your idea of what the sky is doing. Sorry, my friend, I don't want to be rude, but you said that the Earth curve was observable. Then you didn't mention Earth curve.
I didn't say that.
You did. You said it was observable. You said it was observable.
About a curve. I said that it's observable, but that it's not. That it's clearly not a plane, right?
Clearly not a plane. So what you've done, and I don't want to be rude, I'll have the conversation with you, is you said that when we look at our feet, it's perfectly fine to assume that the Earth is flat, and then you looked at the sky.
No, I didn't say that.
It did. We looked at our feet. I interrupted you. You said, no, dude, I will not. I will not interrupt you if you don't interrupt me.
Sure.
Yeah, Kane, he was really patient, mate. Just chill out, let him finish.
He's commenting my point, but that's
Kane, you said some stuff that was outrageously wrong, and we didn't jump in. So let him finish.
I'm trying not to straw man you.
Well, you are.
Right? My friend, right, let me finish what I'm fucking saying. I'm trying not to straw man you. I'm trying to confirm what you said. That's why I'm repeating what I thought that you... Dude. All right. So I'm just going to ask you again. How are you going to prove the shape of the Earth by looking at the sky?
Okay, once again, because we observe a phenomenon that wouldn't be possible.
Okay. How do we measure these? How do we measure these phenomena in the sky?
Looking at the sky?
Yeah, how do we measure? That's not looking. Specific word was measured. Please forgive my tone. You've made me impatient. I don't want to be. So I'm asking you how we measure the things in the sky. How do we do that?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I literally explained something very simple that you can literally observe without knowing any science.
There's no spoke honestly anyway. He said that when we look up, we see that the objects in the sky are moving. Yeah. So this is what we all witness.
You see them moving. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
They are.
Well, you were talking about direction, then you corrected yourself and said, clockwise and anti-clockwise. Orientation, correct.
Hold on. Listen, Kane, I'm sitting here with my finger on the mute button for you because you keep cutting up everybody. I don't want to sit and put this much attention into controlling you. Can you just control yourself and wait for someone to finish speaking? Don't clip them because it's going to annoy people and then it's going to bring the tone down. So just wait for someone to finish, then say your piece.
So the first observation that you've made, Kane, is a flat Earth observation, yeah, with the celestial bodies that are rotating. I mean,
yeah. So that is what we observe. It doesn't mean that that's what's happening, right? Like,
and then you make a leap of logic from there and claim that's not what is happening, that they're not actually moving, and that it's us.
Okay. So what I was describing is the observation, right? The conclusions are not necessarily they don't necessarily come directly from or do not necessarily agree with the way we observe things, right? Like we see the sky moving, but then we realize, well, if it is the sky moving, like there's a bunch of other problems that comes up. So therefore, it has to be us that are moving and not the sky, right? So this is like part of the conclusions, right? But then what I was saying is that from the Earth, right, like taking ourselves as the observer, right, we see the sky moving, right, with different orientations from different parts of the planet, right, which is something that is not possible on a flat Earth, and therefore the conclusion that the Earth is flat is scrapped.
Right. So this is why I asked you how we measure them. So
Yeah, I still don't understand the question.
Oh, yeah, I know you don't, so I'm going to repeat it. So when we talk about measuring things in the sky, we're talking about the elevation angle above the horizon, for example. So if I was to use a sextant and measure a star at 45 degrees above the horizon, let's call that star Polaris, that would be my latitude. If I was to do that south of the equator, point my sextant at the star Solar Actantis, or any other star rotating that southern point, I could figure out my coordinate, I could figure out my latitude. Now, the way that we measure these things is, as I pointed out, with an elevation angle. That's taken from the surface of the Earth. And you sound like a bright lad, so you understand already that an angle is the intersection of two straight lines and the measurements in degrees of how much they deviate. But those lines must be straight. So it doesn't falsify in any way, shape or form what the stars do in the sky. In actual fact, you're going to require a flat Earth to measure that position in the sky.
Okay, but that's completely unrelated from what I said.
Sorry, you're talking about stars and how they move. I'm talking about how we measure them. We measure them from a flat plane because they're elevation angles. So the measurement isn't disputed because of your presupposition that the Earth is a ball and what could and could not happen on a flat Earth, because we measure them from a flat Earth.
Yeah, again,
Devastating,
it doesn't
Kane.
have anything to do with what I said.
It has
And you've
everything
missed
to
the
do with
point.
what you said. It
Yeah,
has everything to do with what you said. We're talking about what the stars
absolutely
do.
not. We're talking about
Excuse me.
looking at the sky and seeing the
Excuse me.
sky. The stars go from
Excuse me.
one point to another.
Yeah. And we're going to describe those motions in measurements relative to either a coordinate system, north, south, east, or west, or how we measure them above the horizon, like 45 degrees, to figure out our latitude and the latitude of the star when we measure them. So all
There's no
measurements
need
are
for
number
measurements
Why are
in
you?
this
I don't understand why you're talking. So all measurements are going to be in requirement of a horizontal plane. The measurements disprove your presupposition that the Earth must be a ball, because we would measure a ball, wouldn't we?
Once again, we do not need any measurement for this observation, so your point is completely unrelated.
Sorry. We do need measurements if we're going to figure out, for example, where they are. So the
What do you mean?
measurement.
I look at a star, okay?
Yeah.
I see the star moves on the right, like as time passes. Then
Yeah.
from the other side of the Earth, I look at another star. The star now moves to the left as time passes. There you go. That's how I measured it. That's very simple. What you said is
I understand that you've got a very simple way to measure it, but the way that we actually do it in astronomy is by measuring the elevation angle of the star above the horizon.
And again, it's unrelated.
It is because we're measuring the stars. You brought the stars up. You're telling us that it's, hold on.
Do that.
Excuse me. Yeah. You told us that two rotation points in the sky wasn't possible on a flat Earth, but the way that we measure them requires the Earth to be flat. Are you not understanding this?
I don't understand how you're saying. Wait. So you're saying because we need a flat Earth to measure that, therefore the Earth has to be flat or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
The elevation angle is a requirement of a horizontal plane of reference. That horizontal plane of reference is mean sea level.
Okay.
So the mean sea level, that will be one straight line for your angle. The elevation angle of the star will be up from that horizontal line, mean sea level.
Did you understand what I said?
Yeah. Did you understand what I've been trying to say for the last 5 minutes?
No, because I feel like it's completely unrelated. Can you please explain to me exactly how it relates to what I said? Because I still don't understand it. Like you're saying, okay, we can measure the stars and this and that. Like there has to be, like a flat plane to measure the distance and this and that. But like, how does that disprove the fact that on a flat Earth you wouldn't be able to see the sky, right, rotating?
Because it's the only real evidence. Go ahead, Jedi.
The real evidence.
Hold on, I'll answer your question.
The evidence
before
that
you
I
keep
talked about is
rambling
very
on,
real.
because you haven't understood. You haven't understood. You're talking about where the stars are in the sky. The way that we measure them requires the Earth to be flat. So we measure we measure a flat Earth when we take these measurements. Do you know why? Because we're interested if we're going to navigate the ground position of those stars, which must exist on the same horizontal plane as the observer. So yeah, the stars are pretty fit. Why are you talking? I don't understand. So yes,
because I don't understand how it
I'm just going to do it again. So yes, there are two rotation points in the sky. One is north, one we call south. One has a clockwise motion, one has a counterclockwise motion. But everything that we're going to do with regards to measuring them is going to require a horizontal reference. That horizontal reference is mean sea level. That's a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth.
I still don't think you understand the point, right? Like, say you are on a
Kane, hold up for a second.
No, wait. Give it a sec.
I understand your point.
No, you're not cooking right now, bro. You're not cooking.
I understand your point. I understand exactly what you've stated and what you've said. I also understand Jedi's response, yeah? And the very simple fact is that when we take, yes, we understand that the stars appear to rotate in different directions, north and south. However, when we take measurements to these stars, it has to be done off a horizontal reference plane, therefore measuring the Earth as flat. So regardless of what claim you make about what the stars can and can't do on whatever model, the Earth has to be measured as flat to measure the location of those stars or a ground position. It's very simple, dude. The argument is over.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's completely unrelated once again, right?
It's
because
not
that would
unrelated.
that would
When you
mean that
say
if on a
if
plane,
the Earth is flat, it would be like this. You're automatically wrong, dude. Because we're just saying the Earth is flat as it is currently. So when you start,
Yeah,
your
no,
sentence
that's
with,
not what I'm saying,
Well,
though,
if it's flat, it would be. It's exactly what you said. If it's flat, then blah 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 would happen. That's not true.
Well, let's see if you know your own claim, yeah, because this is going nowhere, Kane, and you're not understanding.
No, wait. Can you explain exactly, right, how on a flat surface, by moving from one point to the other, you would see like something on top of you move in opposite directions? Like, can you actually explain that? Because I don't understand it. If you can explain it the way that makes sense, then I'm gonna be pretty fucking convinced.
Okay. So you want an explanation as to why they move? No, we're not going to.
I want an explanation as to how you can move to a different point.
Why
of
and
the
how
plane,
the same
look at the sky, and then it rotates in opposite direction.
I'm
Because you
losing my
misunderstood the
patience
question.
with you.
You
Right?
misunderstood the
How
question.
and why are the same thing? How do they move? Why do they move? It's irrelevant. We observe them move, don't we? I don't need to explain the mechanism as to how they move. That's not important. You'll have a presupposition as to the reason why they move, and you'll invoke the Earth being a ball and that they move because we are moving. You're going to need a measurement of Earth curvature, which you didn't give when we were measuring the distance to the ground position of stars. You brought up the things in the sky. I'll tell you how they're measured. They're measured from a horizontal plane. I don't need to give you an explanation. I just need to tell you what's observed and measured.
Yeah, and again, that is unrelated as well.
Now, Kane, stop saying it's unrelated.
We're not talking about like measurements, right? We're not talking about measurements. We're talking about observations, right?
Yeah, Kane, I'm going to pop you on mute a sec because I've been trying to say something for a while and I can't get in it, so I'm just going to explain it. Just because you're noticing that the sky is dropping on the horizon and moving away from you doesn't mean we live on a curved surface. Those measurements that Jedi was telling you about is how you confirm the surface. You making a relationship to the stars and noticing things is basically you not understanding perspective. Yeah? Perspective can explain what you're claiming can only happen on a ball. Whereas when we look at streetlights and when we look at mountains in the distance, you would agree, yes, these things would happen due to perspective. So you're the one with the presupposition and not realizing that the measurement or the ground that we're talking about is flat, your presupposition is not understanding perspective. Simple.
Yeah, the direct measurement to the stars that you're claiming requires the Earth to be flat. So a direct measurement of the Earth supersedes your imagination of
assumption.
what could or could not be occurring.
Yeah, it's just an assumption based on a lack of
Would you
understanding
like
of
to explain
perspective.
How? Yeah, could you explain what perspective I'm misunderstanding exactly?
Yeah, I'll go for it. So you understand that we have what is called a celestial sphere above our head. Do you know what a protractor is?
Not really, no.
Okay, so a protractor is half a circle that we use to measure angles. 45 degrees, 90 degrees. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Good. So this is our arc of vision from one horizon to the other, with 90 degrees above our head, 45 degrees halfway between the horizon and 90-degree position above your head. This is how we measure positions to things in the sky. In this instance, the stars. This is also where we get our our circles of equal altitude called latitude from, by measuring an angle to Polaris. For example, if I'm directly standing underneath Polaris, that forms a 90-degree angle. Straight line down from Polaris to where it intersects the Earth. It's one straight line. And then the horizontal plane you, the observer, is standing on. That's the other straight line. If you were to move south, still facing north, and to measure the declination in angle, like you were observing through a protractor, you would measure that declination in angles, 80 degrees, 70 degrees, 50, 40, 30, down to 0 degrees on the horizon. When you measure the elevation angle of Polaris at 0 degrees, your location is the equator, because that's how latitude is measured, by elevation angles to the stars. So every single measurement that the observer is going to be taken is going to be based on how the observer views the world. We observe in perspective. The measurements are measurements of angles due to perspective.
And this confirms that you misunderstood the point. How does that explain, right?
That was fire.
The different rotations, right?
Oh,
like
rotations?
If you look at one
I
side,
answered this question earlier.
Yeah, no, you did not. Yeah,
I did.
I hope you understand.
I did.
Like, perspective is completely unrelated, and like all this stuff about angles and stuff, it's like completely unrelated because
so
he's addressed it.
If we're measuring
because
flat,
think about it, right? No, wait.
Hang on, Kane.
Give it a second, okay? Give it a second.
Kane.
Give it a second.
No,
okay? No.
Very simply,
just give me a
I'm
second,
not going to
please.
wait because I know exactly what you're going to say, and you've said it 100 times. Yeah. Now, if the Earth is measured as flat, whatever those stars are doing and the path they're taking is irrelevant. Yeah, because it's measured to be flat.
It is relevant,
And I think
because
also with his point on
the
his
flat Earth
celestial pole.
it is incoherent with the observation.
All right, let's do it a different way then. You're obviously
Jedi covered this with the latitude dependent. Listen, it's a latitude dependent axis of rotation. Yeah, this is how perspective works. So you can literally understand the observations around the southern celestial pole by understanding your celestial sphere. You clearly don't understand it, so this sounds ridiculous to you. But unfortunately, this is the math. This is how things work. We've got, Rayleigh criterion. You've got the horizon converging into a convergence point. This is how observation works. So when things disappear into the distance, it is based on, like Jedi said, a latitude-dependent rotation from you as the observer.
Once
That's
again,
what you
what
don't
does,
understand.
Things disappearing in the distance have to do with what I said?
All right, let's do this a really simple way. Maybe you can answer this yourself.
Because I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
No, we understand what you're saying. You're just not understanding or not willing to acknowledge the actual answer that you've been given, yeah? Because Jedi has, and Roots has explained it really simply, yeah? But let's make it even simpler. Maybe you can answer this yourself. If you're facing north, what direction do the stars appear to rotate?
I'm not really sure, honestly.
You don't know. Okay, so facing south, what direction do they appear to rotate?
Okay, give me a second.
Let's stay with north then. do your Google search. If you're facing north, what direction do the stars appear to rotate?
Sorry, give me a second. I have my mom in my room. I'll be right back.
This is part of your argument.
Yeah.
The arrogance is strong with this one.
I love it. Hold them up, boys. Well done.
Generally speaking, I remember.
Chilean, welcome to the party.
Okay, let's just make it really easy for him, man.
It's opposite to the rotation of the Earth, obviously.
Okay, I'm just going to make it really simple for you, yeah? Because you can't answer any of the questions based on your claim. So if you're facing north, stars are going to appear to rotate counterclockwise or right to left. Now, if you turn around and face the opposite direction and you face south, the stars are going to rotate clockwise left to right. If you turn and face east, they're going to rise in front and set behind. Facing west, stars rise behind and set in front. What's the problem?
Do you mean what's the problem?
Well, you asked for why the stars appear to rotate in different directions
how does that work?
from different locations.
Exactly how
I've
that
just
works
explained it to you very simply.
Yeah, and can you explain how that would be coherent with a flat plane?
Yeah.
You're right about that, yeah.
The direction you're facing.
Oh my god, the direction you're facing is completely unrelated.
I'm up to my 10th cocktail, man. Are you this retarded?
If you look at the same, If you look at the same object, right, from a flat plane, it doesn't matter where you stand, right? Say the object is rotating in clockwise direction. It doesn't matter where you're standing on the flat object. If you look up at it, it's still going to be rotating in the same direction for you, right? It doesn't matter where you are.
Wait a second.
Direction.
Now, in order to see that object, listen. In order to see.
No, you listen, boy.
We're not listening.
Yo, AJ, I just want to. AJ, let me ask this guy a question for a hot second. Hey, Kane, if I paint a 6 on my ceiling on one side of the room and then I walk to the other side of the room, does that 6 become a 9?
He's not talking about the moon. Please don't confuse him.
Okay. I'll withdraw. I'm so very sorry. I'll withdraw. I'm sorry.
Thank you, buddy.
So, Kane, at this point, you're actually denying something that comes from your own model, yeah? And this is just very simple. If you face one direction, stars are going to appear to rotate in one direction. If you face another, they're going to appear to rotate in another. This is just a simple fact, yeah? You can't be that silly to deny this.
Directions,
yeah,
mate.
The 6 will look like a 9. The 6 will look like a 9. But if it is rotating, right? If you go on one side of the room or the other side of the room, you will see it rotating in the same direction. You can literally do it.
Bro, you're not looking up to the fucking ceiling. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Excuse me, I've got to point
That's
something out.
literally how it works, right? Like you look at your ceiling, right? And you observe that you cannot do that. You cannot have that happen on a flat plane.
Excuse me, I can have 2 ceiling fans rotating in opposite directions above my flat floor. Yep.
And you would see them rotate in different directions when you go in the middle, right? Which is something that you do not observe in reality. So
no, hold on.
Wouldn't work.
Yes, we do. What are you talking about?
Sure. Wait, would you like to show me a footage of the stars moving in different directions, like from any part of the planet? I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, you can stand inside the Arctic Circle, look up and watch the stars go in one direction. Go to the Antarctic Circle, look up and watch the stars rotate in another direction.
Yeah, you have to be in 2 different points, right? You have to be in 2 different locations to do that.
Yeah, because you've got 2 different
exactly what you described right now. You would be able to do that from one single location. You would see the stars going like in one direction and in the other in the same location. Because
you're still going to keep talking. So there's 2 rotations in the sky, isn't there? I'll ask again. There's 2 rotations in the sky.
There's 2 rotations in the sky. We observed 2 rotations. Yeah, or I mean, different rotations, I guess, depending on where you are on the Earth.
Yeah. And one is clockwise and one is counterclockwise. Depending on where you, the observer, are observing it from, you're going to observe it being clockwise or counterclockwise, whether you're inside the circle looking out or outside the circle looking in.
I guess
good.
So, yeah.
Yeah, good. So we have 2 rotation points in the sky. the way that we measure them is from a horizontal plane. But we have 2 rotation points in the sky. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah. Don't you agree that at some point you would be able to see the split?
Yeah, that's called the equator.
Yeah.
And the equator, and when you look at the equator, right? Do you see
That's what we see
in both directions?
Kane, you don't even have the ability to question or argue this point when you don't even know the direction of the stars. When you don't even know your own, you don't know the details of your own claim. You don't even understand the direction of the stars or the appearance of the direction according to the direction that you're facing. Yeah, you have no leg to stand on to say nah.
Yeah, because it's such a simple point. Like, you don't need to know specifics. It's like very simple. Like, say
destroyed,
okay, yeah.
bro.
If you
yourself,
look in
bro.
the north, if you look in the north, it goes counterclockwise. If it went the other way around, it would completely disprove your point. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter which way it goes. If we observe that it goes different directions from different points of the Earth, then it means that it cannot be a flat Earth. And it is also supported by the fact that we don't see a split, right? If we were able to see a split, then sure. Yes, it would be possible, but we don't.
All right, you've got to stop talking so much. What do you mean by split?
You would see this okay. So you have 2 different rotation points. You said that, right?
Yeah.
So you would have, we could observe it as we could imagine it as 2 skies, right? Like attached one to the other, right? Yeah. Okay. And so we would see the stars. Like if we look at the point where the 2 skies touch, we would see the stars going one direction, and on the other one we would see the stars going the other direction.
No. Right. So that's why I think
then would you explain
hold on. So that's why I think you have a misunderstanding. So if you were to draw 2 circles on a piece of paper, have one rotation towards the other and the other rotation towards the middle, like a figure of 8. Where both met from the same angle, if you were standing at that point, one direction would be east. You would face east underneath that rotational point. One rotational point would be going clockwise. The other one would be going counterclockwise. The rotational points meeting in the middle is still going the same direction, though. Do you know what a cog is?
Wait, sorry, I'd just like to address what Kiwi Buzz said. Because, I feel like give me a second, right? Because this is exactly like this proves my point.
No,
wait, sorry, I'll just concentrate on this for a second.
I've just asked you a question. The conversation isn't going to stop unless you shut up. Do you know what cogs are?
Yes, I know what a cog is.
Good. So if you put 2 cogs, you'll understand that when you rotate them together, one's going clockwise, one's going counterclockwise, right?
Yeah.
Good. Do you understand that they would meet in the middle? If you were standing at that point, that they would not be splitting. They'd be coming together and diverging.
What are you talking about? If we look at the point where the 2 cogs meet, then we see them, one of them going in one direction, the other one going in the opposite.
No, they go in the same direction.
It's the same direction. Listen, you don't know the difference between cardinal directions and just directions. These are going in the same direction. All the stars go from, is it east to west? But at the equator, you will get this, what Jedi's trying to tell you, you will get this meeting point, like a rolling pin. Imagine a rolling pin going over the equator. Everything's still rolling in the same direction, but perspective-wise, from the equator, you will have a different perspective, like a 6 will look like a 9 if it's stuck in the center of a room. Do you understand that, yes or no?
I understand that, yeah, again. But what you would see is if the 6 is rotating, it doesn't matter where you're standing in the room, you would see it rotate in the same direction.
No, we're telling you, like 2 cogs that are moving in the same direction that meet at the equator, like a rolling pin that goes over the equator being in the middle of the rolling pin. All of the stars are traveling in the same direction, and the apparent differences are based on hemisphere, your observer's position in each hemisphere. Okay, back to you, Jedi. I just wanted to help.
It's all right. It's not listening, dude. It's fine.
I am listening. I'm trying to understand. I do understand the cog analogy, sure. But wouldn't you agree that? Yeah, wouldn't you agree that that would require? Yeah, you would have the sky to be something like a Wait, give me a second. Let me think about it for a moment. I'm starting to understand your point a little better.
No, that's
Killian's put a picture in the chat if you're struggling.
That picture is really bad. That doesn't explain anything. If
It's
anything,
not a look. Hold up, boy. Before you say it doesn't display it, it doesn't describe anything. Have you clicked on it to see the animation of it?
Yeah.
Right. So the idea is you're looking to the north, looking down one side of the quote star tunnel, if you will, and you see Polaris. And then as you pan, looking from to the east or west, whichever way you pan, you notice as is being described now, the belt line, the equatorial roll of the stars overhead. And then as you look to the south, you get Sigma Octantis off in the stars for the southerly collection of stars. Don't cut it off unless you actually understand it.
No, I do understand it. The problem with that idea, like with the model that say that's a model, okay, that Killian sent, okay. Let's call it a model for simplicity, okay. I know it's not a model. I know you guys don't like the idea of a model, whatever. The problem is that, right, what you would observe, right, when you get to the closer to the what's it called again? This sphere. Yeah, when you get closer to the celestial sphere, right, you would see the sky kind of, like you wouldn't look up and see the sky rotate, right, like you do in real life. You would always see like some sort of like stars moving like in one direction, but like not rotate, right?
Okay, so my counter to that is we have star trail photography that disproves everything you just attempted to say, right? Star trail photography shows the ground stationary while the sky, in fact, moves the stars ahead, tracing a circular pattern above us depending on the location that you're perceiving them from. Thanks for trying, but A for effort, F for execution.
But that proves the point.
It doesn't.
It
Proves
does.
what point?
If you look
that
at
the sky is moving and the ground is stationary. Sorry, I had to walk on you to illustrate that.
But the sky? No, that's not what I said. What it proves the point that if you look up in the sky, right, and you see the sky rotating in a circle, right, from not any location, obviously, right, but wait, give me a second. I don't understand what it disproves. I think I misunderstood your point.
At the moment, we're not proving anything.
And you said that there's like photography that disproves. What I said.
Do you know what star trail photography is, Kane?
I believe so.
No, you should Google it then. Just go over to Google, type in star trails, click images, and just look at all the amazing pictures that are published for your consumption so that you can understand the ground while the aperture is mounted to the ground is stationary, and it observes, depending on the time lapse that they view the sky for, the sky moving, tracing circular patterns above us, Polaris being the most stationary northerly star that we have, while the rest, again, trace circles in the sky above that central rotation point. Again, thanks for trying.
I still don't understand what it disproves. Like, how does that prove? How does that disprove the fact that?
What are you trying to disprove? Okay, I'm proving, and the thing about it, when I say this to you, when we have star trail photography, right, it proves that the ground is stationary and that the sky is moving. That's what it proves.
I don't see how that it does that.
Wow, you are dense. I'll withdraw. Bye bye. You're dead.
I don't understand that. I know. I really don't understand how it proves that the ground is stationary. If anything, it proves that
he's been cooked by Jedi already.
No, I still don't understand how it proves that the ground is stationary. It really doesn't. It's something like put a camera on
Jedi
a ball.
went through this with you. Jedi went through this with you. Right? Listen, don't ask questions and then talk through. Don't ask questions and talk through when someone's going to address it. You're saying you don't understand how the ground is measured flat. Okay, that is
That's not what it said.
The nature of water, my friend. If you understand the nature of water, water doesn't curve. Okay, so you can use logic. Listen, Kane, shut the fuck up for a minute. Right?
Yeah, but
you
that's
can
not what I
use
said.
logic. Kane, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I want you to understand a basic principle that will help you stop asking dumb questions. Okay? You're like, oh, how does this prove? How do we measure the Earth flat? Okay, just the nature of water, my friend, cannot curve around a ball. Water will always seek its equilibrium. We know we have at least 70% of this realm being water, right? And we know that water being, like Jedi said, the baseline of mean sea level, we know that water will always find its level, and level will always be flat. So, just logically and definitionally, you need to understand that the Earth is measured to be flat. You can't measure curve. You don't have any evidence of curve, and that is the foundation of what's called knowledge. You're talking about the foundation of belief. Look at the sky and then try and claim a relationship that matches your ball, when in reality, we're measuring the Earth flat, Kane.
Yeah,
you're in a belief, in a religion.
You're saying that what I'm doing is support my belief, when what you're doing is like you're calling the sky like a fucking whatever that is, in order to match to have it match your idea of a flat Earth. Like,
It already matches reality, my friend. Perspective. You've spotted a 69 miles per degree drop, and you think that can only happen on a ball. That shows your ignorance and your lack of understanding on perspective. That's all that is. That's your ignorance.
It can happen on a ball and it cannot. Water? Is that what you're saying? Like, water cannot be.
Dude, you think
what you're saying? You would fly around, it would fall off. What you're saying?
Water cannot stick to the exterior of a ball, my friend. And you also think by looking at the sky, you can determine the shape of the ground while not understanding perspective. You don't understand what happens at distance. You don't understand the convergence point, and you clearly don't understand the Rayleigh criterion. So you do not understand how a 69 miles per degree drop could happen in the sky on a flat surface, when in reality, my friend, we can demonstrate this to you on a flat table. You, my friend, are delusional.
Once again, what I understand from what you guys are talking about is that you don't really understand a lot. I feel like the only person who actually did kind of understand what I was trying to say and did point out to something that makes a little bit of sense is Jedi. But everyone else, with like the whole thing about look at a 6 on the ceiling and then move around and you'll see a 9. Like it clearly shows that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Jedi, you still here, mate? He seems to respect you. Maybe you can put him straight.
Jedi, do you understand how what they said makes absolutely no sense?
I mean, I've hung around with these people for years, so I know exactly what they're saying, dude. I know what they're saying.
Yeah, and do you see how that's completely illogical, right? Like, it doesn't really disprove what I said, right? The only thing that I heard that makes kind of like a little bit of sense is the thing about the cogs. That really did make me think a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I need to think about that, honestly. Yeah, the cog thing was pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this: can we use the stars to navigate?
Yeah.
Good. Do you know how we do this?
Yeah, because we can see there's like stationary stars, right?
Yeah, we know where the stars are at certain times of year, but it's the same principle as like when you brought up the stars move in these directions in the sky. The only reason I brought up the measurements is because we use these stars to figure out our location on the Earth, so we can measure from our position to another position. That's usually the ground position of a star, for example. Now, that measurement is a distance measurement along a horizontal plane. So every time we talk about stars, we're going to measure them to confirm where they are. Every time we talk about navigating with the stars, we're going to measure them to confirm where we are. All of these observations of the things in the sky, when we measure, are going to be measured from a horizontal plane. We'll get distance.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. So your star claim doesn't debunk anything. It just helps me reiterate the point that we're going to be measuring the Earth flat when we talk about the stars.
Yeah. Again. So I think the moment where you actually got close to understanding what I was saying was when you said the thing of yeah, no, but it doesn't think you understand completely what I'm saying, right?
We all know what you're saying, for fuck's sake.
But by the way, let me just make something. Let me reply to something. When Kiwi Buzz said, spin both arms backwards. Look at your left arm; it appears to spin anti-clockwise, and your arm clockwise. Are they spinning the same way or different? Right. So this is exactly what I was trying to say. Right. In order to have to observe something like this, you would be able to observe the object from both from like you would kind of be have to be, say, inside the object, quote unquote, right? On a flat Earth, where you would see like you would have to have the object on both sides, you would have to be able to observe it on both sides, right? On a flat Earth, you would only be able to observe it from the bottom. Right, because we can observe that if we look at the sky, right, we don't see the sky like bending and going down, and then we look on the left and we see the sky. That's not what we observe, right? So we have to assume that either this so either this this sky that we're talking about, this again, I forgot the word, the celestial sphere, is like insanely large, and at that point it would still it would still not really make sense, because what we would see is that we would only be able to see like a small fraction of that sphere, right? And therefore we would have to look at it from bottom to top, but we would basically see a flat object. So it's the same example as looking at the ceiling, or we are spinning, we are on a ball, and we're looking in different directions. We see the stars moving.
I get you.
Yeah.
So what we would have to do in this instance, being as we've got some possibilities about what the Earth could be and what it could be doing, would be to directly measure the Earth, wouldn't it?
No. I don't.
Sorry.
Agree. We can make observations.
Sorry. To figure out the surface description and orientation and possibly shape, we're not going to measure it.
You don't necessarily need to do that.
If I want to figure out the size of the Earth and it's a ball, how do I do that?
Well, you can observe different things, right?
I'm going to have to measure it. It's got value.
You can measure it indirectly, right? You know that there's direct and indirect measurements, yeah?
Yeah. But, dude, I know your globe history better than you do, and I know it's taken from a quasi-direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. Because you're going to want to measure it to figure out the size of it, aren't you?
Yeah, you can do it directly or indirectly, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can do it lots of ways. But the best way to do it is directly, especially when we're talking about surface description. I don't care about you're not necessarily weaseling away. I want you to understand that if we're going to figure out the dimensions of something, the first step we're going to do is look at the thing. The second thing that we're going to do is measure the thing. And the third thing we're going to do is whatever you're going to try and get in here weaselly. But we're going to look at it and we're going to measure it, aren't we?
Sure, I guess you can do that, yeah.
Good. So when we observe and when we measure the surface of water over distance, it lays horizontally. So much so that because this water lays horizontally, it helps us take angle measurements to things in the sky, because one of our straight lines is a horizontal plane that we're on. So we know the Earth is flat because that's how we measure it. That's how we practically use it.
And small, like as long as you're measuring short distances, yes, you are short of relatively obvious.
Do you think 10,800 nautical miles is a short distance?
I mean, relatively, yeah.
Really? 10,000? Yeah. You think that's a short distance? Okay, fine.
10,000 meters. What did you say? Nautical meters? Is that?
Excuse me? Sorry, that's a conversion to 12,000 miles.
Yeah, 12,000 miles isn't that much.
Yeah, it's 12,000 miles, dude. What's the radius of the Earth?
I don't remember. No, it is much.
Okay.
So your circumference is 24,901 miles, and I'm going to bring up a flat horizontal reference datum of practically used 12,000 miles.
I thought you said meters at first. That's why I said it's not much.
Miles, dude, miles.
Yeah. No, miles is a different story. Sure.
Yeah. So 12,000 miles is the horizontal reference datum that we use for any observer. So every single observer on the Earth has a horizontal reference datum of 12,000 miles. This is the base of celestial navigation.
Mm-hmm.
Not a short distance, dude. It's for everybody on the Earth, practically applied, 12,000 miles. If I want to figure out the ground position of a star, for example, you know what a ground position is, right? The area of the Earth where the star is directly over. If I want to measure that, I will figure it out by using an angle measurement. If Polaris is at 0 degrees on the horizon, I'm going to be 6,000 miles away from it on the equator. That's a straight flat Earth measurement, dude. It's not a short distance. It's every distance.
Sure.
Good. So for every distance, for every observer, the Earth is measured flat.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that the way of measuring things, determines the shape of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
The way that we measure the surface of the Earth demonstrates that the surface of the Earth is horizontal and not curving.
Okay, let's say that I agree with that. Okay, I don't necessarily I don't know enough about star measurements in order to disagree with that. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily prove much, right? Because you're making a projection here. Right?
I'm not making a projection.
The projection is good enough. It is a projection.
No,
you're projecting you're projecting distances.
Distance measurement.
Yeah, distance measurement, it can be done through projections, right?
Okay, but it's a measurement.
You know what a projection is?
Yeah, I know what a projection is.
The distance say I measured the distance between a star and another star in the sky, right? And then I want to project it on a ball, right?
No.
It doesn't necessarily have to be direct.
I'm not interested in the distance between stars in the sky. I'm interested in the ground position of stars on the floor.
No, but that's still really important, right? Because say we want to calculate the distance between a place and another by knowing where they are in relation to the star, right?
We want to navigate the Earth.
Right? Yeah, what you can do is you can measure the distance between the stars, make a projection on the Earth, and then calculate the distance that way. It doesn't seem like the fact that what you're saying to me it sounds like that's probably how it works, and you're just explaining it poorly.
Yeah, the way that you explained it, dude, I was just being polite and hoping you were going to get to the point. The way that I've explained it is with regards to celestial navigation and surveying.
Yeah,
it's not that I've explained it badly. I know the premises of both of these subjects. Both of them are going to be
well, I don't know that much about celestial navigation again, so I wouldn't be able to describe that. But to me,
that's
the
fine.
way you explain sounds like you're probably explaining this poorly in order to make it sound like it proves that the Earth is flat. When to me, it sounds like they probably use.
So you're basically accusing me of being disingenuous and lying and trying to pull one over you. Is that what you're accusing me of?
Saying.
No, you basically just said that.
Extent. Maybe it's not you being disingenuous. Okay. Maybe that's how you understand it.
All you need to do then is turn around and fuck off.
Sure.
All you need to do now. Because obviously you can't trust anything that anybody is saying here to you, even though we're saying it in good faith. And you obviously have
told you that. Yeah.
Excuse me.
No, but what I'm trying to say here is that there's no point in trying to discuss this because I don't know what you're really talking about, honestly.
Yeah, this is.
You're explaining to me something that I cannot confirm, right?
Okay, you can confirm this. It's very simple. You can measure your latitude by measuring the elevation of Polaris above the horizon. That will be an angle measurement.
Again, that would use that.
Jeez, man.
just a waste of fucking time, this one.
Okay, once again, I was saying this could very well use projections, and that's probably how it works, and you're just explaining it poorly.
No, it's not a projection. It's a distance measurement along the surface of the Earth, given in kilometers or miles, because you want to navigate. You want to navigate. You want to use the stars to get where you're fucking going. You're going to want to know your distance. It's a measurement. The projection comes after the measurement. You keep bringing up projection.
No, that's not true. What I believe is that what's happening is an indirect measurement, and you're misunderstanding how it works.
Sorry, an indirect measurement when I want to figure out my distance to a location given in longitude and latitude on the surface of the Earth. Yeah. Dude, this conversation between me and you is over. I suggest that you go and do some research before you accuse me.
What an indirect measurement is.
Dude, just don't ever accuse me again of being disingenuous or explaining something badly to pull the wool over your eyes. You can fuck off now.
It sounds like you are, though.
Seriously? Should we go through this again? Do you know what?
I've been perfectly patient with you the entire time, you dingbat.
I've been pretty patient too.
Do you know what?
He's baiting you at this point, Jedi.
Exactly. And the thing about it is, I want to ask you, like, Kane, do you even know how triangulation works? Like, talk about celestial navigation, triangulation, being able to spot stars. Like, this stuff all works requiring a flat baseline. This is what Jedi is really trying to push forward, is that, like, based on these things that exist prior to us now, we can now base our observations on the things that existed prior. Again, celestial navigation being one of them, triangulation. These are all the things that require a flat baseline.
Yeah, I still don't understand how they do require a flat baseline again.
Have you studied trigonometry? Sorry.
I do know trigonometry, yeah. I major in math, yeah.
Do you know what an angle is then?
I do know what an angle is, yeah.
Good. Is an angle an angle if one of the lines is curved?
An angle is an angle if one of the lines is curved, depending on the definition of an angle, yeah. For example, in the elements,
the definition of an angle is the intersection of two straight lines.
No, that's wrong. That is straight up wrong. That is not necessarily true. It depends on how you define the angle. You can very well define it with curved lines, as Euclid did. I think you're ignorant on this.
Oh, you piece of shit! I'm sorry. Hold on, Jedi. Let me jump in.
He's talking about elevation angle.
Hold on. No.
Retarded.
Just give us a quick sec. Hold on a second. This is why I asked you. Do you know about what trigonometry is? So I'm going to ask you, what is the definition of a triangle? What is required for a triangle to be a triangle?
Generally speaking, it depends on which.
No, it's not generally. It's three. It's a simple question. I'm going to cut you.
If we're talking about Euclidean geometry, then it's then it is a general. Okay, yeah, okay. You want me to say that it has three sides? Yeah, sure.
Three straight lines. Here's the rules of a triangle. Three straight lines. Those. Excuse me.
That's wrong.
You're going to tell me. Hold on a second. No, you're not. You're not going to cut me off in my definition.
That's completely wrong.
You should be quiet now. So what I'm going to say to you, I'm going to keep talking until you stop talking to say that. Three straight lines, right? Three interior angles, all adding up to 180 degrees. This is the definition of a triangle, period. There are no curved vertices within, or line segments within a triangle.
Take a look at hyperbolic geometry. Triangles and hyperbolic geometry have the angles that sum up to 180 degrees. That's just straight up wrong.
We're not doing it here.
Yes, we are. We're talking about, like, you if I know about trigonometry and that, but clearly you know way less than I do.
No, dude. We're talking about triangles and angle measurements.
Yeah,
you're bringing your
definition is absolutely completely wrong, and I'm telling you as a math teacher, you don't just say this bullshit.
You can fuck off now, dude. If you're going to keep interrupting me, it's going to get very, very hard to educate you. You're now casting
clearly now you're being.
Nah, you're just casting aspersions, saying that we don't understand things, while you're bringing in red herrings of geometry that we're not talking about. We understand that you can have spherical triangles, but that's not the methodology that we're using. We're using triangulation and trilateration.
these trilateration and triangulation angles are all done with straight sides, not curved ones. If you don't understand that, I'm going to give you 10 seconds and you can fuck off.
That's fine. You can say that. It doesn't really disprove the fact that you gave a completely wrong definition of a triangle, but that's fine.
A triangle. Three straight sides that meet at the vertices, where the interior angles, when measured and added together, must and can only equal 180 degrees. A triangle.
That's wrong. That is a triangle in Euclidean geometry or on a flat surface. That does not always work.
Sections to that.
Elijah, are you hot micing?
Yeah, it only needs to add up to 180 degrees. On a
how about you give a citation, bro? Like, how about you give a citation?
You should look up non-Euclidean geometry.
No, it's time for you to go on mute or give a citation, since we don't know how a triangle.
Okay, hyperbolic
No, you're gonna go on mute as soon as I get my phone to work right. You're gonna go get those citations for us.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and you're gonna.
You're hot micing like crazy.
Kane, you said you want to educate us, so how about you give citations and back up what you said there? Triangles to begin with.
Yeah, I just dropped one in the chat on surveying. If you want to read that, it talks about horizontal and vertical angles being measured to measure the Earth as flat.
Oh, funny that. So you do need a flat baseline to take a elevation angle then, and you have a citation. Kane, do you have a citation to rebut this? A flat plane is needed for an elevation angle. Okay, Kane, do you have a citation?
You can respond in chat, Kane, don't worry. Type it. Bring the citation.
As soon as we see a citation, you can be unmuted. Because Kane, what we're not going to do is we're not going to let you sit there and go, well, I don't know, but you sound wrong. It sounds to me like you're explaining badly. No, Kane, if you don't know, then you can't cite it. Then you don't have the right to say these random. I don't know what they are.
He's saying he's conceding to the point.
All right, Kane, you're unmuted. What are you conceding to?
I concede to the fact that Jedi was not lying when he said that about measurements. Know what?
So you concede that you need.
Well, now we know.
Go ahead, AJ.
He said, "Yeah, sorry." He asked him the thing in the chat. You know, he concedes. So what now? Well, what now is that the Earth measures flat. We utilize it as a horizontal reference. Hang on. We utilize it as a horizontal reference plane for celestial navigation, as Jedi's described. When we adjust our eye height down to sea level, right? We use it in planar surveying, horizontal, vertical angles, the Earth's surface.
That's a very generic
way to explain. A measured flat Earth. That's what
the entire thing. Yeah. No, I'm just.
It's funny. I could have sworn that AJ wasn't finished talking, but anyway. Yeah, I understand.
Oh no.
Yeah, dude, you need Kane, people to constantly mute you up. You keep clipping the end of sentences. But Kane, it's your time now. You can respond. Go ahead.
Again, I should look into this more in order to respond to the point, which is what I said earlier. I also said that to me it sounded like that. I apologize for that. That probably sounded like a personal attack, and I'm sorry for that.
No, I was responding to what you put in the chat, because what you put in the chat was, I concede. What now? So you concede in regards to the Earth measurements, utilizing the Earth as a horizontal reference plane. No worries. So Earth, what now? Earth is measured flat. I'm just responding to what you placed in the chat.
I think you should apologize to Jedi.
I did.
Yeah,
You
and I
apologize to the
appreciate
room,
your.
but to him specifically for your personal attacks
I
of
was
him.
apologizing to him, not to you guys. I don't see why I should apologize to everyone else.
No, he said to Jedi, not us.
But yeah, and we appreciate, by the
attacking-
way, you being honest about that. Sorry, Q.
No, sorry. I was just saying he was attacking him, so he should apologize to Jedi and not us. That was just thank you.
Is what I did. But that's fine. Yeah, sorry, Jedi, for that. Yeah, I did not mean to make it sound like a personal attack. That's just what it sounded like. Yeah. But sure. Yeah, I should look into this a little more. I think there's probably like something that you guys are misunderstanding, but I don't necessarily have the tools to see what it is that you are misunderstanding, if there is anything.
Okay,
Really
just
quick,
do me a favour in future. Hold on, just do me a favour in future. Figure out first of all before you start making accusations. So you're saying at the moment that we might be missing something out. Might be remiss upon you to go and educate yourself upon the subject, and then you could isolate, highlight, circle, and underline where we have our misunderstanding.
Yeah, which is what I said I would do since the very beginning. Yeah.
How do you know it isn't you with the misunderstanding?
Exactly.
Yeah, it could be me. 100%. Yeah.
Of course, you're misunderstanding the whole conversation, dude. Come on. You are the guy here who is misunderstanding. So you should look in the mirror.
I think we're going, once again, I think this is kind of pretty much unrelated to my original points. I think that you guys are misunderstanding what I was trying to say, but that's fine. Yeah, this is completely unrelated.
What original point? What was your original point?
The original point is the observation. Right, that just does not work with a flat.
Yeah, well, I answered that question for you in regards to the direction you're facing, and you denied that, but that's cool.
Sorry.
Yeah. Where's the direction you're facing? Like the 6 and the 9 thing? Yeah, that's complete. That's absolutely idiotic of a response.
No, that's not what I said. I never mentioned the 6 and the 9.
Okay, and what
again,
is it then?
Jedi made it very clear. Regardless of what's happening in the sky, we measure the Earth as flat. Now you've conceded to that, so
we assume things for calculations to make calculations easier.
No, we don't assume for calculations.
We measure.
That's fine.
That's what the globe does.
We measure.
Yeah, sure.
My friend,
that's fine. No, what I was saying is, AJ, what is it you said that proved what I my point about rotation?
Dude, I'm not going to go through it again just for you to hand wave dismiss everything the way that you have, yeah? But I would like to say something to Lil, who's also dropped something in the chat, yeah? So he stated that in surveying and in sextant use at sea, you will always add the dip angle into the equation. So somehow he believes that dip angle is proving curvature. However, from Astrolab sailing, dip or height of eye correction, if you're taking your sextant readings from the bridge of a big ship, then you are going to get a different sextant reading to if you're on a small yacht. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading.
By the way, I don't think you read what you said. By the way, just saying. Literally, the first thing that says plane serving. Plane serving is primarily employed in situations where the area under consideration is small and relatively flat.
Kane.
Yeah,
he didn't finish. Let him finish, then you can respond. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I was not responding.
Sorry, I wasn't actually speaking to you, Kane. I was speaking to Lil, who's put something in the chat. But anyway, Lil can read it for himself in regards to dip and height of eye correction.
Yeah, so I was saying, I don't think you read what you sent. It says plane serving. Plane serving is primarily employed in situations where the area under consideration is small and relatively flat, making it convenient to treat Earth's surface as a plane. If that is what you're talking about, right? If that is what you've been talking about for the entire time, this doesn't disprove anything. You're just
okay. So in planar surveying, in planar surveying, it's utilized over 250 miles squared. Now, if you work that calculation, there is over 16 meters of curvature missing that they're not accounting for according to the radius of the Earth. Now, if you'd like to go out into geodetic surveying and take it even further, they again are measuring plane triangles on the surface of the Earth, where a primary calculation is then
and once again in relatively small areas.
Curvature after the fact of the initial plane triangle measurements. Very simple.
Yeah, no, and
where's the 16 meters
once
of
again,
missing
now
curvature?
it will drop
Where
the
is your
accusation
16
again,
meters
because
of missing curvature that doesn't
once
need to
again-
be accounted for, Kane?
once again,
I'll
I'll just drop
you're going to
the,
hand wave dismiss
yeah,
all of the
disingenuous
information because you're just
accusation
showing
again, because if
what
that is what
a
you're
piece
saying.
of shit you really are, Kane. Yeah? You're just going to hand wave dismiss something you know nothing about. I'm not going to listen to it.
Yeah, and you are generalizing something that is only used.
No, I'm not
in situations
generalizing
where
something
the
that's
area
only
under
used.
consideration is
What
small and
distance-
relatively flat.
What area is planar surveying utilized over, Kane?
It simplifies calculations by assuming straight lines
What
between
distance and area is
which is exactly
planar
what you-
surveying
it's
utilized
crazy.
over, Kane? Answer the question.
No, you're being disingenuous.
What is the area that planar surveying is utilized over, Kane? Answer the question.
As it says in the source you sent, in situations where
What is the
where
distance?
the area under consideration is small
That has
and
nothing to
relatively
do
flat.
with the source. The source that I sent states that we utilize horizontal and vertical angles. Now, it's in regards to
in
planar
situations
surveying.
where the area under
now,
consideration
if you know
is small and
anything
relatively
about
flat.
planar surveying, what is the distance that they count, or the size of the area that they count as local?
Now let's see if it says it somewhere in the source you sent.
It's already fucking
No, it
told
won't
you.
say it in that source.
If you were listening,
I'm asking you, in planar surveying, what area or distance is it utilized over? What is the area?
It doesn't say it in the source you sent.
He told it before.
Correct. So I'm
Yeah, he
asking
said it
you the
earlier.
question.
Yeah. He did say that before. You didn't listen.
Yes, listen.
Let's see. Chain surveying is well surveying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that you're trying to make a point, right? By pointing on at this like at plane what is it called? Plane surveying, yeah. Which is not
kilometers
valid
square,
because
Kane.
yeah.
200. It is valid.
Okay,
250 kilometers
yeah.
square.
Yeah, then it must
So
mean
where's-
that
so if
the
we
area is
squared
relatively
that,
flat.
If we squared those four sides, where is these over 16 meters of missing curvature that's not accounted for?
How much is it?
It's in the
16 meters.
post.
16 meters is what you said.
It's like you're not listening, dude. Jerry said it 5 times now.
No, did he say 16 meters of curvature? Is that what he said?
Yep, 6th time, yeah.
In 250 miles squared, is that what he said?
Kilometers.
Kilometers.
That's-
squared. Yeah,
That's like 50
that's still
feet.
pretty. That's still a pretty big distance, right? You realize that is like that.
You
that's
do
very
realise
small
that this is
to the
planar
calculation.
surveying that they use to surveying for building cities, estates, houses,
Yeah,
bridges.
it is a pretty small
that is utilised
error that is
over
accounted for, yeah, I'm
250 square kilometres. So where
there
is,
must be a
again, if
small
we were
error
to-
that is accounted
So
for.
if we were to square that area into equal sides and we'll take a linear measurement, where is that over 16 metres of curvature that is not being accounted for?
Let's see what Alil said. The dip is the position of the person sextant above the sea level, and also the distance to the horizon from that point. The dip angle tables will factors in the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth didn't curve, all the measurements would be incorrect. Yeah, see, that's
Incorrect.
that's
You're
pretty-
adjusting your eye height to what? Sea level. Yeah? Sea level, not sea
and then
curve.
adjusting for the error. Yeah, which is exactly what
Your
Alil
error
said.
is your height above sea level. Yeah, you're just spewing garbage you know nothing about.
Yeah, and even though I know so little about it, it seems like I understand it better than you already. That's pretty embarrassing.
No, it seems like you can't
Definitely
make
not.
this myth.
No. The height of eye corrections to take the height of the eye down to mean sea level, 0. There's no curvature measured here. There's no account for curvature here. The corrections
The
to take
dip
the height
angle
of the
tables all factor in the curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, what tables?
It says it's what Alil just wrote in the side chat.
I'm going to have a look at them. Are they celestial navigation tables?
No, it's talking about dip angle measurements.
That will be with regards to celestial navigation then. That's when you draw a tangent to the horizon, you're going to think that the Earth is a sphere when you do this. But the correction, the dip angle correction, also known as the height of eye correction, is to take the observer's height of eye down to a mean sea level reading. That's where you take your angle up from. So your straight side is mean sea level and your elevation angle is the angle above that.
And
no
apparently it
curvature.
also accounts for the curvature of the Earth. So,
Sorry, when's the curvature accounted for?
Just the message that Alil just sent. That's what he claimed.
So read it out so I know you understand it. Don't just say someone sent it to me. You must understand this.
Yeah, I just read it out.
Yeah, where's the curvature accounted for?
The dip angle tables all factor in the curvature of the Earth.
No, they factor in the horizon position.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and your elevation above the horizon.
Yeah.
Now, when you do that correction, it takes you down to a mean sea level reading.
Don't you think that if we assume, a globe for to make these calculations, then the elevation would also consider the curvature of the Earth?
Now, the curvature of the Earth isn't considered here when we're making the measurements.
Well, apparently it must be, right?
No, the curvature. Hold on, my friend. I'm going to explain it to you. So the curvature of the Earth comes from the celestial sphere in the sky. The curvature between the latitude and longitude in the sky is a correction for the curvature in the sky. The measurements are taken from the flat Earth beneath the curvature in the sky. So the globe Earth celestial model that you think that you live on comes from flat Earth measurements. The curvature's in the sky. Do you remember the protractor we were talking about earlier? That arc of vision above you in the sky, that's the celestial sphere. The terrestrial
That is a
sphere.
very weird.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You brought up projections earlier. I'm telling you how your globe Earth is projected from flat Earth measurements. Your globe Earth, yeah, you're just not following. I don't want to have to start again. But if you're going to be disingenuous and not going to want to listen to understand, then I invite you for the third time to fuck off. You may have noticed that I'm taking my time with you because I'm hoping that this is going to get through.
If you don't want to engage,
you're going to keep talking through me and being a disingenuous little cunt, then I'll just remove you from the channel and I won't invite you to fuck off. I'll just kick you out.
Oh no. Yeah, but that's fine.
It's your choice.
I'll listen.
Good. You can be a good young gentleman, or I can treat you like a child. It's up to you.
Sure. I'll listen. Keep going.
Good.
I was listening already.
I know you wasn't. There is no curvature measured when you're measuring elevation angles from a horizontal. I just want you to understand that. There's no curvature measured here. You think you're on a ball. Yeah, that's a plane. Yeah, that's the Earth.
That's the claim.
Yes, that's the claim. That's the
a claim that you haven't demonstrated, and now Alil in the side chat is giving your counter.
I'll do it for the third time. Get a sextant, look at Polaris, measure the elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon. 1, this will give you your latitude. 2, this will give you your distance from the observer to the ground position of Polaris, also known as the North fucking Pole. The distance measurement and the angle measurement are correct. Distance measurement and angle measurement were taken from a horizontal plane. Now, where's the curve?
He stated earlier, the dip correction corrects height of eye to sea level to establish a horizontal reference to the horizon, the horizontal line where it appears to meet the Earth. Dip correction is the angle from the horizon to the observer. Very simple. Nothing to do with curvature.
It would have to do with curvature if
Why?
the theory was well, it would have to
Fact.
because I'm pretty sure that in classical physics and in classical science, generally speaking, we base
they wanted to be after the fact of having done this practical demonstration.
I find it pretty hard to believe.
So the thing is, the fact is, right, you wouldn't be able to even get an elevation angle measurement without a flat Earth to then, in order to then think that you have to correct for curvature.
Sorry,
well, Kane's claim is that he has a geometric horizon, which is the edge of a sphere. Kane, correct?
Sorry, what did you say again? What's your name again, Jedi? I didn't understand what you said.
What's my name again, Jedi?
Jedi.
If you're claiming what you're claiming, you're claiming is the horizon would have to be Earth curved. Yeah. If you're stating that this can only be done on a globe, then what you're stating is that the horizon is Earth curvature, the physical point where your boats and buildings, etc., are blocked. Correct?
I did not understand what Jedi said. I'm not really concentrating on what you're saying now.
So now you're not concentrating when I'm trying to.
I'm not concentrating on what you're saying now because you want to understand what Jedi said.
I think it was T-Dub anyway, bro. Why are you obfuscating? Just keep up with the conversation.
I know. I'd just like to understand what Jedi said. I wanted to reply to.
It wasn't Jedi. It was T-Dub, and it was. Anyway.
T-Dub, what did you say?
So you wouldn't, without the flat Earth to begin with, you wouldn't get an elevation angle to then think that you have to correct for it.
You wouldn't get an elevation angle to then think you would. What do you mean by that?
Not without a flat Earth, you wouldn't. Not without a flat Earth, you wouldn't, because the methodology you're using is utilizing a curve. You can't go ahead and treat the curved Earth surface as if it's not curving, get an angle from it, and then say, well, we treated it flat, but we're going to correct it now because we know it's curved.
Once again, do you know what a projection is?
Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah, your globe model was a projection for flat Earth angle measurements to the stars.
Find it hard to believe, but sure.
Really? So the methodology that we've spoken about are taking angle measurements from a flat plane. That's known as the celestial sphere. That's when I brought up the protractor, 180 degrees with 90 above your head.
The same methodology that you're talking about corrects for account for the curvature, so I don't see what the point is.
Sorry, when does it correct or account for curvature? When does it do that?
We just talked about the dip. What was it called again?
The dip correction. That's height of eye.
Yeah.
So, for example,
which takes into consideration the curvature.
Say, for example, you're 60 foot above sea level in the crow's nest of a boat. When you do your dip correction, also known, as was cited in the side chat, as the height of eye correction, when you make this correction, you correct from 60 feet above sea level to 0 feet above sea level. The sea level is going to be the base straight line for you to then draw an elevation angle up from. You're correcting to sea level. That's your horizontal line.
You can literally look
as
up what sea
I was
level
expecting,
is.
Lil just said that you're incorrect, but sure.
Yeah, thanks for talking to me, bro.
It seems like a Lil knows way better.
Sorry.
But sure.
This is not you,
That's been
Kane.
cited. That's been cited in the side chat. Would you like more?
Yeah.
I haven't seen you provide us with any citation, Kane.
But we've been
because
putting
once
citations.
again, as I said earlier, I don't know much about it, but it sounds like you're.
Shut up. We've cited everything that we're speaking about, specifically with regards to height of eye corrections, dip angle corrections, celestial navigation. In actual fact, mate, I can drop you another 20 just on this subject alone. Now, don't pretend to be the most educated person in this room by posting slander on us or trying to weasel your way in somehow. Stop doing it. Otherwise, I'm just going to kick you out. We've cited our shit. You cited fuck all.
Just read that in side chat. I posted that once. I don't think you even read it.
I read the citations in the chat.
It's very easy to understand sea level.
Yeah, it's very simple to
basic thing you
I
learn.
did read the citations that you guys sent in chat, and it seems like it supports the point that the Earth is not flat.
I learnt this in geography when I was like 12.
No, he's just a troll, man, stating that these citations showing plane triangles, linear and vertical angles, etc., prove a globe somehow, or lean towards a globe. Dude, you're just a lying troll. Yeah, that's what you are.
Dude,
you're a very
literally
dishonest person.
in the source you sent, it says that it is that method is only used for small surfaces where that are.
I ask you, what is the area and distance
flat
that it's used over, and you can't state that.
Yeah, because I as I told you, I don't know much about the subject, but then it seems like all the sources that you send do not support your claims.
Because most people understand the distances and areas that planar surveying are conducted over. Now, you can look that up very.
Yeah, Kane, you arguing and resisting, but not actually knowing this stuff is stopping us from telling you and showing you other observations and other things that will confirm what we're saying. Because when we're talking about celestial navigation, you can literally make a circle of equal elevation on a plane, and you can determine, demonstrate that the Earth around you is flat, because that circle of equal elevation is always parallel to sea level. No matter where you go over to that point there, it's parallel, parallel, parallel. We are literally making circles of equal elevation, proving that we live on a plane. But you won't let us get to these points because you're too busy arguing from ignorance.
That's fine. I also
because if we live on a ball, there will be decreasing elevation in all directions, and we know the rate at which it is supposed to be curving, Kane. If you let this conversation continue, you can logically come to the conclusion that obviously the Earth isn't curving beneath your feet in any direction.
The Earth isn't what?
There is no decrease in elevation over water, Kane. Yeah, we are measuring circles of equal elevation as far as we can measure, Kane. We are not having a decrease in elevation over distance. This is demonstrable.
Okay, let me read the other stuff that everyone's saying in the chat. Plane surveying considers Earth's surface as a flat plane.
So rather than responding to
this, which is exactly what I'm saying for measurement purposes. This is exactly what I was saying. It seems like even
listen to what you're saying. Measurement purposes. Plane surveying considers Earth's surface as flat as a plane for measurement purposes over a area of 250 square kilometers. So again,
if curvature is negligible in a shorter distance.
If we square the 250 kilometers into equal sides, that would mean that you have over 16 meters in each direction.
Yeah, which is negligible in 250 kilometers.
Stop. 16 meters is negligible. 16 meters is negligible when you're building something, is it, Kane?
He's never built anything in his life.
16 meters is negligible. Hey, mate, I don't know.
Yes, it is on 250 kilometers square.
16 meters is negligible. You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, on 250 kilometers squared, it is. Yes.
That's right, you are.
Yeah.
Do you know what negligible means?
Do you know what tolerance is?
You should ask this question to AJ.
No, I'm asking you if you know what tolerance is in regards to building and engineering.
Yeah, building and engineering, not necessarily. No, I do know what tolerance is like.
Good. Do you think 16 meters is a good tolerance to have?
Oh, it would only be 16 meters when we take like 250 kilometers squared and we do those calculations on those 250 kilometers square. But when we're talking about like the actual like building stuff, right? You would have way less than that, like a few centimeters.
So we don't have suburbs that are over 16 kilometers square that have thousands of houses in them. Yeah, we don't do land surveying out to those, we don't do land surveying out to those distances, treating the earth as flat. Again, you're just hand waving and being dishonest.
You wouldn't have the problem of the 250 kilometers squared if it was flat, right? You could do it on any distance, but because it's not flat, you have to take into consideration.
Any evidence of what you said now?
Oh my god.
Pretty logical, right?
Has anyone seen him post any evidence, or is it just me?
Excuse me. So not logical. Right. This is just plain surveying, which has this limitation, usually because of the devices that they use. Now we can use other devices and we can use other methods to use when navigating or building upon the Earth to create charts and to create maps. And in every single instance, at every single distance, the Earth is used and measured as a horizontal reference datum. For example, when navigating the Earth using things like running fixes, you can use a running fix indefinitely, millions of miles. And every single time we use running fixes, we use a horizontal reference datum. That reference datum is mean sea level. Same reference datum that we use for celestial navigation with a working reference of 12,000 miles. It's not local. It's measured flat in all distances.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of need to go at the moment. Since this conversation is pretty fun to have. It's lunchtime. I need to go.
See you later.
I was gonna say I kind of wanna know a little bit more about measurement using these methods that you guys quoted. So I might take some time to study them, and we can talk about it some other time. You guys have a good one.
Gosh,
Jesus, that was fucking painful. Holy shit.
Yeah. He said he didn't know what the reason why he got muted. I know why he got muted, because he kept over talking people.
Oh, he does it every time. He's not actually listening. That's the problem. Jedi had to repeat himself. AJ multiple times, the same thing. He's literally not here to listen, to learn, or like back and forth.
So why does he come in then, if he's not?
Who knows?
Does he just want to argue for argument's sake?
Well, hold on. Let's not talk about someone while they're muted. It's bad form.
You're very quiet, Crip.
Yeah, I got some people sleeping. Eggs, why? Can you answer the question? Why do you come?
Why am I muted? Because I was being a dick.
Not muted. Why do you come to the Flat Earth channel?
Say the question again. Sorry.
Okay, I know. Why? What's your purpose? State your purpose.
Oh, it's a bunch of different things. So I think, if I'm honest with myself and everybody else, I harbor a irrational belief that I might be able to rescue somebody from thinking crazy things. I think some of it is I love a debate. I love a really robust, physics-based, we can work this out debate, and discussing God or communism. It's always become sort of highfalutin and theoretical, and this stuff is so you get a gyroscope, right? I like that. I think there's also something that's embarrassing about it that's probably I can feel superior because I know
Okay, that's it. You can fuck off already.
Yeah, that was one of the most arrogant things I've heard in a while.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit garbage, man. Fuck off. Don't even come back.
Eggshells.
Nobody wants you.
Fuck off. Don't come back.
For real, nobody wants you here, man. Just fuck off. For real. You're a piece of shit.
Hey, Q, did you do the mute? Because that was great timing.
Well, the eggshell guy.
I could already predict where he was going with that shit. He has done this before. It's not the first time.
It was
It was me.
Can't you like ban people from the room who are just troublemakers?
He's not a troublemaker. He's just very arrogant.
Yeah, but they're the worst people if you want to debate.
Well, hold on. To ban someone, they got to break one of the major rules of the server. Like,
no, I mean ban them from the room, not the server.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The room bans simulate the server bans. So you're allowed to go anywhere in the server if you're a member. The servers run a little bit different than other places, like where you can control membership of a room. Here, on this server, you're allowed all memberships to all rooms. But what you can do is say, well, you can't talk and you can't post. Your content isn't welcome, but you're still welcome to be in the room.
I mean, when people are muted in here, they tend to either leave anyway. But like, if they'll get text muted and voice muted, and then they'll leave because they've got no form of communication. So,
Eggshells has openly admitted in the past that his objective here is to steer people away from the flat Earth delusion. He can't even set up his own fucking server or his own channel and gather his own crowd. In order to do that, he has to fucking milk off us. It's pathetic.
Well, he did. I don't know if you guys remember the lore here, but he had his own server, and there was a bunch of gore and like TOS violations posted on it. So he ended up getting his account canned. And then he came back and decided not to do it again. Like it's gonna be my server's got free speech. You can say and do whatever you want. And then people are like, okay. Oh, but now the server owner is responsible for that content.
Secret, that's why you're awesome, because you give us the lore behind a lot of this shit that goes down.
Yeah, being able to, server hop and go to some of the most dankest, darkest, globalist spaces and see what they would do if they actually had power. What would the world look like if they were in charge? And it's horrific. It's a despotic nightmare of that you have not. I mean, they try to get these like despotic nightmares right in film and movie. All they need to do is sit down with one of these like Karens on the internet and say, "Hey, what would you do if you had power?" See, the problem is it breaks disbelief because people can't wrap their head around just how horrific the world would be if these people had any level of control over other people.
I just got to say Happy New Year to everybody. And if you want to know what 2025's like, $50 each.
No, I'm not going to fall for that scam.
I'll find out when I get there.
Is it already happening?
Where do I
Well,
send
it's in
it?
Australia, so
It's 12 for Australia,
I know.
yeah.
Is it now?
Happy New Year.
Oh man, Happy New Year, man. Jeez.
Happy New Year. Yay.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Fireworks going off in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
That's 5 a.m. here.
So,
How's your 2025 so far, Twad Wazzle?
pardon me?
No one hears you, man.
Hold on, we've got Miguel trying to ask a question here. Miguel, you got a question?
I have nothing against people who believe in flat Earth, but I don't personally understand it. Can someone explain to me like where the idea comes from, or like how there's any proof?
Personal observations.
So the idea.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, buddy. I thought you'd finished. So the idea has been around for thousands of years, right? That it's basically what we all started first thinking. The Earth is flat and stationary because that's how we all observe it. So the flat Earth idea has been around for a long time. The evidence for it, well, that's going to be a measurement of the surface of the Earth, primarily water. Because we're told, right, for example, that the Earth is a ball and 73% of the surface of that ball is water. So that surface of water should curve. But when we observe and when we measure water of any distance, whether it's in your cup or your bath or your swimming pool or a lake, sea or ocean, we measure that water to lay horizontally, not curving. So being as the water of the Earth measures to lay horizontally, the Earth cannot be a curving surface like a ball.
Okay, I hear you. I do have another question. Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude or like disrespectful. If I do, I'm genuinely curious. I've never actually talked to someone who believes in a flat Earth, so it's kind of interesting to me.
It's not a belief, it's a knowing. Just get the question out.
Let's try this, because you seem to say you don't know what flat Earth is, and you
She
know
dropped.
what it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think she was a little bit nervous.
Well, there is a lot of people in here.
Yeah, we are an intimidating lot, I suppose.
How dare you, man?
I should have put my better voice on. Do apologise.
Yeah, we're not intimidating. Now tell us about Globe Earth now.
Where's your curvature?
Yeah, where's your curve? Huh? Tell us now.
I think I do apologise. I know sometimes we have conversations with people that really, really fuck us off, like the last one. And I do this.
Okay, yeah.
But try not to let that roll over into the next conversation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think with those types, especially, you know, the younger women, they need a bit of, you need to check in on them after every point. Like, are you still with me? Because they don't tell you if they're not following. They just sit there.
They're very fragile young people. Not just women, but young people in general. They're very fragile.
She'll probably just turn around and tell us she's fine, and then we won't know what to believe anymore.
Yeah. I mean, she probably got a bit nervous. I mean, there is like almost 30 people in here.
A woman telling you she's fine is like driving a car with your check engine light burnt out.
I'm glad you got that, mate. Yep, exactly like that.
Well, I never have that problem with my girlfriend. She's always nice.
Yep, so I've heard. Yeah.
I mean, so you've heard. What you've been doing with my girlfriend,
that was a joke, dude. That was a joke. You said
No, I know.
I do apologise.
So how long have you been dating a man then?
Ha ha ha. You're so funny.
Yeah, I thought that was a risky one.
Well, not really. If you look at my bio, I'm bisexual. But
Oh, I see. Lazy. Gotcha.
yeah, I put it under my pronoun.
Hermano, pero ¿cómo la tierra va a aceptar? Estamos locos.
I can't pick it as a role, so I have to put it under the pronoun thing. But whatever. You know, it's fine.
Sometimes I genuinely think what's good as well with those types of girls and stuff is telling them that flat Earth isn't a disc in space. Maybe start there.
Yeah. Well, the disc in space thing, that's what globe people perceive the flat Earth to be, isn't it? Because I've never heard a flat earther say that it's a disc. It's always globe people who say it's a disc.
Yep.
It's why you see that, you know, that silly meme where it's like, oh, look, there's a meteor hitting the flat plate of Earth and it like flips all the dinosaurs off. It's so dumb. It's, yeah.
Maybe we're dealing with a donut floating in space, like a bagel.
Well, we don't know the shape of it. That's the thing. We don't have a model for it. But it's the globe people who portray a model onto us, not the other way around.
Is you find it. What I would do if I was actually building a model, I would actually start with the observables. So the first thing that I observe is level locally. So if I'm building a model, my model would start with a level local observation. And then I would start building up the model with other things that I actually observe versus calculate or theorize. Just my thought.
No, Killian, that's far too sensible. Let's do the opposite and start with the sky.
Okay, let's look at the lights in the sky and theorize what the ground is. Sounds good. Next time I go to the discotheque and I'm looking up at the disco ball, I'm going to remember that the ground or the floor that I'm dancing on could in fact be curved because of that curvy disco ball hanging from the ceiling. Oh my.
Why is it called a disco ball? Because it's not a disc. You know. It's weird. But then I'm not into disco. It's weird. Not that old. So do we have any other globe earthers in here, or are we all flat earthers?
I think we've pissed them all off.
Oh, it's New Year, so they're going to probably celebrate the New Year or something. You know.
They're all mesmerised looking at fireworks.
Yeah. Well, that's where globe people normally look, isn't it? Up in the sky.
In the sky.
That's right. Fireworks prove the globe.
If the Earth is flat,
I
does
just
that
saw some.
mean-
So
If the
Well,
Earth is
since you're
flat,
in
does
white
that
swans,
mean?
mate, don't happy New Year.
New Year's, mate.
Happy New Year's, Matrix and T-Dub as well.
Yep.
All the Aussie boys.
Just once, I'd like to say, you know what? I'd love to fucking send you to the moon to you could find out if it's flat for yourself.
Be a good idea.
When are we going, Flatman?
Land in the sky? Wait, what? How are we going to do that?
Apparently, they're going back this year. Apparently, I think. Finally.
They changed the date, didn't they? Just recently. It's not going to be 2020, 2027 or 6 or something.
They said 37. and
Fiddle
people
figs! I
freaked
had
out.
my cold beer ready to pop and everything.
What, Crit? They've pushed it back to 37.
Well, they originally canceled it. They said, "Hey, this isn't working. We got scrap the program, Artemis 2.0 or whatever." And people said, "What the actual fuck?" So they said, "Okay, well, 37. Okay, we'll look at a little over a decade." People were like, "Are you joking? You said 2018, and now you're saying 37?" Like, "Oh no, that was a typo. 27." And then everyone just shut up.
Wow.
Funny.
That is hilarious. That is
And all their fans are like, "No, it's justifiable. They just need a couple extra years. Relax."
Yo, I actually...
It's fine. Everything's fine.
I'm starting to realize it's not a question of them forgetting to carry the 1. They actually forgot to carry the curve. Oh my.
One of the funniest takes I heard about this was, they're having a problem with the heat shield. The heat shield doesn't work for the last 2 years. And I've been posting news articles and talking about, like, okay, globalists, if you're so smart, how come you don't give them your secret formula for your heat shield or help them out? If you're that great, all these social media victories have perfected, science and math. Call them up. This is when Kerbal was really popular too. I'm like, show them your score, show them your high score on Kerbal, and get her done. And then they're like, oh, whatever, just ignoring it. And just the other day, this dude said, just a rando Globy. He said, yeah, the heat shields don't work anymore because of climate change. There's so much carbon in the air that the atmosphere has become more dense, and now it's harder to move through it so they need a stronger heat shield that doesn't exist right now. And I was like, I don't know if your wrongness made you right or if your rightness made you wrong, but that was absolutely incredible. You took 2 completely incoherent ideas and mashed them into other nonsense.
So the heat tiles don't work because of global warming.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's if you boil it down to something. Yo, why doesn't the heat shield work? Global warming.
Oh wow.
Question, brothers. The jet stream, do you think that's a result of pressure, the pressure that we observe?
Yeah, that'd be entropy. Yeah, and heat variations.
Yep.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brothers. Appreciate that.
If we're talking about wind in any form, you're definitely going to be talking about pressure differentials.
And that's the thing, brother Jedi, is like, I listen to these people who believe in the globe, and they're very quick to start talking about the jet stream. And I was like, wait a minute here. How are you guys going to again claim that it's an open system, a globe, and say that the jet streams actually exist, that they're a thing? Wouldn't those currents, that medium, the pressure that the birds fly upon, that the jets use to fly around on, just fly off into space if we were in fact dealing with an open system?
Well, it would have thought. But I don't know. They just have the belief, don't they, that it's not happening.
Amen.
Another thing too, it's like it's a hard counter. So the atmosphere rotates with the Earth. There's a jet stream, but doesn't. Huh.
Wait, brother Crit. So the stream is moving independent to the ground, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
And
If I'm
there's
invested-
jet streams in the ocean too. That does some sort of thing too that they're not really sure about.
Well, here's a question. Do you guys think that the currents that are experienced in the ocean may also affect the jet streams that are flowing above it?
Yeah, it could be one continuous thing, directly connected to each other.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you for
I've thought about this a lot, Killian, and I've read contradicting claims. I've read somewhere that the flows under the water match with the flows above, or the eddies and the whatever they're called, spirals, whatever. But then I've read contradictions, especially if I ask ChatGPT, that no, there's big differences. Though I don't really know, but it's interesting.
Well, I remember going back to, I think it was grade 9, grade 10, where we studied the precipitation cycle between basically at the shore. So you have water falling onto falling into the ocean, and then you have the air rising from the land, forming clouds, things like that. The cloud then moving again over the water, and that water condensing and falling into the ocean, and just that continual cycle, how it kind of works. The condensation cycle. So from a standpoint of like, if we were to take on the idea that the Earth in fact creates the heat, and then the ocean cools it, and that's where it condenses, that's where we can actually observe the cycle occurring. But again, I still come back to the point, we agree all that it's a closed system, but we come back to the point of it being an open system. Once that condensation of the cloud starts to form again up in the sky, I'm trying to figure out why that cloud doesn't just fly off into the vacuum of space. Gravity, I guess, would be the answer.
I think you're going down a good path, though. I think the more you can relate the the currents under the water with the air above the water, then I think what you're doing is slowly taking away a lot of the deeper Coriolis debates that we get into, because if they're working in sync, then it's showing the dynamic system. Do you know what I mean? It's showing there's a relationship there. There could be more to. Yeah, it is temperature, yes, and all that, but there could be more to it.
One of the things apparently that is up, and I wasn't really hip to this until I actually studied it, was the flight path from Perth, the western coast of Australia, over to Venezuela, the northern coast of South America. So Venezuela, Caracas specifically, the city in Venezuela, again on the northern coast of South America. That flight path seems to be really, really weird. I think it's approximately 15,000 kilometers. But in terms of the Globe claim, they actually state that the planes will, when they're going eastbound, it's a quicker flight than it is going westbound. And they say that is because of the jet stream, that they have to fight against the clockwise rotation of the jet stream. And that's where, again, if you're going to claim jet stream, you need to understand that it's an open system, I think. Or, sorry, a closed system, I apologize.
Sorry, in the south, which way do the jet streams go? Do they go do they go from west to east like they do in the north, or do they go from east to west?
They vary by, there's both. Like in the Globe model, quote unquote, they've got jet streams that go each direction.
It should be west to east, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
in the south.
It changes depending on what latitude they're on.
Yes, I know the ones that we experience in the northern hemisphere. They go from west to east. Yes, they might go north to south. They might get, what's a good word, ribbony. So they might look like a ribbon, like north and then south and then north and then south, or they might just go from west to east in a straight line, so to speak. But is that the same direction as in the south? That's the question I'm asking.
I'll show you. There's multiple bands that go opposite directions.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I probably need to see a graphic that helps.
Yeah, I'll show you. Like one will go east to west, and one underneath it will go west to east. Then the other one below that will go east to west, stop, go north, and then back west and drop back down.
Okay.
They're all crazy patterns.
When you mean under, do you mean in altitude?
Oh, no, in latitude.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm sitting here thinking, if they're claiming that the air is stuck to the earth and moving with the earth, would that not mean every time we go outside the wind is always blowing in the same fucking direction 24/7? Like, it just doesn't make sense in my mind.
Yeah, they would only blow one direction.
Well, what is the spin caused by? That's the first thing that I'll ask. Brothers? Anybody?
I think I'm not 100% on this, but I think their claim is because the core of the Earth is molten magnetic gravitational pull, and it's spinning in the core. Because that's spinning, the Earth's outer core spins in the opposite direction, or some bullshit like this. I think.
I'm not appealing to their understanding. I'm appealing to what we understand it to be caused by. Now, from my understanding, the spin is caused by cold and hot pressures meeting.
The air. I thought you meant of the Earth. Sorry.
No problem, bro. No. I'm just looking at what causes the jet stream. And from my understanding, the cause of the jet stream is the undulation of the pressures, the negative, positive pressures, hot and cold mixing. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's usually the meeting of cold and warm air. So the cold Arctic air meeting the continental warmer air. So I think that's usually how the jet streams are produced. It's those meeting of those two differences in temperature.
Which makes sense. Sorry, brother. Yeah, which makes sense because, again, hot air rises, cold air falls. So when those two meet, there's going to be a spin that's involved as they're interacting with one another and mixing, which makes sense. And we see this evidence in twisters, tornadoes, things like that. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Because we experience two heat and pressure gradients. One's vertical, like from surface level upwards. We experience that heat and experience that pressure gradient, but that heat gradient also extends from the equator towards the two poles. So there's always warmer air around the tropics than there are around the two poles. So that hot air or warm air migrates and combines with the cold air, and I think that's what produces the jet streams north and south. I think that's what it is.
Just throw an idea in here. You know, with water, the sea, I know hot and cold is a cause of whirlpools, but there's also density as well. And there's like more dense and less dense water, which can create this movement. Could this be going on, do you think, you know, some sort of something to do with the gradient? I don't know, but the density of the different gases.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For lots of reasons. So yeah, density is most definitely something we need to bring up as well. It's not just the pressure difference, it's not just the temperature difference, it's the density of the atmosphere. All of these things, though, you're going to need a container to talk about, especially pressure and density. But yeah, density, definitely. There's also things called pressure. This will be the last thing I'll say, and then I'll shut up. There's also something called a gradient pressure force, which is if you have two different areas of density, temperature, and pressure, then where those two areas meet, they will create a force upon each other. So you might not get an instant intermingling. This is how you get density stratification and layers, because the force between the two gradients. I'll shut up now.
No, you're spot on, brother. And I was just tacking on to the point what Brother Root said about density. When things are colder, I guess and I apologize, I'll try my best on this, but the molecules or the particles are moving slower within that medium, so the medium becomes, you know, thicker, harder to move through. For example, we freeze water and it becomes, well, frozen block of ice, can't move through it. But then we heat it up and the particles within it add more energy to it and it becomes more excited. And to me, you heat up oil as an example, it becomes more viscous. So I think density also has something to do with the temperature of the medium that we're observing. Yeah, interesting point. Yeah. Because that's exactly it, right? We heat up the air rises, the air cools, it falls down. And again, as they mix, they start to, because as the hot air and the cold air mix together, they're starting to ingratiate with one another and starting to mix together. So there's going to be some confusion that takes place, which would be the evidence of them mixing around and trying to figure out their order of pattern as they either cool off or heat up within their little interaction. Again, the ingratiation that we get to view.
Well, you know how the globers like to claim there's a different gravitational pull at different... One second. Yeah, how they're claiming there's different gravitational pulls in different parts of the plane. Well, what if there's actual different density readings of the atmosphere in different parts of the plane? Is that something we can actually look into? I think you should be able to predict these things, tornadoes, hurricanes, more easily.
Well, if we look at where hurricanes and stuff start to form during hurricane season, they would be more towards the tropics, right? Where we have the mixing of different areas between those two tropic lines, the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the basics, but I mean, does this go more advanced? Are we talking about parts of the realm being more dense and less dense, not due to temperature? Remember, temperature, you've just said the relationship comes from the density, but temperature can't be the cause of the density. It would be the other way around, right? So I'm saying if this temperature is caused by the difference in densities, maybe there is difference in densities in terms of the atmosphere closer to the south and more north. Do you get my point, or am I getting lost in the
Wouldn't it be related to the heat of not the heat of the land, but the actual climate of the area that we're looking at? So if we're closer to, say, the equator, it's going to be warmer, so that land is going to give off warmer air. And if we go up closer to, say, the North Pole, that land is going to be giving off colder air.
You could be over dry environments like deserts. You could be over tropical environments like jungles, and the density or the atmosphere will contain more or less moisture. which is going to have a vast effect on what the wind does.
Which would be a measure of humidity, right? The amount of precipitation available.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Yeah. Forests will create more moisture, deserts will create less moisture, wind will travel between the two, you've got hot and cold pressure based on that. Yep. Then you've got the sun, then you've got the tropics, yep.
And you've got a shitload of water as well. I think I was speaking to Brandon about this a couple of months ago with regards to how stuff moves in the atmosphere, the density of the atmosphere, the temperatures, the ground underneath is like really important to how weather forms and so on. The topography, how high the mountains are, because on the east side of the mountains it'll always rain, but on the west side of the mountains the rain can never get there because the fucking mountains are in the way, and on the other side of the mountains it's just a desert. So that always has an effect on what happens in the atmosphere above, the land below.
So hold on, I just had a weird idea. So this is basically something you could affect the climate by changing the terra firma or the plants or whatever of areas. So would this mean that we could actually directly contribute to climate change by deforestation or reforestation?
But this is why one of the reasons, and I don't know if you've heard this, Root, but they're taking beef out of our diet because cows produce too much methane, which is a cause of climate change. So yeah, they tell us this stuff all the time. We can change the environment by changing the environment.
I was sitting here thinking about their idea that the atmosphere is stuck to the earth and the ground and goes with the spin. Well, would that not mean it only snows in the same place all the time? It only rains in the same place all the time? It's only sunny in the same place all the time? Like, fuck, it snows in the desert sometimes. That wouldn't happen if shit was stuck to the fucking surface of the earth. I don't know, maybe it would, but in my brain it wouldn't. In my brain it would always snow at the poles and always be hot in the desert, etc.
Yeah, but isn't that just because of the tilt and the wobble?
Yeah.
Of course.
Invoke a tilt and a wobble.
Has Starlife ever spoken in this channel before?
No.
No, it's a pure chat skank.
Can stay that way then.
It doesn't dare.
It's low IQ that seem to think that somehow flat earthers are controlling their mic. So anytime they open their mic, they get disconnected. Like there's some sort of program that we installed on their phone or something.
Oh, yeah.
And flat earthers are complete idiots with no education level. So I'm like, dude, this is schizophrenic rambling at this point. It's paranoid delusion, schizophrenic rambling.
Yeah, just going back to the previous thing that you guys were talking about with affecting the environment. I do find it quite interesting because the globals on the one hand, they'll tell us, yeah, we can't, we can't do much to affect the environment. You guys are conspiracy theorists, and then I look at crop dusting videos from the 90s and I think, well, if you can crop dust, right, just by sending a very small plane up into the sky, then, and that was 30 years ago, then obviously the globers are just lying to me about their ability, not the globers' ability, but the government's ability to affect, the environment.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Happy New Year to you as well, mate. Just in case I don't see you tomorrow. Good to see you.
Happy New Year to you and obviously everyone in the chat as well. Hope you all had a lovely Christmas. We say Christmas round here. We don't have to say Happy Holidays like a bunch of cucks.
That's hilarious. Happy New Year, mate.
You know what's quite funny? I don't know if any of you guys follow football, but there's a footballer called Mohamed Salah, and he's a Muslim guy. Every year he has a little photo with his family in front of a Christmas tree, and every year he gets all of this backlash online. I just find it really interesting because he's a Muslim. But also, if you go to Dubai every year, they have massive Christmas trees. And it's just like, it's one of those things that I think people they're making a problem out of it because they're idiots, not because there's actually a problem.
Oh yeah, massively. I listened to an interview that Salah did a couple of weeks ago. I think it was last year, actually, with regards to the same thing that you were talking about. The interview was repeated from last year. That's why I saw it. And he said he does it because England's been a great country to him. He wants to settle in his country. His family's here, and he thinks it's respectable to follow the traditions of the country because he doesn't want his children to miss out, for example. So he's just doing what everybody else does when they go to another country and just fitting in with the local customs. Now, in this country, we're not allowed to have local customs. Mohamed Salah is going to get the piss taken out of him from his Muslim community and probably Christian communities as well. But yeah, it's interesting. It's just being tolerant of other people's cultures, or he is, but we're told that we have to be tolerant of other people's cultures but forget our own. I think that's a bit weird.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's interesting as well.
Not going to happen with me. Sorry, that's for sure.
No, fair enough. And it shouldn't, But it's interesting, like you say, he's had a wonderful life here. He actually played for Chelsea when he wasn't so well known, and he moved from Chelsea. I think he went to Fiorentina for a bit in Italy and then came back. But he's widely regarded as one of the best wingers in Premier League history. I mean, he's not just your average player. He's one of the best ever in his position in the league. And to come over here and have such a wonderful life, and then the negative, like the most negative thing that's happened to him is weird, isn't it? It's such a everything else, every other part of his experience here is adoring fans and loads of money and basically
I don't know
whatever he wants. City of Liverpool.
I don't know, Crypto. Don't you remember he had to beg for a new contract? We're talking about literally the best player in the world, still being underpaid in comparison, to his peers. And then, do you remember how they treated him? They didn't really treat him like the superstar he should be.
Salah. I mean, you might
he had to beg for a new contract. Yeah.
I don't know.
To be fair, footballers are treated way above what they should be.
Yeah, I don't know if he was begging for a new contract. I mean, he's 32, isn't he? So it might be an age thing, but I don't think Salah has to beg for a contract.
I don't know. I think the point I'm trying to make is I feel like because he's Muslim, he isn't treated as good as he is. He's not considered one of the best in the world.
That's because people are a bunch of racists.
That's not true amongst football fans, I'll tell you that much. Whenever you see Premier League all-time 11s posted around football forums, he's the right winger in the football 11s 90% of the time. So that's I don't agree.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Fucking Liverpool.
They've got an amazing chant for him as well. I'm trying to think what it is. It's something like Mo Salah, he's a gift from Allah, something.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, I know it as well.
It's really funny. I'm not a Liverpool fan, by the way, but I do like Salah. Something about the Egyptian king running down the wing or something.
He seems like a nice guy.
Salah.
I'd rather have him in the Man United squad than all of our overpaid prima donna bloody idiots, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you got some problems if you're a Man United fan.
Fucking... Yeah, I was going to 11 problems, but that's only the first team. About 25 problems, I think.
Got 25 problems and a pitch ain't one.
The pitch is one of Old Trafford's falling apart.
I was going to say 99 problems, but success ain't one at the minute.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
99 problems and a globe ain't one.
That's it.
Yeah, it never was.
Back on track.
I'd say, like, on one of the servers, like, sure, Flat Earth got 99 problems. One of them is not a mega church super pastor, young Earth creationist. That's all you guys. That's your problem, not mine.
Ain't that the truth?
99 problems and spin ain't one. We can just keep making a list.
If you're having Coriolis, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but the spin ain't one. Hit me.
I got a boat that doesn't go over no curve. I got long distance photography in the north. I got no going over curve. Got
I'm off, chaps. Talk to you later. Enjoy your festive activities.
Cheers, mate. Happy New Year to you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, Happy New Year, T-Dub.
New Year's.
Happy New
I
Year,
hope-
T-Dub.
Yeah, happy New Year, T-Dub. I hope 2025 is very generous to you.
Dee 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 dee. I should run out of Globers again. More of these. Yeah.
Say what?
What?
Fluffy B, welcome back, man. How you doing?
Fine. I never really left the room. I went to sleep, and the room was still active when I woke up. About
Yeah, man.
6 hours.
Yeah, I'm in a similar time zone to you. So yeah, I went to sleep and then I checked it when I woke up. I was like, damn, there's still like 30 people here.
Yeah. I don't know why it's got this channel's got busy all of a sudden. Because sometimes they've got no people in.
Well, we bounce
Yes.
around to the different servers and kind of wherever a conversation happens.
Yeah, it's kind of strange at the moment. Yeah, one place is popping at all times though.
You will all stay here forever.
Do you
That
like
is
this
how we
server
do
the
it now.
best?
Oh,
This
I like
server's
this.
the best. Because if you guys aren't here, I have to go into the religious chat rooms, and they're so boring.
Oh yeah, screw that. Yeah, I think this server's the best for sure.
Oh yeah, it is. Is this boss gonna spawn, or I'm still confused? What do I have to do? Just
For
constant.
some reason, the politics and religion server's just less toxic. It's less combative.
Yeah, because the mods actually care, and admins actually go into the chat rooms, whereas on other servers, most admins and mods just want the power boner without all the work, pretty much.
Well, yes or no. I mean, we've never have a mod come in here and say anything ever. The mods are actually really cool with the way we run things. But
That's because we hold our own, really.
Yeah, we just try to keep it like this one. The other one's more like a arena for like battling or whatever you want to call it, debating. And then this one's kind of more like people that want to come in and ask questions and learn, and we try to keep it a bit more chill. Obviously, both things happen in both servers, but yeah, this one just seems a bit more chill overall. And we have less of the anti-flat Earth trolls.
Yeah.
Allowed in this one.
The other one kind of formed because of this one banning. If I got the lore right, I'm not sure. I think I'm like 90% sure of this. Like this server was first, and at some point they decided to clean house of all the trolls, and then the other server was made.
It inherited all of the ones that were banned from here, I guess.
Together. I don't know. Never done this before. What was that? So I'm just mumbling to myself about my game, getting a bit frustrated. Take quarter vigilant guardian to detonate. So I need a guardian, okay.
What game you playing?
Warcraft.
Like the World of Warcraft?
Yeah. I'm trying to solo. So it's Vigilant Guardian. Is that the laser beam? Do I put it on the ground? Let's take the core to the Vigilante Guardian to detonate. It must be this thing then. Ah, there we go. That's how you do it. You take it to the Mr. Laser Beam.
Crit's like the guardian of the trolls. He's got like a whole collection of like pet trolls that just follow him around everywhere. That was funny yesterday, Crit. Hilarious when you were we were trying to get, what's that guy? Starlife. We were trying to get him to talk in the chat, and he's like messaging you. He's like, "Can you please read this out for me, Crit?" He's like, "I'm too scared." Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I think he secretly loves you, man.
Yeah, I told him that God
weird
sent
little
me.
obsession.
I said that God sent him to me to get him better, to get him on the road to recovery. I mean, anyone else would just have blocked his dumb ass. But here I am putting the effort, the time and effort in to get him to return to humanity.
Thank you.
I blocked his DMs within seconds.
Yeah, that's generally the feedback he gets from everyone. They just don't care what he has to say. And also, too, like, he's been known to message women. So I said, dude, like 3 or more unwanted contacts is, that's stalking. Just talk to me, all right? I want to talk to you. There's no unwanted contact. But you start DMing, these women, that's going to become a problem, dude. Especially if they tell you no.
You mean I don't have to deal with all these women?
Yeah, that's what I told him with Jenna. Jenna was like, "I will talk to you," and he didn't. He ran. I go, "Here's a woman who's willing to talk to you, and you ran away." It's like you seem to only want to message women who don't want to talk to you. Then he got upset by me, like he's gonna sue me. Get a lawyer. You slandered me. I'm like, dude, you don't know the difference between slander and libel. That's already a problem. And number 2, here's the legal definition of stalking and harassment: 3 or more unwanted contacts. If someone tells you no, do not contact them, and you continue to, and you use sock accounts, and you follow them from server to server. See, he's not well. Like, he's very mentally ill. And he's got a stigma towards mental illness at the same time. So it's been a tough battle trying to get him to even, find some way of articulating himself. See, notice that if he's still here, how he stays quiet. He knows it's right, and he knows he needs help.
Yeah, but he begs to be unmuted constantly, and then as soon as you unmute him, he won't say anything.
Yeah.
Very strange behavior.
Or if you text suppress him, he'll say, "You're removing my free speech." Well, no, I'm not.
You don't have free speech on Discord.
Yeah, it's like open your mic. You can talk. You can still talk. There's text and voice suppressed. You were text suppressed because you're posting a bunch of inane garbage.
Here, then.
So are there any globies in here that would like to ask questions about Flat Earth or present some evidence for the globe? Like the duck. We have the duck. We have Kilua.
As a duck, he shouldn't be a globe earther because he's level to the water.
He spends all his time on the water and he still can't work out it's flat.
Yeah. Eating the bread.
Eating the bread. Darwizzy, welcome.
I saw this funny video where it was like a bunch of ducks and they somehow got to, like, it was like not like a dam or something where water was flowing over the top, and they're swimming and they're swimming, they're trying to like not go down the water. And all of a sudden they get close to the dam and people are like, oh no, the ducks. You're like a little kid, right? All of a sudden they just fly away. The kid turns to like the mom and says, the ducks can fly. And she's like, yeah.
That's hilarious. The baby ones can fly as well, or not?
Well, they weren't babies. They were like just like a couple like just regular group
gang
of ducks. Yeah.
Hey, quick question. Do you think those ducks achieved said lift off of the water that they were able to fly upon? Do you guys think that they had a pressure that they were pushing against in order to fly? What do you think about that?
Well, it's called flapping your wings. That's how they generate the lift. They flap their wings.
Pushing against the medium that's readily available to them, right?
It's because gravity's pulling them down that they go up, right? And that's the reason.
Oh, I thought they were using their wings to push off of the medium, the air that's available.
That's crazy talk, Killian. How dare you say that?
Well, I thought we measured a pressure at sea level of 14.7 pounds per square inch, which would be 1 bar. That's a pretty substantial pressure.
It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure.
Not a lot of pressure. It's pressure all the same, you're correct, but it's not a lot.
Well, doesn't a car tire require 35 pounds per square inch within it in order to maintain its structure so that the car can roll down the street?
Yeah, but the car doesn't contain water, so...
That's a non sequitur.
No, but like, you're comparing like 1 bar is like, you're comparing like the water like pressure to air pressure.
They're both mediums. They both work on the same principle. They both operate on containment.
Okay, so fill up a balloon with water and air, and you'll see some difference.
Yeah, I was discussing the observed pressure, 14.7 psi again at sea level, and then a car tire which requires 35 psi, which again is substantial. I realize you're saying it's not much. I was only bringing to the table the 35 psi observation because it's substantial enough again to keep a car rolling down the street. I think that's substantial enough. And now at sea level, we observe 50% of that, which would be not 50%, maybe 40% of that at sea level. Again, pretty substantial enough that I can theorize we need containment.
I mean, in terms of rolling down the street, you know, you can get tires that don't even need air inside them. You know, like you can get solid rubber tires these are mainly for like pedal cycles because they tend to be very thin on the rubber and puncture a lot. So you can buy solid rubber tires for your bicycle. Then you won't need any PSI because it's just literally solid rubber.
Oh, agreed. Yeah. Run flat tire technology, absolutely amazing, which is basically they're increasing the structural rigidity of the tire to remove the requirement of air pressure, again, in order for the tire to maintain its structural integrity, to maintain its rolling profile, or maintain its ability to roll, sorry.
Hey, Gillian, I have a question, right? So when you have 0 PSI reading on your gauge, and then you fill up your tire to, say, 30 PSI, is that really 44.7 PSI? Because when your pressure gauge reads 0, that's really it's not zero. It's just the atmospheric pressure. And on a pressure gauge, it just reads zero, but it's not really zero. Does that make sense? I looked it up. I'm pretty sure. Like if you let all the air out of your tire, does the pressure gauge, if you put it on your tire, does it read 14.7 psi? I'm pretty sure it reads zero.
It will read zero because the axle, the attachment point of the car will cause
pressure. But the pressure inside the tire is really it's 14 point. It's 1 atmosphere or 1 bar.
It can't be because it has the weight of the car pressing down upon it.
No, but it still is, right? Only the weight of the car only pushes the air out of the bottom bit of the tire.
It's all evenly spread on a car. It's not like it's 1 point. It's spread out evenly across 4 wheels.
Yeah, I mean when you let all of the air out of a tire, does the pressure gauge read zero? I'm pretty sure I looked it up and it said they're calibrated so they read zero, but really it's 1 atmosphere or 1 bar.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, but the gauge won't tell you that. But...
Yeah, the gauge will tell you it's zero, but in reality it's not really zero. It's just the gauge is calibrated to 1 bar, 1 atmosphere, 14.7.
No, I completely disagree with that. And here's why.
That's why I was asking, but I did look it up. I'm pretty sure it did say that's how it works.
Yeah, that's
give me your 2 cents.
Appreciate the fact that you looked it up, but what I'm saying to you, let's take an opportunity to observe what it is we're talking about. So we're going to mount that gauge right to the valve stem. Now, that valve stem, is it at the bottom of the tire or is it at the top of the tire?
It's just at a random place on the tire, depending on the orientation of the tire at the time.
Right. And what I'm saying is that if that valve is at the bottom and that the pressure gauge is mounted to the valve at the bottom, it's going to read zero because the weight of the vehicle is pushing down on it, causing it to squish, right? That tire can't maintain any structural integrity because of the weight. Now, if we were to then take that same tire, spin it 180 degrees so that it was sitting at the top where we could observe the tire maintaining some kind of structural integrity, then I would agree with you that we would observe 1 bar because the pressure within the tire is not subject to the weight of the vehicle at that point. Does that make sense to you, brother?
Kinda. I'm looking into it now. I know what you mean. I understand what you mean. Definitely.
No, it's the pressure of the air inside of the rubber that is measured.
Yeah, I don't think it matters if the tire is flattened out because of the weight of the car at the bottom. I think it's just going to measure the pressure inside the tire regardless. But I'm just trying to work out if the pressure gauge is already calibrated to read zero when it's 14.7 psi. Or whether it would actually read 14.7 psi.
No,
when it's
it's a relative pressure relative to having no air in it. It says zero if it's empty if it doesn't have any pressure aside, relative to what the outside pressure is.
Yeah, I gotcha. But the pressure inside the tire when it's empty, or not empty, but you know what I mean, like deflated, it's just equal to the outside pressure. And that will read zero on the pressure gauge.
Yeah, it just equalizes. Just like, for example, if you have a tire that has 100 pounds of pressure in it, and then you have another tire with 50 pounds of pressure in it, if you connected a hose between the two of them, it would equalize them both to 75 pounds of pressure. So it just equalizes to whatever hole lets out to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it says here that if the gauge reads 30 psi, the absolute pressure is 30 psi plus 14.7 psi, and the absolute pressure will be 44.7 psi.
Yeah.
Then all that the weight of the car does on a flat tire is just it'll push more air out of the tire. Like if you where it's flattened, it reduces the volume inside of the tire. This is a big hollow tube. It's a big hollow donut. Is all it is. So, like if you had the valve stem out, and you if you have a tire that's like full size with the valve stem out, and if you let weight down on the tire and put your thumb over the hole where you would be putting air in, you can actually feel air coming out as the vehicle goes down.
Definitely. Yep, I gotcha.
Who we got in the house then? Got Josh C. What's up, bro? Still waiting for the duck to speak up.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's your view on this flat Earth topic?
Oh, I'm definitely flat for about a few months now.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah?
Do I have any globe people here?
Josh, what was it that convinced you, brother?
I would say laws was a big one, logically for me.
Say that again.
Also long distance gas laws.
Gas law, yeah.
I would say, like, where I live on the sea, I've seen things that I shouldn't be able to see, and I've yet to document them, but yeah, it's just long distance observations are probably the one for me.
That's awesome, bro. So you've used logic and you've taken your own observations. Fantastic.
Yep.
I guess it's pretty straightforward for you now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the dream, right? People do this, you know, logically and practically, and it's as simple as that, guys. Prove this shit for yourself. So, Josh, have you spoken to anybody about this who's had extreme cognitive dissonance? Have you got any funny stories?
Oh yeah, I've got a few on DM where I've kind of gotten them to admit that we measure a flat, like locally. Yeah, that was pretty funny. But yeah, I haven't really debated with anyone on voice chat. To be honest, but just in the text channels and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, it gets pretty funny, doesn't it? The cog diss that you receive when you talk about it.
I was listening to it yesterday. There was like a few guys yesterday. It was hilarious.
Yeah, when you see it and you see people doing it, it's like, brother, I don't ever want to be like that.
Yeah.
Dirty tactics. So what do you reckon then, Josh? What does 2025 hold for Flat Earth?
Well,
Do you think it'll grow?
yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously with the fake experiment thing that happened, maybe it got some recognition. Maybe.
Wait, what fake
in a good way?
experiment?
Sorry.
What fake
the
experiment?
final experiment thing.
Oh, right. That's the Antarctica thing, right?
Yeah. So maybe it got some recognition. Good or bad, I guess.
Can't kill them yet.
Any is good.
I actually agree with that. All publicity is good publicity.
Yeah.
Depends on the subject, really. I mean, for Flat Earth, I'd say yeah, but for other things, I'd say no.
Yeah, I think with Flat Earth, it's going to get there's a lot of people who have heard about it, and they've kind of pushed it down to the depths of their minds, and these sort of situations brings it up again, doesn't it? I'm starting to get to the point though where I think the majority of people have heard either, the straw man version of Flat Earth or actually spoken to Flat Earthers by now. Not many people. I think we get trolls in here who are like, what? You guys believe the Earth's flat? But I think everybody's kind of been exposed to some of it. Well, the majority.
No?
I guess those people who have a hard time with that first observation of the 24-hour sun, those people who claim that it's fake, they just have that problem because they constructed that idea that flat Earth won't have a 24-hour sun. So when they saw those things, that observation with Sid and the guys, McToon, so for them it must be false. It must be fake. So if they see that FTFE on the shirt of sweatshirt of the guy, yeah, so it means that everything behind him and around him is a green screen.
I missed your view there. What's your take on it? You think
I
it's
said that
genuine?
those people who have a hard time with that observation of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, those people who claim that it's fake and it can't be real, they just have constructed that model in their mind that flat Earth and the sun is going around the North Pole, and it can't have a 24-hour sun. Definitely it can't have that 24-hour sun. So they constructed an idea. When they saw that observation with Whitsitt and the guys, they couldn't accept it. So it must be fake for them because they don't have that Yeah, maybe it can. We will observe a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, maybe not, and we will have to construct our hypothesis dependent to that observation.
Yeah, Jedi said something that's been bothering me since he said it, which is that they, a potential scenario is that they've been setting up this strawman AE model for it to be shut down, which doesn't sound too bad on the surface, but then that means that everybody who's been pushing this model is either one, very gullible, or two, being paid or pushing an agenda that is completely wrong in order for something like this to come along and shoot it down. So that includes Flat Earth Dave and some of the biggest AE flat earthers, So that's a scary thought, that is, that a lot of these guys could have been pushing a false model on purpose.
Some people corrected themselves after they heard about that final experiment thing. Like, for example, Nathan Oakley, Erkdud by himself, they both agreed that there is no 24-hour sun on flat Earth years before. And after that, when they heard about the final experiment, at that moment, it clicked in their head, what the heck is that? So I did claim that it won't have it can't have a 24-hour sun. But maybe because I know that the surface is flat, maybe if we observe a 24-hour sun, it won't debunk the surface being flat. It will be just an observation of what the sun is doing above a flat surface, and they corrected themselves on afterward videos.
Yeah, and I think that's what the majority of people have probably done. And everybody said from the start that, look, this doesn't determine the shape of the floor. But it is interesting because there have been people claiming there can't be a 24-hour sun. Me personally, I was probably about 6 months ago, I was quite taken back by Shane's and Lindsay's and the other guy who's got the 2-star rotations experiment, the one that everyone's talking about at the minute. I kind of got taken aback by their models, and the idea on their models is that there is a 24-hour sun. So when I heard the 24-hour sun experiment, I was like, well, come on. They have foreknowledge. They're not going to spend all this money for flat earthers to embarrass them. They're going to know full well there's a 24-hour sun. So as soon as it was announced and I saw that little smarmy, smiley Will Duffy, I just clicked. I just knew, of course, there's a 24-hour sun, and it kind of gives validity to some of the flat earthers who have been saying this for years. So for me, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to listen to or start watching or reading up on some of their theories and their ideas. It's just a new avenue now that I can give more attention to.
Yeah, correct. Even that model that Shane St. Pierre just modified, Walter Bislin model. That model were made years before, and it's a model with the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It was made basically by a Glober. And Shane St. Pierre remade it, just modified some little things on it.
He never modified it, bro. He just added in perspective and how perspective would work, taking what we know about perspective with your celestial dome and then applying that to the macro, the whole realm.
Yeah.
And I think he's just taken the perspective argument. I think it's just taking the perspective argument forward, and that will reclaim the sky. That's his little catchphrase. We will reclaim the sky, and I think that's a brilliant angle. And the 24-hour something will kind of push us to reclaim the sky. They're going to get debunked with simple angles to the sun, size, of the sun, the motion of the sun. That their model will be debunked eventually by their own observations. So this is a good thing for me.
Yeah. And the other day I was watching a video of a guy trying to understand the model itself, because the model of the heliocentric model claims that the sun is moving inside the galaxy around the center point in the galaxy, and the Earth and the planets are following the sun. So first, it can't be horizontal, like the sun is going in the galaxy and those planets are laid horizontally like a plane orbiting the sun and going with the sun. No, but it will be just like vertical, and they are following the sun like a spiral shape, meaning it will put the sun anyway at a certain angle above or in front of those planes, those planets, because it will be the sun which is attracting from behind, attracting those planets, and those planets are following the sun because of that attraction. So meaning that the sun will be at an angle dependent to those planets, not in parallel line with those planets, not in like 90 degrees to the equator.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like a delay, like a drag delay.
Exactly. It won't
Yeah.
have that 90 degree to the equator like that. For it,
Funny you should say that. I think that's what's happening with the moon. I think you could argue that on the larger scale with these patterns like the analemma and stuff, if you match all this up, you start to see this kind of geometric flower of life sort of pattern with all the bodies. It's almost like the outer planets are making smaller vibrational shape, frequency shape, and then the inner planet, like the sun and the moon, which are the inner most, they're making the bigger, wider petal shapes. But when you look at the moon and the sun in the solar cycle, that kind of, you could argue that dragging behind is almost happening, where this could almost be, there could be like an intrinsic link between the two, the sun and the moon. It could be a shadow, plasma shadow, who the fuck knows? But I'm seeing work that's saying the same about the moon as what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that could explain the moon map. Shout out, Killian. Who's not here?
For me, I don't have any idea about the real distance between continents. I don't know the real size of countries, so I'm not really in the maps.
This is why I like the moon map, because if the moon map does happen to be any kind of mapping, then we can sort of check against that. And obviously it's pure philosophy, there's absolutely no verification possible.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting thing to always check when we're dealing with distances, because I think it is interesting how close people have got the land of the Earth on the moon. I find that, it's very hard to ignore, right? How close they are.
Yeah.
Hard to handwave dismiss, I think.
I never did that, and I don't accept it fully, being the real map of the Earth. So I take the idea.
Neither do I.
I take the idea with open hands, open-minded to it, and I'm not rejecting. I know it, and I have HD ones, maps of the moon. I have very, very high quality ones, going to 24 megabytes each one. So yeah, but I'm not. I can't present that to people. I don't present that to people as being anything, an argument or anything like that. I just have it in like stored in my background.
Yeah, 100%. It's all philosophy, but it's fun, right?
Yep, correct.
Especially now with more, more observations coming out in the south and stuff. It's cool.
The first time I heard about it, I was watching a documentary, me and my wife, and in the end of that documentary, they talked about that moon map, and they talked about it. I think you watched already the video. It's that long video, 5 hours or some more than that, called "The History of Flat Earth."
Yeah, by AWOL.
Yeah. So at the end, they talked about that moon map, very detailed information, and we were shocked. Watching at that moment, we were really shocked. In the beginning of the video, because we already had that information. We watched some videos. We read some articles in Arabic about what they call as the Tartarian buildings. So we already knew about those things. We wasn't surprised at the beginning of the video, but at that moment when we watched the video talking about the moon map, yeah, that thing was surprising.
Yeah. It's one of them you just look and you go, okay, and you just move on.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that yet.
I didn't move on. I verified many things in those in that moon map and compared it to what we have in reality. For example, in the moon map, when you look at not the one colored, but the basic one with try to enlight those dark spots. You will see that in Africa, in North Africa, near Algeria, you will see that there is like ocean and islands in North Africa. Something that you don't see here. It's just the giant desert in middle of Africa, and most of that desert just take most of the Algeria now. So where the ocean? When you verify the stories, ancient things that they talk about those places, Algeria in Arabic it's called Al Jazair. It means the islands in plural, and it says that Africa and North Africa was underwater, and they also found fossils of whales in the desert, traces of sea life that were in the middle of the desert. So meaning that those places were really under submerged by water, and what was there just some islands. I think it was the top of those mountains or series of mountains in North Africa that appeared from the top of from the surface of water.
Yeah, it's crazy how much infrastructure is under the water. And I don't know if you've looked into like the medieval alternate history stuff, but not even alternate history really, but dive deep into the medieval period. There's a lot of evidence of a flood in Europe.
Yeah,
and there is evidence of them having to dig buildings out of the earth and stuff. Like a lot of buildings in the UK are, they're half in a hill. You'll have a hill and then you'll have windows that kind of are absorbed into the hill. And that's not how you build. That's not how anybody builds.
Yeah.
It's where the hobbits live.
Even in the desert itself, when you look at those regions that are a little bit in the bottom side, away from what they call as the eye of the desert or the eye of Sahara, a little bit below that region, you will, if you go to the Google Map or Google Earth and you watch that region from the sky, you zoom in it, you will see like patterns in the sand, patterns like when in the ocean water move on the top of the sand, it will leave some little bends, trace like lines on the sand, like horizontal lines, dependent to the vertical way where the water is going. So we will find some patterns like, and you can understand that place there was water moving in that place. You can see that in the desert, like if there was, it was a place where water was passing or moving across. I can send an image.
Yeah, the evidence of climate change without man's influence, or well, we don't know, I suppose, but the evidence of historical climate change is undeniable.